I just said that she doesn't look black. Anyone who just doesn't know her history or anything like that, her lineage, would assume she's anything but black.
She's black, and she was born in Shiraz.
Ooh.
Yeah. To me, you're black if you look black.
Thank you.
It's all right.
She's Iranian.
So
Her
I
father
get a little
is.
sensitive being light. You get a little sensitive hearing people always say you're not this, you're not that. So I don't mean to yell at you, Kay.
Sloan, you can yell anytime you want in my space.
So, JB, I got a question for you.
What's the question?
Do white people have a problem with free speech?
Depends on the white person.
It depends on the speech.
Where's that? What are you basing this question on, Jay?
On Jimmy Kimmel and Charlie Kirk.
I had no problems with what Jimmy Kimmel said, and I know that's going to trigger some people.
I mean, I'm not directing this at you, JB.
No, I'm not taking it that way. I don't take things
Okay.
personal on this side, Jay. I'm just saying for me, you asked me the question, so I can only answer for myself.
Yes, sir.
I have no problems with what he said. I think that we've become a hypersensitive society, and we pick and choose what topics mean something to us. Just my opinion.
Okay, I got one more question for you, JB. Do super PACs have a problem with free speech?
Once again, my friend, I think that depends on the super PAC.
So you know what
You disagree with that?
No, I'm just saying you know what I'm talking about. Because every time I discuss super PACs, hold up, I'm gonna ask one. All right, let me ask one question to the room, right quick. So, Kamala Harris had 73 billionaires backing her. Donald Trump had 53 billionaires backing her. Should we know the names of the billionaires backing these people that's running for president?
Anybody want to answer? Wait, hold on a second. No, don't bring Frank up, please. Okay, guys.
Where are you getting your information, first of all?
Well, it's public information.
That's not the answer. I said, where did you get it? Not whether it's public or not.
From the internet.
well, it's generally known they have donors, because so that's not really information.
Hold on. So, L, you don't know super PACs exist?
I said, where did you get the information that he had 60? Did you say he had 65?
No, he had 63 billionaires backing him. Kamala had 73 billionaires backing her.
And what does that mean, backing her?
Sponsoring the campaign.
Well, people have a right to donate money.
So we don't have a right to know who did it?
There are laws of transparency. If you donate to the campaign, that's public information. But if you donate through something else that then gives the money to the campaign, that information is not public. And there are also limits on how much you can donate.
So I want to ask you, bro. So do you think, as Americans, we should know who these billionaires are or not?
So again, I urge you to check your source on this.
Okay.
And then go and check out campaign finance law. And then you'll see that people who donate to campaigns are public information. You can get their first and last name.
Okay.
Thank you, Jay.
I'm going to go check that.
Thank you, Jay. I got to say hello to a few people. I'll come back to you, I promise. I'm going to say hello to First Lady, and then I'm going to the interpreter and Vesper. First Lady Chi, what an honor to have you in my space. How you doing?
Good evening, sir. It's an honor to be here. How are you, JB?
I'm good. I'm just a little conflicted on, is free speech still a real thing, or is it real if you run with the narrative that they want you to say?
Let's just say I won't comment because I believe that this thing is real, honey. I believe it. Hey, Al Normo. Hey, KP, Uncle KP.
What's up, First Lady? How you doing?
Good. Yeah, JB, I'm sorry. I think this thing is real. It's got wings. You don't think it's real?
I think it's very real. I thought, and I'm going to be honest with you, I thought cancel culture was kind of on its deathbed until now. And now you got all these crying Karens, and I would bet probably 70% of them don't even know who Charlie Kirk is, but they're crying because Charlie Kirk was. Just my opinion. And I know I'm gonna get smoked for the things I say tonight, and I don't care. We love to say about free speech absolutists and all this other shit. That's such bullshit. Most of these amendments are bullshit. I'm just curious to see which ones they go after next. And I agree with when Jane said it's going to be birthright citizenship. Norm, you want to jump in, and then I'm going to the interpreter.
Oh, yeah, thanks. So this started when people got fired for using the wrong pronoun, and when the FBI began to track people down when they went to school board meetings. And Trump is a counterpuncher. He's known for being vengeful, and I know some personal stories about how he exacts revenge. You can go through all the people he's after now. Everybody who did any wrong to him, including John Bolton, by the way, who's being punished for his book. Of course, Letitia James, prosecutor in New York. He's going after the people that went after him, the FBI people that went after him. So when you have something like people being canceled for using the wrong pronouns or whatever indelicate or racist or bad thing that they said, you can now expect there to be a reaction to that. It's blowback. It's
But no, let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
Not just this happened in real life. Is there an expiration date on when we could be when people could actually criticize somebody like Charlie Kirk after after this? I mean, how long did people on the hands lose their jobs, keep their mouth shut? But we live in a freeze country. I'm just curious.
What's the name of the short black comedian? He's really short. He's very funny.
Kevin
He's done
Hart?
a lot of Yeah, Kevin Hart. Thank you. I don't know. At this hour, sometimes I forget some names. Kevin Hart lost his job hosting the Oscars because of some tweet that he made 10 years previously, and he's a comedian. So I don't think there's a time limit on how you can be punished for something that you said at a different time when the rules were different, by the way. I mean, they went digging through his tweets from 10 years previous.
I get that, Norm, but when Charlie Kirk says things about black pilots, and I know the whole context, I've heard the whole clip, I've watched the video, to me it still came off as racist, right? I understood the context, but I thought how he said it was racist. So people can't criticize that?
Well, that's not what Kimmel was doing. Kimmel screwed up. Now, of course you can criticize somebody's remarks. I would say wait a minute. Wait until the guy's buried, wait until the body is not still warm before you jump in. I have a feeling that the criticism was so immediate and vituperative because people were concerned that he would be sanctified, that he would be made into a saint. And I think what they've done, the same way when they attacked Trump, they pretty much assured his reelection. I think the same thing is true when you attack a man in that moment, right after he's been assassinated publicly. I mean, that was a moment of never, in my view, going all the way back to the Kennedy assassination.
Hey, Norm, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
You know, it was a national day of horror for me.
What?
When 3 cops got killed and nobody talks about it. 3 cops got killed yesterday in Pennsylvania. You don't see a single rumor about those cops being assassinated by some lunatic.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think I heard about it on the radio or something, or whatever I was listening to, like Sirius or something. I think I heard about it. Yeah, it's very weird. I don't know enough details about it. So, I mean, the anonymous citizen is never, well, I shouldn't say never, is less likely to get as much attention as somebody like Charlie Kirk, who's a national figure.
Well, let me just say this. Charlie Kirk's funeral's on Sunday at a football stadium in Arizona. They're anticipating a crowd of up to 65,000 people at this man's funeral. 65,000. That's insane to me. You would think he was saving lepers and children and puppies in burning buildings. The interpreter, how you doing, the interpreter?
Do you know anybody like Charlie Kirk anywhere in the conservative movement?
No, I'm not conservative and I don't follow them. But let me.
That explains why you don't see how big of a deal he is.
Ben Shapiro was a bit
was-
like him in his time.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. He's getting all this attention because of the way he was killed, and it was broadcast throughout the world. And Trump jumped on the bandwagon. So let me just say this, Justin. I don't know if you're conservative or not, and that's fine. You're welcome in my space. But when the president of the United States comes on the day after Charlie Kirk gets assassinated, murdered, right? And says, I blame the far left lunatics. Don't you think that's a time where he should just shut up and not throw the
No.
gasoline on the fire? Okay.
No.
Justin, I'm going to come back to you because I want to welcome the interpreter. The interpreter, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? How everybody doing this evening?
Doing fantastic, sir. Did you want to chime in on the conversation?
Yeah, definitely, most definitely. I had an epiphany last night, so I hope people can follow me because it's quite simple. When it comes to let's I'm gonna speak on Donald Trump real quick, right? So Donald Trump, right? He's the prime orchestrator for America right now, according to the narrative, right? So when we think about the processes, procedures, and protocol, people are not comprehending their values. They're understanding them, right? So Donald Trump signed an executive order March 1st that clarified the claim that English is the official language of America, right? So he's making a claim to own English in a sense. With that saying, the value of the words that are being traded are all owned by the government. The evidence is in the history if anybody want to do the research. I did it, but I'm not going to expose that. The point is that the understanding will constantly be validated, but the comprehension is the evidence, which will always be overlooked in discussion as well as written for recording purposes. And the reason being is that when we read and when we write, it is with the English language and not our own language.
Interpreter, I gotta tell you respectfully,
How else?
I don't know what you're
I don't know
talking
how
about. I have
else.
no idea what you're talking about, bro.
No, you could look at the executive order and go back in history from there. Anybody can. I already did it. It was simple, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna speak what I say because I know what I'm saying makes sense. But if it don't make sense, do the research and then you'll bring yourself up to date of what went on in the past and why he signed that executive order March 1st in 2025.
Thank you.
And made English the official language of America today.
Thank you, the interpreter. Vespa, how you doing, Vespa?
That's a fact. That's a fact, interpreter.
Well, it wasn't clear.
I couldn't figure out what he was saying. It may be a fact, but I have no idea what he was saying.
Right?
He doesn't-
Neither do I. Go ahead. Let's go.
She's just poking me. Vespa, how you doing, bro?
How's it going?
Going all right. You want to chime in?
So the First Amendment is definitely under attack, right? I think the strongest evidence of that is how they're bringing all the different social media platforms to have a congressional hearing, except for X, of course, right? I mean, we see it with Stephen Colbert. We saw it first with him, right? Now they're canceling like streamers. Like Destiny got kicked off of Twitch, and they're gonna go after Hassan Abi and any liberal streamers or whatever, you know? Like, the far right owns most of social media as it is. The only real platforms, you know, the left has is like Blue Sky. And after that,
And look, and Vespa, look what they're doing. They just sold TikTok look at the businesses that are buying them. That's buying.
Yeah, TikTok is an interesting case. It's a way for people to communicate quick bullet point political points, you know. And a lot of people were getting out progressive messages about giant corporations, like about BlackRock and things like that, which I guess they didn't like, you know. And they're coming up with conspiracies. Oh, it's a Chinese, you know, spy program and yada yada. But after that, Second Amendment, it's on the chopping block. Fascist dictators have always gone after people's guns. And they've already talked about it. They talked about restricting gun rights from trans people. And then on Newsmax, they said against all Democrats. Like, they'll start there and then, you know, have all the crazy supporters have guns, all the MAGA freaks. And then if they get out of control, they'll take them away from them at some point. That's where I see things going.
Thank you, Vespa.
And there's like nothing to stop it. There's nothing to stop it.
Thank you, Vespa. I think Justin wants to push back. Justin, you want to say something?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were trolling or not because it sounds like you were giving the Republican argument where, like, so for example, gun rights, in one sense, it's like, okay, well, Democrats don't want guns. They believe that you should have gun control or just take out the Second Amendment, and they say that Charlie Kirk died by the sword or he died by guns when he should have been opposing all guns. But our argument is this: if we take away guns from, I guess, citizens, take away the right for citizens to have guns, then only all the crazies will have it. All the ones who don't keep the laws will have guns, and we will be, of course, sitting ducks. Now, you're making the same argument, except for Republicans. Well, only if we took away all the guns from Democrats, because they don't want guns, then it's going to be left up to all the crazy Republicans. So it's like, you don't see how you're making our argument, except you're just making a mirror. It's just, the difference is you're the victim, and you don't see how we see ourselves as also a possible victim of the crazies of the left.
Justin, hold on a second. Vespa, I need you to mute up, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, only because I get feedback. I'll get back to you in a second. Justin, let me ask you a question. You think if Charlie Kirk survives that assassination, he gets shot, but he survives, he'd still be such a big proponent of the Second Amendment?
Yeah, of course. Why not?
Because he just got shot in the neck. I don't think he'd be a proponent of the Second Amendment.
Well, okay, that's like saying a person got shot by the police, therefore we should take away all guns from police.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's not at all the same. No.
Well, it's the same logic because
No, it's not.
the reasoning. Okay, so the reasoning is that gun violence. There's like a certain amount of people that died because of gun violence, but we also protest police violence and police abuse. They kill us with guns. Should we use the same logic that, hey, if we took away all the police force, or at least took away their weapons, we would save more lives?
No, because you're not attributing police and doing something in the line of duty. You can't equate that to someone that decided to go bonkers and kill somebody. It's not the same argument.
I got
Right, so you can't equate that to a person who has a gun and is not crazy.
You know what I find, and I'm going to be 100%. I'm going to assume you're a conservative from the things you've said, and that's fine. Like I said, that's fine. I don't care. But I find the deflection that both parties uses when you bring something up, it's mind-boggling to me. I asked you a very direct question, and you went on some tangent about policing the guns. Apples have nothing to do with pineapples, bro. I just asked you if you got shot, if you survived the assassination attempt. I'm pretty sure after getting shot in the neck, you're going to change your mind on guns. Because if you don't, then you got a serious mental illness.
Well, okay, so then why wouldn't I change my mind on police, like, I guess, police officers? Like, they should have weapons.
Have they shot you?
Well, they shot other people.
Okay. Thank you, Justin. I'm going to go to TS. TS, how you doing?
I want no one to
TSC there? No. Adrian, how you doing, Adrian?
What's going on?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. Sitting here watching football.
I feel that the First Amendment is dead. What do you think?
Nope. I don't think it is. I don't think it is at all. I think people are being a little too hyperbolic about it and, hyperventilating about this shit in the heat of the moment. I don't think it's dead. Why do you think it's dead?
Because if you say anything against Charlie Kirk, you're going to be canceled. You could lose your job. You could lose everything. That's why.
That's not true. In a time where both sides are coming to an agreement that we should tone down the violent political rhetoric and stuff like that, which I agree. I mean, why are people out here
Wait. Time out, Adrian. When you say both sides, the president just the other day came out and said that the far left lunatics, and he threw gasoline on that fire. He's a leader of that side.
He didn't indict every Democrat. He didn't do that. And as Democrats, there are calling for toning down the rhetoric, which I agree with them. People are coming to the middle and saying, yo, y'all, this shit has gotten way out of control, which I think everyone should agree that this shit has gotten way out of control. But it's a whole nother thing when a lot of people are calling for more violence. They literally got a hit list of people on the right who they want to see dead. Like, I don't hear no one condemning that shit. I don't hear not a single person condemning that shit. And why is that?
I haven't heard the left call for anybody to be killed. I'm not saying you're not saying what you're saying is not true. I just haven't heard it.
They have a whole website where they're doing it. It's called Blue Sky.
Oh, okay. I gotta tell you, I've heard a lot of crazy shit on Twitter.
And one thing we know about the First Amendment is that it does not cover calling for violence. Inciting violence and calling for the death of people. The First Amendment does not cover that shit. And if you're out here calling for that type of stuff, then absolutely you should not be trying to hide behind the veil of First Amendment rights, because that's not what it's for. You should be punished.
So if I come on this app and I say, which I never would, but I'm just going to use that as a hypothetical. I wish Joe Schmo from Idaho would get run over by a tractor trailer, and I hope he dies. Should I be canceled?
Oh, hey, freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequences.
Okay, but the question was, I'm not saying I'm going to do it to him. I'm just saying I hope it happens to him. Is that still freedom of speech?
That's still freedom of speech. Yeah, that's still freedom of speech. You're not calling for people to take action upon somebody. You're saying just your own personal wish, and that is, yeah.
Right.
And hate speech is also allowed.
Yeah, of course it is. But here's the thing. So when people criticize Charlie Kirk, they get canceled, right?
You can criticize them.
Okay, but they can't because they're losing their jobs because of it.
But he lost his life. What are we talking about? This man lost his life because of his words.
I'm not.
JB, what are you saying right now? Do you know what stochastic terrorism is?
Do I know what is?
Stochastic terrorism.
No, what is it?
Stochastic terrorism is when people are calling or advocating for the death of someone and calling others to go and do it. But they're not outright saying it. They're just making an insinuation for people to go and do it, for someone to go and do it. It's like...
So wait, let me ask you this. If somebody comes on my stage right now and they just happen to say, hey, I'm glad he got killed because he was a racist. Is that not free speech, or should they lose their jobs?
That's your opinion. That's your opinion. Nobody's getting canceled for their opinion. People are getting canceled because they're goddamn out here calling for violence. People are getting canceled from their jobs because they're letting their political bias get in the way of performing a duty at their jobs, like the Kinko's incident. These people went in there and wanted a Charlie Kirk flyer.
Adrian,
and the worker
there's
said,
so
wait,
many
Jeffy,
people.
I gotta make this point.
Adrian,
I gotta make this.
Adrian, there's so many people losing their livelihoods because of an opinion. And I don't. And let me tell you something, bro. I'm talking about doctors, nurses, school teachers. Now, teachers shouldn't be talking about this to their students, but they should be just as protected as anybody else. And I'm not.
Nurses should.
And
nurses should.
If a nurse comes on and says, "You know what? I'm glad he got killed. He was a racist. Why should she lose her job?"
Hey, what the hell? What if I come in there and I'm a Trump supporter? Am I going to be? I mean, I'm worried about my nurse's political bias about who the fuck I voted for. Now she's giving me fucked up ass service. Hell yeah, I think these people, bro, JB, what are we saying right now?
Bro, I'm saying you're a hypocrite. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not a hypocrite.
Wait, I have to interject. I need to interject.
I'm not a hypocrite.
Adrian, just give me 1 second and I'm going to give you the mic right back. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I just have to say something because I'm really confused by how this conversation is unfolding. Most of everybody on this app, in this room, I'm not going to say everybody on this app, but for the past week, we've been in and out of rooms about Charlie Kirk where folks have been saying, he said this, that, and the other. He was killed over it. Oh, well, he was killed over his words. And now we feel some way because folks are getting fired over. A man lost his life over his words, freedom of speech. And we're feeling some way because people are getting fired over words. Hey, at least they're still alive. Are y'all serious? Like, what's happening? We're offended because people are losing their job and a man lost his life. Like, what's going on?
And that's the point. Because if I voted for Donald Trump, I should not have to worry about if my nurse have a fucking political bias against the person that I goddamn voted for. And now she's potentially going to harm me.
Wait, hold on, Adrian. So God forbid, and I'm being serious, God forbid you had to go to the emergency room tonight, right? They take you over to the emergency room. Are you going to, on that gurney, turn around and say to your doctor, hey, wait a second, before you operate on me, are you a Republican?
They literally did that
They're professionals, bro.
JB, they literally did that shit during COVID. They denied people services and life-changing goddamn services, right? Just because they wasn't vaccinated.
Wake that part up.
What are we talking about here, Jay? What are we talking about, JB? People were denied surgeries because they weren't vaccinated.
And some people weren't allowed to go to work because they weren't getting vaccinated.
Wake it up.
JB, I think you're being a hypocrite right now while you're sitting here calling people
not personal decisions, that protocol.
A lot of people lost because they didn't want to get vaccinated.
Well, let me talk for a minute, Adrian, then I'll hand the mic back to you. Because you can laugh all you want, and you could be the biggest Trump supporter. I really don't care. But here's the deal. If you really want to have that COVID conversation, the buck stops at President Trump, right? He fucked up this country. He shut us down. He put a lot of things into place that fucked a lot of people up. So, instead of pointing at Biden or Kamala or anybody else, let's start at the top, and that was Donald Trump. We couldn't have had a worse leader at a worse time to lead this country. And that's my opinion. I don't give a shit what anybody says. You want to come with stats and this. Donald Trump fucked this country up. And you want to talk about debt? Where are we at in debt now because of Donald Trump, because of COVID? So you couldn't have had a worse person at a worse time to be president. But I'm not going to have that COVID conversation. That's for a different room.
All right, let's not have the COVID conversation. But JD, you gotta admit, Donald Trump didn't have COVID his whole entire.
That's a lie.
Yes, he
That's
did.
a lie.
Yes,
He had it. Almost killed him.
No, he did not.
No, he did
It
not.
almost killed him. What are you guys talking about?
Oh my God, are y'all?
You want to bet? Wait, you want to make a bet he had COVID?
And wait, how much did y'all?
Wait. Nah, that's not what I'm saying. JB, that's not what I'm saying. Donald Trump had COVID for a year. Biden took over after he gained the presidency. That's what I mean. He had COVID. He physically had the disease. I'm talking about Donald Trump dealt with COVID, the pandemic, for a year.
Adrian,
and Biden took over.
Adrian,
what are we saying here, y'all?
So let me ask you a question, Adrian. Do you think that COVID no longer exists? and or that people aren't dying from it anymore? Like, do you
I
believe?
still see people saying they're getting COVID. So there you go.
Perfect. So, like, what's the difference besides that Trump opened everything back up?
Hey, that's not the conversation. We're talking about people being politically biased in jobs where they should not be politically biased.
Oh, my fault. I thought we were allowed to ask other questions.
No. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
I'll stop asking you a question.
So wait, because they're a doctor or a lawyer or a nurse, they're not allowed to have any feelings about what goes on in our country?
They shouldn't let that affect their job.
How is it affecting their job because they made a statement?
I literally just gave you an example, JB. If I'm a Trump supporter and I'm coming in for triage, and your ass is a goddamn nurse or a doctor who voted on the left, guess what? They're letting their political bias. What if their political bias comes into goddamn play?
Well, that's so much,
And because I
Adrian,
voted for Donald
respectfully, Adrian, I like you, man, but there's so much cap in everything you're saying. I don't think a doctor,
bullshit. You just
I
don't
don't
want
think a
people to finish
doctor's
their
checking
point.
your voter registration card as he's wheeling you into the operating room.
And I literally just said people were denied services because they weren't vaccinated. This is how we got here, JB. Why did I not just say that, Rome?
Why wouldn't they be, though? Why wouldn't you delay or deny someone care during a deadly disease in a hospital? Think about that.
Get out of here.
I just know they weren't because they refused the vaccine. They were denied life-saving surgeries. How did y'all miss this whole narrative during COVID? How did y'all miss people talking
because
about?
They're cherry picking.
That's crazy, Adrian. What is going on?
They're cherry picking right now, and they hate to be called out on it. They're literally cherry picking the narrative.
Wait, you think somebody should be able to spread a deadly disease throughout a hospital?
That's not what the conversation is about.
You didn't say they had COVID. They were
They're not going to answer questions unless it supports their narrative.
for not getting the vaccine. It would be like, hey, I need open heart surgery. Did you get the COVID vaccine? No.
Well, they could be.
Wait a second.
They could be asymptomatic carriers.
Everybody mute up, please. Oh, this is crazy. Because for you to say that, for anybody to sit here and say that a nurse is not going to perform her duty because you're a Democrat or a Republican is so asinine. I don't even know what the hell you people are talking about. It's ridiculous. Adrian, hold on. Let me finish, man. Because that is so ridiculous. I'm not going back to COVID and what the rules were then. Who established those rules in the first place? That would be Donald Trump. So hold on, please let me finish, Justin. Thank you. But this whole narrative, because some Democratic nurse went on Twitter and said she felt Charlie Kirk was a racist and she didn't give a shit that he died. She should lose her job. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, she should lose her job. I would be scared for my life if I found out, especially people that know me on social media, or let's say she hear in conversation, I'm talking to somebody.
She said more than that.
And then I admit or say that I'm a Trump supporter or whatever. She could be just in my room, know about that, have a conversation with her friends, and just say, you know what, I'm not going to give him the drug that he needs. You know what, I'm going to just start to add more of this.
You know what, shut the fuck up. Because I don't believe in the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus or any other bullshit. These hypotheticals, okay? It's all
you
bullshit,
literally
man.
was giving people hypotheticals.
Hey, hold on a second. Listen.
Question?
Listen. We have a few rules in this room, and there's not many. When I'm not speaking, please mute up and run my policy, okay? If she got fired for whatever if she said more than that, Bunny, fine. But what I'm saying here is there's other people that have said less than what you're going to say, and they've lost their livelihoods. I don't understand it, because we want to play semantics and say, oh, she's a nurse and she's a Democrat, so I'm going to die in a hospital? Come on, we're better than that.
But because
JB, do you
it's
know
not what
MLK
happened. So
died?
she worked in a children's ward, and she said that Kirk's kids should have died as well. That's the problem. That becomes the conflict of interest. She openly stated that she thought
So Bunny,
that Kirk's children
Bunny, basically you're saying freedom of speech is subjective. I'm just
So
curious.
we have to no. So here's the thing: employers can decide what they want their employees to do and or say on social media. These people sign contracts. Like even in the finance world, I know certain levels you're not allowed to have any social media whatsoever. So depending on the contracts that these people sign and what they're allowed to say and or do can affect their jobs directly. I, as an employer, am not required to hire somebody who's going to say things that are disparaging and go against my personal beliefs if it's my company. I don't have to come out of my wallet to pay for somebody that is going to say things that I don't agree with, and I made them sign a contract stating that they wouldn't go on social media or say public opinions in a certain manner. So in this instance, she directly called for death of children, and she worked in a children's ward. If you don't see the conflict of interest in that, I don't know what to tell you.
What I'd like to see.
Hold on.
What I'd like to see is a link in the chat so I can see what you're talking about.
I was looking for it actually right before I came on. I'll try and find it.
Hey,
but here's the thing. So if she had, hold on one second. If she had just gone online and said, I don't care about Charlie Kirk and I don't see what the big fucking deal is, fine. Like, I would agree with you, but that line gets crossed when you say that someone's children, the children of a guy who just got killed, should also be dead or should have been killed as well. That's where, for me, definitely that's crossing the line. But yeah, I think anybody who just got fired because they're just like, oh, I don't like Charlie Kirk. Oh, I think Charlie Kirk is racist. Fine, that you can have your opinion. That's totally fine, whether it's informed or uninformed or whatever it is. But again, you cross that. It's like you can't yell fire in a movie theater.
Let me ask you a question.
Can't yell bomb in an airport.
If what you're saying is true, and I'm not saying it's not, I'll look at the link when you put it in the chat. If what you're saying is true, basically how I'm interpreting it is that freedom of speech is not free. Hate speech should be covered because we hear the most heinous things on this app. Just fucking go into Pepe's room and you'll hear the most heinous things. But that's okay. But this woman says one thing, she should lose her life. To me, it's hypocrisy. Not to anybody, not to you, not to you, Bunny. To us as a society, it's hypocritical. You're right, Adrian. We are cherry picking.
I'm just
and JB,
here.
And a lot of places have what they call morality clauses and ethics clauses. A lot of these people are being fired because they're violating these clauses that they signed when they got hired. What she just said there is a morality issue. I would not feel comfortable with a nurse like that overseeing my child in a NICU or something when she's calling for the death of innocent children. No, hell no. Get your ass up out of this field. You deserve to have your job taken away from you. I don't trust you.
I don't know if she deserves to have a child taken away, but
I said job.
Oh, job. I'm sorry. That's fine. Okay. Let me see the link and I'll look at it. But let me get to a new speaker. Hanson, how you doing, Hanson? Hanson,
Hey, yeah, hi. Hey, JB, how you doing? Good.
All right. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah.
So, cash in your pink ticket, by the way.
Oh, okay, sure, yeah, I will do. So I don't know why do we say that the free speech is under attack? I mean, or ending, and has free speech ended in America? I don't think so. The only thing that's kind of a remotely can be said is Charlie Kirk was assassinated because of his speech. His son is assassinated by an individual, possibly deranged or whatever. Because of his speech, Charlie Kirk's speech, and he didn't like his speech, and he killed him. But the thing is, the free speech is about a government not meddle in people's speeches, not cracking down, forbidding people's speeches, not about something else. So it's about preventing the government forbidding speeches and censoring people's speech. It is not about anything else. So I don't see anything in that realm occurring. So I don't see any the endangering free speech happening right now. And as for people having their jobs losing their jobs, it is up to the employer to make the decision. Employer can terminate his employees at any time at will, and unless you have signed a long-term contract, and then we have that stipulating how long tenure you'll have and what kind of violation you have to commit in order to terminate the contract. And most contracts are at will. So the employer, even if the employer doesn't like your face, he can fire. So the look of you, he can fine there. So it has nothing to do with the freedom of speech.
Thank you,
That's
Hanson.
it.
I disagree with you 100%. But let me go
In
to
what
Certainty.
way? In what way?
Oh, hold on, I'll get back to you in a second. Certainty, how you doing? Because I skipped over him by accident. Certainty, how you doing, bro?
Great, yourself?
Fantastic. My apologies. The mic is yours.
Oh, you good? Shit, I don't even know where to start. Y'all said so much. I said that free speech is definitely dead. But the reason I say it's dead is, I mean, I think it's been on its deathbed and needing to be resuscitated from the beginning because of this country. You can only be upheld by what you can prove, right? So there's plenty of folks who will lose a court case, right? And get the short end of the deal because they don't have proper representation, right? So regardless of any amendment, if you can't properly defend yourself, then what you say can be used against you. So yeah, I would say it's dead.
And can anyone in the room read the moral clause, the definition of the moral clause?
Make your point. What's the point?
I'll read it. Cool. A moral clause is in an employment contract allows an employer to terminate an employee if their off-duty conduct or actions within the scope of employment are deemed detrimental to the company's reputation or violate established ethical standards.
Great. You know, I didn't mention anything about employment.
People are out here
anything about employment. I only mentioned free speech.
So they are violating moral clauses that a lot of employers have in place for their employees. This is why a lot of these people are being fired. Has nothing to do with cancel culture.
Why did Jimmy Kimmel get fired?
Why did Jimmy Kimmel get fired? All right, a lot of people ain't going to believe this because they want to believe what they want to believe. A lot of people believe that Donald Trump had something to do with it. Wrong. For one, Jimmy Kimmel has been losing money, just like Colbert was doing, just like Joy Reid was doing, right? I think Seth Meyers is on his way out the door too, because late night TV talk shows, no one is paying attention to that I hate Donald Trump narrative any longer. That shit's been played out. They've been doing that shit for the last 10 years. People are tired of that shit. They've been losing money. So the network was already going to goddamn get rid of Jimmy Kimmel. It just so happened, hey, by the universe, this shit happened with Charlie Kirk. And instead of Jimmy Kimmel taking the high road, he goes out on his platform and still spouts misinformation about the shooter being MAGA. Even though all of this evidence that came out says otherwise. But he still went out there and did this shit. And the FEC got involved. And therefore, he lost his goddamn job. He was already on thin ice. This just
Wait, let me, Adrian, hold on, let me get some clarity. What was that, the FCC? FCC. Is that a federal agency by any chance?
Yes, Federal Communications. Oh, yes, that's what FCC stands for.
And you don't think Donald Trump made a call to that chairman and said, hey, let's make some moves here?
Jimmy Kimmel was already out the door.
You guys, did you guys forget? Hold on. So ABC, did you guys forget they lost their defamation lawsuit that was brought forth by Trump? So they already have paid out millions of dollars of the debacle with George Stephanopoulos, whatever the fuck his name is. They already are like, their shareholders, everything, they've already been penalized for defamation. The last thing they want is another lawsuit. They already lost the first one. I think they lost two actually, but I know definitely one. So yeah, ABC, they are going to scrutinize who says what down to the letter right now because they already lost a lawsuit. That's really what it boils down to. They lost money. They didn't win. So now they're going to make everybody cross their T's and dot their I's appropriately so they don't face another lawsuit. It's really that fucking simple.
Well, that's not the two that's going on. It was also a merger that was supposed to happen between ABC and I think it's called Nexstar.
Nexstar Tenga. They're like another like major broadcasting company, and basically they said that when Jimmy Kimmel made the statement after that, they threatened the FCC said to ABC that if they didn't clear it up, that they could make that contract go away. They could make the merger go away. So basically, Jimmy Kimmel is the sacrificial lamb in order to save that merger. That's really why this is happening, to be honest, in my opinion.
Nothing to do with free speech. It's just a convenient scapegoat for people that they want to cherry pick. And I don't understand why
Trump is not involved, though. I can't say that because he is in bed with the head of the FCC, and he's the reason why he pushed this decision in order to basically compromise and blackmail ABC and say, listen, either you get rid of Jimmy Kimmel or this merger is going away, and ABC chose the merger. That's what happened. But to say that Trump is not involved at all is ridiculous. He did play a hand in this, for sure.
Can I ask people why they defended a person that plays blackface?
Kirk, that gentleman, Charlie Kirk, I looked him up while y'all was speaking. He has said some vile and horrible stuff, and people who support him, whatever, that's your business or whatever. But at the end of the day, you know, you can't sit here and say things to people. You know, should somebody lose their life? No, I don't think a man should get killed regardless of what they believe, whether that's political, religious, or etc. That's the first thing I will say. I don't condone somebody losing their life, and I don't condone violence and stuff like that, regardless of someone's political beliefs or other beliefs. So that's the first thing, you know, that I would say. But at the end of the day, there are a lot of protests and things going on across this country. There's one coming up this weekend, some more No Kings protests, another protest coming up across the country, just simply because, one, maybe what has happened, but what Donald Trump has done as the president has not helped a lot of people. A lot of Republicans even are lashing out at, you know, their people and lashing out at them and saying, hey, we didn't sign up for this. So these high prices, these tariffs, all these other things, a lot of Republicans are looking back and saying that this isn't it. And a lot of America is looking back and saying this is not it either. We have to find a better way. Donald Trump is not leading, he's leading us into high prices, leading us into an economy that's not working. Yes, ma'am.
You are throwing us all off the topic.
Just ran like a motherfucker.
But I love you, but you are.
What is your original point?
I'm sorry.
Why are people defending Jimmy Kimmel?
How toasted the DNI read the U.S. Constitution and why her agency is violating U.S. laws. Also show which programs and projects to dramatically cut funding.
Defending Jimmy
Do you
Kimmel.
think I'm defending him, Adrian?
I don't know. Are you?
No, I'm defending free speech.
Okay, cool. Yeah. But didn't he do blackface?
Kimmel do that.
I'm not aware of that, but I mean, regardless if he did or not, this is bigger than Jimmy Kimmel. So I mean, for me, it's not about him. It's about like our government being able to control what we can and cannot say, and having that amount of power with the FCC. We've never seen a president have this amount of power over. That's the issue.
Oh, that's a lot.
And that's it. How much you out of school, guys?
Hold on a second. Sloan, you were trying to jump. Adrian, can you mute up? I get feedback.
Hey, mute my mic for me, please.
Gotcha. Sloan, go ahead, Sloan.
Yeah, I think it's true. It is bigger than Jimmy. I want to make one quick point. I did look up who the head of the FCC was, and he was a Trump appointee. And one of the first things he did was to eliminate DEI hiring, which, you know, the whole idea with Biden, whether you like it or not, it was to create a more colorful administration throughout all of the federal government. And so when he was appointed, he's on Wikipedia, you can look up his history, and he had some really good decisions that he made with FCC in his history prior. But but he did get rid of that, and he is a Trump supporter for sure. I would also say I hadn't heard about Jimmy Kimmel doing blackface. Okay, I'll look for it. I will say a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, when Jimmy Kimmel went on vacation, for that whole week, he gave the desk to Anthony Anderson, who was the actor from the TV show Blackish. And because of all the uproar and all the crazy decisions and executive orders that was coming down from the White House, Anthony Anderson, he may be an actor, but he's a little bit radical. And so he had several civil rights leaders on. He had many people that were political. And Jimmy Kimmel gave up his desk intentionally to help support that voice and to allow that voice going forward. And I know that from knowing a couple people. I don't know, big people, but I do know people like in production, like production crew kind of people. And he did that, and he did that for black folks in particular.
Can anyone look at my PCR?
I saw your PTR, and I think it happens with both. It happens with both sides, Adrian. Tell me it doesn't. Stop it, man.
No. That's my point.
Zuckerberg, who basically gives, excuse my language, ladies, basically gives Trump a hand job every chance he gets. They're all hypocrites. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on, Adrian. Let me get right back to you, because Dope and Howard been patiently waiting. Dope, how you doing, Dope?
Alright, good.
You want to chime in? Yo, Kitty, I don't do drugs. Nice try, though. Okay, Dope.
Yeah, so if this is about Jimmy Kimmel, I think people, or just about the free speech in general, so I'll focus on this late night comedian. I think the people that have been getting fired over their comments are not victims of, assaults on free speech, because like Hanson made, I think Hanson's not here anymore. Free speech is a right granted, or not even granted, it's protected by the government, so that no government actions are able to stop you from speaking your mind freely and open to the public. You're not going to be going to jail because you said something that your governor doesn't want you to say. But that doesn't change the fact that inflammatory speech, inflammatory remarks made in public can get people to, disassociate from you. And that's just a natural result. Like, if the morning after 9/11, someone was making 9/11 jokes and they got fired, no one would be feeling bad for them. Bill Maher actually did that before he had his current night show. I think he had another TV show, and he something really stupid. He said the people who drove the planes into the World Trade Center had balls and they had courage, essentially, and he got axed because of that.
Politically incorrect.
What'd you say?
Politically Incorrect was the name of his show.
Yeah, politically incorrect, yeah. And he made a politically incorrect statement, which was very, it just wasn't a smart thing to say. You don't say that after 3,000 Americans got killed. So, and I don't think anybody felt bad for him, because that was just a dumb thing to say. Likewise here, if you see someone get shot in public, a politically motivated assassination, and then you're celebrating, you have no reason to be shocked when people want nothing to do with you. So that's just the reality of the situation.
Thank you, Dope. Appreciate your share. Howard, how you doing, Howard?
Hey, JB, Sloan, and Nye. Always good to see you guys. Just a couple quick comments, and I'm not at all trying to get too technical, but I definitely, and I guess Hanson is gone, but he was, his point I felt was, he was making a point on employment, but the truth is, employment laws vary from state to state, and there are states that's right to work states, and there's other states that are not. There's also protected classes, could be based on age as an example. And then there's also, certain parts of employment are protected by union laws too that have been collectively bargained. So each situation is going to be different. And JB, just a minor technicality, Kimmel has not been fired. He's just been pulled off the air. And most likely he's still getting paid, but they made a decision to just not air and support that show anymore. And I think it was Alpha Glam, your point's also really well taken that there is a potential acquisition merger that ABC is involved with, and it is quite possible the FCC is putting their thumb on the scale. I'm not questioning that, but my understanding is it was also a group of affiliate stations that had the possibility of jeopardizing that deal, that they are so anti-Jimmy Kimmel that they were threatening that whole deal would fall apart. So you could see there's like a lot of different dimensions to this issue. And from my perspective, I could see someone in top brass, certainly like Bob Iger at Disney, make a decision and say, hey, I've got a responsibility to my shareholders and board with all this noise. I don't want this deal to break up. Therefore, here's the decision I'm making. And it's not to say that there hasn't been influence exerted by the FCC, but it may not be as simple as the FCC told them to do something and they're doing it. I guess those are just facts we're going to have to try to learn. And JBL and my Skylab there.
Thank you. Hold on, this, but let me say hello to Pierre, and then I'll come back to you. Pierre, how you doing?
Hi, JB. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. The mic is yours.
Okay, I'll try not to be long-winded, so I'll try to keep it relatively short. I'm just trying to see if I can get the title here. Yeah, so it was this whole thing with Kim, with God, I'm losing my voice here this morning. I'm ready to starting off. I'll just say this. A lot of the discussion about the First Amendment, free speech and so forth, I think the biggest problem right now is the overlap of media. And here's what I mean by this. It's, to what Dope talked about, the idea of first protecting free speech is that, no government action on whoever is giving that speech shouldn't be that person that goes to jail. But we have elements of that just coming into it. The fact that the FCC came down and threatened the licenses, effectively somewhere on a platform, threatened the licenses of ABC. That's a bigger deal than what's happened in the past with television. There's been instances where if somebody was on a TV show and stations didn't want to broadcast, go back and look at the history of Star Trek. They had that kiss between Captain Kirk and Uhura. There were stations that didn't even want to show that show. In those days, you didn't have such a overlap of power between FCC and a president that's really, really trying to break protocol in a lot of different areas of our government. That's a big, big problem. And then on the top of that, you have media where, and this is, I'm not blaming one person or the other, or one entity or the other, but it's just the fact that if you get blocked or get knocked off of the media platform, something as large as ABC, which is owned by Disney, and that type of thing, that cuts you off from a lot of things. If you don't know what I mean, go look up Elizabeth Warren on YouTube Finance, on Yahoo Finance. There's a YouTube video where she talks about Skydance not only going after connecting with Paramount, but now going after Warner Brothers. So now you have this big media conglomerate that can actually knock somebody off. So I say all this to say, I think the challenge that we have right now is that there's more. We've gone from a handgun to something like a AK-47 in terms of the types of power and types of range that people can experience in terms of trying to where there's free speech can't be questioned. I think we should be worried about that. I think as a nation we really, really should be worried about it.
me ask you a question, Pierre. Pierre, let me ask you a question, Pierre.
Go ahead, JB.
Do you feel that this is government overreach?
Yeah, in a lot of ways, yeah. It's something different when I mean, we've had comedians, be on the edge. That's, in fact, to be honest, that's almost the definition of comedy these days. You are making comments, and what we've never seen is gone from making comments to, and there was a period where people had to apologize for certain things and that type of stuff, but part of that apology came from jokes that were no longer just on maybe limited to a VCR or a location. You now have jokes and stuff that's spread online and people can respond to it. Now you have a president where he embodies a lot of these different elements. And I think that makes it very difficult to have these sort of free speech moments where you feel like you can say something without having a response to it. So yeah, I to your question, my short answer is yeah, I think there's overreach here.
Thank you very much, Pierre. I appreciate it.
Thanks for letting me speak, JB.
Of course, you're always welcome in. Please cash in your pink ticket. Vesper, you wanted to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, how these free speech absolutists are suddenly in favor of hate speech and cancel culture, the things they've demonized. That's why you can say that they're attacking the First Amendment, which protects, includes hate, quote-unquote, hate speech, All I've seen people say is that they didn't think he was a good guy. I don't see them inciting violence or anything like that, like the right has done. They're out there saying this is civil war, this is war, all these accounts saying the shooter was trans and everything.
Vesper, give me two examples of the right call for violence.
It's all over libs of TikTok, they jumped all over that. All these accounts on X and stuff like that. But Trump is out there politicizing it and saying, it's the radical leftist, When we know that it was a Groyper, Nick Fuentes fan, right? We know that now.
No, we don't know that. Because all of that, did you not watch the press conference?
You mean the fake transcript they released?
Oh, here we go. Now it's fake. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
So 100%
fake.
What the authorities are saying is fake, and what you're saying is real.
It's obviously fake.
All right, cool. See, this is a prime example of people spinning their own narratives because it plays in their favor.
You think they're being forthcoming with the Epstein files?
I don't know. Are you being forthcoming?
You think we have an honest government with Trump, who's a historian?
I don't know you from a can of paint. Why should I trust anything that you say?
I'm talking about the Trump administration, lying consistently.
And you're not lying?
No, I'm not lying.
How am I to know that you're not lying?
I'm telling you, it looks obviously fake.
Because you give me your word?
I'm just telling you my impression. You can take it for what it's worth.
Exactly. So, what if I say your word don't mean spit, and what you're saying is
you're taking statements from the Trump administration as
you literally just said he was a gross.
As gospel truth?
What you're saying is gospel truth, right?
No, I'm just saying there's a reasonable reason to doubt it. There's a good reason to doubt it.
People think their words are more valuable than anybody else because they're saying, yo, what the hell are we doing right here, y'all?
I'm talking about evidence.
You don't have any evidence.
I don't have evidence that the Trump administration lies repeatedly.
JB just asked you for 3 examples, and you couldn't even give 3.
It's all over the social media. People calling for calling for violence, calling for war against the civil war.
You're not the people who was literally cheering that Donald Trump got shot.
Cheering when Trump got shot?
I think y'all missing that no matter how you put the English language, it will not trump authority.
Hey,
ask first. So you're saying that we can't trust the multitudes. This guy was clearly like, left wing, pro trans, all that stuff, alphabet.
No. Being pro-trans doesn't make you left-wing.
Okay, so he said Charlie. Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't. They're literally.
Okay, bro, hold up. He said that Charlie Kirk was spreading hate, and his parents said that he was going in a more left-wing direction in the last year or so. So, what do you think that makes him? You think that makes him
because he's pro-LGBT or something, right?
Yeah.
Pro-trans. That's why they said that.
He said Charlie Kirk was hateful.
Yeah, towards trans people, particularly.
Okay, so do you think that makes him a groiper?
So Nick Fuentes is a bisexual or gay, and he has trans lovers and stuff.
Man, get out of here.
Get out of here, bro. What are you talking
we doing, man? This dude.
He's literally gone to had meals with femboys or.
All right, do you think groipers are pro-trans? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, bro. You just don't know what you're talking about.
It's within their group. They're pro-trans.
Okay, all right, cool. So, do you think groipers would make a meme saying, "Hey, fascist catch," and then assassinate a right-winger for being a quote-unquote fascist?
Yeah, that's a reference from the game that they play, Helldivers 2.
I think you're just in denial.
They literally use games like that to recruit young people.
So you think groipers are pro-trans and they are opposed to fascism?
Like the Bella Ciao Ciao thing is an anti-fascist song, but they use it ironically in the game.
Okay, so what do you think is more likely that a pro-trans person hates Charlie Kirk for spreading hate and has been framed as being more left in the last year and calls Charlie Kirk a fascist and chants an anti-fascist and promotes an anti-fascist chant on a bullet to shoot him? Do you think he's more likely left-wing radical or a groiper?
He's a groiper. Trump calls leftist fascists. That makes no sense either.
I think you're just delusional.
You ever heard Trump call the left fascists?
I think you're delusional.
Have you not heard?
You're gonna find out on that, right?
Like, what are we saying? What do you think the word Antifa stands for? What do you think that stands for?
It's not Antifa.
What do you think Antifa stands for? That is the
anti-fascist.
Okay, cool. You haven't been seeing Antifa on track, have you?
He's not Antifa.
Y'all see what's happening here?
You're saying he called Charlie Kirk a fascist. Where did he call him that?
Get out of here.
In the transcript, that's fake. In the fake transcript,
the bullet said, "Hey, fascist catch."
Let me ask you a question. Why do you think the transcripts are fake? So give me evidence, not just a guess.
Lots of reasons. Like, it's basically incriminating himself. He's saying, "I left the gun here," and like, oh, they caught the wrong guy. It wasn't that guy. It was that second guy. How would he even know about that in the heat of things? Who the media, like, who they release capture. It's a lot of weird stuff in it.
So you think he's being set up?
He had been out of the.
Just hold on 1 second.
They're desperate to control the narrative in order to win the midterm elections and stuff.
Do you think he was set up?
Who set up?
The shooter.
No, he did it on his own.
Okay. But do you think there's some kind of government conspiracy to convict him?
No, I mean, he did the thing, but he thought he was like trying to protect Trent.
All right, listen, I had a movie, dude. I mean, I'm all about civil discourse, civil dialogue, but I have no idea what you're talking about, A. B, you make no sense. You see, this is the thing that blows my mind with both sides. You guys just dig in your heels, and that's all that matters is your side. And that's to some of you guys on the stage right now. It's like nobody wants to have an objective conversation. It's like, that's it. I'm a Democrat, so this is the way it works. Oh, that's it. I'm MAGA Pierre, and that's it. Get Pierre, you want to chime in?
I just want to say I sort of get what the gentleman was trying to get at in some ways. There's still pieces of this narrative that, even from what's being, I don't think conspiracy necessarily. I just think there's things that just aren't making a lot of sense in some ways. If he was radicalized, they're saying that he was radicalized, for example. They're mentioning Discord and Reddit. Don't get me wrong. The people there are, I'm not a dark web expert necessarily, but those platforms, you need some certain level of engagement to get to that. And I'm not sure if those are really the best ones necessarily. And you have to also remember, Trump came out at the very beginning and said, okay, this is, we're going to get, there's language that was publicized that said we're going to get this thing, these leftists, basically. And I think what's happening is that I think instead of looking at pieces of what this young man, Tyler, what's the kind of pieces about for Tyler, I think there's this sort of, I'm not going to say they're tangential, they're still important because it comes from his family and from his partner, but Tyler also is reportedly has been resisting a little bit, and I think there's still pieces to the puzzle of the motive that I think that still needs to be worked out. And I think the gentleman who was up here, I think that's really kind of what he was trying to get to.
What I think he was trying to get to Pierre respectfully was that his side couldn't have possibly done it. That's what it sounded like to me.
I hear you, but I didn't get that necessarily, right? But that's my bias, I guess.
I'll say this. If this kid was radicalized on Discord, boy, that's not good because you got this racist piece of shit Pepe who has 150,000 followers on Discord. And I can see him being radicalized and doing something stupid.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I hear you. I just think it's the timeline also felt a little short to me. There's something else here, but I'm one of those people that usually I will sit and listen to see what else comes out as well. Because for me, politics is something that you sort of thread the needle and cut them. Everyone has some people left, right, what have you, but they're left and right. The liberal, conservative for a specific topic or area or something of interest. And I'm not quite getting that piece of it from this story, at least not yet. At least this line.
Thank you, Pierre. So let me answer your question, Vespa. You see my co-host here, Miss NY?
Yeah.
She's very patient. She'll go, if you tell her you have evidence that the Easter bunnies exist, she'll go down that rabbit hole with you. I, on the other hand, have very little patience. So I'm just being honest with you. I didn't understand anything you were saying, and it just sounded like you're digging in your heels and you don't want to hit the other side. But if I offended you, I apologize.
I mean, if I don't have the evidence off the top of my head, doesn't mean doesn't exist, you know? I don't have memorize everyone who said everything on X. But I've got a screenshot of it for sure.
Hold on, Vespa. Certainly, go ahead.
Maybe a quick question. So, you seem like a real reasonable individual to me for 5 years. We've been discussing things on this app. I hear you say a lot that, you're not into going down the rabbit hole and you're not into conspiracy theories. So I have a question for you. Have you heard of MK Ultra before?
Yes, and I don't believe in Sasquatch, but go ahead.
Okay. The reason I asked you if you've heard of MK Ultra, I'm not going to sit here and quiz you on what it is. I'm sure if you've heard of it, you know what it is. My last question to you is, do you think it's possible that when certain situations occur, our government, which has it has been documented in multiple operations to use MK Ultra to neutralize threats of human intelligence or things of that nature, do you think that those events possibly happen right in front of our eyes?
Probably every day, we don't even realize it.
I agree. Okay, cool.
That's as far as down the rabbit hole I go. Guys are gonna go popcorn style. It's a one mic policy. Just let the person finish, and then you can jump in. Okay, sir.
No, I was gonna say same here. Like for me, I just, I think I feel like in the last decade, people have been throwing out that conspiracy theory stuff, and it really keeps people from really like doing the research. And for me, if I can do the research and connect the dots, like I can literally put together the dots. It's not a theory anymore, you know. But if I can't connect, for instance, Antarctica is a block of ice, right? I have no proof other than a few operations and the Antarctic treaty, what the government tell us of anything else. So anything else I say about Antarctica is a damn theory. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you something. Here's the conspiracies I look into. The latest one is, where are those Epstein files? Why don't they release them?
Okay, wake that up, honey.
Why don't they release those unredacted in its entirety so we can see what's really going on? But did you notice, since that firestorm of Epstein files, all these other things have been, Charlie Kirk's been murdered, the young lady in Charlotte was murdered on I believe it was a train. All these deflections off. Nobody talks about Epstein anymore. Why is that? There's one conspiracy certainty we can talk about. Here's another one. John F. Kennedy was killed by the government. I have no doubt in my mind. I don't have evidence. You know why? Because they don't release the evidence. I'm just going on what I've seen and the little dots I've put together. But there's my two conspiracies.
I mean, a lot of people don't want JFK. When it comes to the Epstein's files, a lot of people do not want the victims' names out there. But I can say, I forget his name. Was it Massey or something? But one of them went on well, who the fuck? Well, they did something yesterday or the day before where they were calling out high-profile people that was in the Epstein file. He said it was a magician, a royal prince, it was two businessmen.
Oh, at the Capitol, yeah. There had
that, y'all remember that?
Yeah. With Patel.
Yeah, he was saying that, and he went out here and he didn't say their names, but he gave you the profile of some high-profile people that were or are actively involved in the Epstein shit.
Well, Adrian, all you gotta do is Google Epstein flight logs, and you'll see who was on the Lolita Express, right? You got the Clinton, you got Trump, you got Tom Hanks, you got what's the comedian? What's the comedian that retired but he came back? Was it Dave Chappelle?
DK.
No, not Dave Chappelle. Who was in Rush Hour?
Oh, Chris Tucker.
Chris Tucker was on there. Kevin Spacey was on there. Right? So what you gotta do is go right now, Google the flight logs of the Epstein Lolita Express, and you'll see all the famous names you want.
You know, Trump is currently at Windsor Palace right now with the king. And, you know, it's very interesting. They were talking about it on MSNBC last night about how there was a protest as soon as he arrived yesterday where somebody had a projector of the letter that he gave Epstein for his birthday, and they put it up on one of the buildings at Windsor while he was there sleeping last night. And then also, like, they were talking about how, you know, Prince Andrew, he's not allowed, I guess, like, their version of a punishment to him for the whole Epstein thing, his involvement was to sit him down from a role that he was already sitting down on. I don't know, like, what that was about. But he also cannot participate in dinners or any type of meetings when they have the royal family meetings at the castle. But they were saying how it's interesting that you won't allow Andrew to be there, and now you won't allow the London, I forget his name, the guy that's like the liaison between the UK and the US.
He got fired.
Yeah, he got fired, but yet you're letting Trump, who Epstein said has been his close friend for 10 years, sit at the table with the king.
Well,
that was wild.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna hold Trump to that standard, all right, cool. How about we hold King Charles to that same standard? Him and his close relationship with Jimmy Savile.
That's a fact.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, like, we can't hold one person to a certain set of standards while letting the others on the other side of the table skate. Because if they're going to throw up that letter of him to Epstein, then let's highlight the unusual relationship or the unsavory relationship of King Charles and Jimmy Savile.
But I think that's the irony that his own brother was involved with Epstein as well. That was the point. Because you literally have isolated your brother as a result of this politically and, familially. And now, but you still have Trump sitting at your table who has also been involved with Epstein. It's just, that's the thing that people are pointing out. So no one's saying that Trump is alone. We're saying that it's just ironic that it's not what's good for the goose ain't good for the gander, clearly.
Well, I'll say
There's
this.
no way we're gonna ever be able to use elementary vocabulary to attack authority.
I can't hear that anymore tonight. Thank you. But I'll say this: two of the people that were the spearheads of this, right? Jeffrey Epstein hung himself in a jail, which in that prison, that whole facility is nearly impossible to do, but he did it, right? And Virginia Giuffre, the biggest spokeswoman for victims, who cashed in, I think it was close to $30 million, she wound up suiciding herself too. Coincidence? Nah, you there, Nye? Nye?
No, I'm here.
I was wondering if you fell asleep on me. We were talking about Epstein.
Did you guys see the stuff from today with Kash Patel going to a hearing and getting grilled?
I thought that was yesterday.
Or was it yesterday?
Yeah, it was yesterday, because I remember the segment with him and Booker going back and forth.
Maybe it's multi-day hearing, I don't know.
Well, Nye, Fastman, please meet up. Thank you. Nye, you there?
Yes.
It's been another great room. I'm out of here like Batman's underwear.
It's really been a terrible room.
I'm sorry that we had disagreements today.
Obviously, it's a waste of time.
It was something on social media.
She said that I saw it on TikTok. That's what I saw it on. But I also said I can't confirm or deny it. But I heard that. I saw that on TikTok.
Niggas never got the information. Let me look it up.
I
heard something about. They said something about that.
Shirley down the street.
Then you look it up, and there be a Samsung.
Her son has said that if she turned in her 13,
you be all excited, and you go, and they be like,
then you can get $1,000. That's what Shirley down the street.
Oh, well, I didn't know.
Her son said,
"What about pictures like that?"
Maybe they looked wrong and it was 110. They missed it. They added a zero.
Shirley said it. Shirley said her son.
Shirley, she's right. Dude, I've got a freaking 6, 8, 11, 12, and 14 that I'm be turning in. That way I can get a little bit off my next phone. And an iPad Air. Yeah, I don't see anything else about it, bro. Must have been a poo-poo.
Carry a hoe.
Yeah.
I don't know what Starlink. What is this thing going on with the iPhone 13 Pro Max to be specific? They say iPhone 13 Pro Max is the last iPhone that doesn't have Starlink on it. I don't know what Starlink is. I have an iPhone 13 Pro Max. So when I heard about this, my ears was like, oh, well, 13 Pro Max is the best iPhone out? You don't say. I've been saying to myself that I was going to take this iPhone to the grave with me. I'm like, I'm finna use this phone and have this phone until it don't cut on no more. And when it don't cut on no more, I'm taking it to Apple or whoever, and I'm going to tell them to do and try and fix it to get them to turn it back on. I'm not getting
specifically for content, and then a phone, for phone calls, emails, and all the other stuff and whatnot, text messages and all that. They really think they slick.
Moses believes that's more incorrect, number one. Number two, the Old Testament of the Bible is very clear. Daniel 9, there will be an end to sacrifice, right? Daniel 9 literally predicts this. Daniel 9.
Can you get to the part where you said the Jews who have a religion are the synagogue of Satan? Can you get to that part?
This will all come back down to this, I assure you. I'm not deviating from the topic. Daniel 9 tells them that when the Messiah comes and that the Messiah will die before the second temple is destroyed, there will be an end to sacrifice. Mysteriously, there seems to be only one person that fits that characteristic. But even so, let's say Jesus is the Messiah. Well, he had to have come before the year 70 AD, which is before the second temple was destroyed, and there should be an end of sacrifice after that. I still see rabbinic Jews running around trying to do their weird sacrificial rituals to cope. Why? Because like Dr. Responsible said, their religion is over. Once the Messiah comes, their religion is over. Once the second temple is destroyed, there is no more sacrifice. They're trying to cope with the fact that they know who exactly their Messiah is, but they don't want to acknowledge that. Now, what Moses...
Can I add?
No, I'm not done. What Moses... Yeah, I'm not done, dude. What Moses...
All right, I'm going to go next.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, motherfucker, then. What the fuck?
What Moses practiced and what the what Moses practiced and what the prophets practiced is what we call Second Temple Judaism. Now, what you don't seem to understand is that there were many strands of Second Temple Judaism. There is only one correct strand of Second Temple Judaism, which acknowledges that which I said earlier, that the Messiah would die for the sins of all of humankind, Isaiah 53, before the second temple is destroyed, and that there will be an end to sacrifice. That strand of Second Temple Judaism, that is the only correct strand, is Christianity. All the other ones are various copes and various heresies that can't wrestle with this idea that the guy that they killed is who their Messiah was.
Can I ask you a question, dog? Like, because you said Christianity as though...
I could just quickly finish this. You can ask.
All right, bro. All right, my bad. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, he don't like that, so
I just need to finish.
He's almost done, and then you guys can ask us if you've ever heard this before.
Exactly. Now, the cope that the worst of these strands made, i.e. the Pharisees and the Sadducees, is to create what we call today Second Temple Judaism. Now, what does this have to do with why the synagogue of Satan is in fact all rabbinic Jews and not just the Pharisees and Sadducees of today? God does not judge people based on lineage. God does not judge people just on being born one which way or another. God judges people based on beliefs. Now, God, like you mentioned, called the Pharisees and the Sadducees of his day the synagogue of Satan, those who claim that they are Jews, but they are not, for they do lie. Which people today believes in the exact same things, the exact same ideologies, and in fact takes their entire religion. I like how when we're being academic, people don't like to listen, and takes their whole religious identity and worldview exactly from the Pharisees and Sadducees of the Pharisees and Sadducees in Jesus Christ's day. Those people today are known as rabbinic. Everything that they talk about.
Only, are you done, Pastor? Let's make sure you're done.
I'm not done. Everything that rabbinic.
Let's make sure that. Wait, don't interrupt him, Pastor. How much time would you say you need?
Only 5 seconds.
Wait,
5 minutes?
you need 5 minutes? No, that's crazy.
I said 5 seconds. You're not listening.
No. So is it 5 seconds? You said.
I said 5 seconds.
Yo, let that nigga.
Okay. No, but like, don't do too much. I hear you, bro. He's talking, but we want to be fair.
Yeah. So let him finish. Bro,
he's going for a while.
I literally said.
I mean, you been going for a minute, bro. I know, but like,
keep packing y'all niggas.
Let him.
He's not cooking at all.
Let him go. He just saying.
Y'all niggas in the fucking.
It's all good. It's all good. He opening up the conversation.
In the fucking backwood.
But
no. I need him to say this.
This is what happens when Antifa.
I need him to say this. It's cool. Luca. It's cool. Let him finish. Let him finish, y'all.
Don't let him
finish. It's all right.
Stop you from your mission.
to finish off, everything that the Pharisees and Sadducees believed and codified as a religion are found in one religion today, and that religion is called Rabbinic Judaism. Thus, if the Pharisees and Sadducees are the synagogue of Satan, Rabbinic Jews are as
Mic drop. Yeah,
all right, so
these niggas don't got shit to say now. Where you at, Luca? Bitch.
I was about to ask a question, but you started.
No. Go ahead. Ask your question, because I want to add on to what he was saying. But go ahead.
You may have. I was gonna come from a place of criticism. I feel like you may come from a place of like constructive building. Am I wrong, Kendall? Or
no? Yeah, you. Well, then let me go. All right.
Big lot. What people don't understand about the Second Temple and like the Talmud is actually the origins. So when the Second Temple fell, right, we go to the people of Babylon, where the Jews actually congregated and actually put that together. Its origin is not of the divine. And so, a lot of what Rab actually was saying was showing that this is a false origin, this Talmud, which a lot of people will label it the synagogue of Satan. And now you can like, skull and all of that stuff and stuff like that, and that's cool. But if we look at the scribes of that time, who actually was pushing for the Romans to destroy the Second Temple, so that they gain power, that's a whole nother thing. Remember, a lot of this stuff was politics too back in the days, and there were certain people who wanted to see a certain people out of the way so they could gain power and actually use some of these constructs, which Jesus actually preached about how corrupt the temple was, and that corruption only moved. Go ahead.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it sounds like you were about to finish. I'm gonna let you.
No, I'll finish. The kind of like properly, I just want to say the properly kind of assess what people looked at and what the laws looked at the time for like the Israelites. You would go to the people who were preaching before the downfall. So you will look at Peter and the things that he said, and the Corinthians that he was talking to. I wasn't putting the skull face. No, but you can. What you was saying?
Yo, shout out to Corinth.
I was putting the skull face because I said what you said. So. No, it's all.
The Corinthians.
In like 10 seconds. What? People made a valid say. My bad. Go ahead, bro.
The city of prostitutes.
Sorry, I just want to wrap it up. So in total, and I've never talked to this other gentleman before. I've heard his voice a few times, but we're not like in concert with one another. But what I've learned, as coming from someone who used to be a Protestant person that believed that everything I did had to protect the Jews and the state of Israel, what I've learned is that, in particular, modern day Judaism is not the same thing as Moses practiced it, or that the Hebrews practiced for all of the time period between them and the Bible. It's not the same thing.
We're all on accord with that.
Okay, so after Jesus came and fulfilled many prophecies, you don't even have to believe that he was the true Messiah, but he did a good enough job to convince us, a good enough people that he was, that after that happened, the leadership, not Jewish people, I'm not saying Jewish people are evil or anything like that, but the leadership had to come up with some way in which they could still hold their community together. In fact, in some ways, it might have actually been well-intentioned to hold this community of people together, right? But they had to do something.
And what I'm saying is that modern day Judaism, Talmudic Judaism, Rabbinical Judaism, is in effect 100% a coping mechanism for killing the Messiah, Jesus Christ, and a way to keep this group of ethnically similar people together under the leadership of the same people who have always led it, which is the Pharisees and the Sadducees, the upper level intellectual leadership of the Jewish/Hebrew community. And so they came up with what we call Judaism, where they don't sacrifice, they don't practice all of the laws of the covenant that they originally were given under Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They came up with new ways. They said, you know what? You know, God is being so silly. We don't need to sacrifice with the blood of an animal the way he taught us. We're going to do some like prayer beads. We're going to come up with some other ways. Like instead of that, we're going to give money to poor people. We're going to make some prayer beads. We're going to come up with another book that we're going to go through, like a little diary. And all of it together is a coping mechanism. And I'll shut up.
To add to what Dr. Responsible said, you see, if you read the Torah, and this is the issue a lot of people make, the basis of Christianity is the Old Testament. There's nothing we do in the New Testament, just the fulfillment of that which was revealed in the Old Testament. Now, if you read the Torah, you'll understand that the center of true Judaism, i.e. what Moses and the other prophets practiced, right, was the temple. Without the temple, there is no Judaism. Now, like I said, the prophet Daniel predicts, he prophesies that there will be an end to sacrifice, right? And this will happen when the Messiah comes. The Romans, as God willed it, were very thorough in their destruction of the temple. What did they do? Not only did they destroy the temple, but they also burned the lineages of the priests, right? Now, why is this relevant? The priests must come from the Levites, specifically the Cohenitic Aaronic line, specifically from the line of the Zadokites, right, who were loyal to David. The Romans made sure to burn all those lineages, root and stem, so that the Judeans would have absolutely no idea who could actually be a priest. And they know this till this day. You have all these Jews running around saying, I'm the Cohen, I'm the Cohen, I'm the Cohen. Okay, show me the proof. Where's the proof that actually connects you back to these people? They can't show it because they have absolutely no idea, because the Romans, when they destroyed the Second Temple, made sure that they were going to do so in a way that they would never be able to worship again. And that's why they went and burned the lineages down, right? But the Jews, still, like Dr. Responsible said, they're looking for a way of like, oh no, but we have this thing, we have that thing. So their whole religion is a cope. And the biggest evidence of it being a cope is that, you know that phrase, 50 Jews, 51 different opinions, right? What doctrine does Rabbinic Judaism have? What dogma does it have? What belief does it have? What is the central message of Judaism? No one knows. You can be pro-gay, you can be pro-communist, you can believe Gentiles are beneath you, you can believe you can scam anyone you want. Hell, you can be a whole freaking atheist and not even believe that God exists.
Well, that was the argument. That was the argument, Pastor, back in the day. That was the age-old argument that you could be all of these things. That's bound by law. But so here's the thing. Hold on. Let me just say this. Here's the thing. Well, go ahead, because you like the mama.
You can believe in literally whatever you want and call yourself a Jew, except the one thing. You cannot believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. You can be a whatever Jew as long as you are not a Christian, will be considered a Jew. The only central doctrine of that religion is to reject Jesus as your Messiah. Judaism weirdly makes Jesus as central of a figure in their religion as Christianity does, except it's the opposite. The Christian says Jesus is his God. The Jew says believe in anything but that Jesus is your God. That's Judaism in a nutshell.
And this is why I say it was created solely, 100%, actually, I would say 85% for two things. One, as a way to cope with the fact that they killed their own Messiah. and number two, to a lesser extent, to make sure that the people that were in power, which are the Pharisees and Sadducees and other intellectuals, could keep their ethnic group together, which they've done successfully. But that's the whole religion. This is the only religion where you can be an atheist and be part of it. It's insane. It's insanity.
My pain is constant and sharp, and I do not hope for a better world for anyone. In fact,
And that is why it is the most satanic religion.
Yeah, it actually
I want no one to escape.
was a countermeasure to the way that the beliefs were being transitioned at the time, because you could look at people like Peter, who was telling the Galileans to also live by the code too, because well, not the Galileans, the Gentiles. He was in the Gentiles, like, hey, you have to abide by the law too. And in this modern day reference, I'm gonna look at it as like, hey, I'm telling Rabbi here, how to use nigga and about the word nigga. Now, as we know, contextually about the word nigga, that it's only applied and used by a certain group of people. But if I go and get to telling, white people and all of that shit about the context, the history, and the laws around how to use nigga, hey, don't use the ER, use that. You know what I'm saying? Like, carry the 1, not the 2 over the 3 and shit, get 13 minus all of that. Point is, they looked at these other people like, what the hell are y'all doing? This is where the separation kind of began. So the Talmud was put together to be like, hey, no, those are those set of Jews that are telling these other people how to live like Jews. We're going to actually use our own laws that we learn from the religion and keep this practice in-house now. These other people can't practice that. Y'all can't say nigga. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can't be out here telling these people that they're abiding by a cultural rule that they're not a part of. To me, it looks the same thing.
Historically, and it tracks historically. And I'm not trying to bash on the Jewish people, man. I'm really not. It's just once you realize what this is, it's hard to just shut up and go along with the program. But historically, this is all of the things that the Hebrew people have gotten into trouble for in the past. They are a proud people. The Bible describes them as. They are very much mixed with a huge amount of hubris, where they think that they can figure it out. They will find a way that's better than God. He sends them up to the mountain to get the 10 Commandments. By the time he comes back, they're making a calf. He tells them not to practice false idols. By the time another 30 years goes by, they're making idols out of Asher poles and giving their children to the Lord Baal. Like, this is
it's literature. That's the point.
Over again.
To teach you.
Yeah. So. Yeah, but when you think about what we're saying about rabbinical Judaism, it completely tracks. This is a people, many of whom are incapable of sitting back and saying, "Yes, Lord, the one who has given us everything, who has defeated our enemies, who has taken us through hunger and famine and removed us from Egypt. We trust what you're going to do." A large portion of those people, for whatever reason, are wholly incapable of doing that.
I supplicate.
And that's why they suffer.
I supplicate as we speak.
Right.
And that is why
thank you.
Rabbinic Judaism is the most satanic religion in the world from a Christian perspective, and they're called the children of Satan. From a Christian perspective, God is all good. So all things that are of God, including religion and his message, are good. What is sin? Sin is anything that goes against God. Who is the author of sin? Satan, which in Hebrew means the adversary. The adversary of whom? The adversary of God. Now, considering all that, what is more satanic or adversarial to God, shall we say, than a religion that says you can do whatever you want, be whatever you want to be, like whatever you like, believe whatever you want, except that your God is your God. There is literally nothing more satanic than that. Do whatever, be whatever, act however, as long as you prostrate to anything but God is. That is the definition of Satanism. And that is what
Which religion claims that?
Rabbinic Judaism is that.
It says that you can do whatever you want.
Yes.
So rules are like the Ten Commandments. That doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Can be, yes,
You're an atheist.
So wait. So what are the points of the Ten Commandments?
That's the point. In Rabbinic Judaism, the only rule that you actually can't break is that you can't believe in the Lord Jesus Christ.
So Rabbinic Judaism.
Dude,
so
what do you want?
You. So what you want to hear?
Don DeMarco.
So anyways, so you're saying that Rabbinic Judaism says, look, just believe in God and then everything else is all good?
No, I'm saying it says the complete opposite. Believe in anyone but Jesus, and everything else is all.
Believe in anything else
Yeah.
but Jesus.
Yup.
Yo, who just moved me? What the fuck?
I don't know, but you know what I'm gonna do? Is this way? There you go. Thank you.
Damn, niggas hating on Kendall? That's crazy.
I don't even know. What is a Rabbinic Jew? What's the difference between that and a real Jew or a standard Jew?
The only real Jew is the Christian one. The one who follows the Messiah. If you follow the Jewish Messiah, then you are a Christian.
So Rabbinic, how do you spell it?
Rabbinic. You would just call them colloquially as Jews today. But as I'm a believing Christian, I don't want to do an insult to the prophets. So I call them Rabbinic Jew.
Bro, this guy's got LED lights all around his desk.
No. I have a simple lamp.
He's got a simple lamp.
Oh, lantern. Fuck you talking about. Anyway, I grew up around these guys, Orthodox, all them motherfuckers and shit like that. So I'm very familiar at what they believe in and the egregious nature of how they contradict even their own culture. Especially when you start bringing in the Kabbalah. And so like those Jews, even then, they can, kind of grift between cultures, seemingly. If you understand the Talmud and the Kabbalah nature, it relates back to, the Old Testament and kind of like the early Christians in its passages.
So I'm looking this up on ChatGPT. It says,
My pain is
claim
constant and sharp,
anything
and I do not hope for a better world for anyone.
polytheism,
In fact,
idolatry,
I
denial of the Torah's divine origin, denial of God's unity is not okay.
Are those who call themselves Jews but practice Hinduism and
But you know what it does say? It's an oversimplification, and if it's saying it's an oversimplification, that means it's kind of truthful, but just being a little exaggerative. So that's pretty interesting, actually.
the basic proof is that there are those who are Jewish that openly profess Buddhism, openly profess Hinduism. They're accepted as Jewish. They're accepted among them.
But are those like the cultural ones, or like?
But that's the point. There's no definition of being a Jew that exists outside the Old Testament. Without
So you're saying that, okay, so you hold a position that there's no such thing as a cultural Jew. They're just Jewish or they're not.
No, I believe it. No, let me be more clear. I believe it exists, but as a human construct.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, the identity of Jew has no real basis beyond the Old Testament of the Bible. This is really where they became a people, or from what they trace their origins to as a people. Now, they've defiled that construct by doing basically everything contrary to what God wants. And in their new defiled definition, they've said basically the only thing you can't do with that and maintain yourself as a Jew is to believe in the Lord God Jesus Christ.
And this is a modern view, you're saying?
I would say it's an old thing, but it's definitely very explicated modern in a modern sense.
Hey, Psyche, if you, or just to everybody in the room, if you could take away from like this last 1 hour of conversation, just the willingness to go look around and check this out for yourself, like that would be I would feel like I've done a great service along with the other gentlemen, because I did not know this. Somebody taught this to me and explained the simple part to me, and then I went and looked it up myself. But it is so amazing to understand what's actually going on here. When you're looking, I mean, a lot of the people I recognize in this room really try and global politics, religion, these issues that we discuss in Clubhouse. If this last hour could do anything and just have people take a look, dip their toe into the pool of this particular part of this religion, I mean, that would.
You're talking about the claims that the other guy's just making?
Yes, because I made them as well. You just weren't here, but that the Jews that we look at as Jewish people today are not practicing anything like what Moses, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob practiced. They're not practicing what Jesus practiced. This is a totally new religion created as a coping mechanism after they killed Jesus.
Let me ask you this then. What are there examples in today's society that you would point to say these are the closest people that are acting like the past times? Is there an example that you would point to say this group of people are acting closely acting?
I guess the Christian, even they're not acting totally in the old covenant. There's really nobody left that is doing what the Hebrews that you read in the Bible were doing. No one's sacrificing. No one's.
But is that like? What about relatively?
Oh, people are sacrificing. That's not true.
Because like there's a line on here that seems to be pretty fucking consistent. I mean, as far as what he verbally expressed.
Maybe the Hebrew Israelites would be the closest thing.
This is just a matter of going to a local synagogue service.
No, that's not true, George. There are three examples. Dr. is correct. Christians are the closest to following it. Why? Because the Old Testament always predicts and prophesizes that there will be a new law, a new covenant, and end to sacrifice. So Christians are the ones who uphold that the most.
Yeah, but that's a belief though. Like upholding the belief is like it's a functional practice.
Sometimes work is just cut out for you.
So what I'm saying is that like today, like we need to live different than the past. So like what about the people? They don't press buttons on elevators or some shit. Isn't there some shit like that?
No, but those are all Talmudic laws. Those have nothing to do with the Old Testament. Now, if you want an example,
they live perfect lives.
This guy interrupts the statement. If you want examples of Christians who are culturally Jewish, i.e., say, okay, I believe in Jesus and all this, I just do things culturally a Jewish way, you'd have to look at the 1st and 2nd century Christianity that was practiced in Judea. Someone like Paul the Apostle, for instance, many Jewish cultural rituals, but acknowledged he only did them out of culture because he was a Jew. You did not have to do them if you were Greek, you did not have to do them if you were Persian, you did not have to do them if you were any other type of culture.
Right. So what do you do? What do you practice?
I'm Catholic.
Okay. Do you consider yourself Christian? Like under the broad umbrella? I didn't hear you.
Catholics are Christians.
Some beg to differ. I'm just saying where you stand. Okay, so let me ask you this then. Do you think you practice functionally like more of the past times, or like Are you part of the group that doesn't do it the right way?
I'd say my church is the truest and most orthodox and traditional in what Christ just was preaching, doing.
So that's like the preaching part. But what about your everyday lifestyle? Like, do you like adhere to, like, basically, if you brought yourself back to the past, you'd be okay, right?
Yes, I would be.
So what do you do differently than like other people, like in your, if you don't mind, in your everyday practice of like living, like that you would say follow like your.
Okay, I'll give an example. So when the law of Christ and the Messiah is established, the Old Testament basically becomes, let's say, the American Constitution. It becomes a cultural framework by which one uses to guide their morale. So things like don't steal, don't murder, don't lie, those are permanent. Now, the specific metrics of, for instance, okay, like, all right, let me give a different example. Something like show respect to your elders.
Yeah.
The universal divine law of Christ. Now, what does that look like? That differs in American society to Norwegian society to Brazilian society, blah, 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 blah. Right? So I'm American. My parents are Nigerian. Okay. How do I show respect to my mother and my father? I bow to them in the morning. I don't expect my next door neighbor to do the same because he comes from a different cultural background than I do. But we're still both following Christ's law, which is respect thy mother and thy father. We just do it in our own different ways. Both are acceptable in the eyes of God.
So you physically bow to your parents?
Yes, I do. More so my grandparents. My parents are pretty Americanized now, but my parents.
Is that like a cultural thing, or like more of a religious thing?
That's a cultural thing. Right.
Oh, okay. Do your parents bow to your grandparents?
Sometimes, but like I said, they became Americanized. I think they used to, but not.
If you were to have kids, would they adopt that practice?
Oh, absolutely not. No, I mean, like, I'm.
Oh shit. So,
dude, wait, what's your culture?
Yeah.
Which culture is the most beautiful thing I've ever heard, bro?
Yeah.
who is that?
I think it's Abdizzle. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about you.
You guys sound like you're in a big cipher right now.
But anyway, it's like, yeah, I'm
in a Jewish cipher right now. This is a cipher. Let them cook.
But it's like, I'm the last generation of my family that will have any traces of Nigerian culture in them. Like, I'm pretty.
Jew.
Ooh, talk about nasal.
I love Nigerian culture then.
I doubt you know anything about
No, hey, this guy can speak
I know very little.
Hey, he can speak every language.
Yoruba? Are you Igbo?
Speak. Hey, George, speak the language.
Igbo?
Talk to
Which
him.
one?
Tell whatever his language.
Yoruba.
I'm not Yoruba.
What are you?
I'm Igbo.
Good, go. There you go. Go, George.
Are you the Hebrew Israelite?
No.
Niger.
Most of us are Catholic.
That's what they call. They call the Yoruba the Jews, and they call y'all the Hebrew Israelite.
Actually, no, they call us the Jews of Nigeria, but that's because we're known to be greedy and very mercantile and just ironic.
The Hebrew Israelites aren't all crazy. They're not.
You
all
don't
crazy.
know how much they done stole the innocence of young boys and girls here. They like the Catholics. The PHI.
They stole. Damn, I don't know much about them.
Bro, you're telling me you're from Nigeria?
I just know that they know their shit when they argue with people.
Oh no, yeah, like they're. Man, look, I could just say a lot of things. I ain't finna get into that. Cause y'all gonna be like, oh, Kendall, he hate black Hebrew Israelites. Then I'm gonna be arguing with Lion for like 6 hours. I ain't finna do that, bro.
That's like a normal day, though.
Nah,
Me and
just say
Lion
what
already
you wanna
argued
say.
like a long time ago, though.
Say what you gotta say.
We're all just living
Because
in
I've spoken to a lot of them as well, and I don't think that they're 100% crazy. saying?
We're all just living these normal lives.
Oh, actually, I just thought of something. It's like, if you want a group of Christians that culturally is most similar, not in terms of religious belief, like the religious beliefs are constant, but in terms of like cultural practices is most similar to how Second Temple Jews would be, you should actually look up the Nestorians in Iraq and Iran, because they have been, like, their churches are a bit separated from others, so they're the least culturally influenced by either Western cultures or by like Arab Muslim cultures. Like, need to say Palestine.
Bro, to come to think about it, you sound like a reverse Louis. And I wish he was here so y'all could give a comparison, right? Because y'all can tell by like the Nigerians speak a certain way, bro. That's crazy, bro. All of y'all niggas. My bad. I had to interrupt you.
No.
Cause niggas, hey, bro, you been talking for a while, bro. No. Like, you ever chill the fuck out, you know what I'm saying?
On occasion. For Fridays, usually.
No.
Look, this the nighttime, man. Look, it's the Night King. They minded me tonight. So, look, this what we doing, bro. Man, welcome, Pastor. Of course, you get to talk. We gonna give you unlimited talk. The unlimited talk ticket.
Talk, text, and
for
Dave.
tonight. Since you've been talking tonight, you've been holding down and shit like that, you know what I mean?
Welcome to the Chillism Night Show, where Kendo doesn't say hi back, bitch.
I was about to just say hi to your little ass.
Don't say hi to nobody.
Oh, shit. See, look what y'all did. See, look, I'm blaming Rabbi. He got me in trouble with the women. But what up, Mochi? What up, Violet? What up, everybody? What up, my nigga Shay? Shay Mo's in here and shit like that. What did you feel about my comparison with the word nigga and the Talmudic gatekeeping? Pastor, do you feel that was a fair comparison?
That is pretty fair comparison. Judaism is neither an ethnicity nor is it a religion. It's a cult at this point.
It's a practice.
No, it's a cult.
No,
it's a practice.
It's a practice. So this is what I found out, right? Because I don't know if you are like me and you ran into Buddha Jews. And Buddha Jews, I discovered a rich tribe of them here. They're all white people who hills in the park, and they pray to Buddha and meditate, and they're Jews, bro.
But that's why
they stay in the Jewish community here.
But that's why I say it's a cult, because like, I mean, we can show it's not an ethnicity.
Yeah, it's a cult of justice.
Yeah, because giving 3-year-olds herpes in New York is just
no. That's not what's happening.
Oh, that's not what's happening. Yeah.
That's not the thing.
Hold on. Let's hear Percy.
It's intellect. It's about intellect. It's about studying human behavior and being stewards of civilization. Like, I don't know why I've been here the past few months. Like, it's all clear as day. Like, I'm just, like, too reluctant for the big reveal. But it's just, like, Judaism is about being adults. It's about being responsible.
Yeah, George, but you could apply
very much.
Hold on. Wait. Don't jump him. He's speaking for the first time tonight. Welcome, Perseus. What's your, like, clear opinion as far as when it comes to, like, representing your point, and can you source some real data, like some real live events that show and support your point?
You should have went to Thumbtack.
I paid for all that.
Yeah, I did too. I got to get packed up and everything. I can't. First, like, they wanted $2,500 to pack my stuff. I'm sorry.
For 3 minutes?
Yeah, that's all the crap that I got, I guess.
Oh my God. I done moved out of street
the
before.
military. They ain't gonna move that shit for you.
I moved out of street and I used 2 guys in a truck, and that shit was like maybe $200 an hour.
hour. They quoted 2,500.
Yeah. Is that for them to pack your box?
Wait a minute. Was that $2,500
never
for
pay that
everything?
much.
Like,
Yeah,
come
for
pick you up and move?
Remember,
Oh,
it's two
okay.
houses. It's two houses.
Yeah, that's probably
But that's
about
not bad
right.
for
Last time I
two.
moved, I paid $300 for the whole move, child.
Yeah, but she talking about packing up
But they was
her house,
Mexican, and
packing
I'm
up her
from
mother's
outside of
house,
town.
and moving them, and
Before you
household.
reach that, you need to
and
Oh,
yeah,
fulfill
yeah,
the
that's
basic
pretty
that was
good.
a lot.
like
That's
That was a good
stages
reasonable.
of the
deal.
pyramid, which is survival
A good
mode,
deal.
like
Shit, I'd have
having
paid that
shelter,
25.
having food, having water,
And sat
and
there
then
and
your
made sure
family
they
I'm
had
too old.
safety,
right.
things
I done
like
moved
this.
too many times in my
Sense
life.
of achievement.
If y'all want
When
to
a
start a
person
GoFundMe
can't
for
have
me,
a shelter,
Child,
or
you
let's
should have said
imagine that
something. We could have
you're like
definitely,
so
we could
people
have
have
had a
shelter, water, and
fundraiser.
food.
We
The
could have
next level is safety.
definitely could have
Like,
got you
for example,
1,500.
my parents are rich in Iran, but there is no safety, so we cannot move on, the next level. So we cannot have self-awareness.
It's too
So
late
let's just
now.
imagine
She
a
didn't
normal
go to
She
her
done
house.
got the shit set up. I know.
But we still had you a housewarming karaoke party.
no.
Get Scotty to do a music.
Like you want me karaoke?
People got paid to sing.
Shirley said she paid $500.
Bonnet, when you were enticing people to pack your stuff, what resources did you use to get that quote?
I did thumbtack. I did 2 men in a truck. And I did some people that was on like just a Google search.
I mean, it's just one example. Like every fucking,
Look
at 9/11 attacks. That was all.
Like if I would pay for packing, because
I don't know if it was staged or not, but
anyway, but I was like maybe I'll pay for packing too. But not have the same company that's moving me pack me up. I went to a link, like one of the sites that I went to, they had like a partnership or an affiliation with like one of those places. It wasn't like Thumbtack.
Dancing Israelis were actually dancing Arabs, and it was
Look,
a white
every
woman
time that something bad
same
happens.
difference, right?
Look.
Yeah, she had called it in to say that there were strange brown men dancing.
Yoli, can you hear me?
There's a lot of people there.
Guys, can you hear me?
I'm glad that the caller of the.
But they did it. They ended up getting investigated by the FBI for like 2 months. Or
Did they?
2 weeks.
Did they even catch them?
Yeah.
Oh
They
wow.
were held by in America for a while for that.
Oh, I see.
Well, I think my greater point is that, I was trying to make is that it takes an incredible amount of self-awareness to understand, the brain doesn't come with a fucking, like a manual, right? Like a fucking, like how to operate your brain, right? And maybe with fucking AI, maybe we can develop that.
AI is the new thing to usher in the Antichrist. I mean, that's what we're really doing.
Shut up, Michael. Guys, can you hear me?
Yes,
I have a question, there's something about
Hold on. Is there, real quick, is there any other Asians that would like to get their word out?
Sorry, Mary's trying to speak, so could you guys?
Okay, I just wanted to find that. Go on, Mary. I do apologize.
We are technically Asians, West Asians.
No
we are
need
not
to fear. I just heard that Seymour is the Antichrist, so we don't have to wait any longer.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that thank you, Matthew, for sharing your perspective. And I wanted to see if anybody else, like Sam or Rick, do you guys want to contribute, like Sam?
Mary, can I leave a comment before the next person?
Yes, after Sam or Rick, because we want to give mic to everybody, so then you can maybe think about what you want to say, and it will be great.
I will talk after Sam then.
Yeah. Okay, Sam, do you want to say something?
Sure. I kind of just woke up, but I wanted to say that this isn't a clash of individuals who just have individualistic fear. This is a clash of civilizations, and it's been going on for a long time, since Khaybar, if anybody knows what Khaybar is, and the issue is not, I mean, somebody mentioned earlier the issue of the Palestinians, right? It started out as the conversation between the Jews and the Palestinians, and then Dean changed it from Palestinians to the Muslims and Muslim history. Why? Because the Palestinian history, it cannot be removed from the Muslim history and the beginning of Islamic history, and because that is the civilization. And that's the same with many of the, I guess, Muslim tribes outside of the Persians, of course, because the Persians had a long Persian history before Islam, and they maintain their Persian identity, and that's why you find that Iran has a large atheist population, and that is fighting against the Islamic civilization.
Yeah, but that give you a right to come to our land. And
Do you have anything that I can to share to prove your receipts, please?
Oh, God. John.
Sorry, I had to move him.
The
I didn't
Persians just
kick him out,
became
I just
Muslims,
moved
though.
him.
Yeah.
You know? I said the Persians just became Muslims. They got, like, conquered and had to like, convert, pay tax and stuff, or get killed or something. It was like...
Yeah, and the Arabs, they gathered all our teachers and also scientists in a big banquet, and they said we want to celebrate, and then they murdered them all. And the reason for that, they wanted to completely destroy the Persian language and history. The people who had the knowledge, they were killed there, but not all. So our families kept our books and our teaching in secret, and they taught our children until to this day. So that's how we preserved our history. The other thing is that the Persian Empire was so huge and vast that the Arabs didn't have enough time to eliminate our culture and our language. I mean, they could easily do it to Egypt and other countries they conquered because they were small. Iran and Persia were so huge, they didn't have enough time. And there were Iranians doing riots, gathering up military, and fought the Arabs. So,
but I wouldn't call it celebrate.
So the thing is that the Arabs, I mean, our capital was Teaspoon, which is a city that was burned down to the ground. It's at 20 kilometers away from Baghdad. Okay, that was our capital. And you see, Iraq is a new country. There's nothing Persian about Iraq anymore, although it was our capital. It was like the New York of the United States, our capital, and it got destroyed.
Yeah, when we go there, we're going to celebrate, but I wouldn't call it celebrate. I wouldn't do that. We're not there yet. That's the issue.
And the thing is that there's also something that the brother said about Jews and Israel. Every time that some big shit happens in the world, they say the word Israel. They say 9/11, it was the plan of the Jews. They all evacuated this building. There was not one single Jew on that day. Then they say, okay, the 7th of October, it was planned by the Israeli government so they can have excuse to attack Gaza. All of these, every time something like that happens, they say it was the Jews. And Charlie Kirk's, I read it on the X and other platforms that the Jews, or I don't know, someone from their side, they offered him $150 million or something like that, which is there's no fact check about that. This is just like rumors. They say the Jews killed him because he had like anti-Israeli ideologies, or he didn't talk in their favor. Every time something happens, they want to stick it to the Jews. And I understand it. I mean, these are the Arab buds and these blacks and these Black Lives Matters and the Antifas, they're active. They have like over like 100,000 personnel,
No, call it what you want to call it. No.
They fool the internet with this information.
Guys, I want to say, first of all, thank you for your perspective. And I want to, we want to give mic to everybody. So, Rick, AK, and Veifan, do you guys want to contribute? Rick, you have joined for a long time, so I guess you will be the first.
Me? Oh shit. What's the topic?
It's on top of the room. You can read it. What do you think? What's your perspective?
I was in here earlier and there was some dude who was just spewing a bunch of BS. I had to leave.
There were several. Take your pick. You see the title?
He means Dean. The guy's name was Dean. Dean.
Yeah. I don't know.
I did.
So what do you think, Rick, about the bullshit?
I kicked him out.
Wait, who'd you kick out?
Dean?
Oh, you did?
Yes, I did.
Oh, I thought he just left.
Yeah, he's a complete psychopath. No,
Oh, yeah, we heard.
No, I don't want to be around him.
So,
Seriously.
Rick, you said that you heard some bullshit. What do you think about that?
It's just, he seemed like he was doing some tequila.
He's got a soothing voice.
I don't,
Please, can I go after this? Please, can I go after this? Please.
I support Israel, but like I don't really get involved in any of the, back and forth fighting online. But yeah, I support Israel.
I want to welcome Wayfound, one of my friends.
Wait, which
Everyone
Rick is
Salam.
this?
I don't. Salam. Sam, I was asking Amir yesterday. I've never heard Sam before.
Is this the Rick that's by me?
Yeah. I'm glad you spoke, bro. I thought you didn't exist to be with Sam.
It's your birthday.
It's your birthday.
Happy birthday. Ticket. Yeah, double dip.
Yeah, Amir especially hates me.
You're not special if Amir hates you, okay?
I've never
You're
just
special. You're special, but not that reason.
No, Luca's the only special in the room right now.
Nargis, by the way, what was wrong with you singing love songs from Elton John to this
I was
terrorist supporter?
I was singing from Barth to Amir because they fight with each other 24 hours.
I was thinking to myself, well, what's wrong with her? She's singing love songs to this terrorist.
Khuruz jangi bahami jangan. 24 hours they fight. So I
You're
sang
Hamasi terrorist.
from Barth to Amir.
Oh my god, that you sang Elton John like to them?
Yes, honey. It's a very emotional.
What song?
I sang Sorry Seems to Be the Hardest. They fight each other 24 hours. They're like, just shocked.
Hello, can I go after Rick? Please.
No, I'm sorry. First AK or Wayfan, then we can have repeated talkers. So AK or Wayfan, which one of you want to talk? Like Wayfan, I think he was very active in the chat. Or AK, if you want, you can go.
Idea though, we should use that little term. We can call them repeated talkers. Every time someone you don't like, you just say, sorry, repeated talker. You'll have to wait.
Yeah.
You ain't no repeated talker. Look at do
Fifi, come up here. Be a boy and Fifi.
Weird, strange things like baby carriages with blood on it, all kinds of weird shit. So my question would be, so if you see something like that, how can you say those people, like specifically speaking of like the ones that are the religious?
I don't know much about that.
You don't know much about that? It was on the news last year.
I'm not gonna make that.
That was definitely a really big story.
What, baby carriages? What?
You never seen that, but you're a Jew?
Isn't that suspicious?
Yeah, this is crazy.
Like us.
I heard about that recently. I heard things about that one that was after
George, are you sober?
Carriages.
Yeah,
what, bro? What?
Yeah, you're not speaking. You're not speaking coherently, because at one point I thought you was a troll, and now you probably are in need.
He's always drunk. He's always drunk like this. It doesn't matter what time of day, what time of night. But here's one thing: his rhetoric never changes. It's the same rhetoric, even if he's, it doesn't matter all the time. Yeah, I think he
I just love the laws of Moses.
Yes, he truly believes this fucking
I just love
dumb
the
shit, but
laws of Moses.
he's
I didn't get
slurring
much
his
of this
words.
select. I got the
You
laws
love
of
the laws
Moses
of
at a
Moses,
certain
but you're
point.
an atheist.
That's what I just love the most.
You love the law of Moses,
I
but
just
you're
love
an atheist.
yes.
Like
I love the laws of Moses. Is that okay? Can I love the laws of Moses? Is that okay?
I mean, you can, but how do you love something that God ordained, but then say that you care about God, but you don't believe in God? How the fuck do you believe in something you don't care about?
I believe in God, bro.
You do?
I believe in God.
Oh, so you're not an atheist.
I'll do anything for God.
So so you're saying Kendall
God of Moses, I'll do anything for the God of Moses, bro.
You can say you love God, but you don't really mean it. So he's an atheist. He said atheist too. So. Oh, you did? Oh, so you're a liar then, George. All right. Man, this is a weird motherfucker.
Bro, can I just love the laws of God? I don't care. Like, am I not allowed to do this?
I mean, you're allowed to.
You got the laws of God.
Yeah, you're allowed to do and say whatever you want. This is America. I mean, right now we have freedom of speech and, freedom to do whatever the hell we want to do that doesn't harm others. So you can do what you want to do. It's just that you have to have context to what you believe in. Like if you're...
I just
love
laws of Moses.
Real quick to the mod. Somebody has, girl block, man. What's her name? Carolyn Block, a.k.a. Can one of y'all unblock her so she can get back in the room? I don't know if it's Abdissel, Pure.
I don't know if I'm at work. I don't know if it's me from a long time ago. So I'm gonna move myself down and then bring me back up to the audience.
Okay. All right, I got you, sis. Cool. Okay, so yeah. Real quick, yeah, Guava. So yeah, you probably can come back up if you're able to come in. But so yeah, I mean, everything has to have context. I mean, if you claim something, things have to make sense.
I was just seeing people
you don't have to believe in somebody.
Moses.
George, let me just say this. Let me just establish some regulation, right? Just when it comes to believing something, you don't have to believe in what people believe in, right? But things have to make sense as to why you believe what you believe in. So if you are an atheist, how can you be somebody that loves God?
Because I love his law.
Love
Who the fuck got me blocked?
I think it was Pure.
It was me from a long time ago. I'm finna undo it.
Love is law. Wait, George, you know what you're quoting? You're quoting Aleister Crowley. So you really don't love God. Read back to those.
Who am I quoting?
The law is love. You just quoted Aleister Crowley. That's what he says.
Oh, Aleister Crowley.
Okay, you up there next to me. Read your back channels, bro.
Isn't that the guy from Satanism?
Yeah, this motherfucker wrote the book 777.
Oh my God, did I just quote Aleister?
Yeah, you literally said the whole
Crowley? Because I said
you literally quoted
law.
Yes.
Oh shit.
I mean, you can love. Listen, you can love God or love Christ, which I don't know if you believe in Christ, by keeping what they say, by loving the law that they say. But when you make the phrase "law is love," that means that the law is whatever you want to do. It's the Aleister Crowley principle of do what thou will. You know, like the hashtag line from Nike. You know, the Saturnalian fucking quote known as Nike. Just do it. I mean, that's where those phrases come from. That dude was very instrumental in bringing a lot of the ideologies into this country, or really all around the world. So, yeah, I mean, George, I don't know, man. I don't think you believe in God like you say. like Kendall was saying. I think you're.
My bad.
Yeah, I don't know. if you playing games or not.
I'm just a Saturn god then. Yeah, what can I say?
Yeah, just like
Saturn alien fellow.
That's the reason why the Jews wear all black. They wear all.
I'm Saturn alien, isn't it?
Saturn. Their god is the horn god.
I'm rather Saturn alien, isn't it?
Yeah, you can joke around all you want to, boy. I know exactly what y'all worship. And I'm not even talking about all Jews. I'm talking about the elitist Jews, the elites on that side now.
Or is it Saturn, the eater of children?
Yeah, the eater of children, like what they do over there, the things that drinking baby's blood. Yeah, you think it's funny. Because you know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm eating children, bro, right here. I'm over here eating children with
you think it's funny that's what they do. That's the religion of
right here laying in the middle of the
they don't follow the Torah. They put that at the front. They follow the Talmud. The Talmud is okay with lesbianism.
Bro, I want you to go to lesbian fucking synagogue
and all this other shit.
Tomorrow's Shabbos. Tomorrow, I swear to you, bro. I'll Venmo you. I don't know if my EDD is gonna work out, but I'll Venmo you $100.
This be the shit.
Go to the local synagogue tomorrow, bro, and talk to the rabbi. That's it, bro. They're the good people, bro. They're the good guys.
Be Christian, but they're support.
They're the good guys.
People who these people in Israel,
they're
specifically
good guys.
people that follow that religion.
They put effort into it. They're sitting here
talking shit about Christ.
They put the work into it
in the country that you live in. But for some stupid reason, you Christians support them. A lot of these right-wing Bible Belt retarded ass fucking inbred motherfuckers down south, because they only read 1 or 2 scriptures a day. They think they know something about the scriptures, but then when you sit up here, you start questioning what they believe in, and then questioning what's going on right now, and questioning the people over there. They want to get all up in arms.
Just leave those people alone, please.
Want to cry like bitches.
Just leave those poor people alone. They all get off Clubhouse.
Once again, I don't have issues with Jewish people. I have issues with the elite, and it's questioning this motherfucker right here is showing you.
I love you. I love you.
This dude sitting up here talking about do what thou will.
And whatever you do.
The law is love.
What you do, nothing.
Vote now, Mr. Crowley.
Always love you.
Believe in the Bible.
We are the same. We are the same blood. We are the same spine. We are the same. You and I. We are the same. You and I, we're the same.
No, we're not.
We're from the same mother. Yes, we are.
No, we're not.
Yes, sir.
Well, technically, I mean, if you want to be technical, you're right.
Technically, yeah.
But we're two different, entirely different people.
We're the same soul. We're all the same soul. We're all the same soul. It doesn't
matter. Esau and Jacob was separated from
all the same soul. Nothing matters. We're all the same soul, and we should act like it.
So, your people's Amalek. The people that God hates.
I've heard this word before. I've heard this word before.
People that be ruling last in the last days, causing all kinds of shit and chaos. That's what
I've heard this word before. Which people is that? That's Amalek. High syllabic term.
But one thing I respect about them Jewish folks is that they understand that America is Babylon and it needs to be destroyed. So I give them. There is that.
Oh, yes, Babylon.
They'll give you that shit. But try telling the silly ass Christian that America's Babylon and America is going to be destroyed. They're gonna have a heart attack.
I love America.
But see, if cats of my retinue say that, people cry. And
well, Babylon, this is what that's why the Talmud exists, because they believe that Babylon was the original land. And that the first temple was there, and actually that Jews, so in the Talmud they believe, because we know about the Temple of Babylon, right?
The Talmud
and Babel and King Babel was the grandson of who?
You're talking about Nimrod, right?
Yeah.
Nimrod and
Nimrod the conqueror and the first king.
Where did he come from? Came from Canaan, I think. No, he didn't come from Canaan.
He didn't came from Canaan, did he? Regardless, so yeah, I mean,
straight from
Babylon. I mean,
where do you come
America's
from?
not, it ain't nothing but Babylon. I mean, if you see how
No. This was my point.
like the
wait. Let me just finish my point.
Go ahead.
Because you got the, because I wanted to jump back in. I was gonna let you get a little excerpt, but you. No, look, this the thing. So Babylon always had a claim to what the Jewish culture was supposed to be, and basically they felt some type of way, and they had their own shit.
Bro, look, we can mythologize and have fun all we want, or we can be adults.
Speaking of
or we can be adults. Let's keep mythologizing. I love it.
The people that's there now are not the people.
What the fuck are you even talking about, George?
Sorry.
Saying anything.
Yeah, George, you might be inebriated. If you to have a discussion with you is kind of hard right now, man. But
I'm gonna be on mute.
Yeah, do that. But yeah, Kendall, I mean, but you're speaking of like the Jews of antiquity and the Israelites of antiquity, right? So yeah, those people, which I would say that they're niggas. They're pretty much niggas like you and me and whatnot. But outside of that, the point is that like if you're dealing with the Talmud, like you had people of the rabbinical priests that ended up writing the Talmud and putting a lot of heresies because they went off the teachings of Babylon. And a lot of the Babylonian customs, like the Babylonian mystery school system, that the elites follow, whether it be from Israel or whether it be, the people that run this country or every other country in the world, going to the Vatican, the Roman Catholic Church, they mix that in with some of the Torah teachings, which in essence is a perversion of it. So, as far as like Babylonianism, like we're not supposed to be practicing that shit, because what comes from Babylonianism, Kabbalah, right? Something that these Jews practice. They practice probably the highest form of witchcraft, which goes into numerology manipulation with gematria, okay? Or gematria, I guess that's how you say it. Also, too, blood sacrifices and shit. That's what they do, man.
If you ever
and then you have the Templar Knights. Yeah, and Kendall, you should know this. The Templar Knights were the ones that set up the banks. They're the ones that ended up stumbling upon that during the Crusades, stumbling upon a lot of those artifacts, and they started to practice a lot of the stuff from Babylon, and they got killed for it. And the Jesuits took that shit over, and they continued those practices. And this is where you have your modern day Vatican and Pope and shit. That's where that shit comes from, as far as the modern day.
If you ever buy kosher chicken heart, it's so salty because they try and get all the blood out.
Huh? Yeah, but so Kendall, I mean, so are you pretty much saying that like Babylon had a claim to Israel, or Israel having claim to Babylon? Is that what you're trying to make mention of, Kendall? You're just gonna sit up here and you're gonna sit up here and say that and then just run away? Like, come on, Kendall, bro. There's a reason why around this time this room ends up dead, because all you mods be asleep, man. Damn near. Shit, man. Do you believe Charlie Kirk is a grifter? You damn right he was a grifter. He was a grifter just like all these other personality motherfuckers, man. All these dudes are a bunch of clowns, man. Especially, whether it be the left wing or the right wing, they're all a bunch of clowns to me. But these right wing motherfuckers, they're crashing out like they're bugging the fuck out there. Yeah, this bride Candace Owens, man. This bitch is funny, man. But yeah, Charlie Kirk was a propagandist. You know what I'm saying? He said a lot of hateful things to a lot of different demographics. He has some certain things that are pertinent that he did say that you can agree with if you know, but that's part of being a propagandist. You mix truth with lies, and a lot of the shit that he brings up as far as numbers when it comes to like black people or other ethnic groups of people, a lot of these numbers have no context. A lot of these stats that he brings up have no context and they're arbitrary. So, you know, it's really just to fit the conservative narrative and shit, man. And it's not to say that the left wing, because the left wing are a bunch of savages too, but you know, when you start seeing a lot of these rhetoric that these motherfuckers be speaking, you then realize that, man, a lot of these dudes are just doing this to get a paycheck, you know? And that's all that motherfucker was about, getting a fucking paycheck, getting paid, whether he believed in that bullshit that he was teaching or not. So, now as far as Israel killing him and all this other shit, I mean, I'm gonna just tell you straight up, that shit was just as real as fucking Trump getting his ears shot and then having the Secret Service jump him and him sitting up here throwing up his fist in the ear. You know what I'm saying? Not worried about getting possibly shot in the head while doing that. It's damn Hollywood stage, man. Got all these motherfuckers crying and, you know, all emotional and shit, man, about this. That motherfucker's probably smoking a blunt somewhere, man. Sitting up here laughing at you idiots, man, crying over his fake death. That's the job of the elites, man. You know? Oh, was it Israel? Was it the left wing? Was it a right wing? Like, you motherfuckers are retarded, man. You know? While that shit's going on, guess what they're doing? 51-49. Was it the Senate? It was either the House or the Senate. They voted against fucking Epstein. You know what I'm saying? The Epstein files being released. Even that's a distraction because, yeah, all the motherfuckers probably on that island doing God knows what to them kids. You know what I mean? They'll release it when they feel like releasing it. Then here it is. They're using, like, you know, puppets like Jimmy Kimmel, taking, you know, sitting up here canceling him to show you that, listen, if you talk about anything about this Charlie Kirk thing, we're gonna cancel your ass, man. You know, like motherfuckers can't wake up and smell the coffee, man. Don't see what time it is, man. They're trying to take your civil rights. Trying to take, you know, what you're supposed to have as a human being away from you because they want to control you. They got billions of dollars, millions of yachts, hundreds of cars, but they can't have enough. They want to have your fucking soul. They want to own you, man. It is bad enough you're a debt slave, paying taxes that you shouldn't be paying and shit. Barely fucking struggling. You can have multiple businesses all you want to. If they want to cut your fucking your line of avenue of revenue, they'll do it in a heartbeat. So I don't know. I just don't get emotional with this shit. I just laugh at these motherfuckers that do. The problem is that you have a lot of people that are out here that are emotionally inclined with people they have no clue who their allegiance is a part of, man. So anybody's listening, you could smoke that in your fucking pipe, man. You know what I mean? But hey, honestly though, any one of you fucking mods fucking awake, man? I'm telling you, this is the reason why your rooms be dead, because you guys just fall asleep on the phone. It's like
I am, but I'm at work. I'm at work, and you gotta wait for me to get to my lunch break.
Oh, okay.
I'm awake,
And I ain't gonna do
motherfucker.
shit but agree with you anyway, though. So.
Okay, no, I just had to wake something up, man. You know, I don't want to sit up here and go on a diatribe. I actually want one of these cocksuckers up in the bottom. You know what I'm saying? And don't take it personal. I'm
Point them out. Who?
I don't know.
I'm gonna invite Moshi. I'm gonna invite. I mean, if you want to argue, I'll bring Ella.
Ella back you up. Hey, don't take it fucking personal. I just feel like
Hey, you ain't never been cooked by a white woman.
Yeah.
So you
Well,
met L.
I cooked a white
Bro,
I cooked a white woman.
Bro, alright, bro. Anyway, L, how you doing?
Hey,
my bad, I'm in the back. You hear the music.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Shit.
Your black ass up. Anyway, what up?
Howdy. How are ya?
We good, we good. You ain't gotta do all that Soul Street shit over here. Take your hair down, like. Yeah, I know what's going on. Anyway, you and George, like, done, bro?
Man, I've been done. I've been talking shit, nigga. Like, I was doing that because nobody was talking.
All right, I passed you. I gave you the alley-oop, and you kept the ball ever since. Like, shut your black ass up, man.
Shut the fuck up.
Egghead ass. Old leg back here. But we send one up to L. How you doing tonight, L?
What's good, everyone?
I just woke up and heard you guys talking, so I thought I'd come.
Kendall.
Shut up. Anyway, Oleg is back.
Go fuck yourself, nigga.
Alright, what, nigga? What?
I was gonna ask, where's some of your little right-wing buddies at now? I told this faggots that this is what was going on a year ago. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
Really
they
fucking-
in here right now. They just ain't gonna talk
Like
to
who?
you.
Who? Oh, you talking about Beth? Well, Beth's cool. I ain't got no smoke for Beth, but who else is in? Who else in here is a fucking right wing?
Eileen Ray.
Who leans? Oh, Mike Allen. Oh yeah. And then he lit. No, never mind, man. Oh, there you go. Hey, Mike, what do you think about Candace Owens?
She's the best.
Me?
Well, should anybody?
I don't have a problem with her. I mean,
I got a problem with grifters. She's a grifter.
Seems like everybody's being labeled as a grifter lately.
yeah, just don't listen to her.
No, I mean, I don't.
Every person on the left is a grifter. They're all grifters. Every single person in politics is a grifter. They tell you what you want to hear to get elected. So we can point at one side or the other side. Every fucking person on TV, every person on airwaves, they're all grifters.
I could agree with that.
I will say I give Candace and people like that a little more. Again, I wouldn't use the word leeway, but because I think Candace used to be on the left, right? Like she was. So when there's a person on the left that moves away from it and makes non-popular stances, I mean, you gotta kind of respect.
Hey, I'll give Fetterman all the credit in the world. The man, he's a Democrat. He calls up a Republican governor, or the Republican governor calls him. They start calling shows and say, we want to come on and talk together. And the first one to say, we'll do it, was Fox News. And they get on there, and guess who's the biggest voice of saying, stop saying Nazis, stop saying fascist, stop saying Hitler. Nobody should be doing it unless you don't know who they are, you don't understand what Nazi is, you don't understand what fascism is if you're saying it. He's saying it's bullshit, but yet he's the most sound person on the freaking left.
Bro, I love Fetterman, bro. No, I mean, I would say I love him, but like, yeah, he's the one that had the stroke and he's all crazy in the beginning, but now it's like one that's, it's like, guys, what the fuck are we doing right now?
Well, I loved what he said when they were doing the, when they had the appointments coming in, you know, and he was told, do not sit down and talk with him. And he goes, that's not the way it works. I have to vote on him. I'm going to sit down and talk with him. Not once, sometimes twice, and some 3 times. And he got backlash for it. But you know what? We need more people with the balls that he's got to tell the party that they're with, kiss my ass. I'm going to sit down and talk to these people because that's what I got put in office to do. Because in a state like Pennsylvania, you ain't going to stay in a position very long if you just go hardcore.
Pennsylvania ain't gonna last. Manchin, why did he make it where he did? Because he wasn't the dumbass who's just gonna stick to party lines. The man saved us probably $3 trillion of debt. How much in inflation by telling the Democrats, I'm not voting for some $6 trillion stimulus bill. Got them all the way down to $3 trillion. Thank you, Joe Manchin. Thank you for saving all our asses.
Don't you think it's a confederation of both sides, considering their origins, go back to both of them being a part of the same regime, trying to cause the mass hyperinflation that's really has been caused since the 1800s, but especially think since the 80s. You know, that shit's been going, especially, well, really going to the late 70s. I forget what president was that ended up pretty much cutting away the gold and silver standard completely. Nixon. Okay, it was Nixon. So don't you think it, regardless of which side, when you read between the lines, because they'll tell you certain things that you want to hear on both sides, but then, you know, when the dust settles and you start to really pull back the curtain and look into the policies that they're bringing in, it's all the same thing. It's just attacked in a certain way.
Yeah, so I've said this for years. It's a good old boys and girls club, and I just had it validated probably a year or two ago. Trey Gowdy, been a strong proponent of you serve two terms. That's all anybody should be serving. A senator should serve max 2 terms. He's spoken to why that is. He served a third because Scott came in and said, please, no. And he didn't want to. It was him begging him. He goes, I need somebody there I could trust. And he's done after that. He goes, I'll serve a third. That's it. He left. And they asked him why he left. Because he believes in term limits, number 1. He said, the next, you have to have 2 things. You got to be good at it and you got to like it. I've never seen anybody better in politics. But what he meant is you have to be good at politics. He said, he didn't say that. He was inferring it. He goes, listen, I could no longer represent the state of South Carolina because I am not going to go behind those doors and give somebody something that I completely disagree with just so I can get my state something. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I'm not good for it. And he left. The guy was probably one of the best we had. And he's telling us without telling us what's going on. They shut those doors. They fight publicly. Let's be real right now. When you see all these guys yelling and screaming in Congress, you're telling people that's how they should act. Leadership. If the principal were screaming and yelling in the hallways, the kids are going to act up, right? If the boss is an asshole, the workers are going to be assholes. It's just the way it's going to work. Now, we have elected leaders acting like 2-year-olds. You ask a guy to come sit in and answer some questions, and you yell and scream at him like he's the biggest criminal in the world. No respect. Why do you think our civilian people don't have respect? But they do this because they get social media likes. They shut the door. They go behind the scenes and give each other all this money. It's freaking this money going everywhere. They get what they want, and they go on with their day, and America's left holding the bill.
How much do you think Trey Gowdy actually compromised himself after the Benghazi joint and then the investigation with the Russiagate? I mean, he didn't really push the action, right, with the Russian collusion joint and the investigations with the livers, the FBI agents and everything.
What do you mean? As far as I'm not sure exactly what you're.
Because he had like subpoena power, but he didn't really push the issue. He kind of had like a spectacle, but he didn't really push the line. That was like a really big thing about Trey Gowdy.
There was a lot of legal reasons. He's talked about that. If you listen to a bunch of his podcasts and some of the other interviews he's done, he's talked about there's certain still things that you have to go through and you have to be able to prove. And he's always said this. The man has never lost a case, and there's a reason. And he's talked about this too. You don't ask a question you do not have the answer to. You do not bring somebody in if you don't know what they're going to say, right?
Well, I think that right there is the actual difference between like a Adam Schiff and a Trey Gowdy. Adam Schiff is able to like create an alternate reality of what it is and be super convincing about it, especially with how he ran the impeachment proceedings, right? He's a crafty politician. I thought Trey Gotti was always hindered by his moral compass.
Yeah, because he is. He's very moral. Like, I'll say this, like, I know this because I've heard Democrats talk about how much they appreciate Trey. Trey Gowdy said, I could call anybody up in D.C. I'm not saying Republicans. He says any Democrat, and I can talk with them, not about politics, but about their family, their daughter, their kids, where they're going to school, their mothers, everybody. He says, except for one person I will never waste a breath on, Adam Schiff. It's the only negative thing I've ever heard that man about somebody was he wouldn't waste a breath on Adam Schiff.
Yeah, but it was like Adam Schiff knows how to dance in the gray, like, well. And then you hear the right with the conservative pundits that trying to move on. Oh, look at this investigation. Oh, he leaked this, he leaked that, he leaked this. You know, like they talked about it all the time about this Adam Schiff guy. Oh, and then they would play the clips about him being on like certain showcases saying that, or implying that he had some sort of smoking gun with the Russia collusion stuff, right? But he's able to dance in the rain without getting wet. And it's crazy like how the right talks about him, but nothing has actually happened to him. And I'm like, damn, I just seen his back and forth with Kesh Patel. Like, he's like in his face. And I'm like, damn, you guys got to get this guy pretty soon.
Yeah, but no one takes him seriously, bro. No one takes a guy seriously.
Oh, no, they take him serious.
No, the people have. Yeah, the people have listened and believe. There's Democrats that still believe Russiagate was really, I mean, it was real.
Bro, they listened to him so much that he became a senator.
Yeah, but I mean, Maxine Waters is a senator.
What does that mean?
I'm saying, like, Adam Schiff, I think you're right. I think you're, because, dude, over there in Schiff's in California, isn't he?
Yeah, he lost. He was going to lose his congressional seat.
And they're investigating him. But look, Samoa, I get what you're saying. He does operate the gray pretty well, and he is a crafty politician. But at the end of the day, now that all that in the moment, yeah, he's operating the gray and he's doing his thing in the moment. But now, years and years after that, we know he was full of shit or full of Schiff. But
Wait, do we know that?
Yeah, he kept saying he had.
Yeah,
he kept saying he had, like you said, he's a smoking gun. He's like, I've seen the evidence. It's indisputable, and he never produced any of it. So like now we know he's all just full of shit. He's just full of shit.
There was something Trey Gowdy was explaining about the way it works on these committees and the Intel committee and stuff, and they, even though they know for a fact that Adam Schiff lied, they heard him go on programs. Nunez and Gowdy were talking on a podcast one time about this, or an interview or something, I can't remember, but they were literally both on the Intelligence Committee. And they called each other afterwards and said, did you hear what he said? Because we both sat in there and I didn't hear it. And like, that never came out. But he was saying that, you know, whatever Schiff went out and said, that he was guaranteed, now we've got him. That didn't come out that day. It was just the opposite. But he was peddling it. Well, he's protected by all of the bullshit of being in these committees and the Intel committee side. And this is where I think politics needs a severe change. Somebody needs to come to the public and say, look it, we can literally have somebody lying their ass off as a politician to you about what was said somewhere, and there's no repercussions. There needs to start being repercussions. We, the people, need to start demanding that, because these politicians aren't held to a higher standard. Show me the politicians that get sexual assault charges and pay a dime out of their pocket, but the taxpayers pay the tab. How many of them go to jail? They don't. They settle it before they leave office, because if they stay in office, we, the taxpayers, pay the settlement. That's not being held to a higher standard. That's being held to a lower standard. As you or I would have it, we would lose everything we got or be in jail. These guys lie, cheat, and steal, and there's no accountability. And until we as people can start holding a politician, I'm sorry, but if you say something treasonous, they asked Hakeem Jeffries, they played the audio of a Democrat lawmaker saying that somebody needs to get shot and there needs to be bloodshed. It was a CNN, or it wasn't CNN, it was like maybe CNBC or MSNBC. And the host said, what are your thoughts about hearing this? He glossed right over it and started to say what he wanted to say. You have one of your people. This is the way I would have handled it. If I were in office, I would have said, listen, if I were the leader, minority leader, or I don't care if I wasn't, I would have been, I'm going to get a hold of a minority leader and we're going to get together, because there never should be somebody that would say that. And you get elected doesn't mean you get a hall pass to say whatever the hell you want. We got to have accountability. People got to stop lying. They got to stop acting like 2-year-olds that, you know, are mad because they got
both ways though, right? It's like the protection to protect both sides. So when you're looking at, like, Trump is a realist, and that's why I kind of like him, because Trump knows how they get dirty. And his criticism about the right is that the right is too self-righteous, right? Like they're not willing to bend the rules. So when Trump's throwing all these ideas against the wall, and people are now coming out in their little excerpts saying, "Oh, well, because he's spitballing. He's trying to figure out an actual way, and he's willing to get dirty with it as long as it doesn't cross the actual law, right, or the line."
Play in the gray, like you said.
He's
He's willing to play in the gray, right?
Well, no, but he's saying that his criticism in his first administration, there was a lot of people on the right that he felt railroaded his whole first 2.5 years.
I agree, though. Yeah, I mean, and that's my one criticism of it. He had the House that those first 2 years. He didn't do much. And his last 2 years.
Well, because the House that was Paul Ryan, right?
Yeah, they were infighting in themselves.
Yeah.
But
Those first 2 years, Trump was all worried about that. I agree with you guys.
Chief of staff. He had like 5 of them.
Yeah, but who did he let put people in? He let Washington D.C. insiders help put people in their positions, right? He didn't get to pick his own. He was like trusting them. Wrong. You need to get people outside of D.C. that are in the.
Well, that's what he did this time, right? And everybody.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and then the first term he kind of played the game, and it was appointing people that he thought were good, but in the term, it kind of goes back to what Ray was saying. This is all the birds, the wings of the same bird and shit. But I will say this: the politicians are kind of playing the same sides. I do agree a little bit on that, but I don't think it's the new age of these politicians. Like I think that the Chuck Schumers, the Jerry Nadlers, the Nancy Pelosi's, the Adam Schiffs. Like those guys
Mitch McConnell.
are the exact same as the Mitch McConnells, the Mitt Romneys, the fucking Lindsey Grahams, right? All these lifelong politician guys, whether they're Republican or Democrat, they're the ones playing the same shit. But there's only like 8 of them. Like if you really think about it, there's like 8 of them left. There's not a lot. The Mitt Romney's already is gone. McConnell's going to be gone. Lindsey Graham should already be gone, but he's probably going to hang around for a little bit longer. How much more time Schumer got? I mean, the new age politicians like the Jim Jordans and the Hawleys and even a couple on the Democratic side, like I don't think they're going to be like that. I think they're not going to be doing that kind of shit.
Yeah, power consumes everybody. It's just going to be like football. Same exact game, just different players.
Could be right there.
Right. There's too much influence. There's too much power.
Well, that's what I think what Corey was saying about Trey Gowdy. Trey Gowdy got out of it because he knew inevitably it was going to lead to that.
I mean, but that's the crazy part, right? It's like that's the constraints of a litigator that joins the arena of politicians, right? And utilizing the same thing, right? Never ask a question that you don't already know the answer for. That is the dumbest thing ever, right? It's like in court, absolutely, right? Because you can get caught by surprise. But it's a good railroading tactic. Like, hey, if I don't know the answer, this guy probably doesn't know it either. He'll stall out. I can just pivot, deflect, and then change the subject. Okay, cool. Just like what I think you said Jeffries did when asked the question about the response for a Democrat talking about shooting somebody or something. Right. Never entertain shit like that. You're like, yeah, I didn't hear that question anyways, but back to my agenda. My agenda is
yeah, dude. It's true, I mean, yeah.
And I think there's some exceptions. I think there's some older guys that are in there. What's the guy from Iowa? The one old dude from Iowa has been there forever, but he's only worth, what's his name?
Grassley.
Yeah, Grassley.
Yeah, but he's only worth like $2 million. But he's been there forever. Yeah. It's like, all right, that sounds about right. What was the Democrat guy? He passed away a couple years ago, the black guy. He had been there forever. He's like the civil rights guy.
Yeah. Oh, Joe Lewis?
Yeah, the Lewis guy. He was a good dude. Like, he was a Democrat, but he was he cared
about
the job.
What about Sheila Lee?
What?
Didn't she pass away?
Oh, I don't know about him. I don't know about her.
Well, didn't you guys find it?
Oh, the one who was in the wheelchair. They were like signing the papers for her.
Yes, I believe. Wait, is
that her? If that's the way.
Yeah.
But the Lewis guy, the Lewis dude, and then the guy in Iowa, Grassley, like, yeah, they're older and they're lifelong politicians, but they're not there to enrich themselves. I don't think they're playing the games. I mean, guys, like, come on. Like, Mitch McConnell's worth, like, what's it, a couple, like, 20, 30, 40, 50 million? Pelosi's worth it, like, they only make $125,000 a year.
Yeah, look at her, look at Warren. The irony is I thought it was so ironic. She dumps in a bunch of money, her husband, however she wants to say it, into Intel, or I'm sorry, NVIDIA, and then they pass a law, and then she gets backlash, and oh, okay, fine, we'll sell. They sell, and a few days later it tanks. Well, that was convenient to agree to sell, you know? Like,
yeah, well, they say if you followed Paul Pelosi, he's like, it's like 80% correct. He's like, it's up, like, it's something nuts.
He crushes Warren Buffett. Yeah.
But then, but I guess if you look at that list, I looked at the list, though, the top earners that are in either Congress or Senate, and it's like 4 of the top 6 are Republicans. That dude Crenshaw with the eye patch, he's fucking like one of the top 5s. I know McConnell's up there. Pelosi was obviously up there. And then the other dude, I forgot the other dude. He's not there anymore. He was the Republican that was on the, what was that? Not Kinzinger. What was the dude who was a Republican? He was like Cheney. Liz Cheney and then the other guy. That they're on the January 6th committee. They're claiming to be Republicans even though they weren't. They're like, oh, we have 2 Republicans on the committee. And it was Cheney and the other dude. I forget his fucking name. Then they primaried him. They fucking redrew the line and fucking got him out of there.
Well, you know, we gotta be real serious about figuring out what's going on with this auto pin stuff. Only as far as the pardons go, because I'll tell you what,
Kinzinger.
When you bitch for years about preemptive pardons, meaning that we're in a monarch or whatever. Freaking what was it that Schumer said something to that effect, you know? And then wait a minute, you said that about Trump, but then your guy was the one that did the preemptive pardons, you know, and then now you've got, you know, but they're saying that there's some other things that they think the FBI have on him, so that won't be included in a preemptive pardon. So, I mean, I hope it's true. I mean, I don't hope it's true if it's not true. If he's the criminal we think he is, I hope it's true. I don't want an innocent man being slammed behind bars. I don't care if it is Adam Schiff, you know what I mean? But if that man is guilty of some of the things I think he is, yeah, I want to see that guy go. But he's not the only one. I'd love to start seeing him hang all these guys. Let's start following the money. Let's start seeing where it is, Democrat and Republican. Let's see where the money came from and start chasing that down. And it sounds like the FBI is doing that.
You think so?
Yeah, but a lot of these people have their investments. They're all blind. These people are smart people with resources and networking. You don't have to do anything nefarious for you to be able to make a massive amount of money. They just happen to be in the know. You know what I'm saying? So,
but that's illegal. It's still insider trading. People go to jail for it, you know?
I don't know about that. So insider trading is, like, if you're trying to add, like, some sort of a criminal, like, hey, this guy's insider trading because he heard through the hallways that this was going to merge here and there. Okay, good luck proving that. What the hell?
Well, I think like, the Samoa, it's the part that maybe it's not insider trading by textbook, but it's that they're making laws on that. Like, I think Corey kind of alluded to with the NVIDIA thing, but remember the Tesla one? It was like Paul Pelosi and Nancy, they bought like 10,000 shares of Tesla, like the day before they voted that they were going to make Tesla all of the default trucks for the government. It's like all the government trucks or all the government cars and government trucks are going to be Teslas.
Yeah, but they
bought like 10,000 shares the night before. It's like, come on, like, what are we doing? Like, that's crazy. Yeah. She's making the laws that make it to where the government has to.
Yeah, but I think that there's certain things that we morally might believe is reprehensible, but legally it's absolutely right? So I think that's where we're at now.
But see, what they're guilty of is it would be the material of non-public information, right? So they have access to something that we, the public, do not have access to. That's illegal. I mean, you can't do it because it's for personal gain, right? So that's illegal as hell.
I guess the question is, so then why is there such a move on the right to pass legislation about stopping congressional whatever, like investing or anything like that?
Because that's what we're talking about, right? Like the stock.
Because it doesn't exist.
No, because the Tesla example, right? She buys Tesla.
I'm talking about the actual law.
She buys Tesla.
Break doesn't exist.
She buys Tesla.
It does. It exists right now.
She buys Tesla before the laws passed. After the laws passed, the Tesla stock was shooting up. So she didn't buy it. If she wants to buy it after the law was passed, fine. But the thing is that she buys it before the laws passed.
Yeah, but your criticism is about the actual timing. But what is the law?
That's being violated. They're going to replace all. They're going to replace all the cars with Teslas. It was like they're going to roll in like it was like 20,000 Tesla things. The same with the NVIDIA chip, bro. Like she did the NVIDIA thing right before they passed all these crazy bills about the investment in the chip manufacturer.
Here it is. It says using MPI or MMPI for personal gain equals insider trading. Trading of this kind of information before it's public is a textbook definition on insider trading. Even if the politician isn't a company insider, they are using privileged access for personal financial benefit, which violates security laws. So there we got it. But see, this problem, though, is they're not held to a higher standard. See, a higher standard to me would be you have less benefit than us, the public, has. To be held to a lower standard would then open that up and say, well, you knew you were going to vote for it, but it wasn't law yet, so you're okay. So they're held to a lower standard of the same exact law. Martha Stewart heard some things were going on, sold some shit, went to jail, right?
Don't they only get fined like $600 or some shit or something crazy?
I don't know. It's
No,
so stupid, man.
I don't want to gloss over it, right? Because if it is that cut and dry, then there should have been an indictment already being, or a grand jury already being pulled. I think that they've already insulated themselves to where they understand how it is. Paul Pelosi goes to a certain firm, does what he does. They sign an affidavit saying that I had no knowledge of any of
Right.
and now they're good.
Right.
How do you stop Paul Pelosi from doing it? Right, exactly.
So we can go one step further, and it's like, okay, right now, hearing them bitch about why they didn't release the Epstein files. You had 4 years to release it. Why didn't you guys release it? Oh wait, now you're yelling at him why he doesn't have a list. Where was the list? Maybe your guy should have had a full list, because I guarantee you, whoever saw the list, there should be a backup file somewhere, right? But no, you got rid of it.
But this is kind of like an invention from the right? Like
no. Hold on. This is where it gets interesting. The left never denied a list at all. They never said there is no list.
They just avoided the topic.
What's that?
They just avoided the topic.
And they said several times.
Yeah, if Trump was on that list, then they wouldn't have avoided it at all.
Yeah, if Trump were on there, we all know it would have been leaked, right? But here's the thing. This is where it gets really interesting. Talk to a federal judge. If you get the chance, if you know one, I have. There's not going to be anybody going down for it. Go ahead and release the list. You know what you just did? You opened up the United States government, whoever releases that list, to massive. Every single person on that list has massive amounts of money and power, which gives them one hell of a legal team, and every one of them can sue for defamation. Okay? Because guess what? Without Epstein alive, all of the evidence is hearsay, inadmissible. Video evidence can't talk to a federal judge about this. Has done cases like this. Can't prove when it was done, who took the video. Epstein is dead, and now Ghislaine, she's actually a convicted felon now, so her testimony is garbage. Okay, say a judge finally would let it in. This is from a federal judge. This is from a federal judge. If he were to allow it, the next problem is a good defense attorney is going to say, okay, great, you're going to let her testify. What did you give her, a plea deal to get this? She'll say whatever she can to lessen her deal, and a judge is going to say, I have to agree with you. I'm telling you,
so there's nobody going down. I mean, she has an appeal right now that's in front of the Supreme Court. Let's just say that she wins that one. Credibility immediately. But isn't this kind of like double talk, right? So it's like, you guys are saying Jeffrey Epstein, there's no evidence, and this is Cash Patel and these guys, right? There's no evidence that there was anybody being, or any minor being trafficked to anybody. But then you got Maxwell sitting in prison for sex trafficking.
Exactly. You know, I mean, that's the irony, right?
Like, what the hell?
And so what I was explained is the way all these groups work is they all have to be involved. Like, so they made sure Epstein was involved in this stuff because if you're going to join a crime family, you have to commit a crime to do it because now you're complicit in it, right? And that's how they get you. You're fucked if you turn on us, you're dead. You're done. You're going down, right? And it's the same thing with this. So essentially what he's saying is they knew by eliminating the one true person and eliminating him quickly before he could give them names and work a deal, the cases are done. He said nobody's going down, and the only way it'll happen is if some other people, some multiple people, can't be necessarily victims either. Can't be just victims. And that's the part that baffles me. He was going into the details of why that is, because that pissed me off. I ain't gonna lie. When I was talking to him, I was like, that's bullshit, dude. If you have two victims that are like, that dude did this to me, doesn't matter. They could have a reason for colluding on this. And I'm just like, our system is screwed.
I mean, it's kind of crazy. Like the victims said they're going to get together, put a whole bunch of names together. If there was video evidence that corroborated the actual statements made by said victim,
won't matter. You have to have the person who took the video, when it was, the date it was done, the time it was done.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, well,
I don't either, dude.
The unfortunate reality is the victims wouldn't stand a chance.
Nope, because the victims,
trying to prove the shit, the victims wouldn't stand a chance. They would just get railroaded.
We're talking about, you have a video with said victim being
it could have been fabricated in a
by
studio.
millionaire.
I'm telling you, this is what this judge has said. Have argued this. We can't prove that was not made in a studio, especially now with AI. Can't prove it. And if the defense, if the victim loses, they get sued into oblivion for defamation.
You're saying that there's no expert that can look at the authenticity of a video?
Nope.
Maybe they might be able to find out. No, that's Samo. I think Corey and I.
You still have to prove.
Unfortunately, the victims probably wouldn't stand a chance in court.
No, what I'm saying is the video had to come from the island. So all of this has already been secured when they raided the island and confiscated by federal authorities, which has been within the chain of custody of the FBI. They would run that tape just like they ran the laptop for Hunter Biden for its authenticity. This video was in this camera.
Wait, are we operating on a hypothetical? Are you saying we know this?
Obviously. What the hell?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, okay.
But here's the questions I get asked. Who took the video?
Yeah, the video was wired up.
No.
How the victim get the video?
I'm just telling you.
It was a part of the security server.
Okay, but the defense attorney has a right to make sure that is 100% without doubt before it gets shown to a jury that you got to prove. Show me. I want to know.
The FBI's affidavit said that we acquired this on this day, this time, chain of custody, and the courts lean on the word of the FBI with chain of custody. That's the affidavit at the time.
Samo, go ask a federal judge if you can find one. Seriously, I'm telling you, just see if you can find one. Just shoot him a message and say, is it true that it would be very difficult with the death of Epstein and the conviction of Ghislaine Maxwell to convict anybody on this list, regardless, because they're going to run through this.
That question is just super vague. All right, so of what, right?
Who took it?
Asking that question of what? Of what on the list? So I understand the problems. Just a list doesn't actually prove that there's actual relations with minors or anything like that. They could have been the plumber, the electrician. They could have been some sort of a business person. Yeah. So I understand that. What I'm talking about is something totally different. They go to the island. They confiscate the security system, the servers, the terabytes, and all the information that's on the cloud. The FBI is holding this within chain of custody. And then the minor, or whoever the hell these people are talking about, they're going to put 20 names together. They come out without knowing anything about the video, but they allege that these 20 people raped them or whatever, right? The video it supports or corroborates their actual statements. Their lawyers can actually subpoena the FBI for the video.
It would help their case tremendously. I agree with that. It would help their case. But there's no video, and we're just saying it's an uphill.
No, there's video.
They're climbing an uphill battle.
Cash Patel said there's massive amount of videos. What do you mean? They're just all victims being victimized. Porn. Shit like that. And that's the reason why he said in the hearing he wouldn't release them, because it's just going to, right? That's basically revealing the identity of the victims. But they have the video.
You have to properly authenticate it, and you got to do it with the rights of, because you got to remember, whoever is a defendant has rights too. Absolutely. And if you fail, if the government fails to convict that man, he's got a defamation lawsuit, and that's where the trouble comes in.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, dude, it is true.
No,
I'm just telling you. I talked to a federal judge.
No. You and I aren't talking about the same thing, Corey. So, what you ask questions about, I totally understand why. If there is a list without any context, and you release that list because of the association near Jeffrey Epstein and the polarizing figure that he was, people would automatically assume that these people happen to be a part of the sex trafficking ring. And for that, the government could be sued for defamation, right? And that's what you're saying, right? All right, never mind.
I'm sorry. I'm reading up on the legal terms of what would be admissible. Sorry.
Corey's saying if they
if
they charge them and they end up not proving it, then they're going to be subject to.
No.
So Samoa, here's what you have to understand.
That's what I think Corey's saying.
Samoa, here's what I'm going to tell you. I didn't go in there and say, okay, hey, how about this? How about this? How about this? I didn't. I said, tell me this. What are the odds that there's going to be a conviction on anybody if there's an Epstein list that comes out? Okay? This is a guy who practiced law, who gets paid.
Yeah, see, we're not talking about the same thing.
No, listen. I just said, what are the odds? He went through verbatim every single reason that he does not believe as a federal judge there's going to be a damn thing done. And the reason, and he went through it because on cases that he sits in, he's watched these things all get destroyed.
I don't think he's listening to me anymore.
What are you trying to say? I'm just telling you that this is what some of these.
I think Samoa is saying that there is a victim statement plus video evidence.
Hold on, man. Come on. I'm saying that what you're saying makes absolute sense. I offered a alternative scenario on how the videos that we're taking on the island could be used once subpoenaed by victims releasing names, not the government releasing the quote-unquote list, but all these quote-unquote victims that are saying that they're going to put out 20 names and have their own civil lawsuits, right?
Right. So, okay, we can do that. They could do that. But again,
right. I just want you to know that you and I aren't talking about the same thing. I agree with what your federal judge said, right? Because you're just throwing out names out there of billionaires is reckless.
Right. So, but what I'm telling you is as soon as a victim, why do you think the victims haven't done it to this point? Because I guarantee you that they've said, I know who raped me. I want to do it. And what do you think that
they just announced? They just got legal representation.
It was like 3 or 4 of them, right?
Yeah, it's about 3 days ago.
Yeah, so we'll see where this goes. I mean, I hope, trust me, there's nobody who wants to see these bastards go down more than I do. And I'm telling you, I was not a happy camper because I would then try to spin it and say, well, what about when they do this? What about when they do that? And he told me all the ways a good defense attorney is going. Look, we've got people on videotape that good defense attorneys get fucking plea bargains on. It doesn't matter. All you got to do is find some way to, proof of video evidence. You got to prove that it has never been tampered with. So it could have been tampered with before the FBI got it. So these are the little things that you got to worry about, And this is when he was telling me, I was pissed, like viciously, like trying to come at it from all the different angles. And you're just like, these motherfuckers, they knew by killing Epstein and getting Ghislaine Maxwell prosecuted quickly and quietly. Notice that case wasn't really tried in the public at all. Get her out of the way. Now she's a felon. I hope she wins her appeal.
That's what we got her transcripts from. Like all this stuff about Trump on the plane, the manifest. Like we had all information to all that stuff. That's why it was a little irritating that, when Trump and them said, "Oh, this is the first phase," all they did was release binders of information that we already had access to. There's nothing new. It's pretty stupid. It was like people are. He's a showman. Trump is a showman. He said, give him whatever it is. Feed the narrative, right?
Yeah, he's also a criminal. A guy with 34 felonies. A guy who...
Oh, that's crap.
A larger wealth transfer in human history. He's also a Jesuit. He's also...
You mean the 34 felonies because they were 34 checks and you got Democrats on CNN, MSNBC even saying
what crime did he commit, Ray?
Let's see. He committed a lot.
Just what was the crime?
Tax evasion, fucking
No, the 34 felonies you're talking about. What was the crime?
Oh, those are some of the things I was reading. Shit. I mean, I haven't read it in a whole year.
But he's never been convicted of tax evasion.
You ever read it in a whole year?
He got 12 of them just for 12 payments. That was 12 of the felonies because they took one payment, broke up into 12 payments.
He also had a sexual assault case
that sexual assault case is as much bullshit as I've ever seen because, Ray, let me ask you this. If somebody doesn't remember the year that they were raped, have you ever been into a Bergdorf?
She didn't even remember the store.
She didn't remember where. She couldn't tell you anything about the year
because it was traumatic. You can't.
It is not. People. I talked to a rape victim. One of the girls I was dating was
not
a rape
all
victim.
rape victims are the same.
Everything about it.
Have you ever met women that are exactly the same, Corey? That how they respond?
Nah, dude, you know, give me a break. I don't remember. It was 80, maybe 82, 80. You know where you were living. You know the trauma of the. I can tell you. I can tell you when my good friends have died. You know, good friend of mine blew his freaking head off. It was traumatic, dude. Left, boom, found him. Ah, it's traumatic. Guess what? I can tell you what year it happened.
Just because you can do it doesn't mean they can do it.
So you're like believe all women person?
No, but believing all women respond to trauma. Hold on, but believing all women respond to trauma the same way is kind of as asinine as believing that Donald Trump colluded with the Russians.
No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying if you're going to bring a charge as serious as what she was claiming, you would think you'd be able to at least remember some details of it.
Yeah, she did. Like he put her into the dressing room and he fondled her.
She didn't even know what store it was.
And
so
here's
you
the
miss
thing.
details. This
If
is
your
totally
name is
consistent with rape victims.
I get that. And if you walk into a Bergdorf Goodman, you aren't walking around that store, walking back to a dressing room, especially pulling somebody else back and them not knowing. Here's what's going to happen. They're like hyenas. If your name is Donald Trump, you can't go anywhere in New York, especially back then. You can't go anywhere in New York without all eyes on you. When they walk into those stores,
that's kind of crazy because I think a person.
Well, Andy wasn't even. Hold on, this was a civil case.
I think a person like Donald Trump, if he asked for the floor, they would give it to him.
But he wasn't. This wasn't a criminal conviction. This was a civil thing. He was found liable.
Right.
Well, I know, but saying that he's a convicted sex offender is not true.
That's not what he said.
But I thought that's what Ray said.
No, that's not what he said.
I thought he said sexual assault.
I said, what crime did he commit? He said, what did he say, sexual assault? And then he said tax evasion.
No, he was going down a list of things that he was guilty of, and he ended with sexual assault.
He was never found guilty of sexual assault.
He was found liable of it.
It is.
Wait, did you not see what happened in the appellate court about a week ago?
It wasn't a criminal court.
Obviously, that's why we're using the word liable.
What? Right. So he wasn't convicted of any crime.
Oh, this is so stupid. All right, bro.
Being found liable in a civil case is not the same as being convicted of something in a criminal case.
So it's
the reason we're using the word liable.
There isn't tax evasion. What it is on here is 34 separate accounts for falsifying business records in the first degree. That's what the charges are, which they changed the rules to be able to do, by the way. And it's under appeal, and a lot of people believe that he's going to win, even Democrats.
Yeah, they upgraded a misdemeanor to a felony to get Trump in a state where they downgraded felonies to misdemeanors to not prosecute people.
Well, because the tax evasion, allegedly, the what was that? The election interference with the money, the bribes. Right. It was a part of the jury. The instruction to the jury. The gross misdemeanor with the second felony part of it boosted the gross misdemeanor to the felony.
What?
Yeah, so the crime that he was allegedly guilty of, it was a misdemeanor. And the statute of limitations expired on it. But because it was in the commission of another crime, it being like the election or tax evasion, they elevated it to a felony.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, but it was bullshit though, right? It was like, you tell the judge, or the judge tells the jury, this first part, you have to be unanimous. But on the said crime that you had to be in commission of doing, you don't have to be unanimous. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that shit make no sense. I remember seeing that too. I was like, wait, what?
I was like, hold on.
I had to read that like 4 times. I was like, what the wait, hold on.
Because it's a state charge, right? So because it's a state charge, you only have to be unanimous on the state charge. But if you believe that the other charge, which was a federal violation of election or whatever it was, right?
But it was
if you believe that he committed that, you don't have to be unanimous on that. I was like, bro.
So that's how they did it. They were messing with state and federal. So they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
That was that Mershon guy, right? The Mershon dude.
Yeah,
The
that
judge.
shit was.
That was crazy.
I'm not even a lawyer, but I knew that was some bullshit. I was like, what the hell is that? And even like the pundits that were asked about it, they're like even Judge Judy. Like if you guys go look at Judge, now you know Judge Judy is not a Donald Trump fan, but look at what she says when she's interviewed about it. She was like, they had to stretch it so much. She was like, that's crap. Like what they did in New York was crap.
Wait, what happened, guys? Too long didn't read what happened.
Well,
I'm talking about Judge Judy. When Judge Judy was asked about the 34 felonies.
34, yeah, so Trump had 34 felonies of what? Financial things? Sexual
It was like,
things?
it was like falsifying business records.
Financial business records.
Well, I thought I was going to do that. The payoff to that chick, he used campaign funds or some shit, and like they got him because he was using, or what was the dude's name, Cohen or some shit?
Yeah, Cohen.
He asked Cohen to do something with the books, to do the payment, and I guess that's how it tampered with or some shit. There's something weird how they tried to go get him.
Yeah, and the problem that they're going to have, well, the problem they do have, is that he was found guilty previously and unworthy, or his testimony was considered untruth or not trustworthy, and that was in his case. So you're going to say in his case it was untrustworthy, but you trusted him in the case against Donald Trump. And that's where there is me as a defense attorney, I'm going to bring that up when I'm battling an appeal. I'm going to be like, wait. We leaned heavily on the guy who wrote the checks, who did this all. But in his case, you guys deed the courts.
Oh, yeah, but you can't really litigate it, though.
But you can use it for grounds of appeal.
Absolutely not. So, like, I don't know if you've ever watched, like, these court proceedings, right? So, like, there's certain things, like, where they object, so they could reserve it for the record, so that it's an appealable, like, ground, right? Like, for example, if you look at the Derek Chauvin trial, like, his lawyer kept on preserving it for appeal, but you have to put it on record for you to be able to have an actual appeal for like grounds, right? So, like being pissed off that a judge allowed a uncredible witness to whatever, like that's not an appealable offense. Something like exculpatory evidence not being brought forth. A judge not changing venue, violating constitution. Like it has to be a violation of your constitutional rights, right? Like that's the appealable offense. The court has to violate you somehow.
The wild one was when they went after him for the Mar-a-Lago thing, or I guess it was fraud. That he was overpricing his properties or whatever. Dude, when she was like the Letitia James lady, she's like, oh, he was saying that Mar-a-Lago was worth this and this. She's like, Mar-a-Lago's only worth like $14 million. Dude, there's a newspaper article of Mar-a-Lago in the year I think it was 1920, and it was sold for $20 million in 1920. I mean, she's saying it's only worth $14 million now. And then the crazy part about that one is they tried him for that in a certain circuit. There was a particular circuit in New York to where if you appeal it, you have to pay the entire fine up front in order to appeal in the first place. So they hit him with that $400 million fine, and they knew he was going to appeal it. But what they were trying to do to him is because they know he's not liquid with $400 million. He's going to have to sell some of his assets in order to even appeal in the first place. And they knew they weren't going to win the appeal, but they didn't care. They tried it in that particular circuit, slapped him with a $400 million fine because he would have to pay it up front, which means he'd have to sell some of his shit. But remember, the fine got knocked down to the 100-something million, so he ended up paying that, and now he's in the appeal. He's going to win the appeal. But they didn't care about that.
No, he already won the appeal.
They cared about getting the $400 million from him, which was fucking so fucked up, bro. And remember all the banks? The banks testified. They're like, yeah, we got our money back. We fucking loan him money again.
Yeah, he already won the appeal. I mean, like, they've already killed that whole judgment.
Yeah,
but
it's crazy what they did, like the way they went about it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but he knew he was guilty of that. But it's a common practice. Normally, they just give him a fine and he moves forward. But it was just egregious with what she tried to do. Fannie Willis too, like out there in Atlanta, Georgia, like she just got swiped.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
So the irony is they used testimony of a county clerk, tax assessor, on their website. It says that we are not professionals. We do not determine the value of a property. You should have a professional estimate area of a property appraisal done. And the reality was, just down the road, so Mar-a-Lago is river to the sea, so it is water to water at 17 point.
Yeah, I've worked there a couple times. I live like 15 minutes away from it.
Yeah, so it's 17 to 20 acres. It's like some say 17.8, some say more. But anyway, the Estee Lauder lot, if you've seen that one, Mike, that was 2.8 acres only on the ocean, not ocean and intercoastal. And that was 2.8 acres, and it was 200 million. The wood hasn't sold yet. Sold for 178 for an empty, no house on it, nothing, no historical property. And people were like, well, they're saying it's on this. Is it 6 or is it 12 properties in West Palm Beach that are done the same way as that? It's a business. It's like a club. And they do that. There's historical relevance and there's reason. Now, he can turn that back into a personal residence. It's going to take some doing because he's got some waivers, but he could do it. But the fact is the two top agents in West Palm Beach that would sell that, they both said that one said she would put it on the market for no less than $600 million. The other said it would go up for auction and it would start at $1 billion.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's like some of the rooms are like made of gold. It's fucking nuts.
Oh, and he put a lot of money into redoing it.
And when they showed the thing from the aerial view, they're like, "Oh, Trump shouldn't have a house." He doesn't own the whole thing's not his. He has like a section of it in the side. It's like a little, whatever, living quarters. But it's like a ballroom. It's like a clubhouse. It's enormous. It's like, but he lives in a certain area of it. But yeah, bro, like to tell me that thing's only worth $14 million is so fucking stupid.
I think it was like 19 million, but
or 19, whatever.
That,
like
that was a mistake. It was the actual taxes on it for something, but
yeah, they messed up there because like an empty lot here, just on the Intracoastal, an empty lot right here was $19.5 million for an empty lot, and it wasn't a good view. I mean, it was a good view. Don't get me wrong, but it ain't Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, just go Google Mar-a-Lago and look at the images, bro. Like, get the fuck out of here with 19 million. Got it.
No, but the funny part was when is when they said his disclaimer was no good. Like on every one of his like assessments or whatever, right? It basically says, hey man, you guys go get your own like I think it's the application, right, that they're giving to the bank. They're like, hey, this is our assessment of what we think it is, but we're not professionals, so make sure you guys spend your resources to get your appraisers out there, and we'll wait for you to give us. Oh no, we're good. Here, go ahead and take this money.
Yeah, the bank said that they weren't. There was nobody harmed, and they weren't worried about it because they know.
Yeah, they're like, we got our money back. We'd loan to them again.
Yeah, and they said that they know it.
They're like, we'd loan to them again.
Oh, they actually disclosed the correspondence between the bank and like their internal messages at the bank, and they're like, oh dude, like we really need to land this whale. They're like, fuck that, we'll give him whatever money he wants just so we can promote to everybody that, hey, we have Donald Trump as a client.
Yeah, because up there, to be a member of Mar-a-Lago, first of all, you're the cream of the crop up in West Palm, man. And then all those people, they all hang out together. You get Trump, and he's like, yeah, these guys are great. All his other buddies are going to be like, oh, hey, it's like.
Which, by the way, Corey, I don't know if you know, I'm sure you do know, but Epstein wanted to get a house there, and Trump was like, yeah, get the fuck out. You ain't getting no fucking house. So, like, Epstein, I guess he came down a while ago, and he wanted to buy a home in the area. Like, because Mar-a-Lago is kind of like a community in itself kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, like, there's other houses that get to play on the golf course and shit like that. And Epstein wanted to get a house, and Trump said no. He's like, no, you ain't getting one of these. He wouldn't let Epstein buy a house in there.
Mar-a-Lago is dude. What a dumb thing for us to have sold. I mean, I know that the maintenance and stuff was high, but shit, dude.
Hell, just to drive past the place, the whole fucking place it's just nuts. And it's like you can just be driving. It's like, bam, there it is. It's like, whoa, holy shit! You don't even realize you're next to it.
I tell people, if you get the chance, go drive around that neighborhood. Just go drive up and down the roads, and some of the way the way they're like 20-foot hedges, and they're trimmed perfect. It's like you're watching something made out of a movie. There ain't a thing out of place. The trees are perfectly circular and then flat on them. 5 different types of grass cut at different lengths. It's just like, these people spend some money on just having their stuff landscaped. It's so freaking
cool, bro. Like the houses that are facing the ocean, and you're driving down the road, and then like they're not technically on the ocean. It's their front door, then it's their gates, obviously driveways. Then there's a road, and then on the right side of you, or depending on which way you're going, there's like these little cabins where it's the private beach access, and they actually they walk under the road.
Yeah, they got tunnels.
Get to their private beach access. Like, they have their own little private tunnels to get to their. Like, they don't have to cross the street. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, and it's like you can't just slide down that freaking cliff
so
there to get to the
tight,
beach.
bro. Like, that's like money.
It is. It's crazy. Like there's money down here, and there's a lot of there's a lot of billionaires that live around here. I mean, I'm not gonna name them, but I'm gonna tell you, like, been in their houses, and it's a different caliber up there, man. It's like here. Okay, you got a really cool house and stuff, but yeah, it's okay landscape, but it's not manicured, and it's not the class of West Palm Beach.
Yeah, it really is. It's crazy. And some of them, it's only their fucking summer homes. It's fucking crazy. It's nuts.
Most of them. Most of these guys,
Nuts,
you see these houses they're in, it's like, I'll just say this, one that a friend built, the neighbors were, let's just say, some of the bigger names and some of the big names and some retail stuff. That the house to the right, in 2 years, okay, that they built this house, 2 years, I think it was 9 people fully staffed every day on that house, and they had never been to the house. If you're on the water, you don't get access in. They have armed guards on the water in that neighborhood. You can't pass. You got to go out and around. It's that level, and I'm just like, the taxes on that house are $400,000, $200,000 to $400,000 a year, depending on what it really values at, right?
Easy.
And you haven't been there in 2 years, and you got 9 people fully staffed all the time. I'm like, what kind of people are these?
Bro, just to furnish the fucking house is like fucking $20 million. It's fucking nuts, bro.
Dude, I learned when I got down here, when they say rich people don't pay their fair share, I was like, there's people that got 3 condos in the same building here. And I'm not talking like a $500,000 condo. We're talking a $4.5 million, a $2.9 million, and a $3.2 million. 2 of them have never even been used. They got the plastic on like some of the walls. They have, you know what I mean? Like the stuff comes in and has clear on it so they can't scratch it. It still got that on there. And I was like, why don't you guys take that? Yeah, we got to do that one of these days. And I was like, going, you got your HOA fees are $10,000 a month for each one. You know, and it's like, it's just sick what they got. But, you know, they pay the taxes. They don't care. They don't got kids. They don't use the roads. They don't give a shit. You know, let's just pay the taxes. Let's just go.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's fucking wild.
You ever been
and
down
it's so crazy because like you said, it's like right here. Like they're a 10-minute drive in either direction is a completely different aspect of the area, completely different houses, completely different everything. It's just like there. It's so crazy.
And you I'm sure. Where are you at, in West Palm? You said.
Yeah, I'm in West Palm. I'm a little bit. I'm like 10 minutes from the Palm Beach Airport, which is close. I see Trump's plane all the time. But I used to work there, like I used to work for an event company. They did like parties and stuff, and we would have to set up in the ballroom, Mar-a-Lago and shit. And it's fucking wild. I mean, it was way before Trump was even considering running for president, but he was still living there. But it was crazy, bro. Like, just the area is like, it's like you're in another world. Like, you don't even realize you're still in the same, like, planet. It's fucking crazy. Everything moves differently. Everything's just like you said, perfectly manicured. Everything looks like it's out of an oil painting. It's just fucking nuts.
Yeah, I mean, everything's crisp, clean, just like
perfect.
Dude, we were driving by and Trump was pulling out, and we literally stopped and then turned around real quick, and we were like, let's just see where they're going, right? You know? I don't know how those guys turned, because they must take different ways, but they took one turn, and I was like, we'll easily catch up to them, you know? Gone. couldn't find them. I was like, they got themselves some secret ass way out of there.
Yeah.
This is like, they don't mess around when they get that motorcade going. They're gone. But have you ever been down to the boat show down here, the Fort Lauderdale one?
Yeah, I worked like right across from the Galleria Mall. And our office used to get on the roof, and you know, like where the restaurants are on the Galleria Mall, like that Seasons 52 and the Martini. Our office is right across the street from that, the yellow building with the Texas State Brazil in the bottom. And we would go on the roof and watch the boat show sometimes. But hell, even the Palm Beach boat show is fucking nuts.
Oh yeah, dude. Down here though, they're getting into the mega yachts and stuff. It's just insanity, man. I mean, you got 50, 60-foot boats on the front of these boats. You know, and then a small tender beside it. That's their tender is a 40-foot boat. And you're just like sick.
It is crazy money. Like it's unfathomable money. Like I know it sounds wild. Like Bezos. Like I heard that one time Bezos. I know Bezos sold the Amazon shit, but in his heyday, he was making like $60,000 a minute.
Yeah.
Like every minute, he would make $60,000. But like you said, people say they don't pay their fair share. Let's just say every Amazon employee has direct deposit. Every 2 weeks, Bezos would dish out like $80 million in payroll.
Right.
And of course he's paying payroll taxes on it. But it's like, people are like, oh, Bezos should have that much money. I'm like, yo, do you know how many fucking livelihoods these guys are responsible for? Like,
absolutely.
This dude, you're talking about theft when you're talking about just take the money from the rich. Like, it's nuts. It's nuts. Like, think about that shit, bro. Every 2 weeks, Bezos' payroll, who knows how much he was dishing out.
Yeah, the level of tax that they pay. I mean, I learned a lot. You know, when you look back, okay, so some of these mega yachts, $300 million, right? 10% is the cost of maintenance. That's $30 million a year it's costing to have it. Now, he's paying payroll taxes on that. You know, the dock fees.
Property taxes.
You just name all the shit that they've got, and it's all, they don't care. You know, it's, that boat just sits there, but he's employing, you know, and those, you got anywhere from 8 to 18 staff, depending on what, you know, but they're full time. Captains, engineers, you know, the deckhands. It's like, and they're at a beck and call. I know a lot of these people in this industry, and it's like, wow, the amount of money spent. I know for a fact, a good friend of mine's a captain on one, and that boat in a year and almost 2 years, going on 2 years, I think the end of this year, not once has the owner been on the boat. We've gone out.
Shut the fuck up, seriously?
Not even kidding. And he bought another boat that's down here. You don't even live here. And we take the boat out because he has to. Like one time we're like, hey, our fuel bill isn't very, you getting it out on it? He goes, yeah, I get out. I just take it for the runs that we got to do to get our hours in for testing. And he's like, take it out a little bit more. You know? I was like going,
good God, bro. That's crazy.
But, you know, I mean, I know these guys, when they do want to use it, they want to be able to fly in, land, and then, like, my boat looks like it's in primo shape and ready to go, you know? But the people that they employ, these boats always have something being fixed on them. The people that they're employing, the stuff that it does and you know this, in West Palm, same thing. Here, the marine industry, the yachts, like Fort Lauderdale, the largest yacht show in the world, you know?
Yeah, the boat storage areas, I mean, everything. The marine, it's a big industry. It's huge.
Yeah.
The boat shit's nuts. That shit is, you're right. What's that one saying? Like, the best days when you, or the second best days when you get the boat, the best days when you sell it, or whatever?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, the money,
you know,
like, you're so...
Yeah, there was the biggest one I've ever seen it was up in West Palm, and it was by a bridge because there was no place big enough to dock it. And they worked with the city. They got to put it by this bridge. And it was like my third year down. And I said to the guys, I was like, that boat's been there every single, and the guy goes, dude, for 5 years, we go in and out this thing every day. And that boat's been there every day. And we're talking, and you know they've got some big spots up there. This boat was that big, Mike. And the side of it was open up with a massive boat parked inside, jet skis, all these weird other water toys. Insane. I think that one, he said they had a staff of 18 full-time on it.
It is wild, bro. Like, the money is wild. Even the billions and billions, like, to us, you know, it's like, okay, yeah, we know how much, like, it's like unfathomable money. But then when you think about it, it's like, God, even the billions we're sending overseas to all these different fucking places, like the $100 billion for Ukraine and stuff. Like, you think about, like, in our terms, like, think about this, like, $999 million. That's not even $1 billion.
Right.
Like, they take 999 million, then go to 1 billion, then go to 1,999 million again, then to 2 billion. Like, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Like,
And that's why
nuts.
So you heard about the time when the Ukrainian official's wife was caught crossing the border. She had like 25 million in American cash. I can't remember how many million in euro and then what other currencies. And I'm just like, okay, so do you think that's the only one that was skimming money, or do you think she's just the only one that got caught? Like, we know we should not be sending cash, number one. We'll give you resources, you know, weapons. We'll do that. But we should not be sending them guys cash, because you know that money's disappearing.
Well, yeah, what was so wild about the Ukraine shit is, like, it's like a known thing that Ukraine is one of the most corrupt governments in the fucking world. Like, everyone knows this. Like, it's not even like a secret. Like, we all know it. And it's like, what are we doing right now? Like, what's going on?
A friend of mine, his family is very well, a prominent family over there, right? But he's here. When all this started, this dude's big, like 6'7", 260, Ivan Drago, you know, and like I've never seen a fight go more than one punch when that guy gets into it. And I asked him, I said, "You going back over?" He's like, "Fuck no." I was like, "What? Why?" So proud and training. He goes, and he told me the place is so corrupt. He goes, "No." He told me a story that Vitaly Klitschko, the boxer, he's the mayor. They were having problems with their waste management, right? So they get an American company, agree to come over there. They spend the money, spend the time, the resources, everything, get ready to start business. They're ready to go. And all of a sudden they get told that Vitaly wants $25 million. And they're like, "Excuse me, what?" And they try to explain to him, says, you know, because he was saying, "No, I need $25 million before you guys can start." He's just like, "We've already gotten everything licensed and we're ready to go. I don't know where this is coming from." He goes, "No, he wanted it for himself." So he was wanting basically a kickback. And the guy goes, "Listen, we don't make enough money to pay you $25 million. We're not going to make enough money in 10 years to pay you $25 million. And he's like, "Then you don't." And so they had to literally shut down all the operations over there because you either pay Klitschko or you don't do business in Kiev. And I'm like, this is the level of corruption that country has. And we want to know why they're such a shithole.
Yep. Hell, same with California.
Yeah.
Same with what's that high speed rail system? It was like they were like, "Oh, we'll have this done." And it was like $700 million later. They haven't built a single thing. It's like, wait a second.
They're
where's
like
the $700 fucking million?
Aren't they like 1 billion over budget? I thought.
Yeah, it's like nothing's been built. It's fucking crazy.
And you know this, the Bright Line. Okay, help me out here. Is it Branson that owns that?
I don't know. Is it Richard Branson? The dude from Spirit Airlines? He owns that shit.
Virgin.
Or Virgin. Yeah. Sorry, Virgin. Yeah.
So he built. So when he said we're going to Orlando, right? He built this. We're supposed to go. He started after them. He went the same amount of miles, okay, from nothing. So they were already started. He was just talking about it. He talked about it. He planned it. He got it put in, got it done. And you know what they said? You got to run it for a year to make sure there's no issues first. So he had to run that thing up to Orlando how many times before putting a person on it? Sure there weren't any issues. I'm like, you're running that thing every day from Miami to West Palm. You know, I mean, just let it go. He did that. And they came in, I think, it was millions and millions. It wasn't like 7 million under budget. It was drastically under budget. I was like, so this man did it here in Florida for a fraction of the cost in a fraction of the time. And they're like 1 billion over. This is what happens when you try to do business in California.
Abdiel, you awake?
What's up, Sanu?
Oh, what up, Mike? Abdiel, you awake?
Oh, what's up? What's up, Rich?
Oh, I don't think Abdiel's awake. Oh, so I just left a Libyan room with a bunch of Libyan Muslims, and Jacobus is so lost that he's hanging out with a bunch of Libyans while they're speaking Arabic half the time. And then I went in there and told them, they're like, "Are you Mossad?" And I was like, "Yeah, Lucky and I both served it. Jacobus and I both served as Mossad in Israel." And now they're all screaming and yelling and trying to figure out if they should, because I speak Arabic enough, like, So I'm listening to like them screaming about like we should kick this fucking Mossad agent. He's a fucking piece of shit. And then the one guy's like, oh, but he's African. I was like, that's not really his picture. I said he's actually Puerto Rican and Jewish. So I said he doesn't actually look like that. He's like, you fucking demon, Rich. Fuck you, Rich.
That's a. So hey, right before when I jumped on here, did you guys hear the quote about what happened? So first things first, I had to laugh because I saw when Jimmy Kimmel made fun of Tucker Carlson for mutually departing ways, and he's like, let's be real, you got fired, you know, and he started mocking him about, and they called it a beautiful something or other. I got the link, I should post it in here, but it's Jimmy mocking the fact that, you know, Tucker said something and got fired, and then Jimmy went as far as to make a skit with his the Mexican guy that he brings out about Jimmy getting fired. And it's like, so here, the left wants to be angry about Jimmy getting cut because of something he said, but here's Jimmy making fun of Tucker getting cut over something he said. Oh, yeah, and then you guys wanted to, impeach Trump over something he tweeted, you know? And it's funny, but tonight when I got on, here's what happened. It's been out. They told Jimmy to go back on and apologize, and Jimmy said no. They said, you need to apologize. We need to see your monologue. The monologue was called Hot. So hot, they said, we're not putting you on the air. He was not backing down. He was going to double down on the rhetoric. And so they told him, we're not putting you on air. And that's when ABC pulled in.
Yeah, and I heard they're trying to make him make a donation or some shit too.
Yeah, they wanted to, in order for him to get his job back, he's got to make a donation to Turning Point USA.
Dude, what's insane to me is like, A, they're more mad about Jimmy Kimmel getting canceled, getting suspended than they are about Charlie Kirk's death, which is fucking wild. And then secondly, like, this shit is not, like, they all keep saying, oh, it's infringing on our free speech. They're taking away our free speech. No one's fucking arresting anybody. The First Amendment provides you to say whatever you want without being arrested or put in jail. No one's getting fucking arrested. You can say whatever the fuck you want. The people that tweeted out the dumb shit and then got fired, they can still go tweet out shit. They didn't lose their Twitter account. But, like, to think that you're not, that the company has to be beholden to, like, no matter what you say is crazy. Like, if you go cuss your boss out in front of the office, you're going to get fired. Gina Carano got fired from Disney, from the show Star Wars, because of fucking her, or what she said. Roseanne Barr was fucking killed off that, remember the reboot of the Roseanne show, The Connors? They kicked her off. They fired her, which was ABC, and then they killed her in the show by a drug overdose. Like, they fired them for what they said. You're not, like, no one's taking away your free speech rights, but the company doesn't have they don't have to employ you. Like, this is nuts.
Jimmy's fans, when he announced that Tucker was fired for what he had said, they all started cheering. So this is the hypocrisy. You guys cheered when somebody else had it done. And this is the funny thing, because it's like, people are like, well, this is just payback. Yeah, you guys played stupid, and you genuinely were a threat to democracy. You genuinely were acting as an authoritarian government by deplatforming a president, by deplatforming doctors who were giving, actually, we find out now, the right information.
Yeah.
And so much so you had, Zuckerberg come out and say, no, they told us take it down, anything. Well, what if it's true? Yeah, we're not going to do that. No, you're going to do that. You know, I mean, when he's coming out, and not just in front of Congress, but he talked to Joe Rogan about it. And people are like, well, you know, make fun of Elon for buying Twitter. He could have fought it, and he could have proved a lot of those accounts were bots, but he found out that they were deleting shit, and he says, screw it, I'll pay the $20-some billion to get the extra information. And I was like, guys, look what he did find. Imagine what they were deleting first.
Yep.
I'm sorry, but if you knew, all right, the cops are coming to get your computer, and we want to see what you got on it. If you did something wrong, you robbed a bank, and the information they think is on there. Well, you're going to delete all the nastiest stuff that's going to get you freaking arrested and thrown in jail. You're going to get it off your computer first, right? You know that's what they were deleting. And so it's like, people are just dumb. You know, I mean, look at how many, you know, the Dems were all going to leave, but you still got the Krasenstein bros and all these other people that were paid shills, that JoJo or whoever she is, and they're constantly still bitching. I was like, I told them, they were talking stuff one night, and I was like, you ain't going anywhere. You're irrelevant anywhere else. You need Twitter, you know?
Right, exactly. That's the irony of the whole fucking thing. It's like they're gonna bitch about it, and they gotta go on that stuff. Dude, the shit with the COVID stuff was insane. I mean, doctors were getting discredited. There was military members that were getting dishonorably discharged for something that they ended up being correct about. It was nuts what was going on.
Yeah, we got into it. Marshall was trying to defend it. This other guy was trying to say, that first of all, okay, this guy Ian, I don't know if you know who he is or what, but he was trying to say, I know Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk did a thing called the Black Leadership Summit. He brought 750 some black people to the White House. On that, out of all the people who helped pay that, one black person donated $20,000, right? And everybody's calling him a racist. So white people paid for 750 some people, so he's not a racist. Let's go there right away, number one. But number two, this guy goes, you can imagine there's 750 some people there. This guy goes, I know Charlie. I talked to Charlie about this, and he keeps going on and on and on. And I was like, so you think you know Charlie because you had probably a 4-minute conversation with him, and now you think you can come on here and start identifying him as whatever you want to identify him as now. And I literally was just like calling him out, and he wouldn't answer. Then he would just start doing his bullshit. But the fact is, man, people on this app and stuff trying to say that they know that man, they can get the fuck out of here. You don't know Charlie Kirk if you're on this app.
Yeah, the more I listen to people talk about it in the recent couple of since last Thursday or whatever, when they were talking about it, all I kept thinking in my head is like, wow, you've never listened to a single thing he said. You've legit never listened to Charlie Kirk once with the shit they were saying. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, they take like an excerpt of what he was saying. I'm gonna agree with one of them when they said that he said that Trayvon Martin was hunted by Zimmerman. Okay, and okay, cool, he did say that, and that was bullshit. Number one, I'll agree with you. However, listen to the whole thing. He later comes out and he goes, "I'm just going by what I recall. I was a teenager then. I don't know about that case. I was young. I wasn't into all of this. I mean, he's like, I don't remember the details of that. I was a teenager." He goes, "But from what I recall, he was acquitted by, the jury of his peers, blah, blah, blah." Yeah, but you were wrong, Charlie, but you admitted that you didn't know the details of the case, right? Get it. The DEI thing about the pilot. Okay, listen to the whole context of what this man says. What he said many, many times already was, hey, if you're hiring somebody and you've got these practices that are DEI hires, it makes you start to wonder when you're getting onto the plane, is he qualified, right? That he could have said he or she, could have done that. Didn't have to say black, I get it, but he was using it as a narrative that's saying, like, wait a minute, was Kamala the most qualified? Absolutely not. And we know that because we know before he was elected, he says, I'm going to put in a black female as my president. You just downplayed her as being worthy by saying that it doesn't matter. I'm putting one of those in. Same with the Supreme Court justice.
That was the worst one.
Yeah, don't say it. How about you just say, I'm going to pick the best.
Right. If you would have nominated Ketanji Brown Jackson, she still would have been the first black Supreme Court justice or first black woman on the Supreme Court justice, bro. You didn't have to say, I'm going to nominate a black woman. You could have just nominated her.
You devalued it.
Still would have ended up being the first black woman, bro. Like, they're the ones that are doing this, and that's what Charlie was saying.
Yeah, you devalued her accomplishment by saying, I'm requiring that it's this. No, just say, if it's me, I'm going to pick the best available. It doesn't matter what's in my head. Yeah. I'm just going to say, I'm going to pick the best available. And now when you pick her, we believe that's who you think is the best available.
Right. I like how he always argued it.
Me off.
He always argued it when, and by the way, everyone's like, why was he talking about black people? It's like, well, if you watch the fucking video, it's a black person asking him the question. So, I mean, what's he supposed to do there? But the way he always explained it is that, and again, Charlie was a sports fan, right? He's a Chicago Bears fan. He was a sports fan. So he kind of brought it down to our level where he was like, okay, because remember his stance was like diversity always forced diversity always lessens the product. And he's like, think of it like this. Imagine if basketball, because the country is 60% white, imagine if every basketball team, every NBA team had to have like 6 white guys on the team and 2 white guys had to be on the court at all times. He's like, wouldn't that make the NBA less good? Wouldn't that make the product worse? And everyone's like, well, yeah. It's like, well, okay then. So forced diversity makes the product worse. The best people should be in the job. And if there was never a thing as affirmative action, if there was never a thing as DEI, we would never even question it, because if the pilot's there, it doesn't matter what he looks like. He's qualified for the job. The fact that you're telling us it has, remember the flight people? They were like, oh, it's too white. The fuck does that mean? I want the best pilot with the most hours, with the most log shit, the best pilot flying. I don't give a fuck what he looks like.
Yeah.
It's crazy. The most egregious one, Corey, was I think it was either the New York Post lady or the Wall Street Journal. I think it was Wall Street Journal. But she tweeted out a quote of Charlie Kirk, and she ended up getting fired. And they're like, oh, you're gonna fire her for actually, like, all she did was quote Charlie Kirk. And you go look at the quote she posted. This is the sickest one. I swear to God, it was so disgusting. The quote she posted was this. It said, quote, black women don't have the brain capacity to compete on the level, so they have to steal white jobs. So they have to be forced to steal white jobs, or something like that, right?
Wow.
Black women don't have the brain capacity to compete, so they have to be forced to take white jobs, whatever, right? That was the quote. The main part was black women don't have the brain capacity to compete, and that's where everyone got crazy. Then you go look up the quote, bro, and the actual quote, this was so disgusting. The actual quote was this. Charlie Kirk said this: the problem with affirmative action in DEI is that it makes people believe that black women don't have the brain capacity to compete. And she clipped it just at the part where it said black women, and she tweeted out, quote, black women don't have the brain capacity to compete, end quote, Charlie Kirk.
Right.
It's like, you fucking liar. And they're like, oh, she shouldn't get fired. Yeah, the fuck she should. She's misquoting someone to make them seem racist. That's 100% a fireable offense for a journalist. 100%.
Yeah. Well, and what I think what needs to happen from now on, though, is whether it's on the news, everything should say, this is an opinion piece. If it's not factual, if it's wrong and you report it, you should be fined for it or removed from your job. And here's why. There's zero accountability. They pass a lot of bullshit. Let's be real. I mean, the Russia stuff, it was a lie. They're saying they didn't say that now. Well, unfortunately, there's a whole montage going around of you guys for like 7 minutes of you guys, and that's not all of them, saying that Russia hacked the election.
Hell, the impeachment cost $30 million.
Yeah, well, in the Russiagate cost more than that. The Russia thing, they said I heard $45 million, but it was how many years?
The whole thing was a scam. They knew it was a lie.
But get this, the New York case, which only lasted 6 months maybe, was $45 million. And you're going to tell me one that had the FBI, that had, raids, all the stuff that they did, you're going to tell me that was only $45 million? Get the fuck out of here. We know that was, if the other one was only six it cost 45, you know that one was 200 million, and they lost, right? The shit that they do, they need to start holding these people accountable, because they purposely clip things, they purposely say things wrong because they have no accountability. I can tell you that the industry I'm in, our lawyers went and talked to CNN, an editor from CNN, and said, hey, this quote's completely wrong. This is a lie. And the response was, I know. I tried to change it when I found out, but my editor told me, no, it'll work great for clickbait.
Wow.
Yep. I was like, and there's zero repercussions. You're literally lying to the American people by putting this false information out to them, causing a panic in the markets. Okay? You could scare somebody into either selling their home or other things because they're of fear of what the media is putting out there. And there's no accountability. I'm sorry, same thing. People panicked. It was all panic about the tariffs, right? It was bullshit. My ex-girlfriend, I don't know, it was probably about 6 months ago. Actually, wait, no. It was, not even 6 months ago. Maybe it was 3 months ago. We were sitting out, her brother-in-law was going off about Trump because of the tariffs, and he lost 30% or 40% of his retirement, so he pulled out a bunch of stuff, and I told him, I was like, why'd you do that? Like, it's going to come back. No, they say it's this. I said, listen, they said that before. I said, did you pull out when it dropped under Biden? No. I said there was a bigger drop under Biden, but you didn't pull out because the media didn't panic you. Now you pulled out, and I said, you know what's going to happen? I said, mark my words, in a matter of months, it's going to be higher than ever. And guess what? It is. And now what did you force? If he did it, you know how many millions of Americans did the same thing, panicked. So they took their money out. They lost 30 to 40% of their retirement. They pulled it out, put it somewhere safe. And now they watched it all come back up. And now they're still 30 to 40% down. And who bought that? BlackRock, probably, everybody else out there with money. It was literally just a scam to scare the American people, and it was bullshit. CNBC and MSNBC both had people on talking about it, and a guy on the economy, and told them, you guys got it all wrong. You guys all missed this.
They haven't been right about anything.
Right.
Nothing.
I mean, I got into it with Marshall on here about the tariffs. My brother works for the government, this, that. And he says it's bullshit. And I was like, you're missing the point of what a tariff is. Well, it's a tax to the people. So is a tax on business. If you tax a business, I said, you're taxing the people, because if I have a business and you raise my taxes 30%, I have to raise my prices 30% because I know what I want for my profit margin. I'm carrying risk. If I don't have money, guess what? When I have downtimes, I have to fire my entire staff because I can't work. Now the business closes doors and done. I have to have money to keep employed my people through slow times or a lawsuit or whatever comes up. You have to have profits. If you don't, you're going to go bankrupt the first time there's any kind of dip in the market. So I said, listen, you put tariffs on. It's to balance the field. Yeah, but it just raises the price. Exactly. Because when we send a Jeep Wrangler, now this is when I did the study, the report on this. I think a Cherokee or Wrangler, I can't remember. It's $43,000 here in America. It was $96,000 in China. They do that because they want you to buy their car over there, not an American car. And if you're going to buy an American car, you're going to pay us 43% tax. This is the point I told him. We want to make sure when they build you a cheap refrigerator, you're going to pay more in taxes, which makes you lean to want to buy the American-made refrigerator. Oh, it's heavier gauge motor, it lasts longer. You buy the American-made.
Get what you pay for.
What's that?
And you get what you pay for.
Right. And if anybody knows anything, look into a buy local like the economic impact of buy local. It's like with $1 is a tenfold dollar in the community, because I pay you $1, right? You get your $1 and you go groceries. You go buy a pop. That $1 goes there. That $1 goes to the gas station. The gas station has paid his employee, and he's paid this and he paid that. So now 6 people get a portion of it. But that $1 maybe gets broke up. But that $1 is tenfold. It turns into $10 in the economy. And now it's getting, that $10 or that $1 that turns 10 times, it's tax each time. And I was like, I asked him, I said, so do you know what the market share of manufacturing is? It's insignificant. I said, no. It's pretty significant. So then he was trying to come up with, it's only 11%. I said, okay. So then I said, look up what the highest industry is. So he looks it up, and whatever he says, services. That's not the way it's broke down. You don't lump everything that's a service industry into one. So I did it. Accounting, legal, this, that, the other, was 20-some%, but there was like 6 or 7 industries in that. But everything else was right around the same as manufacturing. They're all about between 9 and 13%. So you're taking an equal share out of the market. That's significant. It's $3 trillion in the first quarter of 2025. $3 trillion is a significant amount of money in the GDP, right?
Of course.
I said, of that, I can't remember if it's 90-some% of the manufacturers are less than 20 employees. It's a high percentage. It's like that high. I think maybe it's 75% are 20 employees or less of manufacturing in America. Of those, I think it's 93%. It's 93 or 96% give their employees health insurance. I was like, tell me America shouldn't be doing manufacturing.
There you go.
Well, we can't do it here. I said, well, I'm gonna prove you wrong, because BMW America is the largest BMW manufacturing facility in the world. And it's a fraction of the been in business as a fraction of the time as Germany. And now moving their chip, they already got a chip factory here. And they're talking about moving their transmissions here. So tell me again, how Germany can manufacture in America, but America can't.
Yeah, that's the part that people I think missed about it. And that's why I love Trump. He attacks these things like a bit. Look, the country's a business. We have a debt. We have a GDP. Right? We have stuff that operate. I know it's not technically a business, but it runs like a business. And I want a businessman running it. And like basically, Trump's idea was this: like, if you're going to manufacture overseas, because he can't compete with overseas manufacturing, he can't do it. It's cheaper. It just is what it is. So he's like, well, okay. If you're going to manufacture overseas and then bring it back and sell it to Americans, I'm going to tax the fuck out of you. So you might as well fucking manufacture it here. Hello? And then you manufacture the shit here, and now everything kind of changes. And then it's like, wait a second. Trump was the first one to kind of point out that we don't need these other countries. They need us. As we go, they go. That's how this whole thing works. And the China shit was the best. Did you saw the videos of the manufacturer in China? They're like, what the fuck am I supposed to do now? They had all this stuff. They didn't know what to do. The employees weren't working. They had all these products. They were selling their shit for like 10 cents on the dollar. It was nuts.
They tried to go to Europe, and Europe said...
Right. And it's like, guys, are y'all not understanding this shit? And like you said about the health insurance, this is what people are missing. And that's when everyone's like, oh, the tax cuts for the rich, tax cuts for the rich. Yo, these people are employing people. If you let's say you hire, let's say you have 30 workers, and then let's say you end up hiring another 30 workers, and every one of those 60 workers now gets health insurance, they should get a tax cut because they're providing their workers with proper health insurance. Why not give them a tax cut? That means that there's 30 more people that are getting proper insurance. Now, if the company wants to hire a bunch of people, like Walmart kind of fucked around with this a lot. You know, there's always a bunch of people working at Walmart, because Walmart's whole shtick is that they don't really have any full-time employees. Everyone's a part-time employee. Yep. So there's so many fucking people walking around Walmart because they're all part-time, so Walmart doesn't have to deal with the health insurance thing. They're all like, oh, well, they're just part-time employees. And it's like, well, fuck you, Walmart. Start making them full-time, give them all proper health insurance, and we'll give you some tax cuts. That's how this whole thing should work. The people that are providing jobs should get benefits. They're providing jobs. And then you force them to give proper health insurance. When you get money back, build another warehouse, hire more people. Don't just put it in your pocket, and we'll give you a tax break. If you put it in your pocket, go fuck yourself. It's like, that's what Trump kind of understands, you know, like he gets it.
Yeah, you know, and I'm going to tell you that I didn't understand the costs at all until I'm a GM and I'm sitting down and we're going through the numbers and stuff, and we always would present to our employees, look at, this is what we've got, this is the cost, this is your contribution, here's what we contribute. So before we went to our people, I looked at the owner and I said, you know, what are we doing here? And he goes, what do you mean? I was like, I know for a fact I can buy insurance. Now, this was before Obamacare. I said, I can buy insurance for my son and myself, and it was like for $400, right? A month. I was like, I'm contributing 200 and whatever, and you're contributing like 800. And he goes, yeah, I know, it's expensive. He goes, they nail us. And I said, but why don't we just write a bonus check for whatever it is? Because mine, since it was two of us, it was the same as a family, so I could have been married with another kid. I had the family rate. Now, I didn't have, so I just happened to have to pay the same rate. But that's what it was. So it was like, let's just say it would have been $500 it would have cost me. We've got $1,000 between the two of us that we're paying. I could keep my own $200, not have to contribute. You could pay me half of what you're paying and pay for my health insurance. So send me a check for $400. You save $400. I save $200. We save $600. He looks, he goes, I've already checked into it. I had my attorneys look at it, and it's illegal. I can't do that. I was like, what the fuck? Are you kidding? Yeah. Why can't a business owner say, I will write a check for you. Go get your own insurance. Now, it might be different now. I don't know. But to me, that's the kind of shit that we need to change in America, you know? There was companies out in California couldn't afford health insurance anymore, so they were literally like, their employees, I can't remember how long they were there. I think they put in $10,000 to start for the ones who've been there a long time. They couldn't do that for everybody, but then I think it was like $2,000 or $2,500 a year that they added to their HSA account. And then what happened is these guys started to all have a significant amount in their HSA account. So they started dropping or raising their deductible, right? And they were showing how great it worked, because if you've got $20,000 in your HSA account, you can have a $5,000 deductible. That doesn't kill you at all. And now you're paying such a small premium that your HSA account's got your health insurance it's awesome, and I loved it. And it's just like, we look at the market, and then the money market. Have you seen these marketplace insurance companies like Liberty and what's the other one? It's a faith-based one. I can't remember the name right now. But you go into a market. So like, let's just say that I don't know, like, let's just use like Boca. Like, it's a small, we'll just use it. It's not, they don't go by city, but let's just say it's like that. Okay, everybody in Boca's in a market, and you all pay in, and you pay it. Your name is on the account, but they're also somebody who can write a check from your account, the insurance company, right? So your premiums go into this account, okay? And then all of a sudden, Mike's going to have a surgery. They send a note out. Just the Christian ones, like, they send actually a letter or email out to everybody, and they say, hey, Mike's going to be having knee surgery, say a prayer for him, blah, blah, blah. We will let you know what we're taking out of your account to cover Mike's expenses. Mike gets done with the surgery. They get a bill. The bill says $42,000. They call him up and said, listen, we'll pay cash. We'll give you $26,000 today. Done. Now, they've just saved the insurance $18,000, right? And now everybody takes $50 out of their account, and it goes to pay for Mike's surgery. You see? And so it keeps people responsible, saying, I don't want to go in for stupid things, because the less I use it, the lower my premium stays,
Right.
And 93, it's been in business for 30-some years, and they've never failed to pay a bill. And I was like, do you think we have a solution? Why hasn't our government said, wait, why is this working so well? How about we do that with people?
Yeah, it's too logical.
Exactly. If you get the chance, read the book Fair Tax, or even just look it up on the internet. Try to listen to Congressman Linder talk about it, dude. It'll shock you. They eliminate the IRS. There's no need for it, because there's no taxes. All taxes are at point of sale, so you have the Department of Revenue already doing that, right? So the Department of Revenue is collecting. There's no income tax. There's no April 15th anymore. You take home every dime you get. The entire tax code is 33 pages long. They went to every Fortune 500 company that left the U.S. Every one of them said, enact the fair tax. We cease doing operations overseas, and everything comes back. But the congressman said they'll never vote for it, because it takes power away from congressmen. They can't make money, and they don't have power without tax incentives.
There you go. Yeah, I went to high school in Boca.
In Boca?
Yeah, I went to high school in Boca.
Okay. Nice area, too.
What's that?
So that's a nice area, too.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's a little uppity. I mean, I was in West Boca. East Boca is like the rich. But I was in West Boca.
Yeah, they're a little that area, that West Palm, and they're both a little bit. We got our areas here too. You get the Las Olas area here, and they're kind of that same thing. But this whole all along the beach here, that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You get up to Hillsborough Mile, they got like cameras. Like, if you drive up there, they got cameras, and as soon as you drive past one of the cameras, it automatically reads your license plates and stuff.
That's crazy. I used to love those, bro. With the Deerfield, the pier, and over there, Deerfield Beach. I used to love that area.
Yeah,
Deerfield Beach shit.
Yeah, to me, it's just like, dude, that's getting a little excessive. But it keeps crime out of here. Get out of here,
Yeah, they're just going crazy, overstepping. It's just the spending got crazy, and that's when he first got in there, was getting rid of all this shit. And like the USAID and all this stuff and blah blah, people were freaking out. It's like, yo, when the fat gets trimmed, the pigs squeal. And it kind of started realizing, like, whoa, like these motherfuckers are just doing shit, and you didn't realize it, how much money was being wasted. Like, holy fucking shit, bro. Like, you find out about the thing, like they're buying the USB cables, and they're paying $10,000 a cable, when you can go on Amazon and get the cable for like $19, the exact same cable for $19, and the government's paying 10 G's, and then you think of like all these government offices. So it's like, wait a second, if they have an office building with like 200 people working it, every single one of those computers needs one of those USB cables, and they were charging $10,000 for it. But they were still getting it for $19. It's not like they were actually paying for a $10,000 cable.
Right.
They were buying the $19 cable, but they were allocated $10,000 per cable. It's like, wait a second. So who the fuck got all this fucking money? I mean, it's nuts.
Well, that's like the immigration.
Where is it going?
Right. What was that Wasn't it an immigration center in Houston that was been getting how much a month? 60,000 a month. It was more than that. And it wasn't even open. I was like, dude, I completely missed the boat on starting in a nonprofit.
Oh, bro, these nonprofits is insane. These government contracts, and then they don't ever do anything. It's like, what was Trump saying after the fire in California? He was talking to the mayor, and he's like, let the fucking people go to their house. He's like, they'll get it done in a week. And she's like, well, you got to talk to these people and blah, blah, blah. He's like, yo, the homeowners will get this shit cleared up in a week. Just let them fucking do it. That's why I like him.
Interview.
He just fucking he just says it, and he's kind of like one of us a little bit, and he's unfiltered, like the California with the forest fires.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, clean up your fucking forests. He's like, you have zero forest maintenance. You got a bunch of dead fucking debris laying all over the fucking ground, and of course, any spark's gonna spark it up. Clean up your fucking forest, you dumbasses.
Well, and the thing is, okay, we spend when they have one of these, they spend how many freaking millions of dollars, right? Insane amount. Okay, so if you look up, I think it's called the Fire Boss. They're a small plane, and people are like, well, you need a lot more water than that. Per hour, those things drop a significantly more amount of water because they can go and hit a local body of water, fill and get back faster, right? They need a lot less area. Doesn't have to be a big body of water. They on the website, their own personal website, they break down what each fire, the big SOBs that drop water, you might need 6 fire bosses to equate to that, right? But the cost is a fraction, for the equal cost, but the water it drops is significantly more. You're dropping more even with the smaller planes, because now imagine that you had 12 of those little planes dropping. Now you can be dropping as you're coming into it, which means you're wetting the forest in front, which slows the progression at least, right? And you're dumping into it. Well, the next one's picking it up and now going a little deeper, and you're literally just following each other. You could have you're in a state, any state that, in my opinion, that has the risk of forest fire should have these. And then you're gonna, in that time, like, okay, there's certain areas that aren't at high risk. We know that, right? Fly your plane out. Get it done. You have the whole freaking country. The plane can go a long ways on a tank of fuel. Within 6-8 hours, you could have the plane from the East Coast there helping put out a forest fire. And I don't care what it costs for fuel as a taxpayer. Get it out there. It's cheaper than what we're spending, with whatever thing else we're doing, There's ways to do it. They just don't want to do it. They just don't think outside the box.
Yeah, they like to keep the status quo. It's like, if for nothing else, I mean, I actually do like Trump's policies. I actually do like what he's doing. I've proudly voted for him 3 times. So, I do actually like it. But if for nothing else, at least he's shaking shit up. We all could agree that the politicians are scumbags. The lifelong politicians are even worse. And so I didn't get what people were so, he's not a politician. The lifelong politicians fucking hate his ass. I mean, the second impeachment, remember the second impeachment? He wasn't even president. They were trying to impeach a fucking citizen. That's how terrified they were of him. It's like, wait a second. If the lifelong politicians don't like him, that makes me like him even more. So I don't understand why everyone was so against it. In the same breath, they're like, yeah, we hate politicians. We hate these lifelong politicians. Politicians are corrupt and blah, blah, blah. Well, then why don't you like him? He's not a politician, and all of the lifelong politicians don't like him. That makes me like him even more. It's just wild, the idea that, all of a sudden out of nowhere, he was a bad guy. I mean, remember the old clips of The View? Have you seen that shit on the old clips of The View? When he walks up there and Whoopi Goldberg and Joy Behar are like, we love you. When are you going to run for president? They're hugging him and shit, bro.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Yeah, dude, it's insanity,
It's nuts. It's fucking nuts.
So get this. This is going to be the comparison, right? So DC-10 flying. Max tank capacity 10,800. Availability, I don't know, it says 55,000. Then we know it's more than that for the plane. It must be per trip. So hourly rate $8,200. Fills per hour 1. So you get 10,800 gallons per hour dropped, and cost is 5.85. So it must be 55,000 for each trip. Right now.
How do they fill the water in? How do they put the water in?
Those they actually, I don't remember if those actually have a scooper, or if they must have a scooper too, that they fly over a large body of water, or maybe they have to land and fill. I bet you they have to land and fill. The scoopers, now we're going to go to this little plane, right? It's just a Fire Boss, it's called. It only holds 820. Costs $4,500 an hour. So half the cost per hour, right? Yeah. But fills per hour, 20. Gallons per hour, 14,000. So 4,000 more gallons per hour. Cost per gallon, 64 cents compared to $5.85 a gallon.
Jesus, it's like a no-brainer.
Yeah, it's like, why are we not putting 50 of these little fuckers flying back and forth?
Yeah.
Dude, makes 0 sense. Oh, plus, now you've just got more jobs, right? You can set up one pilot dumping 10,000 an hour. Okay, let's see, how many did I say? So it was 10,800. I think they've got a cost comparison. Let me break that down. Advantage, specifications, advantage. Thought they had a picture of how many planes it took for each one.
Yeah, and by the time they get back, that 10,000 gallons is dried up.
Right, so that's my point, yeah. I mean, it just...
Instead of, like you're saying, it's almost like my idea, like, you know, when people are... Back in the old days, they were doing buckets of water. There's like a line of people. They're just handing water, handing the buckets. You know, it's like the planes could just be in line, like bang, 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 bang.
So to deliver 50,000 gallons, the Fire Boss that I'm telling you about takes it 3.5 hours. And it's cost $20,571. To drop the same 50,000 gallons with the DC-10, it takes 4.5 hours, and a cost of $92,000, over 4.5 times more.
Why does everything the government touch is ass backwards? Like literally everything.
Yeah, dude. It's just like, to me, this makes, and I know, well, you need a lot more volume to dump. Well, then good. You have things flying all together and just start dumping. You know, I mean, if these guys are literally flying on each other's tails and dropping, it's the same. You know,
it's fucking crazy. Like you see a McDonald's wants to remodel, and they'll remodel in like 2 days and never stop. They'll never close. They'll just remodel while they're open. But then they can't get a fucking road done in like 4 months. Like what is going on?
Remember when Sanibel Island the bridge was taken out in the hurricane, and the news was literally saying this: they may never be able to build this bridge again. I was like, they build a bridge wherever they want now. So what is there that they built in the 1930s? Why is it that we can't build it in 2023 or whatever it was? Oh, and then what happened? Freaking DeSantis had that bridge open in a matter of a few weeks. He had it rebuilt. I was like, dude, this guy is amazing when it comes to the hurricanes, man.
It's like, I heard this shit in California about like any kind of building or any kind of regulations, or even with the fire people, like before anything can get done, they got to send like land purveyors to make sure there's no like species there. Then they got to like test the dirt. And they got to take all these samples. Then like after that's done, they got to do it all over again. I think Jon Stewart had the guy, I don't know if you ever saw the interview, but he had the one guy on that was reading off all of the regulations that had to be gone through. And then after all of those lists, like all the steps, it had to be redone from a different like entity. So like one entity had to do it, and then another entity had to do it. And the guy's like, yeah, the process takes about 3 years. It's like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? There's just dumb government agencies that are just getting paid. And then probably taking kickbacks, like you were saying. It's crazy.
Did you see, something said breaking news, and they're showing Kamala. Well, Kamala Harris says Pete Buttigieg would have been an ideal running mate if she were a straight white man.
It's Kamala, you bigot.
Yeah. But have you seen, since they cut USAID, have you seen that the Democrats are struggling to raise funds?
Yeah. I saw something about how they're like trying to say like, what's going on here? What's going on here? and people are connecting the two, like, maybe you were getting your shit from fucking USAID, you scumbags.
Well, and let's be real. If I'm a donor, I was like, I just gave you $1 billion and you got smoked. Not just me. You got smoked.
Bro, $1 billion in like 3-4 months.
Yeah, dude. And they were like, we needed more time. No, the more time she had, the worse it was going to get.
Yeah. Well, and I'm with you too on the other thing. I mean, I don't think Kamala would have been good sitting on her own, regardless.
Bro,
I mean,
no.
remember in the primary against Biden, she got 0 votes. But like, I agree with you though. I think Biden ruined her career. Like Biden ruined her career. He's like, you're the border czar. Like, what the fuck are you? What? So Biden, you don't have any so you're just like, it's her problem. Like what? Like what do you what? Like that's not the vice president. Like what are we doing right now? You're just gonna put her in charge of it, and like he ruined her career, ruined it. Well, now she's always gonna be affiliated with Biden.
Oh, but the fact is how bad the border was when you told the world there's nobody more qualified. And I'm going to say this: it didn't take Trump he wasn't even in office yet. In the morning of his impeachment, there was nobody crossing the border. Yep. You know,
0.
Didn't have to build a wall. What we did is just had to enforce the laws we have.
Thank you.
And guess what happens? Now we don't have the that we did have.
Yep. It's crazy. When Trump got back in office the second term, like, what's he gonna do for immigration? He's like, he's not gonna do shit. He's gonna just enforce the laws he already had on the fucking books. We already had the laws. Like they were like, what is Biden supposed to do? Because like Biden lost he lost the House and the Senate or whatever. And they're like, well, Biden's hands are tied. Yo, the laws already exist. Just reinforce the Mexico law and reinforce the fucking the detain and remove law. That's it. We already had the laws, you fucking idiots.
Right. Listen to this. Democrats' main fundraising committee is losing big donors and so cash-strapped that its officials have discussed borrowing money just to keep the lights on, with one source spilling to the Post that if things don't turn around before 2026 midterms, the party is fucked. We are 6 months in and we're drowning, a source close to the Democratic National Committee told the Post about the current rate of contributions. The RNC was so cash heavy and hitting us day after day after day when Biden was president. We have no clear path or plan. They added, the midterms are going to be to come before we know it, and then we're going to really be fucked.
Well, that's the part I don't get about the Democrats. I mean, look, in Clubhouse, you know this. Clubhouse is not a barometer of the world at all. Like, not even close. Right. And so, like, when you're on here, you're kind of like, you're kind of in the little, you get kind of caught up in it. And then you start, like, actually living in the world, and we can separate the two. But, like, they're so unpopular. It's fucking crazy. And it's like, guys, change your fucking policies, guys. Like, what are y'all going to do? Like, Trump's not running again. And they're like, Trump's going to run again. He's a king. Like, Trump's not running again. Like, sorry, guys. I hate to break your bubble. The world's not going to come to an end. No one's going to go to a war. And Trump's not going to run again. So when Trump doesn't run again, what are y'all going to do? Because all y'all do is talk about Trump.
Dude.
That's their whole basis. It's like, guys, change your fucking policies. How about that?
Right.
Unpopular.
So if I post stuff on social media, it's me just calling out some bullshit of the left, or I'll put like Bill Maher calling a left a bunch of fucking lunatics or whatever, you know? And I don't put a lot on there. And lately, since the Kirk thing, I have. And there's this kid that we used to go back and forth on politics. And I'm the type of person, my best friend, we'd be playing volleyball. I'd be sitting at the table. We could be out at a bar having a drink afterwards. It doesn't matter. If he saw me pick my phone up and I'm on my phone and I got a smile on my face, his first comment would be like, oh shit, who you fucking with now, right? Because I'm literally doing this. This kid always thought he was funny and thought he was clever, and I'd post stuff and he'd get all triggered. Are you triggered? He'd always try to use that. And I was like, I just want you to know, I've never ever once been on your page, but you live on mine. So if you want to talk about who's rent-free and whose head, there we go, right? Anyway, I got off of social media because before the last election, what happened was I got this warning or this notification saying that I had to agree to these new terms and services due to security issues with my account, blah, blah, blah. I was like, I've never been hacked. I've never had an issue. F you. I didn't think it was real. I let it go. And then all of a sudden somebody else said they got that. and everybody started mocking him. And he posts a lot all the time, but good posts. But people were like, dude, you're making shit up. And he showed a screenshot. I popped on one day and I saw this post that he had, and I said, no, guys, watch. I'll log out and log back in, and I'll screenshot it. And I show it to him. I was like, and they're like, why would you guys get that? We didn't get, because nobody else was getting it, right? I agree. I just ignored it. All of a sudden, I jumped on, and I couldn't get on Facebook. And I kept tons of pictures on Facebook of me and my son and our vacations and everything. So I only wanted to get my freaking account back just to get those pictures back, right? So finally, I was just like, screw it. I started emailing. I'm like, dude, I need to get into my account. I understand what's going on. You know, I've never posted anything wrong. I've never posted anything obscene. This went on and on and on for about a month. I probably sent 4 or 5 emails. And finally, they reached back out, and you didn't agree to our new terms and services. We go into this back and forth dialogue. My account, they said, was getting a substantial amount of views. And so it was at higher risk for Russian interference and something else, right? And I was like, I go, hold on. I go, let me get this straight. My account was reaching so many people. I said, do you know, I don't ever accept anybody I don't personally know and have a relationship with. So everybody on my account, I can tell you who they are by looking at their picture in like a fraction of a second. I know them all. So there's no getting, they go, no, then they fire back and they're like, no, but they're liking, sharing your stuff, and then it's going out from them.
You're a Russian asset.
And now I'm just like, so you ban you can start a new account up. And I was like going, so I lost all my pictures.
Yeah, fuck
I
that.
lost everything.
Fuck.
Because they didn't like that. My right-leaning posts were getting some ground because all I did was mock whatever the media was saying, right? So anyway, here it is, like, I don't know. I've been down here 5 years. I don't know the last time me and him had a back and forth, but I just ignore the guy. I don't really like him anyway. I never did. And anyway, I post something, and he jumps on with some trigger comment again, and I just was like total smart ass. I was like, look who it is. The Bears fan, because I'm a Dolphins fan. I mock his Bears team and my Dolphins team, but I mock him for being the one who comes, I go, it's like, oh, look who it is, come creeping in on my page again, and he hasn't responded at all, because it's like, who's living in whose head rent-free here again? You're creeping around years later, but this is who they are. They get so angry, because me, I don't give 2 shits what you put on your page. If I don't like somebody's post, I had a friend, I don't know if you've had to have this happen yet. All I did was screenshot something she put, and I posted it. And I went onto AI, and this is exactly what I said. What would it say about somebody if they posted the assassination of Charlie Kirk as a, quote, seriously ironic end, quote. That's all I put. And then I said, use psychologists, writings, professional teachings, whatever, right? And holy shit, dude. It was like narcissism, mental illness, this, that, the other. And I didn't edit it for niceness or anything. I didn't write it. I'm just telling you what AI is telling me. So I post it. She got pissed. I'm a piece of shit to write something like that. And I was like, yo. I told you right off the top that I didn't write this. AI wrote this. You can dislike AI because you put somebody's assassination as seriously ironic, and she is like far left. She tries denying it, but she is anti anything conservative. And so I held my own. I was just like, I'm not backing down. I do not need to have people in my life like that. A friend of hers back in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, posted, he's a general manager of a bar, works at 2 other bars, or a bar restaurant, a nice one actually. And he posted, yay, something took too long. Hopefully there will be a lot more. And now it's blowing up. Dude's going to lose his gig.
Unbelievable. And this side of the left does things. Like, it's almost kind of like awkwardly genius, right? Like annoyingly ingenious. I don't even think they realize they're doing it. But they have this where now they're like, oh, what? So I'm not required to mourn somebody. It's like, yeah, you don't have to mourn them. But you're also not required to talk bad about them right after the shit happens. Like, why don't you just not say anything? Like, well, we can have our opinion. It's like, well, yeah, you can have your opinion. But if your company doesn't like it and they fire you, or in that guy's case, lose some gigs over it, that they have every right to do that. It's like they don't even understand how this whole thing is working, right? Like that oh, well, people are getting canceled now. They should be allowed to say whatever they want to say. It's like, well, yeah. So was Charlie Kirk should have been allowed to say whatever he wanted to say too. The dude got killed for opinions, and you guys were celebrating it. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
You're the last. Oh, Mike Allen.
What's up, Kendo?
Oh, fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you.
I didn't want you to be the last animal. No, I wanted somebody else to be the last animal.
Why the fuck can't I be the last animal?
Because they challenged me tonight. But Corey is an atheist. Corey, are you there?
Yeah, I'm definitely not an atheist.
All right, but Mike Allen is better than you. So you need to be like Shawn Michaels versus like Eddie Guerrero.
Yeah, who's Eddie Guerrero? I like doing this.
You're Eddie Guerrero. Shut the fuck up, Mike Allen.
Eddie Guerrero
Shut the fuck up,
best
bitch.
wrestling match of all time.
Look, you dodged me, and we could have had an incredible, like, WrestleMania, bro.
Who?
And you, bitch. Yeah,
was the
you and me, bitch.
Match of all
Hey,
time.
bitch. No, bitch.
Eddie Guerrero versus Dean Malenko.
You're fat. Mom debated white logic because you love me, bitch. You didn't want to fight me.
Well, that makes sense.
I'm Shawn Michaels.
Well, you gonna give me some Sweet Chin music?
Yeah, bitch. I would have gave you Sweet Chin music, but we love each other. It's all good.
Shawn Michaels wasn't a solid wrestler, though. We gotta admit it.
Corey had somebody else other than Mike that wanted to fight him.
Who's the best pure wrestler of all
time? And Mike Allen, you're not equipped to fight him. You want to, like, fuck with him on, like, some Grand Rapture Godzilla shit.
And don't do it.
No, bitch. No, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Like, why the fuck you want to, like, argue against that?
I'm not sure what... I'm not...
All right, well, then argue against me. See, this is where we get to fighting. All right, shut up. Anyway.
That's a good point, actually. Fair enough.
It is.
I just looked up. They had rankings, and they had Undertaker.
All right, bitch. No, that doesn't mean that you get to, like, fight without a
pure wrestling skills. Not microphone skills, not all that kind of... Just pure wrestling. Bret Hart's number one, no?
He is.
I don't know.
He was terrible on the mic. He was horrible on the mic.
There was a couple that were pretty damn
But
fun
he's
to
not
watch.
as big as, like, Heartbreak Sean, the Heartbreak Kid. All right.
I'm not a huge fan.
All right. So you're not. Why not?
Because I didn't think Shawn Michaels... I mean, look, first of all, his special was just a kick to the chin, which obviously was ridiculous. And then he was kind of all... I mean, think about it. Like, the only memorable match is the one with Bret Hart with the great screw job. But Shawn Michaels kind of, what was he? And then he always tried to get into all these different factions. He was playing all these different sides.
Wait a minute. No. Shawn Michaels was with Big Daddy Sexy. And that's Diesel.
I'll give you, is he better than Ravishing Rick Rude? Come on now.
Yes, he is.
When we're talking sexy,
Big
bro,
Daddy
there's only
Sexy.
one we're talking about. It's Ravishing Rick Rude.
Excuse me, Kevin Nash.
Remember when Rick Rude?
Scott Hall.
Remember when he had the picture of Miss Elizabeth right on his junk?
Okay, that was Shawn Michaels.
No, it was Ravishing Rick Rude. Remember he used to go in the middle of the ring and fucking...
No, Shawn Michaels did the same thing.
Well, he stole it from him.
Hey, bitch.
By the way, you know who's the secret genius of the whole 80s and 90s wrestling?
Ravishing Rick Rude or Shawn Michaels?
You know who am I taking? Shawn Michaels.
Okay.
I'll give you that.
So he was the EW champion, into the Attitude Era when The Rock came.
Stone Cold, fuck that. Stone Cold's the Attitude Era.
No, Stone Cold versus The Rock. You said Stone Cold?
The Attitude Era didn't even have a fucking villain. McMahon had to be the villain because there was such.
No.
I like Austin better, but you know.
Stone Cold was the shit, bro.
What's that?
Stone Cold was the shit.
Dude, that was so badass. I mean, like,
bro, Stone Cold was the shit, bro. He cracked the beers and poured beers all over his face. Fuck yeah.
Throw him out in the crowd, you know. It's like.
And you remember The Rock? If y'all remember when The Rock started out, as like this Hawaiian fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
He's like Rocky something, because his dad was a wrestler. The Rock's dad was a professional wrestler.
Dude, I was just looking at the most wins, and like Kofi Kingston is on there. Like I haven't watched that shit for I don't know.
Oh yeah, I haven't seen it. But I stopped watching actually with the Attitude Era. The Monday Night Wars when I finally stopped watching. But what I was saying, the whole genius behind the 80s and 90s heyday of WWF and it's all that shit was Jake the Snake Roberts. If anyone knows it,
yeah.
Jake the Snake used to write all the matches. He did.
No, he didn't. Not Jason. Not Jake the Snake. Hey.
Did you know Jake the Snake was married in real life to Miss Elizabeth? But he allowed
Miss Elizabeth. Yes, I do.
Jake the Snake was married to her in real life. But he allowed her to be with Macho Man because it was better for the story. He wrote, Jake the Snake was the mastermind behind it all. And remember, Jake the Snake was the guy you had to beat to get to Hogan. Jake the Snake never had the belt, but he was the one you had to beat to get to take on the belt. Because Jake the Snake knew that Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior and all them had better appeal.
Okay.
So Jake was like, I'll be the guy you got.
All the Albion guys, hey, bitch,
Roddy
I'm finna put on the Archmage's hoodie.
What was Jake the Snake's name? Do you remember the Snake's name? Bet you don't.
Hot Rod, you gotta love Hot Rod.
Kendo, do you remember the Snake's name? Oh, he left. What a punk. It was Damien.
Hot Rod and Ric Flair, you gotta go back to those guys.
Roddy Piper was the shit. Dude, wrestling was the shit, bro. Like, people don't realize how, like, wrestling was the shit back then.
Dude, I can't believe how big it is still. Like, I haven't watched it.
Yeah, there's no wrestling now. Like, I haven't watched it forever. I agree, but there's no, it's all microphone, it's all show. There's, like, barely, like, the matches take, like, 5-10 minutes. It's all, like theatrics.
When you start hearing some of these guys' real stories about how screwed up they were from taking the beatings that they did.
Bro, dude, the one on Netflix about the McMahon one is so good. It's not really, I mean, there's a lot of it about McMahon, but it takes you through the eras of wrestling and shit. So it's like, it kind of trails off. And then each little wrestler, they do a little promo on them, like Cena has one. But man, I've been watching the documentaries from a long time before that. Dude, they would work, it's something that was like 200, it was something nuts. It was like 290 to 320 days out of the year.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
And everybody's like, oh, you're still landing on plywood.
Oh, dude, that's so nonsense to me. I fucking hate when people say that.
It's like, dude, you go land out there and land on your back. I don't care if it's a mattress doesn't hurt, right? If you land right. We watch these guys land wrong sometimes, right? Even if they're hurt, they gotta let it finish. Even if they're seriously hurt, they gotta suck it up and be like a pin, you know?
Like, dude, go shadow box. Like, don't even have an opponent. Just stand in front of a mirror and shadow box for 45 seconds and see how fucking tired you are. And now think about, like, doing a wrestling match for, like, 45 minutes.
Yeah, my girlfriend, she boxed and stuff, and, like, she would have some of her videos she put out, and they're not even hitting the bag hard, but you're as fast as you can go for how many, like a minute, right? And then it's a break, they get a break, they back at it, and then you see them, everybody in the whole gym is sitting on the ground, like, exhausted afterwards, and it's like, you just go throw fists, like you say, just throw fists. You don't even got to hit hard.
Against the air, against the air.
It's 60 seconds, you know, I mean.
You're tired as fuck.
Dude,
that's what those guys are doing. And that's why I love Bret Hart, because remember, Bret Hart's thing was that Bret Hart's whole claim, after everything Bret Hart's been through in the career or whatever, his whole thing was that my proudest moment is that I've never hurt a single wrestler that I've wrestled against.
Yeah,
I've never hurt anybody. And what's so crazy about that, when you think about it, it's like, so obvious, they're like, oh, it's fake. when they do a pile driver, they're not really smashing the guy's head into the ground. Yeah, but you got to know not only how to do it to not hurt somebody, but the guy who's getting pile drived needs to know how to like get his legs up and quote unquote submit to the move. And the guy who's doing it has this guy's life in his fucking hands.
Yeah.
And when you do that, you're not supposed to get hurt. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. It's fucking nuts. And then to remember it all, to fucking put on the show, it's like, yo, like these guys, the outcome's rigged, yeah, for the entertainment. But the fucking shit they're doing is real as fuck.
Right.
Like real as fuck.
So how about this? What was the best? What's old school, new, whatever? I don't know, new of course, but what was the best entrance? Which one did you always think was the coolest?
What a great question. I was too young to kind of remember I can only remember really the ones from the Attitude Era. I would say, dude, honestly, I mean, the ones back in the day when I was a kid, I don't remember like the music and shit. But I will say, I like the the DX ones when that whole shit started.
Yeah.
The DX motherfuckers, this is the Road Dogg, Jesse James and all them. But I still think Stone Cold was so good. Like, remember that the glass would break? It was like, oh, bro, it was so cool, bro.
Yeah.
Undertaker's was cool too, because it was like, boom.
Those are the two that I think are probably the absolute best. I mean, because it's just like you're sitting there, it's quiet, and then all of a sudden the glass breaks, breaks again, you know, and it's like, then he come just strutting out, you know, and yeah, it was a good one. And then, the Undertaker there, and then all of a sudden the lights go out, boom. The theatrics of those two, I think, were hands down the best.
And I used to hate the Undertaker. And then, like, I used to hate, like, back in the day. Remember when he had, like, the whole, the guy that was with him, the weirdo?
Oh, yeah, the
Paul Bearer, I think it was, or whatever the fuck it was. But I thought he was kind of weird. I didn't really understand him. Is he a good guy? Is he, like, am I supposed to root for him? Like, what's going on here? So it was weird. But then you get older, and you get to the Attitude Era, and then you grow out of it, and you start thinking back on it. And now it's like remember, like, Hulk Hogan was, like, a terrible wrestler. Like, but he was great on the microphone, and he had the body for it, and he was a company man, and he had the look. But, like, Hulk Hogan's special was a leg drop.
Right.
Like, a leg drop. Like, that's literally what his special was, a leg drop.
And, and that he could pick up Andre the Giant.
He's the only one to body slam Andre the Giant. Well, I'm not sure. Ultimate Warrior did it. You know this story, I'm sure. So, yeah, Hulk Hogan was the only one to body slam Andre the Giant because Andre the Giant had a bad back problem. Like, they could have, like, fucked him up. But, so, the Ultimate Warrior, who was also a bad wrestler, but he was so roided out during his match. You can go look this up and watch it. Like, you can, like, once you know the story and you go rewatch it, it's wild. So, like, the Warrior was wrestling Andre the Giant, and no one's supposed to body slam Andre the Giant. Actually, Hulk Hogan wasn't supposed to do it either, but in the match, Andre the Giant tells him, he's like, do it, body slam me. And he's like, are you sure? He's like, yeah, and he does it. But then in the Ultimate Warriors match with Andre the Giant, the Warrior gets so fucking lost in the match, he's fucking roided out. He picks up Andre the Giant and body slams him out of fucking nowhere. And Andre the Giant gets up, and you go watch it, bro. Andre the Giant gets up, pushes him back into the corner, and punches him in the face twice. Bam, bam. Hits him as hard as he can right in the fucking face. And he's like, yo, you don't fucking slam me, bro. He gets him up, go look at it, bro. It's so funny. Andre the Giant picks him up, pushes him back, and just hits him. Bam. Sticks him twice, bro. It was fucking awesome. He's like, and the Ultimate Warrior was getting the interview. He's like, yeah, I fucked up. I shouldn't have body slammed him.
Dude, they had, I don't remember who it was, sitting next to Andre the Giant. It's like a big dude. And they were drinking a beer or something. And the beer looked like a small, like a medicine bottle in his hand. And they were talking about how that guy could drink like 2 cases of beer.
It was something nuts. It was like 20-something beers in an hour or some crazy shit. It was like 12 bottles. He would drink like 12 bottles of wine.
Yeah.
Like 12 bottles.
What a monster.
Man, that shit was so good, man. Back then, man, I was like, you had to call your local cable company to get the pay-per-view. And then, like, you had to get a bunch of your friends, everybody pitch in. And if you couldn't get it, it fucking sucked. Oh, bro, those guys were larger than life, bro. You want to laugh? Go watch some of the old Macho Man's, like, promos.
Yeah.
With BG Okerlund.
Oh, dude, you got to watch those. Especially if you've ever been out having drinks, the funniest shit to watch are old WWE interviews like that, with like you say, with Mean Gene.
Oh God, bro.
Ric Flair.
So
I spilled more money in drinks than during the year.
He's spitting all over the place. Ric Flair, dude, they do a good spot with Ric Flair in that McMahon. I'm telling you, you should go watch that McMahon documentary on Netflix, bro. It's really fucking good. The Ric Flair was like, if I didn't like Ric Flair, I always thought he was a fucking punk. Like, like growing up watching him, I was like, dude, he's a fucking pretty boy. Like, fuck this guy. Like, I thought he was, they played with a rich boy guy. But Ric Flair, the thing about the wrestling, it was like the circus, right? The territories back in the day.
Yeah.
And they had all these territories, and Ric Flair was part of the one territory. And then what they would do is when WWF started, because McMahon and his father had a certain territory, but they started this WWF thing, and they went around all the territories and they were grabbing all the talent, and they were just paying them more. So they grabbed all the talent, and Ric Flair always stayed true to his territory. He never left. Because if you watch that movie Iron Claw, about that family of wrestling, the Iron Claw or whatever, with that dude Zac Efron or whatever, they have Ric Flair in that movie. And because the dude wrestled Ric Flair, and Ric Flair's thing was that when they did the interview, he was like, thing of McMahon, Ric Flair said, I never left my territory. He's like, I wanted to be loyal. And finally, Ric Flair did finally leave when everything was dried up, but he was already old, right? He was kind of like not in his prime. But they said Ric Flair in his prime, bro, he did not like fake wrestle. Like, he punched you. Like, he would like go in there and he would fucking hurt your ass. Like, it was no joke with Ric Flair. Like, he would do, if he put a hold on you, he would fucking put the hold on you and fucking hurt you. Like, Ric Flair was a beast, bro. And that dude was a party fucking animal. But God, dude, the Macho Man fucking interviews with me. Let me tell you, funny. No more questions. Oh, dude, you gotta go watch the fucking Macho Man ones. He was a fucking nut, bro.
Dude, some of them, if you just do Mean Gene, you laugh your ass off. But then that, or watch 80s videos on YouTube. If you've been out you have some friends over, it's late, you've been out at a party, you're out drinking, you're hanging out, put them on, you'll laugh your ass off. Like that song, Same As I Ever Was. What is that? Men Without Hats, is it? The Same As I Ever Was, you know what I'm talking about? Same As I Ever Was. It's like, dude, you'll laugh your ass off at the old 1980s videos. I mean...
Well, yeah, because when we were kids, we were listening to them, we didn't get it. And now, listening back to the shit as adults, the jokes were there, we just weren't picking up on it.
Oh, and how poor the videos are. I mean, just so bad,
At the time, they were the shit.
Oh, yeah.
But they're vulgar as fuck, bro. Like, the jokes are there. I tell my kids, like, my oldest daughter's now in high school, and my middle daughter's in 8th grade. And, like, I tell them sometimes, like, I'm like, yo, because now my youngest daughter's only 7. So sometimes I'll put Shrek on, right? Or put one of the movies on that my older kids watched when they first came out. And you know how Shrek is like one of those things that's for kids and adults. And the adult jokes are in the movie and the kids don't really pick up on it. But there's also kid jokes. And now, like, when my oldest daughter would watch Shrek, she's like laughing about the adult jokes now because she gets them, like the, wipe your ass and all these other jokes. And, like, it's like you're saying, like, when we watch new things from the 80s now as adults, we pick up on things we weren't picking up on back then. And It's fucking hilarious, bro. Like, the shit was crazy. Crazy. Yeah. I mean, there was no filter back then. They said whatever the fuck they wanted.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, you go look at that one. It's Talking Heads, Same As It Ever Was. But just watch that video and tell me that dude wasn't just, like, high as hell on something. But, yeah, and it's so funny because, like, you talk about songs, Californication. Go listen to that one, to the lyrics on it.
Yes.
And it's like going, dude, some of these old songs, like, they just nail it,
Well, that's very, just to steer the topic away from fucking wrestling, because I'm sure people are hating this. I'm pretty sure me and you are the only ones that you're talking. Everyone else probably fell asleep. But for the millions around the world, because this is an international show, that Californication song, to get back to a serious topic, when that's like, the story, the whole thing about the lies are in the media, the lies are in the news, the truth is in, like, the songs and the movies. That was the Chili Peppers, like, telling us what was going on. Because you remember that one, the one line was like, little girls in Sweden
dream of silver screen flirtation or whatever. And that's now you figure out there's that underground bunker in Sweden that cost like $2 billion. Building it way back in the day. That dude, Phil Schneider, was talking about the bunker in Sweden was $2 billion in like the 90s. And they were talking about how the trafficking, they're taking girls from Sweden and moving them to Hollywood. And he was like, little girls, the Chili Pepper said it, little girls from Sweden dream of silver screen flirtations. Like, whoa. Like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
That Hollywood shit is fucked up, bro.
Dude,
that shit broke my heart and messed up my worldview when I found out about all that stuff.
So a friend of mine, when I moved down here, he's the one who got me to move down here. He was a Hollywood person, right? Acted. After acting, he put on a lot.
So he was like in the business.
Yeah, and so I come home one day. I was living with him when I first moved down here. We were doing a flip on a house, and come home one day, and he's like, "Dude, been waiting for you." I was like, "What's up?" He goes, "So a buddy of his that's still in Hollywood called him up and says, dude, you got to watch," and I don't remember the guy's name right now. He goes, "You got to watch his documentary he did." He's like, "Wow, what is it?" Right? So it's called Out of the Shadows on YouTube. Let me see if I can find it, because it's hard to find sometimes. It was easy, and then it became like impossible, and then the last time I looked, it came out. I could find it, but it's all about Hollywood, what goes on in Hollywood. He left because he was sick of what he was seeing, and then after he left, another person came out and said, "Yo, dude, I'll do this with you, because I can't handle this anymore." You know, it's just when you watch it, they talk about some of the stuff they were seeing, like with the goat mask and, you know, that kind of whole thing. And so we watched this, and I was just like, dude, this shit is crazy. It was like a few weeks later. It was, what's the gal? She's a Celine Dion or somebody like that. She's married to a bigger, bald, black guy. Got a beard. I can't remember. It was like one of those types, right? But it was their daughter's birthday. And it was literally like that goat mask. All the kids had the goat masks, and, you know, and I was like, so you see this about Hollywood, right? And what it means. And then a few weeks later, you see this for a kid's birthday, and it does. It looks satanic, dude. It's weird. And I was like, who would have that nasty shit as a kid's birthday? But,
and it's everywhere. And it's everywhere.
Absolutely.
When you find out about it all, and then you like know what to look for, it's fucking everywhere.
Well, and then you look at oh wait, dude, it came up right away on the top. I'm gonna get you a copy of the link, and I'll paste it below. You look at, so a lot of what's going on here. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen how big this Church of Scientology thing is down in Miami. It's massive. They use acting to get a lot of their people to jump in, because then they kind of think they can get in, you know, because of Tom Cruise and everything else, right? But when you see some of the shit with the dude's wife, what's her name? Leah Remini or whatever. She was in King of Queens.
Yeah, Leah Remini. Yeah, she was sneaky hot. I always thought.
Yeah. So she said so she was good friends with the head of Scientology's wife, like good friends. And she showed up one day, and she had guys escorting her to a vehicle, and she was crying, and she goes, "Oh my God, honey, are you okay?" or whatever. And she wouldn't even wouldn't acknowledge her. They looked at her kind of funny. She's like, "Oh boy, whatever, you know, like what's going on?" She talks about it. And tried checking in with her a few different times, never answered, calls, texts, nothing. Never heard from her again. The FBI was notified by other people too, who were concerned because nobody ever saw her again. And FBI reached out, and the FBI got a handwritten note that said, "I'm fine, I just want to be left alone." I'm summarizing, right? But it was a handwritten note saying that she was fine and just wanted to be left alone, and the FBI dropped it. Missing persons report, you don't get a handwritten note saying "leave me alone," and it just pacifies the FBI normally, you know? Right. And it's like, who's in Scientology pulling those strings?
Well, I've always thought about Scientology. Like, why are they permitted to kind of get like, well, wait. There's this much stuff being said about them, and there's like, okay, kind of weird. Well, didn't Tom Cruise's ex-wife, like, what was her name? Katie Holmes or whatever? She was like, it's fucking wild, bro.
Dude, she said, yeah, he's fucking completely lost it, you know?
It's like the government of Ukraine thing, right? Like, similar to that. Like, everyone in the world knows the government of Ukraine is fucking corrupt. So why are we on the side of Ukraine? It's like everyone knows that Scientology's fucking got some weird shit going on, so why does no one talk about it? It's like, what's going on here?
Yeah, they literally will imprison people in, like, hot storage, storage units. Have you heard about this? Like, so they have, like, this, like, military thing inside there. That it's a personal military. They spy on you. This couple was actually part of that, but then they wanted to get the hell out, right? When they tried, they started bugging their phones. I mean, they're following them. They were part of this. So
I heard you can't leave it. You can't.
No, you can't. And so when they ended up getting them, and they were scared bad enough to go back. That's how bad it got. They went back, and she was pregnant, and I can't remember how far along, but they literally put them both in this, like, hot storage unit out in the sun. I mean, it was like there was no air conditioning. It was hot as hell. They'd give them just enough water, and it was like it was torture. And then this couple was high up originally. They were part of the military part of it or whatever, their police part or the Navy, whatever they call it. I don't remember what they call it. Anyway, they had to wear, it was almost like a prison jumpsuit or something, and serve at the meal hall or whatever they call it, and to show everybody that they screwed up. So they humiliate them, basically. And, they have to try to work their way back into the group. And I just don't get it, man. Why get involved in something where you have people who are in it and say, you can't get out? Why even mess with it?
Well, do you know I mean, so I'm sure you're familiar with it a little bit. I'm not too familiar with it, but I'm familiar with it enough to talk about it. The L. Ron Hubbard dude, the dude who created the whole thing.
Right.
Like, so he was like a science fiction writer. So I know he wrote like a lot of crazy science fiction stories. That was like his career or whatever. Then he started Scientology. But have you like looked into like their belief system?
Not a lot, no.
It's fucking crazy. Like, it's about aliens, and there's like this planet called it's like something that starts with a Z.
Yeah.
Voltar or some weird shit. And then you start thinking, like, I'm not joking here, like, their literal belief is like the gods from other planets, and they have all the names of all the planets, and all these crazy ass, weird ass names, and all this shit's gonna happen, and like they're the real creators. It's fucking wild. Like, they have gods, they worship everything. And then you start thinking about it, you're like, wait a second. So like John Travolta worships this? It's like Tom Cruise worships this? It's like if some major movie star came out and was like, yeah, I worship aliens from this other planet, we'd be like, yeah, it's fucking wild. But like everyone's like just okay with this. Like, I'm not joking, bro. Like,
no, I know.
You know how the Mormons thing is that like the dude walked with God, Joseph Smith like met this fucking alien, and like this is the promised land, and blah blah blah. And the Mormons, like, that shit's all wild and crazy. Scientology, their belief is nuts. I forget the planet. Some of it was Z. It's like Zataria or Zoro something. I don't know. It's not the Zoroaster stuff, but it's like a planet with a god, and they have a deity, and it's like all about this dude that L. Ron Hubbard just like created. It's fucking nuts. And they have such a pool. Like, what's going on here?
Right. No, it's crazy. Like, so the other night I was at the gym and I stepped out. I think I was on here, and I stepped out onto the balcony outside the gym, and I'm up on an 8th floor, right? And this is a good sized building, a big complex, and you got a big pool area. So I would say it's a football field away, probably damn near to where this guy is, right? But I got my earbuds in, so noise canceling plus the people talking. And I thought I'm hearing somebody yell. So I was like, kind of trying to focus, and finally I pull one out. Do you hear me? And I was like, what the hell's going on, right? And this guy's like, hey, can you hear me? And I was like, who are you talking to? And he goes, you. And I was like, okay, what, right? There's a lightning storm. I was like, yeah, no shit, dude, right? Like, what are you on?
Wait, who's doing this reenactment right now? Why are you doing this?
Dad, right? So anyway, he's doing this.
No,
he keeps
this
doing
is a really
this.
bad story.
But this motherfucker is talking about portals opening in the sky and all this shit, right? And there's ships coming through them. So I go back to lifting. This dude comes up to the gym and asks if he can show me the video. And I'm like, sure, dude, whatever. He shows me like 3 videos he took out there. And I was like, okay, that's some weird shit. Not even lying. There was some weird shit flying around. And it's not a plane. It wasn't like a helicopter. It was pretty cool. But I'm still like, dude, weird shit. I'm not yelling at people wanting to show off this stuff.
Portals is dope. They say the Native Americans had portals.
Well, that's the weird thing, right, Megatron? Like, how do we know this crazy dude that Corey talked to is wrong? It's like,
no, that's what I mean. Like, the
just like
Native
the movies,
Americans
right?
had portals, bro. They said
the
they went back into the past.
Theorists,
Bro.
Yeah, like the crazy conspiracy theorists in the beginning of all the movies, they always end up being right. Right? The psycho, even in that movie Little Nicky with Adam Sandler, you ever seen that movie Little Nicky with Adam Sandler? Where the blind fucking preacher guy, he sees Nicky's like, you make the Lord very, very nervous. And everyone thinks he's a crazy blind guy, but in reality, he's sensing the devil's son. It's like the crazy. How do we know they're not wrong? That dude that was talking to Corey was probably.
You just gotta take the benefit of the doubt. Like, you gotta just take the information in. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't get too crazy about it. Leave it in the back of your mind. You know what I mean? Collect more information so that when it comes out, you know what I'm saying? You kind of have. But the portals thing, you know what it is with the portals? Like, honestly, like, it's just so physically like, we just can't think of how we can, like, we know what it looks like visually, right? Just something coming from nothing, like a mirror. It's just like, how is anyone going to take anybody serious when they say there's a portal? Like, everyone gets the idea because it's fantasy. Physically, it just seems like too much. It like breaks logic, it breaks reality, it breaks every rule. So it's like, can I tell somebody this without I'm tripping on that? If, you know, it's one of those things, man. It's just fucked out.
Well, I mean, I guess I kind of see what you're saying. Maybe not. It's not quite as similar, but you would agree that like radios are emitting sound waves that can affect stuff, right? Like we see the videos of sound waves moving stuff. If it's a small object, it's a very loud sound, right? But on a grand scheme of things, or even infrared, right? Or with whatever the microwave gives off, like infrared, infrared exists. We can't see it, but infrared exists.
Well, I know what you mean, but like the speaker, how different sounds create the different vibrations and different patterns.
What I'm saying is that we can't see the sound waves, but the sound waves are there.
Well, the light you're talking about, because the transmitter is the one that it takes the light in and then transmits it into sound.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I would always get that wrong, even though I do know what you're saying, like that too. It is this light transfers the energy 100%, which that to me even sounds crazy. Right now we're using it, you know, and we kind of just take those things for granted. But yeah, I mean, the portal is something. I mean, we're using it right now, right? Portal. If you think about it, portal is the invisible light going into the transmitter and then producing the sound. There is kind of a portal. The thing is if we walk through the portal, or I don't know how old you are, remember the original Fly? Remember that movie?
No, not really. What was the name of it again? The original.
How old are you? Kurt probably. Corey probably knows, but
what was the name of the movie?
The Fly.
Oh, no, Dragonfly.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember.
No, Fly, the original one. No, the original Fly.
You're talking about
dude.
Kevin Costner?
I don't even know that.
There was one called Dragonfly that dealt with like that kind of weird shit.
Yeah. No, it's not Dragonfly.
I've never heard of Fly. I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, it's basically he made this portal, he's trying to, because you see, it's for you to go from one place to the next. Like they do in Star Trek. Like they go into a room and then boom, they're like way across the world or some bullshit. What's weird is that you almost have to die and be brought back to life because all of the physical part of your body and soul needs to be transferred into some sort of energy and then brought to the other side.
Yeah, like our physical part is what's holding us back almost.
Yes. So it's weird, right? It goes to this machine, and a fly went into the other machine, but he got the machine to work. Then days later, the fly started to fuse in his physical body. He started turning into a fly. It's a bugged out film. It was pretty scary. There was no other movie like it. That movie was like one of the first ones about like the portal type shit that you talk about. Just trying to engage the conversation.
Have you ever come across this like theory that there's like this theory that nothing is made up? So like everything comes from some truth, right? So like dragons. Like
no, dragons are real, bro.
That's what I'm saying. It's like dragons never really exist. Dragons might not exist now, but that type of shit did exist at one point. That's how humans thought about it. And so the portal thing, it's kind of like, well, if you apply that to that, it's like maybe we don't know how to get into these portals now. We lost the knowledge, but the idea of them came from some type of truth. So, and yeah, like it is weird, right? Though thinking about it, it's like how, just logically, how would that be physically? Like just the logistics of the whole thing. Like what are we talking about? So like where we're living right now also exists. Like from the other, whatever side they're on, can they walk through a portal to get to where we are? Like what's going on? Like, but it must have some truth behind it, I guess, is what the theory states. Just like dragon.
Anything's possible. This is the whole thing. Like you can't, like if we could think it, it could be possible. This is what I mean. Like,
well, yeah, and if you believe in creation, then anything can be created.
Anything can be created. The whole thing is that we make things, we don't create them.
Have you ever heard of remote viewing?
Yeah, that shit's wild.
What's that?
So remote viewing is where you can view something. So Stanford did this a long time ago. They could view something without being there. And if you've ever seen the movie Men Who Stare at Goats with, what the hell's his name?
George Clooney
in it. That's that. There's another one called, I think it's called Suspect Zero. That's about it. You see the guy, he goes into this like weird trance type thing where he's doing something. Yeah, and he can remote view at the end of it. So the first time I heard about it was on the radio one night. I was working super late. I worked for myself, so it was like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm listening to this whack out thing about, aliens and blah, blah, blah. But they were talking about remote viewing, and they have this Stanford University guy. So I'm like, all right, is this real? Whatever. I was going to look into it. I happened to watch the show Suspect Zero, and at the very end, you have this special features. I hit play. It was this Stanford professor, and it's him, and he goes into detail about remote viewing. And he was talking about, and I don't remember if it was on the radio show I was listening to or on the special features, but he would, when they first opened up the Kremlin, he goes, I'm going to be there, because it was a big deal. Like, nobody's ever been in it, right? So he goes over there for the opening. He stopped looking around, and he just, like, visualized everything, and then started walking around. He went back and started looking through his files. They had somebody that they had trained to remote view that had literally remote viewed inside the Kremlin. Described the brass tacks on the red leather. I mean, everything. But you can literally remote view something and never leave where you're at. And this is something that the government used. And and I found out, it's not really bullshit, It's like, whoa, this is crazy. Check it out.
Would it be like little drones? Is it possible that like, we're looking back at stuff now, but we kind of have technology that has it now, right? Could it have been like, how long ago is this?
60s, 70s, maybe.
That's what I mean. So could there have been like back then, like the spyware that we have today that we could buy on Amazon? This is what I mean. Like some people have this technology like really early on. We have philosophers like what's his name? Hillary Putnam. Hillary Putnam is one of the greatest philosophers of our time. I mean, I'm talking like just so forward. 1972, 1973, he's talking about AI. He's talking about AI at a level that if you watch this video, it's one of his, he starts talking about, what's it called again? Machine state learning. And he's using Turing machine as an example. He's saying that he can take one action, a human, and identically use a machine to do that very act. Now just think of welding. We can weld human, like we could train a machine with an articulating arm to do the same weld. Now we're doing this at an uncanny rate. We don't have this machine getting tired. This machine doesn't feel pain. This machine doesn't breathe in any of the welds. So now we have a articulating welding machine doing welding isomorphic in the way a human does it, but now at an uncanny level. And this is what he's talking about. Even though he debunked himself, and this is the great thing about great philosophers. They put like their masterpiece out. And as soon as they put the masterpiece out, they're saying it's, kind of like a Luke Wittgenstein about logic. And he did this back then. He's talking about AI, 1973. So it's just scary to think that, much has developed since then.
Yeah, we've almost it's gone. It's like outpaced its logic almost. It's kind of wild.
Yeah,
and I agree with you. I think
we're Android level now. I mean, just we're at comic book level now. It's ridiculous,
Yeah, and I do agree with you. I think that they've had this shit. Like what the public gets is like the leftovers from what they've been using this whole time, right? Like when we first got iPhones, they had iPhones, but they finally were like, okay, now we got something better. We'll give them to the public and make our money off it. And I'll give you no more evidence than this. Do y'all remember that story recently when AI first got big? And there was that story where the AI was trying to hire humans to get past the CAPTCHA thing. Like on the computers, the whole, prove you're not a robot thing.
Yeah, dude, that was impressive.
Yeah, you remember that story where the AI was trying to hire humans to get past the CAPTCHA?
It did hire.
Well, yeah, right. So, but then think about this. When I heard that story, the first thing I thought about was I go, holy shit. Think about how long that CAPTCHA thing has been on our computers. We've been having to do that since like the early 2000s. And we're kind of like, what is this dumb shit? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? It's because the people that were, running this whole fucking thing, they had AI. AI already existed back then. So they had to create this CAPTCHA shit. And now we're finding out that AI is trying to bypass the CAPTCHA. Well, now it makes sense why the CAPTCHA shit was on there in the first place. But it's been on there for fucking over a decade. So that means they've had this AI shit's been able to break into shit and pretend to be humans for over decades, but we're just now finding out about it. Or like the zero gravity shit where planes don't have to take off, they can just lift straight up. Like oil is outdated. Like that shit is outdated as fuck, but we're just so beholden to the industry. But like, dude, the zero gravity stuff and all that stuff.
The
problem
oil
with
is a
that is
byproduct. The oil is just a byproduct. You look at all the other products that come from it, and so they need to have oil.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I should have clarified. Oil for transportation.
Yeah. So I mean, but yeah, I know what you're saying, man. Yeah. But go ahead, finish about the capture because that shit was badass.
Right? Isn't that
the way
wild?
he did
Like
it.
when I thought about that, I was like, holy shit. Captcha's been. I mean, remember how long? Remember it used to be like the wavy ass fucking letters. We're like, what the fuck? And like it's been on there since like the early 2000s. Or the
But the thing is that motherfucker. And it's like, and then they said, no, it didn't lie. It just kind of fibbed a little bit. Hey,
yeah,
I'm blind, not a lie. I can't see pictures. Can you help me? And I was like,
right.
Oh, it didn't lie. I guess technically, I was like, this was impressive.
You're right, and I never like put two and two together. But in the early days of the internet and stuff, now I'm thinking back and I was like, fuck. They knew that there was AI robots out there that were capable of hacking into stuff, so they had to create the CAPTCHA. We didn't get it. We just thought it was some weird shit that we had to deal with. And now it's turned out that AI is trying to hire humans to break it. So they've always had that safe.
Yeah, but think about what you just said about the F-35, right? How it just lifts, right, and then it just goes. And to me, that is an amazing feat, right? But our best pilots in the world flying 16s, F-15s, F-18s. So we can't get rid of the fleet of 16s when they are the superior plane that a human can actually fly. We have the most research and development in the F-17, the F-18, the F-16. You know what I mean? Like this is the most, even though it's from the 70s, or it's, it's not what you call like one of those SIGs, right? But it's the one of the most sophisticated like fighter planes. But in other words, even though the F-22, the F-35, you know what I mean, in a dogfight, the F-35 is going to lose. Even though it's the most sophisticated because of the stealthiness. And so the advantage the F-35 has to the F-22 is that he could see you in the F-15 miles away before you even get a chance. So he's going to hit you with missiles before you get a chance to go at it. But if that F-17 gets close to you, and they have a dogfight, the F-35 is gone. It just doesn't have the maneuver. It doesn't have that in it to do it. So it's like, yeah, the technology gets so advanced, but sometimes it gears off. Do you get what I mean? Like it's going into a place where it's not developing with us. And I thought that was an excellent example. Because now we don't need these big ass aircraft carriers. But yet, think about it, we still do. Because they need to fly the F-17. You understand? We just need the technology that's in the F-35 and the F-17. It's just, sometimes we get to a point where we're too advanced. We have to catch up to it,
Well, or like getting on a commercial
The F-22 is a different bird. The F-22 is considered our top dogfighting one, but it's a different plane than the F-35, drastically different for what they're, like you're saying, it's not a dogfight plane, the 35. The 22 is. Its maneuverability is ridiculous. But, you got the Sioux. They'll say that's an unbelievable dogfight plane, but they've got how many of those? 12?
No, you're right. But that's the thing. Like, who's going to be able to? How many people are going to get into an F-22 and take the chance on a dogfight when it costs so much? We're like, they're not going to take that chance. We're still going to be flying F-17s for the next 20 years. You get what I mean? They're still going to train fighters. They're still going to train people. There's only been so many pilots. We don't even have 1 million pilots. Like, we're close if we have 1 million living pilots in America. And this is with the commercial airfight. This is with commercial. So that number of people that can actually fly these fighter planes are even smaller. Because think of the G-forces that they have to train for. They're not going to put a commercial flyer into a fucking, that's basically just sitting in the cockpit because the plane's pretty much flying,
Yeah, the F-22 would be better without a pilot. I mean, it's capable of more without a pilot, but it's just we still don't trust letting a computer make decisions, and rightly so, and human mind is still, I'm not going to say superior, but it can make decisions, think differently ahead, than a computer could, per se. But
Yeah, it's going to have the feeling to say that if I throw a nuke here, people aren't going to live there for a very long time.
Right, yeah. Whereas a computer's just saying,
yeah,
fuck that, we're taking it out.
Yeah, we used our best bomb, Yeah, that's the crazy part. I mean, a lot of these little smaller ships. If you notice, like even the one that when we shot down the that
balloon,
the boat that was coming in from
Venezuela.
Yeah. That was done with a drone, and the drone is a small, it's like a smaller plane, even though it looks like a small Honda, like the size of a small Honda when you're looking at it. Obviously, it's got wings, but it's getting off of these smaller aircraft carriers, right? Kind of like helicopter carriers, and they're using the old technology with the laser, right? The laser stays attached to the target. The missile is going, and then the laser's following it. We used to have to do this with an F-15 and an F-16. You remember, like the F-15 stays on the point, and then they hit the missile. Like, so now it's doing all these things by itself, so they can follow. That's how accurate this thing is. But now it's on a plane where there's a pilot, but he's not on the plane anymore, and he's going off of these smaller aircraft carriers. So it's just becoming more and more efficient as we go along.
Did you see the F-47 literally flies with a flock of drones? It's unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
It's like somebody's gonna mess with an F-47, and it's like, dude, he's got 6 drones rolling with him, and they're not small. They're not even the drones like this. They're literally like fighter drones. I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
And they're using AI, so
kamikazes.
And they will use AI so they can actually, instead of just saying, oh, we need to attack, it can strategize for the best way using the 6 of them to attack and then still defend, and it's incredible. The technology.
That's the part that's crazy. Because then, like, now AI is doing AI is basically making war plans.
Yeah, and being able to react in unison to best not only win a situation but establish for another. If there's other planes and dude. Did you ever see the one? It's like a future weapons thing, and they were showing drones, and they literally have like a C-130, and it opens up the back, and it's like 25,000 of these little drones fly out of it, right? And they're trained. You can train them in different ways, or not train them, but you can have them react in different ways. So you can have them all act independently. So 25,000 little drones will go do a job. If you want to take out people, they say basically when one drone hits the forehead of somebody, like literally just fly it right in. When it hits, impacts, it's like a bullet goes into their head, right? Or they can take these things and they swarm them, and they can either use them so as they hit a certain speed, it's like a bunch of bullets to pow its way through, and then more can go through then the hole, and then continue to look for things, or they could hit as one, and it'd be like a bomb going off. And I was like, dude, warfare is gonna be crazy.
Well, have you seen those
That's going on in the Ukraine, though. Yeah, the Ukraine is gotten with the landlines. Do you see that they have like mile-long landlines, like the Ethernet wire, whatever it's called? What is it called again that they're using out there? The wires that they can't be jammed. You know what I'm talking about, right? The Ukraine war.
No, I haven't kept up with it.
Oh my God, they're using these fiber optic cables. You got to see there's fields of fiber optic cable, like fields of it. Strands. You have to, if you see this video, you're like, what? And they're flying. They use a landline, but they can't detect a drone. It's hardwired. Hardwired. Like, think of a web. Think of a flying web. It follows a specific route over the lines. So think of this thing going a mile or 2 miles, just strand back to a base where someone's getting the information to fly it. Like, let's just say I'm tracking you, wrap myself around a tree. You don't see, but you don't drive over. You get what I mean? And then sneak right behind you. But you're never going to detect it because it's not on a remote. It's on a hard line.
So
I'm
you
surprised you haven't seen this.
No, huh? So the one story that I have heard, and this is from a personal experience, somebody I know very well, met him through our church. He was trying to change his life around and then slipped back up. But he went to a casino, and where he dropped his ball, where he got picked up. He was at a casino, and or actually it was later, but he gets arrested. Bottom line, right? They're in there. They have this big book. They're playing bad cop, good cop, and he's like, "Fuck you guys, you're bullshit, right?" And finally, they were like, "I'm gonna open this book, but I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna tell me everything, right?" And he's like, "Whatever." And all of a sudden, he opens the book and shows him a picture, and he's like, "Holy shit, how'd you get a picture?" Because he goes, "Every time I get out of the car," he told me this. He goes, "Dude, every time I get out of the car, I'm looking everywhere. I'm looking for drones. This is in rural Iowa that this happened, right?" And he's like, "There is nothing." But he goes to this casino. He goes, "They got a picture from me from looks like 5 feet away. Not zoom. It's 5 feet away is what it looks like." He goes, I get out of my car. I'm going to have a cigarette before I go in. And I hear somebody say, "Hey, you want to see my tits?" So I was like, "Yeah." And then all of a sudden he goes, this big black guy comes and looks around the corner of the car, the van. And he goes, "Oh, dude, sorry. I thought she was talking to me. I apologize." He goes, "No, you want to see him? Come here," right? So these two are talking. And so they're like, "Who the fuck is that?" And they're screaming at him about this black guy. "How do you know him?" Or whatever. They knew who he was, but they were trying to get him to spill. He goes, "Listen, dude." And he goes, "You're going to love this." And he goes, "My wife's going to find out now." So he tells her. And then finally he goes, "I'll tell you everything you want to know. But I need to know how in the hell you got these pictures. Just be honest with me." They go, "We'll tell you." He proceeds to tell them everything. His connection was directly one of the kingpins down in Mexico. He rolled. He didn't care. He knows he can never go after him. They aren't going to go after this guy. He's in jail now. But they told him, he goes, "No, it's not a Zoom. We didn't do that with a camera. We did that with a drone." And he's like, "Really? From freaking way up there, you got that picture?" And he goes, that thing was within 15 feet of you." And he's like calling bullshit. And he goes, "That thing's so small." He goes, "That thing was within 15 feet of you and got that picture." He goes, "Dude, that's crystal clear." He goes, "We were that close." And he goes, "I never heard it." And he goes, "You won't hear it." And so if they're using that to catch drug dealers, what do you think our government has?
Lies and incest.
I've heard shit like that.
It's a fact. It's a thing.
Wait, did Barth kill the room again?
No, I'm not gonna kill the room. So what's
Kill the
what's
fucking room
amazing?
every time,
What's it?
Bartholomew.
Who is this, man? Yeah, I'll just leave. I'll just go somewhere else if you guys are gonna stop doing this shit.
My wife wasn't sleeping.
Yeah, this is the shit. This is the one that's at.
Closet. I fucking cuss you motherfuckers out.
Anyway, so what was I talking about?
Barth, what shape is the earth?
Oh, you want to see a picture of my dick already, bro? I'll send you a picture of my dick,
do you believe in thermonuclear weapons exist? Thermonuclear weapons. Thermonuclear weapons. Do you believe in?
I don't know what a thermo. I don't know what.
Do you believe in thermonuclear weapons?
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
Do you believe in nukes?
I believe that nukes very expensive to produce and to upkeep.
Do you believe they exist?
I believe they did exist at a certain point in
You don't
time.
believe they exist today with intercontinental ballistic missiles?
No, I don't think they do. No.
Corey, just remember that.
Expensive. They're too expensive to maintain.
Barth,
Well, you're just really talking about big ass.
Mike, hold on. Barth, what shape is the Earth?
It's round, bro. I don't know why you always ask me these questions, man. This shit gets old, bro.
The ice wall.
It's just the same 3 things, man. I never spoke about the ice wall.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, I'm just gonna burn up.
Because remember you said, "Oh, I don't know if the Earth is spherical because."
Oh, so worth it. Androgynous.
Nothing.
Oh, did you enjoy that?
Listening to Barth Run, yeah, it's always funny.
Oh, it's amazing. What were you saying, Mike?
I don't remember.
George Michaels. George Michaels. Oh, Solomon, you missed it.
What happened?
Barth ran away.
Who?
Barthology.
What happened?
I asked him if he believed thermonuclear weapons were a real thing, and he doesn't want to admit it. And then finally he's like, no, I don't believe they exist. I believe they existed at one time.
Wait, what doesn't exist?
Barth doesn't believe in thermonuclear weapons because he said he's never seen them.
Why wouldn't he also believe in thermonuclear?
I know, exactly. And he also doesn't, he believes the earth is flat because he said he doesn't believe it's spherical because he's never seen it.
That's retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah. Flat Earth theory is just.
I only put it out there because some people actually take him to be serious. And
did anybody talk about the new picture that was released?
Nah.
With Tyler Robinson?
What conspiracy are you coming up with now, Solomon?
They have Tyler Robinson at a Dairy Queen in Orem at 6:38 after the shooting. He's at a Dairy Queen with a different shirt. This is insane. It's blowing up. It's going viral. I'm shocked you guys didn't talk about it.
They're charging him.
Hey, what's up, Corey? They have. Did you see it, Corey? They have him at Dairy Queen. They have him at Dairy Queen at 6:38 p.m. Same day.
And what time was the shooting?
Like 11:30.
I know it's same day.
But it would be 10:30 Central.
Well, they didn't arrest him.
It was about 2 hours away.
So I just posted.
But they didn't arrest him the day of the shooting.
They drove from 6:30 from Dairy Queen to 8:30.
I posted it in the chat. The new picture that was released by Candace Owens, by the way.
So he would have been there 2 hours early, even if he left right after Dairy Queen. That makes sense.
He said 6:30 p.m.
Because Corey, our whole when the first two suspects got caught and released, that's when all the conspiracy theories started. And so the main one was that, hey, at the very least, whoever this person is, they're not working alone. Because, they tried to say, oh, no, this is alone. But clearly something strange is going on.
What about Trantifa?
Yeah, that's a possibility. So it is a possibility that, but this is some
Solomon, let me ask you a question.
carousel network
So there's this
a bunch of trannies and furries.
So there's this conspiracy going around, and if you go on Twitter right now, you'll find it. And it shows this guy, and they cut the audio for it, but it shows this guy standing up after Charlie got shot, and he's got like long hair, and he's like giving the thumbs up in front of Charlie.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my God. Yeah, exactly. So, okay,
he made a video.
So, yeah, he was recording himself initially when he got shot, and he's like a fucking retard. Bad timing. I get what he was trying to do. He was trying to do the Trump thing, the USA. But he was doing that, and then he stands up and turns at the camera and gives thumbs up. And they're like, look, it's a conspiracy. He's in on it. And it's like, no, he's just a fucking weirdo who's screaming USA, USA.
Well, his video was kind of strange.
Yeah, he was just fucking weird. Like this weird thing.
Yeah, his video was strange. Because the thing is, they're coming at, the other thing that I saw was a breakdown of the actual gun. So somebody made a very good video of a breakdown of the gun that they're alleging Tom used. And it's really good because it shows the FBI. Someone's lying. Someone is fucking lying. Oh, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but there's a lot of lying going on right now.
So
You said what?
I like guns. What point did they make?
Oh yeah. So Here, let me see if I can find that because I posted Tyler. So I posted Tyler in the chat. So that's him at Dairy Queen at 6:38 p.m.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's 2 hours away, and the shooting didn't happen until 10:30.
At 6:38 p.m., you're at a Dairy Queen?
Okay.
What are you talking about?
Wait, you're saying it was the day of the shooting, right?
Oh, you're talking about nighttime.
The shooting.
Yeah,
he shot him at
the
like
shooting
10:30.
happened during the day. They didn't arrest him the day of the shooting.
Yeah.
No.
They got him like the
FBI
2 days
report said
later.
he was hiding?
No, well they got him.
No, he's hiding in the sense that he didn't
FBI
turn
report
himself
said
in.
he was hiding. What
He
the
went
fuck?
2 hours away. He was also messaging his friends on Discord saying, "Hey, can somebody go get my gun?" And then he said, "Oh, if somebody sees."
No,
I know, but like
you
he
don't know what
wasn't
you're
like.
talking about. The FBI reported that this guy was babysitting his fucking gun. He wouldn't be at a fucking Dairy Queen at 6:38 p.m.
He put the gun down.
At one point, he had to go back to get his gun.
He put the gun in a box. He wrapped it in a towel. Then he went down to
He
Orem.
would not be at a Dairy Queen.
Then he was asking
fucking food.
You realize the messages he was sending.
Look at him. He doesn't even look like he's aware of anything.
Bro,
Well,
he's
what I
fucking
would say is
autistic
he
as
was
fuck.
2 hours away
Personally.
at Dairy Queen. Why didn't he go get 6 hours away?
Yeah, no, he went home. 2 hours away is his hometown.
What are you talking about?
He went home.
It is absolutely strange that this guy's at a Dairy Queen right after, essentially right after shooting,
He's autistic psychopath.
allegedly shooting Charlie Kirk.
Did you hear? Okay, did you hear when he was laughing with his boyfriend?
Like 8 hours.
Hold on, Mike, hold on. Did you hear about when he was laughing to his boyfriend in the messages saying, "Oh, if somebody sees the fucking shell casing that has the shit about furries," he said, "I'll literally have a fucking stroke, LOL." He said if they see that, because it had some like furry shit engraved on it. That was the up, down, left, right bullshit. And it was about furry shit. And he told his boyfriend, he said, if somebody actually sees that and I see it on the TV, I'll literally have a fucking stroke, LOL. Like he was laughing about it with his boyfriend about like, oh, if they see the shell casing with the furry shit, I'm gonna like fucking bust a nut and laugh my ass off. Like he wasn't like hiding in a fucking cave like, oh,
Yes,
they're gonna get me.
that's what the FBI said.
This was
What are you
17
talking about?
minutes. This was 17 minutes away from the shooting.
Fuck?
So
Yeah. You look, Rich.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that.
You are in denial, bro.
Yeah, it was Mossad. It's
You're
the Jews.
in denial, bro.
You know, Solomon, I had the same conversation when the shit happened in Beirut and that fucking facility blew up where they were storing all the explosives. And I called my buddies back in Florida and I was like, hey man, I know you guys are from Beirut. Is all your family okay? And the first thing that they were fucking screaming on the phone was, it's the fucking Jews, the fucking goddamn Jews. They fucking bombed our fucking country. No, 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 no. And then like 2 days or like a day later, whatever, we find out that the fucking Lebanese government had confiscated and was hiding it. Instead of disposing it or putting it in like a facility, they put it in a fucking warehouse because they're secretly working with fucking what do you call it, Hezbollah, and then they're set it right next to a fucking warehouse facility that caught on fire. Like, okay. That or it was Israel. Israel blew it up with fucking fighter jets is what they said. Like, this is the same shit you're doing.
You done?
Yeah, just tell us how everything's orchestrated by the Jews. So my account, Frank's account, Sam Samoa's account, Androgenous' account. We're all Mossad agents. We're all here to get you.
They're not here to get me. Shit.
No, you better watch out. You're spreading.
Get some other
You're
people.
spreading the truth about us. We might show up in the middle of the night. You know.
Anyways, like I said, anybody can look at the actual evidence. There's very strange shit going on here. It's clear to see. The FBI is lying to us. The feds are lying to us. Something nefarious is going on. Is that Mossad or this trans terrorist? We'll find out. But I think it's fucking retarded to think this kid acted alone. Something is going on. And it's all going to come out because the thing is, we're no longer in the day and age where you can smoothly do something like this, something so open air, and not have multiple angles that can expose the truth or reality. We just don't live in that day and age anymore. And that's really why the government and so many institutions are trying to implement a full police state, or a state in which everyone is monitored, blah, 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 this, so they can once again control the outcomes like once was possible. Right now, it's not possible, you know. So I'm not even sure the text messages that they're releasing to us are real. I'm not even sure about that.
Yo, Corey, I got a question. Hey, Corey, do you remember when the guy ran into the White House when Obama was president?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Prior to that, I think everybody in the entire fucking world assumed that there was snipers 24/7 on top of the fucking roof of the White House. There was turrets that would come out of the fucking ground and just fucking gap these motherfuckers as they come running across the fucking field. Right. And the reality is, some dude who's fucking a dumb, crazy fucktard jumped over the fence, ran all the way across the entire lawn, ran in through the front door and went down the fucking hallway before finally somebody fucking seen him. It was like a fucking secretary or shit was walking by and spotted the guy and it's like, who are you? And then had to go and find Secret Service, and it took like 5 minutes for them to find him. Like, everybody thought there was like trained snipers sitting on top of the White House the whole fucking time. We realized, like, no, you could just run in the fucking White House if you wanted.
Do you know that on...
and they're like, oh, what about October 7th? Oh, Israel, let the Jews...
You don't find it strange that Bibi Yahoo, bald-headed Bibi Yahoo, made a video saying, I absolutely have nothing to do with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, because everybody like you was already fucking saying shit.
You don't find that strange?
No, because he knew that people like you would come out with this narrative.
Very interesting that you don't find it strange that the prime minister,
that the most hated country in the world,
make a video
with the most hated in the entire world, with the most
hated group,
the most hated ethnic group of people for 4,784 years.
Maybe don't go around blowing up everybody and you wouldn't be hated.
That would predict that somebody like King Solomon and a bunch of other Black Hebrew Israelites and anti-Semites would be like, oh,
you wouldn't be.
It's
look,
the Jews.
You can call people all the names. Look, don't nobody give no fuck about none of that shit no more. You can't go around blowing people up, bro. I mean, it is what it is, man. You can call everybody any name. Shit, when we see kids with blown out chests,
Corey, if we had a time machine and we could go back to the exact moment.
I've seen videos literally of like piled up body. I thought it was like AI at first. I was like, what the fuck is this shit?
Hollywood. So, Corey, if we could go back to the exact moment, okay, 5 minutes before Charlie Kirk got shot, and we can't tell him, we can't notify him, but if you and I could sit down and make a bet, and I say, hey, Corey, what do you think the odds are that a bunch of conspiracy theory people are going to jump on this and say that it was the Jews and it was Israel and shit that killed Charlie Kirk? What do you think the odds are on that?
Oh, immediately, I knew that we're going to have 30.
As soon as he was shot, I was like, oh, here we fucking go.
Yeah, that's not true.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I actually came in and called,
but that's not. But
so you know,
I have not watched it yet.
As soon as
when the first suspect came out, nobody was thinking about.
No. I can tell you. I can actually tell you exactly.
Nobody was thinking about the low hats when the first suspect came out. They said it was something.
I hope the replays.
They said it was an old. Don't rewrite history.
Yeah.
They said
John
it
has
was an old. They said it was an old Democrat. They said it was an old boomer Democrat that unfortunately took out Charlie. That was the first suspect.
I came in.
Nobody was thinking about the low hats.
I came in the room and actually notified everybody. Nobody knew about Charlie Kirk getting shot.
2 moments that happened made people start thinking about the low hats.
You guys were talking about a bunch of fucking stupid, weird shit.
Okay,
yeah, go ahead.
I appreciate it. So, 2 moments made people start questioning the narrative and start implicating the little hats. 1, the second suspect that the FBI arrested was let go. That was the first thing that made people go, okay, something is not right here. Something smells fishy. Then it came out that the first suspect that they arrested just so happened, George Zinn, just so happened to be an Ashkenazi Jew. What are the fucking odds? Then the next ball to drop that made people go, what the fuck? Was Harrison from the Alex Jones show showed proof, and we all saw it. Today it still has, 7 million impressions on Twitter. He tweeted August 13th, 2025, a month before this, he tweeted that someone brought up to him that Charlie feared for his life, that Israel was trying to kill him. Those were the two moments that people used to start questioning if Israel Mossad was implicated in this. And then reports came out that Fox reported, actually it was John Solomon who reported that the FBI was reporting that foreign intelligence may be involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So there's a bunch of things that came out, Rich, whether you like it or not, that had people questioning, yes, is Israel and Mossad, is it possible that they helped out in this? That, not even that they directly did it, but could have paid for it, could have known about it. There's all types of ways that could have been facilitated. Doesn't have to be that it was actually them. No, they could have been the ones who funded it or coordinated it. There's all types of possibilities.
All right, so the old Jewish guy is fucking crazy. He's also been indicted on making terroristic threats. The Boston bombing. He's a fucking batshit crazy person. There's actually people that we're talking about. They're like, oh yeah, that guy George Zed or whatever his name. They're like, yeah, he's like the local fucking crazy guy. They're like, but he's like harmless and shit. So, after a fucking mass shooting, he was probably saying some fucking crazy shit because he's probably fucking schizophrenic or some shit. And then secondly, the guy.
Okay.
Let me finish. I was being quiet the whole time. So the second person who was apprehended was because, if you can actually go look at the video, there was a guy who ran out of the back of the auditorium building or whatever, and when he was standing out there, he goes, there's the guy, there's the shooter. And it's a totally different fucking guy. It's just a random fucking dude running across the parking lot wearing similar clothes. And they ended up apprehending that guy on the basis that the person who was videotaping was saying, there's the shooter, that's the guy. In reality, it wasn't. So, yeah, mass fucking confusion. Nobody knows what the fuck's going on. People are going, that's the guy. I just seen him fucking running out through the parking lot, bro. That's him. And they go pick him up, and they're like, oh, shit, this isn't actually the guy. Didn't have fucking, gunpowder on his fucking hands, none of that kind of shit. And then on top of that, when this all broke, you guys were in here fucking arguing about fucking dumb race politics bullshit. And I came in and said, Charlie Kirk has just been fucking shot. And everybody going, shut the fuck up. Don't be fucking saying that. Who the fuck? Why are you fucking saying that, bro? What the fuck? And then everybody's like, oh my God, I just fucking looked it up. It's fucking real. And then I went on to say that I guarantee this kid grew up in a very fucking conservative household because they're like, it's like 200 yards, bro. Nobody can make that shot. And I'm like, you guys don't know fucking guns. With a fucking 30-06, I said, I guarantee it's not a 5.56 because the hole that it left in his neck was the size of a fucking tangerine. It's a larger caliber rifle, probably a 30-30 or 30-06. And I said, I guarantee that it's a fucking kid who grew up fucking, hunting and fishing and shooting and shit, and then got fucking radicalized and is probably part of the LGBT shit. And they're like, you can't fucking say that. It's probably fucking a Republican that fucking don't like him. Maybe he's a neo-Nazi. Maybe he's a Nick Fuentes guy. And I said, no, it's guaranteed it's going to be a fucking libtard who got indoctrinated through university, is probably fucking gay and shit. And they're like, no. Like, I called this shit the second it happened.
Yeah, again, we were saying the same thing. Like, what are you talking about? I even told Coco.
No, you weren't. You were screaming it was
Yes,
Mossad
I was.
agents.
What
Oh,
the
this
fuck
is a
are you talking
professional
about?
hit. This isn't an amateur hit.
What are you talking
This is
about?
Mossad.
Before we knew, bro, you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking immediately when it happened, like 10, 15 minutes afterwards. I'm the one that broke the shit to chillism.
When we knew, sir, that the first or second suspect was not.
Do you want to watch the video of the guy?
I warned Coco. Coco. You know Coco. I warned Coco. You better hope it is not a fucking alphabet that they find, because if they do, this is the beginning of the end for all of you.
You went on a 24-hour rant about how it was Mossad agents and how this was a professional.
That was later, retard.
This wasn't
later,
an amateur
dummy.
shit. It was a 200-yard shot. You were one of the people saying a 200-yard shot.
Dummy, that was later.
That was later, dummy.
Do you want me to get the video of
That
the guy
was
actually
later, dummy.
running? Do you want me to get the? I'm asking. Do you want me to
That
get the
was
actual
later.
video
Do you not
of
know
the
what
guy
later means?
who ran out of the back of the auditorium
That was
and
later.
said, "Oh, look, there goes the shooter.
When
That's
it
him.
first
That's him."
happened, there was an entire, like what, maybe 4 or 5 hours where we didn't give no fuck about the little hat.
Solomon,
what the fuck are you talking about?
Let me ask you a simple question.
Is when we started, when the shit started coming out, like Harrison's tweet is still up. That's the crazy thing. It's still up. And all of the other strange shit. That's when we started talking about Israel and Mossad. Not the first 4 to 5 hours.
Real quick question. Do you know how many people were initially investigated after the Atlanta bombing? My dad was actually there at the Atlanta bombing.
No, I don't know.
Maybe you'll say that's a Mossad thing, but, initially there was like fucking 20 people that were brought in for questioning. And they were all released. And then they tried to pin it on the fucking security guard, who was the police or the security guard, and they tried to make him the Paul Blart. Oh, he tried to save the day and shit. And then they fucking excoriated him for like fucking months. And then they finally caught the fucking real guy, and the actual guy who was the security guard ended up dying of a massive ischemic heart attack. So, like, the reality is, when this shit happens, everybody, including you, would be standing there going, I see the guy running away, and he was in all black. That's him. Did you see him with he had the mask on? That was the guy. And then they go pick him up, and they're like, oh, shit, this isn't the guy. Like, they picked up 2 people. I'm amazed that they didn't pick up fucking 30 people.
Okay.
But you're like, two people. One was a guy who was schizophrenic, crazy guy at the fucking rally, an old Jewish guy. It's like 75, 80 years old. He's like fucking schizophrenic, which everybody said, yeah, he's like the simple fucking, crazy guy that just fucking rambles and talks to himself. Like, yeah, a crazy guy talking to himself, they're probably going to pick him up.
He just so happens to have been there at 9/11 and all the other tragedies, right? You just think that's a coincidence?
He's from New York.
Yeah, he just so happens to be.
He's from New York.
He wasn't just.
A lot of people from New York
and
a lot of people from
the other 2, and now he's at this one.
Okay, let me ask you a question. How many people in Chicago?
Serious?
How many people in Chicago and New York live in Arizona?
Wait, what are the odds? No, hold on. Don't try to run away from that.
No, like how many people move out of cold fucking climate, shitty areas to move to fucking nicer?
This guy was at several terrorist attacks.
He wasn't. He called in
he
called in a fake bomb threat.
Now you're lying.
No, he called in a fake bomb threat after the Boston bombing. Look it up.
We got the video.
Yes, the Boston bombing happened. And then he made a terroristic threat about something else.
At Charlie Kirk's
Bro, he lived in New York. He watched 9/11.
He was at 9/11.
And my dad was at the Atlanta bombings. My dad was at the fucking Olympic bombings.
The Boston bombing.
Yes.
And Rich wants us to think, that's just a coincidence.
He's from New York, bro.
It's just a coincidence.
He's from New York, and he's crazy. And after the Boston bombing, he called in a fucking bomb threat at another place.
Because
he's fucking crazy.
You say, oh yeah, I'm the crazy one.
No, the old man. I'm saying the old man is crazy. He's schizophrenic.
When we got terrorist attacks, it's just a coincidence.
Okay, Solomon, let me ask you. Okay, let me ask Corey, since she'll be intellectually honest. Corey, what do you think the odds are on a fucking Jewish man being in New York during 9/11? Pretty high odds, you think, Corey?
What?
He's Jewish, the largest Jewish population in fucking New York.
It's not just one event.
Oh my God! Then he called in a terrorist bomb threat after the Boston bomb.
It's 3 or 4 events.
He's crazy. And then he showed up to a Charlie Kirk event.
Insanity.
And he's actually a Trump supporter, if you look at it.
Fucking insanity. Then on top of that, because he was running cover for whoever is the maybe Tyler, someone else.
I can't wait till this kid comes out and confesses and says, yeah, I did it.
Bro, Tyler has not come out.
No, I said I can't wait. I can't wait until they make some kind of plea deal where he doesn't get the death penalty. Then he comes out and says,
you are rich.
I'll admit it.
Right now. Dude, you're coping right now.
You're just trying to play
The kid has not confessed.
He did to his dad and to the pastor.
They're claiming he's on suicide watch.
He did to the dad and the pastor.
He has not confessed. They're claiming he's on suicide watch.
Okay, did he confess to his father allegedly?
Hold on, Rich.
Did allegedly he confess to his father and the pastor?
Hold on, Rich.
Or youth pastor?
Hold on, Rich. Now we have new pictures that shows this guy chilling at a Dairy Queen.
He was also laughing about the text messages.
Yeah, that's allegedly. That's you. I don't.
No, this is the FBI. This is the FBI.
The FBI said that this guy was babysitting his fucking weapons. That's what the FBI said.
They found him
He was trying to loot them, and now we get a picture of him at a fucking Dairy Queen.
He was messaging his friends on Discord saying, "Can somebody go get my gun?"
Let me get a Reese's Blizzard. Real quick, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy to think that a fucking
let me get a Reese's
psychopath would do something like that.
I'll get two cheeseburgers, yep, and a hot dog. That's great.
Yeah, a guy who's laughing about furries being engraved on his fucking shell casings and said, "If I see that shit on TV, I'll literally have a fucking stroke." LOL.
Wait, Rich. I need to see if you're actually.
Yes, it was when they did. It was when the fucking governor and them came out, and the fucking district attorney. The district attorney.
What am I arguing?
You're talking about a guy who's gloating about.
What am I arguing, Rich? I just want to see if you're listening. What am I arguing?
You're saying that he was at the fucking Dairy Queen just chilling out.
No. What am I arguing?
And then he was like, covering his guns.
What am I arguing overall?
No, you don't know what you're arguing. You're saying it might be Mossad. It might be the fucking tranny.
We don't even need to have this conversation.
Yeah, no, right. Yeah.
Because the argument, if you're actually listening, the argument is that the kid didn't work alone. That clearly thing is off.
Mossad or Antifa.
Something is off. It's not. You don't even need to name Mossad.
Bro, I said Mossad and Antifa.
Clearly something is off.
Clearly,
the feds are not telling us everything. The kid did not work alone. That is the claim. That is
those
the
like 20 people
claim.
on his Discord.
Now, is it Mossad? Is it a terrorist network of furries and trans?
It was probably a bunch of Discord kids running their mouth about how they would love to shoot fucking.
We don't know.
Bro.
We're gonna have to figure that out.
Solomon.
The core claim. Hold on, Rich.
Clearly a Discord with 20 fucking weird kids talking shit about how they would love to kill fucking Charlie Kirk.
Rich, stop interrupting.
And then one went.
Stop interrupting me, bro. The core claim is that Tyler Robinson, unlike what the FBI is currently trying to portray, did not work alone. All of the evidence is pointing to the reality that the kid did not work alone. He didn't.
All right, now, Solomon, I have a question. In Sam's PTR, is that a white man or a black man?
Didn't I just say stop interrupting me?
Is it a white man or a black man? I'm asking you, or a Jewish man. I'm just asking a question, bro.
You said what? What was the
in Sam's picture? Is that a white man, a black man, or a Jewish man?
In what picture?
Sam's picture.
You said, is this a white man?
Is it a white man, a black man, or a Jewish man?
White man.
No, it's a black man.
He's either white or Jew.
No, it's a black man. See how you could be wrong about that, Sam? What is the racial makeup of that man, Sammy?
That's not a black man.
Yeah, his father is African American.
I'm coming so hard. I'm busting a huge fucking nut.
I would need to see his father.
You can be wrong about that, but you can trust none.
Show me his dad.
Busting a giant nut.
Show me his dad.
I had that shit stored up for a month.
Show me his dad.
I shot that shit on the ceiling.
Show me his dad. Unless you show me his dad, I'm not believing none of that shit. Show me his dad.
You could be wrong about something so simple like that.
Can I say something real quick? I'm black and my kid's mom's white, and they look completely white. Wouldn't know that they have any black in them.
Yeah, but you're not.
Nutting all over the floor.
Respectfully, James, you look mixed, bro. Come on, man. You look mixed, bro.
My dad's mixed.
And that's the point. You're
Sam's PTR.
So that's why I said I would need to see. I would need to see his father.
Sam's PTR is a black man. You were wrong on that.
That is a white man.
So there's a good chance you're wrong.
That is not a black man. That is a white man. You can show us the father, and then we can make the assessment. Can we see that though? There's nothing to you have not brought evidence that his father is black.
Well, would that change because there was a white couple that had a purely black child, and the husband thought that she cheated on him because she had.
And they had a DNA test, and it wasn't.
And they did a DNA test, and he was actually the father.
You said there was a white couple that had a black kid.
Yep.
Yes.
You never seen
that? I would have to see that.
Oh yeah. So how would that? So if that's true, how would that change what he's saying?
If a white couple had a black child,
it could have, because there has been a case using IVF where eggs get mixed up.
Didn't.
No, it wasn't anything like that. They were biologically the parents.
Yeah, natural.
I would need to
She had a black grandfather that she didn't know about, and then he thought she cheated, and they almost got divorced because of it. So like,
yep, I seen that one too.
Oh, okay, that's but
it was on like Dateline.
Because if you were saying, two white people, pure white, having a black kid, that's impossible.
Yeah, they look white as fuck. They literally look
like,
like,
if you're saying,
like Mormons
someone
in
down
fucking
the
Utah.
line or someone in the line was black. That
yeah, but they literally look like Mormons in Utah, Solomon. That's the point.
Nah, but look,
like,
you have
like,
black.
hi, can I tell you about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ whites?
But the point is, the gentleman in Sam's picture, we would need to see the
He's
father.
black, bro.
So you can show us the father, bro. Show us the father, show us the mother, and then we'll believe you. Until then, I have no reason to believe his father was black, or at least not black like me.
Oh, you can't tell those high
mixed like James
and the bell pepper nose.
James, I'm not saying you're not black, but
Solomon, did you actually click on the picture?
You
Sam?
look
He
like
is
someone
mixed.
who has white and black.
Well, I am mixed.
There's nothing wrong with that.
My dad's black, my mom's white. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Solomon, did
there's
you
nothing
take
wrong
it?
with
Did you take a chance? Solomon, Solomon, hold on.
You do
Did you
look
take
like
a
somebody
chance?
who has white in you.
Solomon, did you take a chance to click on Sam's PTR and actually zoom in on it? It's a U.S. government considered him black. Yeah, I know. If you actually click on the photo and zoom in, you can see his bell pepper nose, and you can see his high cheekbones.
You still haven't showed us the father. What the fuck are you talking about? You keep trying to go off this picture. Show us the father. But yeah, so that's the claim. The claim is that
Sam, wasn't that guy classified as black under Jim Crow?
Tyler did not work alone. That's the claim.
Samuel, wasn't that guy
That's
classified as
wild.
black? Oh, he was. He was classified as black under Jim Crow because his father is black.
Oh my
busting nuts. Have you seen?
right
yeah, exactly. Have you guys seen Frank's dad? Frank's dad looks like a little bit lighter complexion than Solomon.
Yeah.
Frank's dad is black as fuck, but his mom is white as fuck.
So I'm coming a little
You
bit
get a
late.
fucking white man.
I'm coming a little bit late, so I'm just wondering why we are talking about race in the first place.
Solomon believes that the Charlie Kirk shooter didn't work alone, and it's probably Trantifa, probably not Trantifa, more likely Mossad and Bibi Netanyahu, because supposedly Charlie Kirk threw like sixth fucking how did they say it? Like 6-person relayed information that a friend of a friend of a friend who knows Charlie Kirk's fucking hairdresser said that Charlie Kirk's fucking was worried that Mossad was trying to kill him.
Mossad was known to do assassinations across the world, who's known to run pedophile rings.
So James, my point of showing this was
why are you running
showing Solomon that Sam's PTR, which I knew was a black man,
for Mossad?
If Solomon could be wrong and say that's a white man, but it's actually a black man,
weird.
he could be wrong about that.
It's very weird.
He could also be wrong
when
about
I
this.
hear Americans run interference for known terrorists who do abhorrent things around the world. Absolutely disgusting things around the world. And you are running interference for that.
Abhorrent with a B.
That is
not
crazy. That is insane. That you are literally defending.
Hey, I also corrected Sam. And
That
Sam,
is insane.
Sam is a Jew, and I corrected him in the other room when he used the word
I don't care
racially
if that
unambiguous.
has nothing to do.
It's actually racially ambiguous.
That means nothing to me. That literally means nothing to me. I care.
Racially unambiguous means what you are.
Defending Mossad.
Because you're a dark-skinned, bell-peppered Nigerian.
Why are you
with a
running
high forehead
for Mossad?
and you're
what I care
bald,
about. I don't care about
which means
Sam
you're
Bennett. That means
unambiguous,
nothing to me.
meaning we can all look at you and tell that you're Nigerian, or at least
Okay.
black.
Anyway, so yeah, that's James.
So I corrected Sam, and Sam's a fellow Jew.
Nobody cares about race.
So
I don't know why he brought up race.
See, you're saying I'm defending Mossad, but I also corrected a
Yes,
fellow
you're
Jew.
defending
That makes
Mossad, which is as an American, it's weird. Why are you
that I
defending
don't
Mossad?
attribute everything to Mossad like you.
I don't attribute.
You
everything
said
to
you
Mossad.
said Donald Trump's shooter was clearly and obviously working with Mossad, that it was a Mossad shit, And then, Trump turned his back on Bibi Netanyahu. And now it's this guy's turned his back. Charlie Kirk turned his back on Bibi Netanyahu.
Isn't it weird that we don't know any more information about what happened to Donald Trump?
You also said that Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck. He wasn't shot in the neck. He was shot in the chest, and it bounced off of his Kevlar vest and then went up into his neck.
Well, that's what they're saying.
You can clearly watch. You can see when Charlie Kirk's leaning forward. You can see the outline of the Kevlar vest.
I'm saying a lot of other stuff.
You can see the level 3A. You can see the 3A fucking Kevlar vest underneath his t-shirt when he's leaning forward and it's printing. And then you could see when the Kevlar vest actually jumps upwards where it's hit. You can actually see the indentation.
Anyway, this has nothing to do with this. Has nothing to do.
So you're wrong about that too. You said,
this has nothing to do with whether Tyler was working alone or with other people. That's all I get.
He didn't miss. He hit him directly in the fucking heart. He hit him directly.
None of the details.
He hit him directly in the fucking heart in the Kevlar vest.
Who the fuck?
And it did a thing what they call spalding. Spalding is where
nobody cares about any of this other shit.
It's called splatter or spalding.
Alone. That's all that meant. Tyler was not working alone.
Yeah, I know.
That's what matters. People are quick.
Yeah, and turrets come up out of the White House and shoot bad guys.
People want.
Yeah, people want to make a conspiracy out of everything about people they hate.
They want to sweep this under the rug like it's
You're not an Israelite, Solomon.
Like it's happened throughout history. People want to sweep this under the rug like it's a lone shooter, but we know that that's not the case. I'm sorry, Rich.
I'm sorry that you have to make conspiracies.
I'm sorry that your beloved Mossad might actually.
That you have so much hatred for Jews that you have to attribute everything to Mossad.
So you're saying Mossad represents Jews?
No, you just hate Jews.
Wow.
You hate little Jews. Ashkenazi.
Are you arguing that Mossad represents Jews?
Yes, they do. Of course they do.
So you're tying the Jews' representation to an intel agency
they represent Jews in Israel, and they represent the state of Israel and the protection of Jews.
To an intel institution.
Yeah, the CIA represents you too.
Pedophile rings that's known.
Yeah, like the CIA.
You're tying
like the NSA, like the FBI.
You're doing. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, like the CIA, the NSA, the FBI.
To Mossad.
The Legionnaires. I mean, all these fucking groups do shit.
Very interested. And you know what's so crazy? Now I understand why actual Jews shy away from you. Because what you just did is highly destructive and toxic. Why would you ever tie
saying that Jewish Mossad has done bad things
to Mossad? That makes
Mossad
no
does bad things.
sense.
Guaranteed Mossad's done terrible things.
The fuck? Why would you ever tie?
That's like.
Okay,
let me ask you a question. Do you believe that the CIA has done bad things?
That's like me saying the CIA represents a what fucking retard.
The CIA does represent you on a global fucking. They do represent you globally.
This is insanity, bro.
Wait, you don't like the Chinese controlling all the cobalt in Africa? You don't think that there's fucking agents over there working on that? You don't like that?
What are you talking about? Fucking Chinese.
Oh, okay.
What are you talking about? You think I like CCP?
No, the CIA is actively. The Central Intelligence Agency is actively fucking working against the fucking CCP. You fucking piece of shit. Did you not fucking hear what I said?
No, I didn't. You're fucking.
Yeah, I know. The CIA is actively working against the Central Intelligence. The CIA is actively working against the fucking CCP.
Okay.
How the fuck is that me equating saying, oh, well, I don't like the CCP. Obviously, you like the fucking CIA when they go over and disrupt the fucking CCP. You said I like the CIA? Oh, of course you do.
No, I don't. Why are you? Oh my God, Rich, we're done.
You don't like when the CIA works in our best interests?
You're just a retard, bro. You can't. You get too emotional about this conversation.
I know.
You get way too emotional.
Because you don't listen. That's your problem.
You don't
know anything about what the fuck you're talking about.
You're way too emotional, bro.
You're conspiratorial and dumb.
You're way too emotional. It's 2025. People don't care about none of those labels, man. We just care about the truth.
Well, no, the truth is that you're fucking retarded. Don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Rich.
we did a
If I
poll.
laugh,
If
it
we
means
did a
it
poll
doesn't
here,
affect me.
if we did a poll here, you know who would. Come on, bro. You know who would win. You would
Oh,
win for
all the
biggest
black
retard.
centric and the black adjacent people would
You
vote
would
for
literally
you. Yeah,
win for the biggest retard, bro.
I know, right?
You know that, Riz. Come on now. You ain't gotta. Come on, bro. You know you're the biggest retard in here. There's nothing wrong with that. Just own that shit. You know? Just own it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm just trying to understand. So are we saying that people believe the CIA isn't working against the CCP?
So that's what. No. They are working.
Yeah.
They are working.
But he doesn't like it when they do that.
Obviously, the CIA is working against the CCP, but the CIA itself is also nefarious, and we know that for a fact.
Yeah,
the CIA
which is exactly about Mossad.
No, you said Mossad represents Jews, which is highly. That is retarded.
They do.
Bro. That is
the whole
retarded.
point of Mossad
That
is to protect fucking Jews in Israel and around the world.
That is literally retarded to tie the representation and identity to an agency like Mossad.
That's not what I did.
That is exactly what you.
No, I said that they represent. They represent their stated goal and objection.
No,
objective.
you know
objective.
You said
is to represent Jews. Yes,
if you criticize Mossad, you are
no, that's not what the fuck I said. Representation just means that you're like standing for it. You're protecting. You're doing something for it.
Let me ask you straight. If one criticizes Mossad, are they criticizing Jews?
Yeah. No. That's not what I'm saying. I said that you hate Jews and you attribute everything to Mossad because you tried to villain. No, that's not double talk. It's not double talk. It's exactly what I said. I said you fucking hate little hat Jews and you attribute everything bad to Mossad. And you said, do you think that Mossad represents Jews? Of course they do. That's their stated goal.
This is why.
Their stated goal is to protect Jews.
Rich, this is
Sam, do you not agree?
Rich. This is why you all have lost so much, so much clout, so much support over the last.
Yeah, we're still winning the war. Doesn't matter.
And it's only gonna get worse because you don't realize these sneaky.
Oh, Sam, you didn't realize it in Solomon's raving anti-Semite.
Yeah, that doesn't work anymore. I'm still gonna criticize Mossad.
And those little hat fucking Jews that orchestrate all the global events and cause all the fucking bad things in the world. It's those fucking evil synagogue of Satan, demon worshiping, baby sucking dick fucking Jews. Those fucking little hat Jews. That's Solomon.
Okay.
Did that sound accurate?
So you think just yelling anti-Semite is going to stop somebody from being?
That was my whole point. You hate Jews
of a foreign government. You think that's what's going to happen?
No. It's not. You're not separating it out like, oh, I have a problem with the state of Israel or Mossad. You have stated yourself that you hate.
So
you hate
lying.
little hat Jews.
You think lying.
You call them the synagogue of Satan. You call them demon worshippers, and you say that they're the fucking worst fucking scum on earth. That's what you say. You call them the little hat Jews. When I say, hey, Solomon, this guy's Ashkenazi, you go, oh, he's a little hat Jew? Oh, fucking demons.
Yeah, you're just lying now, which is okay.
Wait, Solomon, do you think that little hat Jews are the synagogue of Satan, the ones that don't accept Christ?
No, what are you talking about?
Do you think that little hat Ashkenazi rabbinic Jews are part of the synagogue of Satan?
No.
You're a fucking liar. You said this so many times on stage that the ones, Rich, I'm not saying that the Jews who believe in Jesus aren't this. I'm not saying they're part of the synagogue of Satan, but the ones, the rabbinic fucking Jews, the rabbinic fucking Talmudic fucking Jews, those are the synagogue of Satan,
bro. I think you hear things in your head.
If Lion was here, he would want to disagree with me, but he would agree with me and say, yes, it's those fucking kikes, those little hat fucking Jews.
Okay, so
and that's exactly what Solomon says. He would agree 100% with what I'm saying.
Why are you lying on me, though?
I'm not lying on you.
Yes, you are. You've
said this a million times on stage.
You're a liar.
Okay,
I didn't say it a million times. What I'm talking about. You're just lying. And that's my problem. Like I said, that's why you guys lost so much support over the last 5 years.
Such a dirty
like these tactics are they're terrible. You guys are so
toxic. I didn't realize you guys are fucking toxic. And now you're saying Mossad represents Jews. This is insanity.
Let's ask Sam. Let's ask Sam if he thinks Mossad represents Jews in the sense of defending.
Sam, do you think Mossad represents the Jewish people? Sam, you there? I don't know if he's there.
No, he probably fell asleep because you were boring.
Nah, you've been the one talking, bro. So you're clearly the bored one. Look, Rich. You just gotta realize it's 2025, bro.
Oh, he said he's in the store right now.
All that shit from 40 years ago doesn't work anymore, man. Separation of synagogue and state is coming. The United States and Israel's relationship is toxic. It's not working for Americans, and there needs to be a breakup. Sorry, it is what it is. It's coming. Can't stop it. It is what it is. You don't have a right to American resources. Israel has a right to exist, but they got to exist by their own accord. They have to exist by their own, ways and resources, which they can.
How much money do you want to put in escrow that'll never happen?
What do you mean by never happen?
It's not going to happen. Not in our lifetime.
What do you mean by that, though?
Like there's not going to be a separation where the United States turns their back completely on Israel.
I didn't say turn.
That's what you're saying. You're saying that they're not going to. Okay, that they're not going to stop funding Israel.
Yeah, the funding will stop.
No,
it's definitely going to stop. The next generation will make sure of it. You're clearly not paying attention.
Yeah, I know the 80 million people that follow Charlie Kirk that are going to be voters someday. 80 million globally, 30 million in the United States.
Were you not paying attention to the shift that was happening?
Yes, I can.
Oh, you do not know what's coming, bro. It's bad. It's bad. You are, look, Rich, I can't lie to you, bro.
I know.
You got your head dug in the sand, and you do not realize what's coming. You really don't, bro. Israel has like 5 to 7 years max.
Oh, yeah.
Before the political wins completely changes the relationship between our two countries.
How much you want to lock in escrow, Solomon?
Americans want
how much you want to lock in escrow for 7 years?
Americans, bro. And it is what it is. Israel is a rich state. They have a lot of money and resources. They should be able to defend themselves.
Dodging that question, aren't you, Solomon?
Dodge what question?
I said, how much you want to lock in escrow on the 7 years?
I'm not locking any.
Come on, let's lock that bet in. Don't cause it.
I'm not locking anyone.
Yeah, you ain't locking shit in.
Like that. I'm not locking anyone in for a bet like that. The reality is, Rich, you have to come to grips.
I got 1.96 million, and I can actually prove
America
it. So,
is changing, bro.
I'm just saying, we can lock some money in escrow for 7 years. I can come back here.
You can't
2032.
All people
collect my motherfucking money
for wanting their own country and their own resources to go to their own country, man.
Okay, we'll see.
Like none of that stuff works anymore, bro.
We'll see, Kazi.
It is what it is, bro. None of that stuff works anymore, man.
So
don't be mad. Don't be mad about it. Just, embrace it. Israel is a rich country.
Now you're just trying to hide and cover because you don't want everybody to realize.
Yeah, I was just going to say, do you think a two-state solution would actually work?
No, I don't. I don't think Israel can. This retard. Don't listen to the retard. So, James, I don't think a two-state solution would work. If I'm being honest, I think either Israel needs to be Israel, which is fine to me. It's just don't ship your problems to Western countries, which they're known to do. They do support NGOs that ship Muslims and others to other countries. So that needs to stop. Or if Israel cannot, because the reality, James, is that unlike the claim, Israel has not made the world safer for Jews. That country has objectively not made the world safer for Jews. They've made it even more dangerous. So the only other solution that I would be okay with is if Israel is not going to control the areas around the Holy Land, then it should go back to Christians. It should not go to the Muslims. I'm sorry, it shouldn't. That's just how I feel. I do not believe that Holy Land should be controlled by Muslims.
Well, I don't think it will, according to the Bible, right? So,
correct.
You have to worry about that.
And that's exactly right, James.
So if the Jews cannot properly run that country without, leaning on our resources for everything, then they shouldn't be running the country. So it's either they figure it out independently on their own, which I'm okay with. I have no problem with that. Survive as a country on your own. If you cannot do it and you rely on our resources, then we as Americans and as Christians, we should be in control of the Holy Land, as we were before the fucking retards in England, made all that shit happen. But it is what it is. It happened. We're here. So it's either the Jews control it. If they can't do it by themselves, then Americans and, Christians or Christendom in general should come in and, control it ourselves. That's what I feel about it, James.
Well, I think part of the problem, though, is a lot of Christians don't pay attention to the Bible, and they don't understand that we're supposed to be protecting Jerusalem, the land, but they look at the Jewish people and still think that Jews are the still chosen people. But the Bible is very specific. It says there's no Jew outwardly, only Jew inwardly.
Correct. Always.
Right. So all those who believe in Jesus are
Amen, James.
So they don't understand that. And even Charlie Kirk said that he thinks that the Jews are going to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
Yeah.
Right? So
and that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly, and look, James, I'm an honest person, man. Israel has a right to exist. They do. They're no different than any other country that has come into existence. All countries have fought bloody wars and bloody back and forth to be established. So my parents came from Nigeria. I consider myself American, and I would fight for this country to be here. I'm not originally from here, but now that this is my country, I'll fight for, So I would be a hypocrite if I said, the Jews in the Middle East, whether you believe they're originally from there or not, they can't fight for their country or fight to be there. That is not my business, if I'm being honest with you, Jay. It's not. But like you rightly pointed out, we as Christians, we kind of messed up because, and it's really because of the heresy I think you were sort of alluded to, which is dispensationalism, which has overtaken, well, not anymore, but I grew up in a time when dispensationalism was the name of the game, where you even hear politicians like Ted Cruz, and I'm glad Tucker Carlson called him out. He embarrassed him. Ted Cruz embarrassed himself in that interview with Tucker Carlson. He was trying to espouse a lot of dispensationalist views. And so, I'm glad more and more of us are waking up, because I'm still an evangelical, but I'm a reformed evangelical. I've reformed away from dispensationalism, and many evangelicals are reforming away from dispensationalism, especially the younger kids. The younger kids, none of them believe in any of this dispensationalist stuff where modern day Israel is the quote unquote Israel in the Bible. They've thrown that out. That doesn't mean anything to them. So that's a very good thing. But it still has a presence in the older generation. Although it is dying out there too, we can see movements away, and that's what I was trying to say to Rich, because I don't think a lot of people are paying attention to the changes in American Christianity. American Christianity is moving away from dispensationalism, where we look at modern day Israel as the Israel of the Bible. People are moving away from that view.
Which is a bloodline, and then there's spiritual Israel.
No, Israel is not a bloodline.
Oh my God. Fucking dumb.
Israel is not a bloodline. And if it was a bloodline, it's not your people's bloodline. I can tell you that for sure.
Oh, the Khazar theory.
It's definitely not your people's bloodline. I can tell you that for sure.
Well, to be honest with you, it doesn't really matter whose bloodline.
I agree with you, James.
Right?
Yeah.
No, James,
like
that's not the argument. The ideal is that there is a physical Israel. The promise that was given that he who blesses Israel shall be blessed, and that he who curses Israel
there's no physical.
shall be
that is about
accursed.
Christ. That is
That
not
was a
about
promise
that is not about Israel.
from
That is about
God
Christ.
to physical Israel.
That is about Christ. That scripture was about Christ, not about a physical Israel or about modern day
That's
Israel.
spiritual Israel. There's a difference between physical and
Spiritual Israel are Christ followers.
Is a group of people that still exists today that was given a promise by Hashem.
And that was not your people. Even if that was the case, that is not your people.
A promise saying, anyone who curses you shall be accursed, and anyone who blesses you shall be a blessed.
Again, Israel is not stated in
Did he give a fucking
Israel
timeline
is not
for that?
stated
Did he say,
in that
the next
scripture.
2,000 years or next 500 years?
Bring
No,
up the scripture.
it is an
Israel
eternal
is not
promise
stated.
that anyone who comes against Israel shall be accursed.
Israel is
That
not
does
stated.
not
Why are
mean-
you making shit
That
up?
does not mean.
Why are
that
you
Jews-
making shit up, Rich?
that-
Why are you
that
making
I'm
shit
not
up?
saying that
You're
Jews
adding
who
to
do not
the
accept
scripture
Christ
that
will
which
not-
is not there.
I am not saying that Jews who do not accept Christ will enter the kingdom of heaven. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that every Jew must come to Christ and confess their sins, turn away from their sins, and accept Christ, and that it is by faith alone. I'm accepting that and saying that, but I'm also saying
Yes, and that's all Christians.
But there
All
was
Christ
also
followers.
a physical promise given to Israel that anyone
Again,
who curses
that
Israel
is not
shall be
scripture.
accursed. So
That's not
remember that,
scripture.
Solomon, when you
That is
curse
not
the fucking
scripture.
Israelite
You have
Jews.
yet to bring up the scripture. And now wait, you've yet, because I know that scripture. I know Israel is not there. I know it's not there. It's a misinterpretation, and you know it. That's why it's dying out. That's why it's dying out, James. For 2,000 years, Christendom. That's the beauty of this. Christendom. 2,000
Jews or
years of
Israelites
history.
can exist
We have
today
2,000
and be
years
given
of
a
history.
Physical
You
promise
telling me
by
this
God.
modern day
That does
heresy
not then
that only
mean that
has
they
less
get
than
granted
200
into heaven.
years?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if they do not accept Christ, they will not enter the kingdom of heaven. That's why me, as a physical Jew, halakhically Jewish, who accept Christ, that's the only way I enter the kingdom of heaven. It had nothing to do with fucking keeping,
all that halakha, falakha, shalakha, all that halakha,
had
falakha,
nothing to do
shalakha,
with
bro,
any of
that
that.
shit means
It had
nothing.
everything to do with accepting Christ.
The halakha, falakha, shalakha, all that shit means nothing, bro. That shit means
I know.
damn nothing.
You're a West African Nigerian and you're the real Israelite, right, Solomon?
Biblically accurate, I would say.
Yeah, there you go, James. That's all you need to know. He's stealing from the Igbos, from the fucking the Igbos who claim that they're Israelites, and have not been brought to Israel because they have found there's no DNA evidence, there's no historical or archaeological evidence that shows that the fucking Igbos.
You know what's so crazy? You know what's so crazy, James? The scriptures, the Old Testament.
Yeah, but you know what they
literally,
did do?
Hold on,
Rich,
see all the historical and archaeological
evidence.
Rich, I'm not
They went, oh
when
wow,
I'm talking,
let's bring these people to Israel because they have evidence.
anyways. So you know what's so interesting, James? When it comes to the Old Testament clearly lays out that the Israelites who went into slavery mixed with Hamites for more than 400 years. More than 400 years. And the interesting thing about Egypt back then is that Egypt didn't have the borders that it has today. You know, the state of Egypt has its modern day borders. But the ancient Egypt borders extended into Sudan, further west of Sudan, and down towards Ethiopia. That was the ancient borders for Egypt back then. And so when you look at that map, clearly it bleeds into Western Africa, and then it bleeds down towards Southern Africa. So it's very interesting that, and then, you know, the Israelites were slaves. So if they were mixing, which we know they were, they would be mixing with the lowest class of Hamites, which all were, you know, African black, and then other colors also. And the scripture says it. They came out a mixed multitude, which is okay. Not all Israelites were black, but the main ones, yes, they were. And so when they, you know, it is what it is. People can go read their scriptures and they'll see that the scriptures clearly lays out that they were mixing with Hamites. There's a reason why Solomon called himself black in the Songs of Solomon.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
But outside of that, James, all of that doesn't matter. I agree with you. All of that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Christ followers are God's chosen people alone. There's no physical claim to any of the promises made to Abraham. It is only through Christ that you get that promise. So I don't know if you believe that, but that's what I believe.
I mean, like, so I believe that the promise made to Abraham was made before Israel existed, right? So, but
that's why I said it's not a go ahead.
Yeah, no. So, and then I understand that his offsprings, became like kind of like they became Israel. So, like, I can kind of see where they get the ideal, but like I think the promise was really. I don't think the promise was meant for the land, but I see where one could argue that, but that's just my belief.
Yeah. Like I said, James, to be honest, I don't care about the land. I wish I did. I don't. I'm American. I care about what's going on here, bro. If I'm being honest with you. But I understand that there's significance to it, right? It's got our holy sites, blah, blah, blah. I hear all of that. But I am of the persuasion that Christ and Christ alone is what people should focus on and what should be mattered about. I'm focused on bringing people to Christ. I don't care about physical lands, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about those things. People need to come to Christ. That's what I think is the most important. And so, people want to play geopolitical games. That's fine. Play geopolitical games, blah, blah, blah. That's fine. I'm not discounting that. But I do firmly believe if the Jews cannot protect Israel with their own resources and not being a leech on American resources, then they need to give up the land to Christians. Us, not the Muslims. That is my position. So Israel can exist. They have a right to exist, but they need to do it with their own resources. I think that's fair. So I think that's a fair position. Let me bring Rich back up.
You'll say that because geographically they can't sustain themselves, and if that's
what you said, they can't.
Yeah, they can't create enough munitions and explosives and stuff like that. That's why they buy the fucking rockets for the fucking Iron Dome from fucking Arkansas, because they don't have the fucking materials to make it. And you know that.
Wait.
So if everybody in the world said, you know what, we're going to let Israel do it on their own, and they're a country the size of fucking New Jersey, and they don't have the ability to create the fucking Iron Dome missiles to defend themselves, then all the little hat Jews will be wiped out, and then the Christians can come in and just take it over. That's what you want.
Wait. So you're saying the Jews can't? Because look, hey, no. I want to be very clear, because Rich, I've heard El Normo. I know you know El Normo.
Yeah.
El Normo has argued on the stage that Jews. No. Because now you're saying something different than him.
Yeah, I don't give a shit what Norman says.
And Norman also says El Normo in class.
Norman says that okay, gay marriage is okay. He also says that transgenderism's okay.
Look,
I don't agree with any of that. I don't agree with any of the other
Let's focus.
Norman also said it.
Let's focus.
That it was anti-Semitic for her not to say.
Let's focus. I brought you up here so we can focus.
No,
because now
brought me up here because nobody else is conversing with you.
Let me finish.
Everybody else just kind of stayed on me.
Let me finish. Because now I'm getting conflicting reports.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing that all Jews aren't a monolith.
I'm going to move you down again if you keep interrupting me.
Yeah, kick me out. Kick me down the audience.
Yes, I'm going to if you keep interrupting me. I'm not gonna
talk to yourself. Because everybody else is.
Anyways, so it's very interesting, James, that I'm now getting two conflicting reports from the Lil Hat Brigade. We're just going to call the Jews the Lil Hat Brigade. because Rich is claiming that Israel cannot sustain itself without other countries' resources, particularly us, America. But if you hear the top super Jew on this app, because he's argued for Israel, blah, 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 this and that, he informed me that Israel absolutely could sustain itself and doesn't need anybody. That they're the ones that they're good. They can, if they wanted to, they can build everything they need. They have this, they have that. They barely get resources from us. Israel can survive on its own, right? That's what I'm hearing from people like El Normo. And then now Rich is saying, no. Israel cannot survive on its own without getting resources from America. So it's kind of interesting that you get these sort of, two viewpoints where some are saying, oh yeah, Israel can survive on its own. And then some are saying, no, Israel cannot survive on its own. What's up, Bagger?
I personally think they can survive.
Wait, say it again, James, and then you can go, Sam. What'd you say, James?
I just said personally, I think they could survive. They're a very powerful country, and
that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I thought they have a lot of resources. They make a lot of money. They have super technology. They can survive on their own. They don't need our resources. Go ahead, Sam. What do you say, Sam?
Yeah, I'm saying that no country actually survives on its own, right? All countries work in coalitions. No country is sort of like an entity unto itself or self-sustaining in that way. Even the Muslim countries, right?
But Sam, we don't give, for instance, I agree with you, but we don't give China $3 billion in welfare every year, right? We don't give, whatever other resources that America gives to Israel. We do not give that to other countries.
Israel
right?
is not
And
given, we've discussed this before, Solomon. Israel is not given $3 billion for the reason.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. We just signed over $650 million. What are you talking about?
Israel is currently in ongoing frontal-facing war. But the money.
Yeah. Okay, Sam. That has nothing to do with.
Let him finish. Okay, let him finish. You will ask him a question. Let him finish.
So one, America provides aid to many different countries, right? Two, the money that Israel gets is line item. So you can look up all of the reports of how much money Israel gets, and then what it does with that money. And also the amount of things that America gets back in exchange.
We don't get shit back. What are you talking about?
Wait. You said aid. What is aid? Is aid not something you're given? It's not a loan. If it's aid, then it's not a loan. But that means you're given that.
No, you're right. Listening to like America.
You just said aid. You said aid just now.
Why don't you fucking listen?
All right, calm down now.
I'm listening.
I'm out in public and I'm cussing at people because you don't know.
You don't gotta get angry though. We're just having conversation.
You're right.
I'm not even fighting. There's nothing
over me. You're yelling over me, and I'm trying to talk, and I'm outside in public. So please listen carefully. So the money that Egypt gets, for example, right, from America is aid. The money that Jordan gets from America is aid. The money that Gazans and the West Bank, people in the West Bank get from America is aid. Israel does not necessarily get aid. Israel exchanges money for a lot of research and development and technology, as well as what's it called, intelligence gathering. So there.
What?
And you can There's.
So wait, I want to understand.
What are you talking about? What the fuck are you
fine. Let's hear him out. I want to make sure we hear. He's saying that unlike these countries that don't contribute back to the United States, we, although our payment is not monetarily, we contribute with intelligence and also research. being done.
We don't give no fuck about none of that, bro.
That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. I want to make sure we understand each other. That's what he's saying. He's saying it's not the same as the other nations because they are stifling money out of the U.S. We actually give something back, even though it's not monetary like that. Is that what you're saying, Sam? I was telling you about the one. I know you got it.
Do you live in the United States?
Oh my fucking.
Do you pay taxes in the United States?
he got you, Massage. Sam, that's a terrible objection. That's a terrible objection. Let me say this.
What country do you come from?
That's a terrible objection.
It doesn't matter. What does it matter?
It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter.
The country that
from America.
The country. Here's where I come from. No. I'm not attacking you. I don't know why you feel attacked.
Yeah, what country do you come from? What country do you come from?
I South Africa. I'm from South Africa.
Okay, give me one.
It doesn't matter. Who cares? It literally doesn't matter.
I don't know why he feels attacked. But
doesn't matter, Sam. Doesn't matter.
But that's
the reality is,
right? I just wanted to see if that's his talking point. That unlike these other nations that just take money out of the U.S., they contribute back with intelligence. Is that what you're saying? That's literally what I'm asking. Then you see this as an attack.
Oh, I see. Well, so the reality, Sam, is that the reality is, however you want to paint it, which you have a right to do, but I think you're playing games. That's fine, fair enough. But the reality is, Americans perceive that their resources are going to countries, particularly Israel, in the aggregate, right, in a way where they don't like it anymore, especially the younger generation. They don't feel like they're getting a proper return on investment. That is the reality. You can paint it however you want. That is the reality on the ground. Americans want all of their resources to stop going to countries abroad. Period. I don't care if it's Egypt, Jordan, Borden, Forden, Lorden, Shaborden, right? All of that money needs to reside in America until all of our cities look better, all of our kids are educated, everything is going right here first, and we don't have a shit ton of debt. Then we can start talking about, oh, okay, yeah, let's hand out aid here, let's hand out a couple bucks here, blah, 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 and the relationship will be properly reciprocated, right? Not just these vague, oh, yeah, we give you guys intelligence, when it's really just you guys spying on us, right? Let's be honest. Your Mossad agency is the devil of is the weapon of the devil, right? That's your Mossad agency if you connect yourself to them. So, given all that, Sam, my thing is, a lot of you need to jump to grips with the reality that the relationship between America and Israel, as it is now, will likely be over in the next 10 to 15 years. That's being generous. That's being extremely generous. Extremely. All this, we're just going to hand you out $3.8 billion every year for the next 10 years, because that conversation is, I think, next year, because next year is the last year.
There's a greater likelihood that Nigeria will be recolonized by the British, actually.
Then what? Likelihood of what?
Huh?
You said, I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
I said it's a greater likelihood that Nigeria will be recolonized by the British.
Then what?
Then Israel and America breaking apart.
Oh, you guys are not paying attention. So I'm not saying it's going to happen overnight. I didn't say that, because I think that's what you're kind of trying to allude to. I know the relationship to you seems very solid, but you're not paying attention, and I can tell. AIPAC is losing, every day is losing more and more clout with Americans. And in the next election cycles, people are going to start, and you'll see it, Sam. So I'm telling you something that you can measure. In the next election cycle, watch this happen, where people come out and say, hey, I'm not AIPAC. I took no money from AIPAC. Vote for me. And that voice is only going to get louder
And as a matter of fact, Sam, watch this. 2028 is going to be the watershed moment where you're not only going to see an entire Republican class of runners who run on being anti the Israel-U.S. relationship, but you're also going to see people start calling for AIPAC. Seriously, you're already seeing it now, but it's going to be it's going to grow to a fervor in 2028 when people actually call for AIPAC to register as a with the foreign affairs, whatever that FARA or whatever the fuck it is. These are the type of things that are going to start happening in the next couple of years, Sam. So, and you know what's so crazy? I think you're president. I think you're a prime minister. I don't know if it's president or prime minister. Mr. Yahoo. I think he knows. That's the thing. He knows. There's a lot of people that already know that this relationship is coming to an end in the way that it is now. Not that we're going to be enemies. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying we're going to be enemies or anything like that. But I do think that the relationship as it was in the last 20 years is going to be extremely different in the next 10. So that is what I'm saying.
Well, I think something that's really interesting is like I think at some point, the U.S. I'm not saying anytime soon or in the near future. I'm saying like biblically, revelation-wise, at some point the U.S. will have to pull away from Israel because for the Antichrist to go and try to conquer Israel, there's going to be no country powerful enough to go conquer Israel as long as we're an ally to Israel. So
wait. So help me out with it, because look, I'm not a big eschatology. I've said it before, James. I'm not a huge eschatology guy. I guess my views are somewhere in between amillennial and post-millennial. I guess if I'm being technical, but I'm really not an eschatology guy. So you're saying, based on your view, that the scriptures lay out like a situation where if it is to play out how it says it's going to play out, America would have to pull away from Israel. Is that what you're saying?
That's just my opinion, because America is so powerful that like no country would be dumb enough to directly go and try to invade Israel. Because unless we weren't their ally, because if we're their ally, then any country that would try to go do that would be immediately destroyed. So
exactly. And so what I would ask you is, what is the scripture that you would use to justify that view?
Yeah, let me pull it up.
Cool. Because I've heard that position before, and it's real interesting because I do think I am one of those people who do think that the relationship between the modern state of Israel and the United States, because of the younger generation, will not look the same in the next 10 to 15 years. It's just not. It's going to look very, 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 very different. Again, I'm not saying enemies. That's not what I'm saying. But definitely not married to each other, I guess, is also what I'm saying. So. Hey, what's up, Alaska? I see you, Alaska. See Alex up here. Anybody did you want to say something, Alaska, to the conversation? Because I know you have some stronger feelings around this topic. And nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying anything's wrong with that.
Oh, thanks. No, yeah, I'm just having coffee. I've only just woken up, but I'll have a think. But yeah, I'm very much free Palestine all day. Just catching up.
Yeah, for sure. I know that's your thing for sure.
But yeah, I'm liking the. So funny, whoever did that. But yeah, I'm liking the conversation. I'm just listening.
Yeah. No worries. I just wanted to because one of the things they said is we should make sure everybody gets a chance to talk. So it's just making sure that if somebody wants to say something, that they're able to say it.
King. James can correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the Antichrist supposed to be of the tribe of Dan? So technically, he's going to be a Jewish person, right?
You said the Antichrist?
Yeah, the Antichrist. He's supposed to be of the tribe of Dan. Right?
So, Alex, when it comes to Antichrist stuff, if I understand it correctly,
yeah,
Antichrist is not necessarily one person. Now there is going to be like the Antichrist of all the Antichrist, that kind of person, which I think is what you're alluding to.
Yeah.
Because the Bible talks of many Antichrists, or even a category that, hey, if you meet this criteria, you're an Antichrist, right?
Sure.
Like maybe someone like the Prophet Muhammad.
No, historians alluded to Nero, right? In Rome.
Yeah, or Nero, or Hitler, the Prophet Muhammad. So there are many people who can meet that criteria, but the scripture does speak of the Antichrist, right? The one that's going to be the one of all the ones, right? And I think that's what you're alluding to, but I'm not sure that it's tied to the specific tribe of Dan. Well, I just know that it's tied to it's, how do I put this without?
Let's put it like this. I can say it for you, King, so you don't get sniped. But according to my understanding, they are going to build the third temple. That's why the Palestinians are freaking out. I've heard, That's why the impetus for the October 7 attacks. That's why it's called the Al-Aqsa Brigade, because you can't build the third temple without demolishing the fucking on top of it, right? So there are absolutely religious undertones. So when they build the third temple, their Messiah will arrive, which will, of course, be a Jewish person or someone from the Jewish diaspora, right? And that person, by coincidence, their savior will be our Antichrist, right? And
now hear me out on this, Alex, because I appreciate you that down, because that is how I've heard it said before, that whatever they're building or whatever they're looking as their Messiah would, by definition, be the Antichrist. By definition, would be the Antichrist. But I'm not so sure, given the state of advanced technology, because I work with it every day. I'm not so sure, Alex, it's going to necessarily be human.
No, it could be AI.
I'm starting to think. I'm starting to think it can be a networked entity based on AI technology. That's what I'm starting to think. Because almost like, if you remember the movie, I love bringing this movie up. I bring it up like, I feel like I brought it up like a billion times in the last 2 weeks. But the movie The Age of Ultron, you remember that movie, The Avengers, The Age of Ultron? Yes. So not something exactly like Ultron, because clearly he's way more advanced in technology than I'm thinking in my head. But something similar to that type of technology, where it's a networked, like Skynet or something similar to it, where it can be controlled from a center state, and it can infect devices, use Wi-Fi system, all the technologies that we have today, essentially the global connectiveness. Something like the Antichrist would be able to come in and take advantage of that, and I wouldn't be surprised if the actual Antichrist is something like that type of technology. So that's kind of what I think about it.
No, perfectly reasonable, King. It's also pretty funny. Depends on how tight you have your tinfoil and where on the internet you are, right? But I stumbled across Peter Thiel. The billionaire.
I can't believe I used to like him, but yes. Peter Thiel, yes.
Well, you could say, in a sense, I mean, he was one of the key figures when it came to...
big time.
That wanted to kind of push Trump into the forefront. Essentially, all the politics is just a war between elites, right? What master or what person will back the right, billionaire? Essentially, it's billionaire wars. But Peter Thiel recently announced he's going to have a 4-hour symposium on the Antichrist. Right?
I saw that.
So it's kind of ironic in a way that he's building all this digital infrastructure that you could potentially, you could just flip the switch and then you have total control of everything. Right?
Exactly. Do you know who the first investor in Palantir was? The first 150 million. Do you know where it came from, Alex?
Are you going to say Israel, Hegop?
No, it's actually even more surprising, unless
let's hear it.
The CIA invested $150 million.
Oh, I did. Okay, yeah.
For government contracts, and the he was supposed to develop this to help with. So there's two types of CIA agents, right? There's the data teams and there's the field operations, and then the field operations are also split up into different teams as well. But what Peter Thiel's company was supposed to be like data collection and completely revamp the entire CIA. So they donated $150 million, not donated, but funded Thiel $150 million. It was the first dollar essentially he ever raised. And then it went commercial a little bit later. So even from its inception, it's been a government-controlled, funded program.
Sure, I mean, but
Thiel's a character. I'm not too big on the Israel tinfoil. Solomon knows that.
Yeah.
I just find it funny that they make the argument that they give us intelligence, like, you know, the intelligence that we went to fucking a war in Iraq for.
Right, it's insane. What the fuck? You give us technology?
It's also pretty nuanced, guys, right? It all depends on your outlook. Clearly, I mean, the Saudis are also getting a lot of money, and also, but at least they're trading oil, right? So it depends on how you look at it. But I do agree with your assessment that you stated earlier, King. I think the mindset is kind of shifting gradually, right? And I think it's going to die off with the boomers, right?
Oh yeah. The dispensationalism, because I love to say it. I am an evangelical still. And I know specifically that it is dying. I jump for joy when I see people who used to be, you know, hold that view like 20 years ago, and they're all like slowly all coming out with their hat in their hand, bowing their heads and saying, "Hey guys, we kind of messed up." This is
But it's also
not true.
Very unfortunate, King, because I mean there's plenty of people that I know that are Jewish, right? That I have a very nice relationship with. I don't think they deserve all the fear and the hate that
I agree with you. I would 1000% agree with you.
Yeah, it's the state. I agree. Alex, have you heard what's going on with the EU and Germany rearming their military?
Yeah. Third time's the charm, Hago. You can't have a world war without Germany. Come on.
We live in a fucking simulation, bro.
Yeah.
Its history is so cyclical. Like, Rome was fighting the German army.
Yeah.
You know, like, this is just constantly the same thing. EU's on its last leg. They're a warmongering shit organization.
Yeah.
And now Germany is standing up against it, right? Because Trump is pulling out of NATO, EU is crumbling, Putin is knocking on the door, it's getting more aggressive and more aggressive. So, like, all of this is just hilarious. That it's just gonna, like, if you know history, you know what's gonna happen, and I hope it doesn't, but...
Yeah, but Hago, rest assured, this time we are on the correct side of history.
I don't know, brother. I don't know if we are.
Yeah, guys, no, I don't know what's going to happen, but it is, well, we've also been kind of, when you look in hindsight, you know, we've been very blessed to have almost 70 years of relative peace in the West, which is almost unheard of throughout history, right? So,
yes, relative peace for us while we destroy large portions of the Eastern Hemisphere, right?
Yeah, sure. But you can't, you can't make an omelette without breaking some eggs.
Breaking an egg, that's true.
So,
that's true.
I love how you say omelette.
Yeah.
But I think it's very interesting. They're currently in negotiations to kick France out of a deal to be the creator for, or sorry, not creator. I was talking to other people before I came in the room, and they kept using that fucking word. I hate that word, creator.
Which one?
Like, oh, I'm a co-creator. I hate that one. Like, yeah, we should collaborate. I fucking hate when people say we should collaborate.
Yeah, let's collab, bro.
Oh, fucking stupid. Okay, start.
Let's collab, bro. Come on, let's collab, bro.
Synergy, bro.
Yeah, there's so much synergy here. I love it.
You know, when people say that during meetings, you realize that, like, this guy is gonna take your money and nothing is gonna come out of this. And he's gonna take 1% of your fucking profit. Anyway, so, like, Germany is like bidding to become the manufacturer for fighter jets away from France. So again, their first target is the French.
Oh, that's interesting.
They're fucking hilarious, bro. They just keep repeating history. The Netherlands is worried all of a sudden because, like, in the last 3 months, they've been posturing to keep building up their army. And Holland is like, yo, bro, y'all did this to us once. We can't Sig Heil anymore. We're all hippies now. We smoke weed. Prostitution's legal here. We do a bunch of drugs. Spain is having a interesting internal revolution with the younger generation.
I seen that.
It's scary times, man. It's scary.
Look, I love it. I said, you don't love it? I love it. Revolution, bro. I fucking love it. Come on, hang out.
I don't like it. I'm not.
It is hang out. Hang out. These are the results.
Man.
It's the result of living in a world that doesn't honor Christ. This is what we get. I'm sorry. This is what happens. So it's almost like we have to document for people like, hey, guys, this is what happens when you don't have cohesiveness. Like, this is it. So, you know, there's something has to give.
You're a Charlie Cook fan.
Oh, what's up, everybody? What'd you say?
What's up, gang? I said just looking at your PTR.
Yeah, it's Giga Charlie. It's Giga Charlie.
Like you support him? Like politically?
Yeah, I mean, even so I don't support him in the sense that I agreed with everything that he did, but I don't think he should have been shot for his beliefs. So, me and Charlie, we both grew up evangelical Protestant, but he stayed mainline evangelical. I'm Reformed. So I reformed away from a lot of the heresies like dispensationalism, where you believe the modern day state of Israel is biblical Israel. That is a heresy. So, yeah, I don't believe that anymore. Abandoned that like a decade plus ago. Obviously, folks like him and others, though, they did believe that. Although he was changing, you can tell from his videos of this year, he was changing those views. So big ups to him. But yeah, I definitely don't think he deserved to die for his beliefs or for his opinions. So.
Timothy, you were a Man U fan, right?
How do you say that, like, past tense?
Well, because you guys are, 14th right now?
Wow.
14th or 15th in the league.
That's so disrespectful.
Crazy.
And where you guys talk about soccer or something?
It just shows how fair weather you are.
Guys, team in past tense just because they're not on top of the league. That's what.
You gotta understand, right? When you grow up in the U.S. and you support a team that's not Manchester United or Liverpool, a lot of the fans here, and most of those fans ended up becoming City fans when they became citizens when City got that Arab money. So, like, they lost. You got a lot of bandwagoners here in the U.S. because that's the only teams they would show. I grew up an Arsenal fan. Yeah, I grew up an Arsenal fan. My pops is an Arsenal fan too.
There was something just like sniveling about the way you asked me that question. That just
we hated each other.
Unmistakably an Arsenal.
Yeah, hang out, be sneak, doesn't.
So I feel like, hey, you a piece of shit.
Listen, every time he comes in the booth, I always try to make a point that he's a Man U fan. I don't think we're even friends on here, but I always remember you had Adama's. Is his name Adama as your PTR? The young kid, the winger. I forgot his name. Shit. That's escaping me. That's how I remember you're a Man U fan. I would be silent too if we just lost 3-0 to Man City. I get it.
See, that is like kind of talk.
Yo, Alaska is invested in this. I'm shocked.
Alaska,
what do you know about this?
I do really like the pageantry and the competition of it, but
So you pay attention to all of it.
Yeah, kind of. I'm definitely more into football than soccer. But.
You're more into American football than you are football?
Yeah.
Oh, for
How
real?
does that happen?
Oh,
That's crazy.
so
Wait,
easily.
what?
It's like, because American football, there's pageantry, I don't know, there's a lot of details I like.
Oh,
Yeah.
Also, I've grown up with a lot of angry football fans who've put me into it a
There's
lot.
so much pageantry.
Wait, that's
in
crazy.
the EFL, man. What are you talking about?
I'm
Non-league
gonna
teams.
give you a name.
Most of it.
Like, what's your favorite team? What's your favorite team?
Who? In the NFL?
Yeah.
See, this is the thing, because at first, you're going to be mean to me.
No. What is it?
Because I was Patriots at first, this was years back,
Yeah,
because Julian Edelman.
Wagging.
Because, no, from before. Because it's Julian Edelman. He was so pretty. And look,
That's better than football at all.
this is great.
She
But
said he's so
he was so adorable. And also the WNBA, Connecticut Suns.
Yeah, that's Alaska. That's very interesting. I would have never guessed that you. Now here's the funny thing. When I went to Sweden, not Sweden, my bad. When I went to Switzerland a couple years back, visiting some friends, taking care of some business. It was during the time of the Super Bowl was like a week after the week I actually went. And so when we went to some of the bars, I was shocked to see like advertisement for the Super Bowl. I was like, wait, what? They watched the Super? You guys watched the Super Bowl in Switzerland? Like what? And it was everywhere. And people were like, yeah, we're gonna watch it. I was kind of shocked that people like the NFL.
It's so much fun. It's from like 2 a.m. to like what, 6 a.m. or something.
Yeah, something like that.
So made up so much fun.
It's aired for free in the UK, and even still.
Do you follow it?
Nah, I mean, I don't like hate it or anything.
You said it's for free.
I'm not like a traitor like Alaska. Like,
no, it's cool. I just know it's
That's
phenomenon in Europe now.
crazy. It's crazy that they air it for free because we gotta fucking pay extra to get fucking.
Yeah, because no one. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, the NFL is such a racket in terms of like how much revenue it generates, given that there's an actual shit about it other than Americans. Like, I think in terms of like viewership. Well, sorry, not viewership. In terms of like ad revenue, so I forget exactly what but like it generates more. Like the Super Bowl generates more than like the World Cup final. It's insane. When literally like not only does no one but Americans care about it, most Americans don't even fucking understand what's going on. It's like they're there for halftime show.
It's really, really funny to watch in England. Like I usually watch it on an American stream because when you watch it on the UK streams, there's like one guy who understands the sport and then the other guys are clearly like ex-rugby people or whatever. It's really fun.
That's how we feel about soccer here. We have Alexi Lawless, who was a shitbag of a player who was a defender for the U.S. national team, explaining soccer to us. The guy wouldn't make it. He wouldn't be able to walk on any current college team.
No, but now, thankfully, not so much thanks to Trump, but at least like all his predecessors, Biden, so on. There's like enough Mexicans in America to really appreciate football, you know?
Bro, we have a very interesting ultra culture. Like we have like an interesting fan culture here too. Like LAFC here in Los Angeles has like traveling fans. It used to only be 2 teams that actually people gave a shit about. It was them, the Seattle Sounders. It was the Galaxy before that. It was Seattle Sounders and Columbus were the only 3 teams people gave a shit about.
Oh, I need mascots. Sorry.
Yeah, we have mascots for the football teams too.
Yeah, but
Arsenal
they don't do cool stuff though. Come on.
No, they don't.
They don't do flips and stuff or fight.
The basketball mascots are the best.
Oh yes.
But
what's his name? Grizzy? I love him. Is it?
They've also put a lot of money into the MLS recently. They're trying to ramp it up.
Like David Beckham was a big when
he came to Galaxy.
Miami, that's his team, right? No, but Inter Miami's his team.
He owns it, yeah. And then Didier Drogba owns another team. I forgot where his team was. I think he's in Florida as well. I think he's in Orlando. I can't remember, but he's in the lower division. He's in the NASL, the North American Soccer League. But yeah, we were the retirement league for a long time. So
I mean, you still kind of are, but
I mean, to a certain extent, we're developing some good talent. We got a couple good kids that are doing good. What's funny is most of them were born in like army bases in Germany. So.
Oh my god.
But I don't think like if you it's super interesting like when you look at American sports and you compare them to like European sports, like even just the notion of a draw just isn't something that like Americans can fathom. It's like everything has to have some like Hollywood ending, and it's just like so contrived. Like a league table where there's like draws and stuff is like so mundane to an American. I don't think they can even like.
They just don't understand it for
Yeah,
sure.
like what is it? Who won? Like what do you like? Who's the winner though?
I went to I recently went to see. That's what I like the most about American sports. It just seems so passionate. Like I went to a local hockey game for like a first date, and the guy next that I brought, I was like going insane because it's just so much fun. Yeah, I love having a team. So good. Sorry.
I don't know. There's a lot of drama in football too. Actual football. Like the FA Cup and the upsets that happen in the League Cups and like teams that are teams for small towns, townships.
Yeah. No.
That like end up beating the Giants. A couple of years ago it was like Bradford City, which had the most ugly fucking kids and like the most retarded style of play, ended up like going so far. That's like so beautiful and fun and
yeah, I followed Wrexham and they were amazing. Obviously, I cried like a baby.
But Wrexham's promotions, the American money, baby.
What's the guy? Ryan Reynolds, right? He's the
one. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds and the other actor.
Rob how dare you put some respect on Rob's name.
But like Luton was a cool story too, right? Luton had 4 promotions in a row. Ipswich was the same. They had 4 promotions in a row.
Yeah, they also have like a really famous former hooligan. That's now yeah.
I didn't know that.
His name is Tommy Robbins.
Wait, what?
You know, Tommy Robinson used to be like a Luton Town.
Oh,
he's a Luton
that's
Town
not
guy?
That's not surprising. Sorry, don't worry. I thought you said something else. Don't worry.
You thought he was a player.
You know, I thought you said a player's name, and then you said he used to be a football hooligan. And I said, oh, that's very cool that he changed. But no,
you would expect him to be a Millwall fan, right? Millwall had the worst hooligans. No, they stab people all the time.
Tommy Robinson is still a football hooligan, I think.
They say that, but I don't know. I mean, look, there's a lot of debate. There's no like consensus among football hooligans who like the most violent are, but I think Chelsea definitely has the crown for a time.
Sorry, I'm just imagining if they had like a league table of just dickheads. Yeah.
Well, we do know this. If there was a global league table, England would be atop.
I mean,
number one for
of
sure.
Course, of course.
Well, no, actually, that's debatable. Have you ever seen Turkish fans?
The thing is that all these people do this shit.
City's down, bro.
Yeah, but all these people do this shit about all these different ultras and obviously Britain. We inspired a lot of hooliganism around Europe, like in the 80s and stuff. But in terms of but who's got the best away record? I mean, it's the UK.
I can respect that. Yeah.
That's why they did that thing 100 Americans versus 100 Brits or something, and I think the consensus from all the LLMs was that obviously the English would win. It's not even close.
Timothy, aren't you boycotting chillism? Just kind of realized you were here yesterday or today.
It's because Nathan's not here.
I see.
Funny enough, it's actually not. I think he came in yesterday or whatever, but I don't know. I'm suffering my stance somewhat.
Oh, why were you boycotting?
Wait, so sorry. So you're saying you kind of committed to something, and now you're bitching out at that? Is that what you're saying?
If it's his decision,
I'm saying that. I'm saying that in exactly so many words. Yeah.
Right. I'm glad we clarified.
Have you spoken to? Hey, Sasha, have you spoken to my friend King? He's a god hater.
Yeah, we spoke yesterday.
Yeah, we spoke earlier.
That's right.
About what? Charlie.
Charlie.
Yeah.
Charlie.
I'd be curious to hear what you guys think, Timothy and Sasha.
Oh, Andrew told me what they think.
I don't think the same thing Sasha thinks. Like, obviously, I agree with you in terms of I don't think he deserved to be shot.
Why doesn't he have a shirt on in your photo?
Say again?
Sorry.
He's doing the king me.
I'm so sorry. No, I was distracted.
No, because he's a Giga Chad.
It's just.
Look, don't worry, it's understandable. But yeah, I don't think he should be murdered. I mean, I think probably all things considered, he's probably a bad guy. Pardon?
Well, he wasn't murdered.
Okay. I think he was murdered and by an alleged the shooter. By the way, I was running the allegedly yesterday, but it didn't really catch on, and no one really got triggered. But yeah,
you need to correct people. That's like the.
No, I did. I corrected Sully like twice. It's like no one bit on it. But yeah, like yeah, I think I personally think it's murder. I don't think he should have been killed for his political opinions. I think his political opinions, by and large, are abhorrent. Not a good guy. And I'm not really that sympathetic towards him or his like wife, let's say, or definitely not his supporters, but probably his children. Yeah, that's about it really. I don't have too many thoughts. I didn't think about much in life, so I guess that probably extends to his death.
Yeah, I hear that. That's reasonable for somebody who, yeah, if you believed his political opinions were, because I've even heard people try to say his political opinions were close to violence, which to me I disagree with. But yeah, if you didn't like him, then I think your position is a good one. My problem is those who like LARP as neo-Nazis on the left side, or who LARP as people who want to be terrorists or act like they want some sort of civil war. You know, that type of expression, or almost like they live here in Chicago, where it's like, yeah, fuck the ops. It's good that he got shot in front of his kids, that type of stuff. I'm like,
he didn't get shot in front of his kids.
His daughter was right there.
Yeah.
No, she was not.
Yes, she was. She was right
I
there.
heard she was.
Yeah, you're a fucking.
She was, and she ran towards him.
No, that's
she ran towards him.
All right, find me a source confirming that there are no photos.
That his daughter ran towards him.
That his family was there. Yeah, sure. His daughter counts as his family.
Yes, his daughter ran towards him.
Yeah, so
that was the report.
Give the source. So give the source.
I don't use it. I know that, sir. I don't have the source right on me, but that was the report.
Well, just look
that
for
his
that.
daughter ran towards him.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
That was widely reported. Are you saying that wasn't widely reported?
No, it was not widely reported. It was widely
claimed. Yes, it was. That was widely reported.
No, it
Why are you lying? It wasn't.
It was reported by like one. It was reported by one news outlet.
That was widely reported.
Oh my god, you're such a fucking monkey. Like, look, it was reported by one news.
Then when I start cooking you, people gonna start.
But you're not cooking, right? You're just fucking over talking and being a fucking ape. Right, and then when I ask you to provide a source, you're not able to.
You're too confused to talk to me crazy. You're too confused to talk to me crazy, sir. You're too confused to talk to me crazy.
To like insults.
You're too confused to talk to me crazy, bro. You're way too confused. You need to focus on making it to 40. Don't talk to me. You need to focus on making it to 40 years old.
I mean, you guys just want to... Thank you. Go on, Alaska.
I'm so sorry. Because I thought it was true actually as well, and I just looked up and I found this article talking about where the rumors came from, saying that there's no source for it. But I could be wrong.
I mean, just like what happened was one senator said it, then one news outlet reported it, and then there was just no further confirmation, and then there were zero photos of his family.
No further confirmation. What does that mean?
Like Trump
Are you
repeated
fucking
it.
stupid? Are you fucking like? Are you
I'm putting it in the
No further confirmation.
I'm gonna
What do
put
you
it in
think
the
that
chat.
means?
What does that
Like,
even
which
mean?
word are you struggling with? You fucking.
Are you saying that it's absolutely impossible to be true? Is that what you're claiming now?
Do you want me to explain to you what no further confirmation means? Fucking monkey.
Why are you acting like it is impossible that his daughter ran towards him?
I'm not acting like it's
okay,
impossible.
then
I'm
shut the
just
fuck
acting
up
like it's
about
false.
it then. Holy shit,
Such a
you're acting
fucking
like
ape.
it's impossible that his daughter ran towards him.
No, Sasha, come on. Like, why did you say, like, it's clearly not impossible? I don't know.
Right. At least metaphysically it's possible. No, but anyway, it's just like, there are no photos of his family at the event. There's a quote from his wife, like, explaining to their daughter, the one that actually has, like, some, like, language capacity, the death of the guy. And then also, it's just like, why the fuck would they be there? Like, his kids are 1 and 3, and he's like debating people. The kids are just gonna fucking start whining. Like, I'm fucking retarded.
That is funny. The misinformation spreads like, you know,
Like, it's like also like, are you fucking retarded? Like, what do you mean his kid ran towards, like, there are videos, the kid doesn't appear there, and then also, what the fuck would the mom be doing then? Like, a 3-year-old at a campus where there's just, like, fucking, like, hundreds of people. Like, okay, yeah, she probably needs to look after the 3-year-old all the time, but then, like, somebody's, like, shooting someone, and she's like, oh, kiddo, run off to your daddy, protect him, cut the next bullet. You're such a fucking monkey.
I did see it repeated though as well. Like I only just looked it up and was like, oh, that's wrong.
I can't argue with somebody who's confused. I just can't do it.
But Sasha, come on. You did say it was impossible.
You're confused.
But Solomon, you just clearly
You're just confused, bro. You're confused.
You just clearly.
I know you're hurt, bro. I know you're hurt. You're hurt because your movement is about to get marginalized, rightfully so, and you guys are going to be classified as mentally ill. Yes, you should come to grips with that.
Notice how the fucking gorilla
you should come to grips,
on the actual
you should come to grips with that.
We should actually, I think just Trump saying
Alaska,
you should come to grips with that.
You should come to grips with that. Calm down, gorilla.
You should come to grips with that.
Hey, monkey.
All of you are going to be in psych wards in the next 5 to 7 years. 90% of you will be in psych wards.
Can you quiet down for a second?
90% of you will be in psych wards.
Okay, monkey,
put
can you
money
quiet
on
down
it. I'll put $20K on it right now. 90% of you will be in psych wards.
Wait, let's do one more
time. Then probably I'll be in a psych ward by the time I have to pay you. That's not a very good bet.
No, we can do escrow. We can put it in escrow right now. We can put it in escrow right now.
Okay, to him.
You know how to use blockchain? We can put it in escrow right now.
Alright. Anyway, Alaska, do you think...
you broke. I already know you broke. I know you don't got money, so it's okay.
Anyway, Alaska, do you think King has anything to confirm his dumbass story? Or is he just, like, bereft of any sources? And now he is just, like...
He's so hurt about... Why are you so hurt about this, Sasha? Why are you so hurt? Tell me.
How am I hurt? I'm just asking about the topic.
Why are you so hurt? You're not even American. Why are you hurt?
I'm just talking about the topic, you fucking ape. Like, I don't understand.
You're so hurt. Why are you so hurt? I'm so confused. Why are you hurt?
Trump's response saying he's going to ban...
Where did Charlie hurt? Show me on the doll where Charlie hurt you, Sasha.
Charlie.
Show me on the doll, Sasha. Where did Charlie hurt you, Sasha?
Charlie hit me. That really hurt, Charlie.
Charlie bit me. Oh, Charlie bit me.
That's what you sound like right now.
Trump's response saying he's
Charlie
gonna
bit me.
ban some left-wing groups is really scary.
Fucking retard.
True, well.
Yuki, are you there?
Yeah, it was good, buddy. It was good.
So you have TikTok, right?
No, I don't use TikTok. No.
Oh, okay. So maybe if you're
for security purposes.
Just look up Tyler Robinson, Candace Owen. Yo, dog, I just saw this shit. This shit boggled my
You saw
head.
the picture? You talking about the picture?
Yeah, the picture him in
Yeah,
a
it's been going
store.
viral.
Bro.
Yeah, it's been going viral, right?
But like, no, the weirder thing is, I looked at Nick Fuentes' page, and he's not talking about this.
He's a retard.
Then I started
Nick is a fucking dummy.
calling Candace Owen and Uncle Tom and whatnot.
Nick is a fucking
bro.
retard, bro.
No, not that. Like the guy who's so anti-Israel is now
Nick Fuentes is a retard. I know him.
He's not going to say anything until he knows, you know, what the title
Nick Fuentes don't.
That's the crazy thing, King. It's too obvious now because the Nick Fuentes thing is the shocking of all. It's like you spend this whole time pretending that you hate a certain organization, talking about leftists and rightists and whatnot, and then the one proof that everyone is talking about, you just shot and not talking about. He's
clearly compromised himself.
The one who talks the most about Israel is not saying no comment, no is Alex Jones. Everybody just concentrating on the blacks, why the blacks are shit. And it's almost like
I hear you. No, that's exactly right. Nick Fuentes is a fucking retard, but he's another one of these grifters. He's a grifter.
What if a lot of these videos about Charlie Kirk saying all these controversial things? I'm just saying, what if they're being pumped up actually by like Israel, right? So that everybody looks at all the noise and forgets the proof. I don't know. I'm just really speculating at this point. It's like, because these videos are really getting famous, and it's almost like they're being pushed heavily to like, obviously, you will have black clubhouse talking about, yeah, he was a racist, I'm glad he died and whatnot. And no one really looks into, did the guy really do it? What happened during the day, and why was that even possible if the guy had paid so many people for security? You know, it's like that one thing just glasses off. And then you have the guy who's saying, I shot him. Why would some random guy...
George Zinn.
Yeah, why? Like, all this thing, and I didn't think about it. I'm telling you.
You know they have video of him claiming to be at the 9/11 event and the Boston bomber event and some other events too. What are the odds, right? What are the odds one guy's at all those events?
But even if this is true, the bigger question now I have is, why would they want to do this to him? Like, why would Charlie know for them to say he has to go? Like, what was the big threshold that he passed? Or like, what did he really do for him to deserve that?
Yeah, so
like, that's just what I want to know.
Yeah, so I explained it already. So the Israel Mossad angle comes from the amount of influence that Charlie Kirk had on the younger generation in America. You've probably heard the reports that, or at least several people say, that Charlie, if he was alive, would eventually have become president in the United States. And so that's absolutely true, because that is how much influence TPUSA currently has built. And then if you project that out to the next 10 to 15 years, it's not it's not beyond the pale that he definitely, or at least could have become president of the United States. He certainly helped Donald Trump in a big way. TPUSA absolutely helped Donald Trump get reelected. So with that foundation, right? You see that foundation so far?
Yeah.
Okay, now picture this. Charlie Kirk builds this platform, this TPUSA platform that is clearly has the air of the younger generation, and even some of the older generation. And now you see a movement of this generation away from Israel, right? Away from idolizing Israel, acting like Israel is a sacred cow, criticizing Israel, all of these things that essentially spell doom for the relationship between Israel and America, which Israel relies on in order to sustain itself. You catching all that?
Yeah, but you think he had that much influence for them to say
I do, because if someone is projected to be the president of the United States, absolutely yes, I do, because the problem here is that if Charlie Kirk, because it's cool if Candace or Tucker Carlson or any of these other, you know, on the periphery guys, you know, criticize Israel or turn into kooks, as they like to say. But Charlie, if Israel loses Charlie, then again, that spells doom for the relationship between Israel and the United States long term. Because as a matter of fact, I was thinking about this. What would have likely happened is that Charlie, if he was alive, would gladly trade his relationship with Benjamin, Israel, and them if the younger generation installs him to essentially dissolve the relationship. So, hey, you give me power, I'll implement all the shit you guys want. Y'all want all this crazy shit? Get rid of that. And, you know, Charlie would have 1,000% done all of it eventually. And he was even signaling that. You can go watch all of his interviews. Watch all his interviews over the last 6 months. And you can clearly see that he was moving away from Israel. He was moving away from Israel can do no wrong. He was moving away from Benjamin Netanyahu can't be criticized. He was moving away from all of those things. So again, that is a big problem when all your donors are Jewish, all of your money comes from big Jewish, you know, institutions. Mm-hmm. And I know you saw the report, and every reporting it now, that Benjamin Netanyahu offered him $150 million cash. He turned it down. You seen that report?
Yeah, I seen it. I seen it on Twitter. Though.
So when you add all these things, up, Masada, a country like Israel with Mossad makes a cold calculation. Is it better for us to run the risk that Charlie Kirk turns against us and becomes our biggest enemy and guarantees dissolvement of our relationship? Or can we take him out now, turn him into the biggest martyr, and implement our agenda using that narrative? I don't see how the math doesn't add to take Charlie out, turn him into a martyr. We extend our narrative as long as we can with that. So.
Any defense to this from anyone who wants to counter Candace Owen? I'm willing to hear both sides, you know.
Yeah, I'm saying that is the angle. I'm not saying that that's exactly what happened. I'm saying that this would be Israel Mossad's angle. Because a lot of people like to act, wait, yes, there is. There's absolutely an angle to that.
I just want to hear the counter argument, right? It's like, fine, I'm not fine. Let's just say I'm in the middle at this point.
Yeah.
Why is the other side not coming in with a good counter argument? That's why.
No, they are though, because they are coming. They are coming with they're coming with their claims like, hey, this is possibly a lone shooter. This has nothing to do with Israel. There are other explanations for.
Tyler Robinson clearly didn't shoot him. Like that's now pretty obvious. Thug, there's a guy there. He kept saying it. He said, "Listen, I'm a real shooter." That guy was shot close range. He was not shot by something that was 200 yards away. That's what he said, right? And obviously, I don't know. I'm just saying.
Look, I'm seeing the reports you're saying. So I'm not gonna act like yes. I'm seeing reports that are saying, hey, it actually wasn't from a guy 200 yards away. That was actually much closer. I'm seeing the ballistics from the audio that are claiming, hey, the audio literally proves that the shots came from closer than they're saying. So I'm seeing a lot of data that is suggesting that things might not be what the narrative that the FBI is giving to us. So I'm seeing that too. But I think instead of relying on those things, I'm going by what feels like the best thing to go off right now, which is.
Look at the chat, kid. Bro, I'm just asking questions. I'm not saying this is true. I'm just asking questions. Look at the chat. This is Sam guy, bro. He's attacking South Africa.
King, your F theory makes. Oh, he said my F theory. Okay, yeah. And look, I'm just. I'm just giving you because look, you can go and you can see everybody thought Charlie was going to be the president. He absolutely, and look, Charlie absolutely would have been president of the United States. That's how influential TPUSA was, and he built that from scratch. He did. Now the problem is he built it with Jewish money. He did, and so that angle is there.
No, like let's ask. Look, I get what you're saying. Like I want to go to the important parts, right? Not saying what you're saying is not important, but fine. We are in conclusion, you and I, on maybe the fact that guy's not the shooter.
Okay.
The bigger part now is the silence. You and I are two black guys talking about this. Literally, two black guys on Clubhouse talking. I don't know any other room, or at least any other white room, who are putting this angle out there, or asking these important questions.
No. So. No, that's not true. So there are.
I don't know. I didn't say
okay, fair enough. So there are several people, Masanda, that are white brothers who are absolutely talking about this along this line also, and that are putting out theories along the lines of, hey, it wasn't a lone shooter. This is likely a network. But what is that network that took out Charlie? And so it is the case that they are out there putting these things together, but we're just doing it with our flavor, right? We're doing it in a way that is unique to chillism, right? We have our way of putting our stories out. But yeah, we were some of the first people to suggest that it was not a lone shooter, and that yes, Israel, if there is a foreign intelligence, then Israel Mossad is the most likely. So we were some of the first to put those things out there before anybody was even thinking, or we put that out there. Then like a day later, it became more and more viable when some of the stuff started coming out, like Charlie Kirk, like the reports that said Charlie Kirk feared for his life. A month before, people were tweeting that. It was very strange that there was a track that came out called Charlie Kirk Dead at 31. That was released a month ago. There was the book that was released 3 days before Charlie died. The Charlie shot at whatever event. It was on Amazon. A lot of weird shit, Mazana, that would make one think this is definitely not a lone shooter, that this is a network of deranged and sick people that took Charlie out. So RP to him.
So I just want the Jews to understand, I'm not looking this shit up. I'm not an investigator. This shit is just coming on my page. Now, I want you guys to think about this. Average Musanda, fine, African AIDS, African Musanda, is finding this on his page. What do you think the average person, remember, none of us are doing an investigation. This shit is just in our faces with all the evidence, and most of us, I don't know about all, are not getting the counter argument. We're not getting your side of saying, well, this, and this. All we're saying is, or at least I can conclude that Tyler Robinson did not shoot, wasn't the shooter. I don't know about the he's wrong, whatever, but definitely he was not. The timestamps are not making any sense unless they're lying about those photos. That's the only part I could at least leave, but at least I want to get all the arguments. Where do you live? Do you live in South Africa? Why is somebody who claims they care about Charlie Clerk not making those arguments? That's what I want to hear. If you claim you like him so much. Like, to me, like he's someone you want to use as a martyr or an image. It's all about how you can use him instead of how you can defend him and his death. That's how I'm hearing it. I don't know about any Americans, and I would expect them to, I don't know, maybe raise their hands up and wanna, come with their counter arguments. I'm not picking a side, King. I'm an atheist, like I said. I'm an atheist. I'm not picking a side. I'm not picking, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just want to hear the sides at this point, because it's. I mean, this is scary, man. This is really scary.
Look, it is scary. And I would hope, Masanda, as an atheist, you would reconsider your atheism, because life is too short to be playing around with, that this subject matter. As you can see, anybody can lose their life at any moment, But that's a different conversation. I think that people are naturally scared because, and this is kind of what I was alluding to with the Nick kid. Everybody has a big pumped up chest when nobody's coming after you or when you don't feel like you can die. But when you finally realize what death is, what it actually is, and that your life can be taken, most people wither away. Most people will give in. There's only select few people in human history that stand up in the face of death. It's not an easy thing to do. Most people will fucking fold. They'll absolutely fold. So, RP Charlie, I do think we're going to get the actual story because this is too big and too sloppy. Because you know what I'm even thinking now, Masanda? It could be the case that Tyler Robinson was one of many people in the audience that could have taken that shot. And so it could be the case that he was up there ready to take the shot. I'm not saying that this happened. I'm saying that this could explain why he's running down the top of the building and doesn't look like he has any of the weapons that they claim he has. It doesn't look like he has any of the weapons he claimed he has, but somebody else took the shot. And then also, I don't know if you saw the picture that was released today, if that's what you were talking about, where he's at that Dairy Queen. Did you see that?
Look, Kendra's point is that he wasn't even there at this point, brother.
Yeah. That's right. That's the. No, I wouldn't say he wasn't there. Instead, I would say he was one of many people that could have taken that shot and didn't, but somebody else did. So he escaped thinking, okay, I'm good because I didn't take the shot. So they're going to obviously say whoever did take the shot in the audience or wherever, they're going to focus on that person. But the rumor started immediately that whoever took the shot was at the top of the building. So regardless, everybody was focused on what the fuck was going on the top of the building. So now you got this kid who thinks, oh, I'm good. Now he's the face of everyone in terms of, hey, we got to find this person. So he's chilling at Dairy Queen, eating his ice cream, doing all types of other shit, not even thinking anything's wrong, only to wake up, only to realize, holy shit, they're looking for me. You see where I'm coming from?
But can you confirm with your eyes that the guy with the American flag on his chest does look like Tyler Robinson? I won't lie to you, I don't think
I cannot confirm that.
That's why
the enhanced picture that they're using is AI.
Shooter too. I'm not even saying that guy shot him. I'm saying you could be right, but Tyler Robinson. Remember, I think the grandmother was saying he wasn't the shooter. I think there was a story where the grandmother said it's not him, whatever, and then later on you had the father saying, "Look, we had him with a pastor," which is weird. You call a pastor to show your son doesn't run away, right? But fine, let's just go with that. And then you're a sheriff, and you confronted him because they look the same for some reason, and none of us can really see the resemblance, but apparently the parents can see the guy on the photo and their son looking the same. But I mean, it's things like that where it's like, the more you pile it up, it's like, like the more lies they say, the worse it becomes. He broke the rifle down and they put it together, they put it in the woods. It gets worse. It gets worse every time they explain it, you know what I mean? I don't know if they even showed. Do they even have a photo of the show? I think I've seen a photo. Is there still a photo or something?
Of which one? Of who?
No, of the gun, of the rifle they used. Is there a photo?
Yeah. So somebody did. Let me see if I can find it. Somebody did a breakdown. Somebody did a breakdown of the actual gun that they claim that Tyler broke down. So somebody did a full breakdown on camera. I'll get it for you because I was just watching it like an hour ago. Somebody did a full breakdown to show it's impossible that the kid did it in the time frame that they're claiming that he did. It's just not possible. Oh, don't tell me I didn't fucking. Come on, man. Come on. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me see if I bookmarked it. I did not bookmark it, bro. If I find it, I'll send it to you. But yeah, the guy did a full breakdown of the actual gun and what they said he did to the gun, and showed that given the time frame of him moving off the building, that is almost impossible that he did it within that time frame, given the adrenaline and the precision that you need to break the gun down. That didn't happen. And then they said he reassembled it, and that just didn't happen, bro. Just didn't happen, man. So there's a lot that's just not straightforward about this case. But I do think it's going to get solved because it was too sloppy. It's way too sloppy. So.
Why are you offended? If you care so much about Charlie, Sam, why are you offended by this? Fine.
Offended by what?
Not offended by this. If you're such an American, remember in the question he asked me prior to me going to the store, where do you live? Are you an American?
Sam was just being petty. Sam was being petty. I don't know why he did that. He's being petty.
No, but why, if that's the case, if he's a true American and loves America so much, I would think he would want the truth. Or are you loyal to another country? That's what I'm saying. Are you loyal to another country? Are you not loyal to America? Do you not think America is the country you should be loyal to? America first, as the quotation says.
It should really be look. I'm not even America first. I'm not America first anymore. I'm America only. Because America first is not even enough. It needs to be America only. Period. And yes, it's a legitimate question for everyone. Who has your loyalty? Is it America or somebody else? If it's somebody else, then that's a problem. That is a fucking problem. That's across the board. And we have too many people representing America who don't have America first or America only. I'm sorry, that's a problem, bro. So, but it's going to change. It's definitely changing already. It's just going to accelerate as time moves on. But yeah, man.
Just the way it is.
That's just the way it is. But yeah, I do think this case is going to get solved, despite the FBI and the feds trying to cover a lot of this stuff up. And I would not be surprised if Israel and Mossad are implemented or implicated in some way, shape, or form. Not even that they directly had their agents, but that they helped facilitate, or they helped give logistics, or they helped do some. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not saying that they did. I'm saying that I wouldn't be surprised. Just be like, yup, we knew, because Charlie already talked about it a month before his assassination. So.
All the army surgeons keep saying it wasn't a prophecy.
You said what?
All the guys who were shooters, they say that it wasn't a professional. And now I'm thinking, yeah, but that's because they believe the story that he shot it, right? Like, yeah, you would think, yeah, he's not a professional. Why would you aim for the neck? It's bad luck. But that's the thing. If I'm a real professional and I want to make sure no one can see it, that's where I would aim. And all I'm saying is a real professional would make sure that he can do that shot at a place where no one could actually identify him. And all the excuses would say, he's at the building, he's at this and this and this. That's what I really think. And he would say, let me shoot him. Maybe I really targeted the neck so that it does look messy. It doesn't look professional. You know what I mean? It's like that thing they said in that movie, the closer you look, the less you see. You know?
Yeah.
Like I would shoot him there if I was good, so that you think it's not a professional. Because all these army agents and all these people I trained and sent to the army, I told them to shoot at the head or heart. If you shoot at the neck, you're not good. I'm just saying, like, it's a talking point where if it constantly being said, it makes you think like. It's almost like these armies are like, they're just reciting something they heard from the instructor. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. You know, shooting is a shooting at the end of the day. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not saying it was a professional. I wouldn't be shocked if it was, but you don't need a professional to still have a lousy or you know, a very amateur way of going about trying to take Charlie out. Because the thing is, let's assume that Israel and Mossad are implicated in this in some way, shape, or form. The reason they would do something this sloppy is because they're desperate themselves. Charlie is gaining steam in a way that is just full steam ahead. He's got everything going. The tide is turning. He's making these, it's like, it's now or never. We got to do this now. Right? You see what I'm trying to say, Wasago?
What about the angle of this Charlie Clark video being pushed? What do you think about that angle? Like, they're being pushed and they're selecting those. Because who would say, I mean, I get people saying videos, but you would think those videos would have been way more famous before. Those ones that are insulting black pilots, the Beyonce's a Dia. I'm just saying all these videos that are heavily being pumped, right? You would think that that's also another disguise or derailment to make you focus on that. Because they know the blacks will be highly triggered and emotional. And you'll have all these redundant, worthless topics about, oh, you should celebrate him even after his passing. Besides actually asking yourself, wait, why did this happen during the shooting? Why did this? Like, you would have any other talking point, like any other topic, outside of like the day that shooting happened. You would talk about what he did before and stuff. I don't know. I'm just trying to really think about that. You know, like maybe this whole thing, it's a way to ensure, because they know how triggered black people are. They can easily be influenced by. Sadly, I'm just saying, and I know people use that against us by words. You know, I'm not saying it wasn't racist. I don't want to deal with that. I want to deal with the fact that they know that he said controversial things towards this community. And if we keep pumping that, and we'll make Trump say, I'll put it at hate speech if you insult Charlie Kirk. That would just, you know,
everybody's against hate speech. Everybody's against it.
No, I'm saying, didn't you hear what Trump said about people who are attacking Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, I heard all of that. I saw Pam Bondi trying to use hate speech language.
Here's the weird thing, right? In South Africa, there's this organization, they're called AfroForum. They're the ones that went to the US talking about genocide and whatnot. They actually said they would actually add to that policy on any guest South Africans if they talk shit about Charlie Kirk. You know what I mean? Like, to me now, I'm kind of like seeing a threat now. Like, okay, so yeah, I get it that you're ally, but like, why are you pushing it that hard where you want to arrest South Africans for talking bad about Charlie Kirk? I'm not saying I would. I'm just saying in general, it's almost like a way like, I want to do it. And he makes a video about it. He doesn't do it. He says, I'm going to do this. so people know that this is going to happen. So to me, it's almost like a big distraction on all sides. It's like, let me distract you with this and this and this, and not make you focus on all the things that did not make sense during his passing. September the 10th. Just before September the 11th.
Yeah, you think that's a coincidence? So I'm trying to say, somebody playing games, bro. Trust me. Somebody playing games. I do got to run.
I think the weirdest
good.
What about the birthday of George Floyd and this guy, Charlie? Apparently it's the same date.
No, I got to run, Masamba. I said I got to run. But it was good having a conversation, though. I'll be around in a couple of hours in a bit, so we can continue the conversation then. But I do got to run right now, though. situation. It's now I just popped that up like exactly when you least expect it. I tried to get that. I had such good jokes and all. Now it's all going to waste again when nobody has nothing to say. What are you doing? Meditating or pitching or what? Everybody is doing that at the same time. Anyway, hello. I heard you with the right ear and very nice self, very good attitude and such. I had this cafe. Would you like some coffee or tea, perhaps? If you don't mind when you're coming, could you bring some beer with you, especially if you're coming from your side, you got some food safety. Bring some real safe like that. There's no point bringing some like a latte or something like that. Bring some first. Half in Bordeaux and half in brandy barrels, like 1.5 small, like in the stout back in 16.5%, that kind of stuff. They got some good stuff in USA. But in USA, you can actually get the stuff. It's not like the price is not completely the same at the beer. Yes. I like this. Yeah, I like it. My dad, this is yeah. I think it's kind of like a half red, half whiskey. It's stuck in. Yeah. Whiskey, my dear. So much better than beer. Yeah, but it's the different thing. It's the different thing. Sipping or something. Hey, have a good meditation. I don't want to use any scan down to put to the need in the house. Oh, no. Oh, shit. He went so it's not little tragic. Yeah. Oh God, that feels so tragic. Took the fucking death way. Oh man. Not very happy. Backing your mini maintenance on the smack of that little.
Happy meditations. Remember to put your phone away so you can see your phone. Welcome, welcome. Hey ho, hey. Yes, hello. Yes, hello. Hello, my name's it's hello, my name's hello, my name's hello, my name. What is your name? Can't get that dog. Excellent. Hey, that's fun. So I feel like a girl. You think you have big cats. And it's so addictive. What did it say? Oh, what is it? Oh, shoot, I've been here so many things. You want? Okay, now, but it can't be fucking everybody. But they get the same time. Still. I know that you kind of School. No. Okay, well, yeah, but I think this Christmas, yeah. Well, yeah, that's cool.
Good morning, Nathan. Good morning, She Wolf.
Oh, hey, Carolyn. I thought you were asleep.
No, I'm getting ready for work. I came in not too long ago. King Solomon was rambling about conspiracy theories about Charlie Kirk with Masanda. So I just muted up. I'm like, I ain't got time for that shit. Yeah. Are you working?
No, not right now. I'm at home now. I just got back from my away from home terminal. But the other night he was doing his white Christian nationalist thing.
His preaching shit.
And I was like, I was listening to him and I was like, I don't know. I never really heard this type of rhetoric.
Oh yeah, he gets into his bag, girl.
Until recently, right? Like this is new since Charlie Kirk died. I'm like, okay, maybe he's been listening to something that's been inspiring him to, get more into this. And I even had told him like he knew a lot about the founding fathers and this type of stuff like that. I never heard.
I'm surprised you didn't know about the founding fathers. I'm surprised you didn't know about like Thomas Jefferson. They even have the Jefferson Bible. That's what
I think you had talked to. I don't know. I never really paid attention to that type
That's
of
what a lot of deists, well, Thomas Jefferson was a deist.
Mm-hmm.
The D-E-I-S-T. And pretty much they just don't believe in anything supernatural. And that's in the Bible. So they believe that the Bible was allegorical and that a lot of like the things that actual Christians believe, like the resurrection and, the miracles performed, that they're all metaphors versus like them actually happening.
Yeah. So he was going off. He was on his little. He was reading his little script. Oh yeah, like this many of the founding fathers was Christian, and you had to profess this and that to be in office and blah 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 blah. I'm like, okay, here we go. But the thing was, we wasn't even talking about what we was talking about, but he kind of like shoehorned that shit in there to go off on his preaching. I'm like, oh my god, so he about to do this again. And then Andrew was in here. Andrew bitch ass was in here, and he was like, and Andrew was like, oh, I'm gonna play a clip of Charlie Kirk, and it was about Carolyn. Why was the clip literally everything that King be saying, right? His whole little spiel. So I said, oh, since Charlie Kirk died, you've been listening to him like heavily, and it's funny because, I forgot his name, but this guy that we used to hang out with on the conservative side of Clubhouse, he kept calling King Charlemagne Kirk.
I'm fucking dying.
He was calling King Charlemagne Kirk. Charlemagne.
Oh, Charlemagne Kirk.
Charlemagne, yeah. That shit was so funny, and I didn't realize he was calling him that because he was literally like reading Charlie Kirk shit off like a script.
Yeah, King. I think is a little sleep deprived.
I think
because he's been tripping lately with the preaching, and somebody called him a Nigerian white supremacist in the chat.
Oh, he's very. And I think it's only been this bad since Charlie Kirk died. Like he really been in this bag, like you said, like for the past week or two.
I had to check him. I'm like, I don't know why
it's getting weird.
Yeah, I don't know why people like you and Dr. Umar Johnson think that y'all have like this code on the black community as what we should do, how we should respond, how should we react. Like black people aren't a monolith, and the fact that you are a Christian man aligning with somebody just because they say they're Christians. Girl, there's people who are pedophiles that say they're Christians. Rapists who say they're Christians.
Is that he's spewing
like, what are you talking about?
He's spewing this white Christian nationalist shit. When Trump was running, it was, oh, Trump MAGA, Trump MAGA. Now he's all like, I'm not a conservative. Nigga, you not a conservative? And you voted for Trump and all you talking about is white Christian nationalist shit? No, you not a conservative. You are far right alt conservative.
Yeah, and I was on Andrew asked too because first of all, Andrew has the most liberal doctrine in the Christianity faith.
Exactly.
Universalism. All that shit he's spewing about.
The shit he says about trans people.
First of all, he's pro-trans, number one. But then you talk about slavery was not immoral. That's not what Universalists will say. He's saying that Jim Crow was good for the blacks. That's not what Universalists will say. So he's a walking contradiction.
I don't trust these white Christians no more. I don't. Yeah. Because this incident has shown me that a bunch of white people think a certain way, like white people that I didn't expect to think how they like. Ashley shocked me with this shit.
Oh no, yeah, Ashley been turning it up, honey.
I couldn't, but that shocked me, Carolyn. I couldn't believe it.
I had to like mute up on a couple times on her because I'm like, she always getting crashed out on, and I don't want to crash out on her. But she was being so dishonest. She was being so dishonest, and I was like, oh okay. But then again, I don't really blame her because she lives in the middle of nowhere, so she don't know.
I don't know. I think that we always give her that benefit of the doubt, like, oh, she don't know better. But I think she might. I think she do. And she not like I said, I think.
No, I'm not giving her a pass.
Oh no, I'm not either because
I'm not giving her a pass.
It's the blacks. It's the blacks, like the people in my PTR that's crying over this nigga, and the white Christians. That's just. I'm done and I'm over it and I can't take no more of them. I can't take no more of the blacks. That's crying over Charlie Kirk and the white Christians who are fucking up his ass. Like I'm not doing it.
I just took a back seat after a while because the Charlie Kirk conversation in Chillism has been running for going on 72 hours.
Yeah.
And I've already refuted a lot of talking points that came from.
He died on niggas. It's actually been more than a week because he died on the 10th. It's the 19th.
Right. I'm talking about like as far as the big room.
Yeah.
With like a whole bunch of new faces and voices.
Oh
like,
yeah.
I've done. Listen, ML done debunk Samoa. I done debunk Samoa and King Solomon and Andrew. Sasha debunked fucking King Solomon. It's just.
I backed up fucking Andrew yesterday.
Yeah, it's
like the nigga went all the way around the world, brought up scripture and it's weird shit just to ignore the comments that was made about what he said. That shit was like I wouldn't even never engage with Andrew no more, especially with him having a bean, because he don't address what you're talking about, and you not finna take me on the biggest red herring tangent in the world ever again. He not doing that shit to me ever again. So he got it.
And like even him and Sasha had to come at his neck too because Sasha being trans and like people looking at Sasha all crazy in these conversations. She had to check Andrew too. Like Andrew, like what are you talking about? But that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of times people are performative, right? Until like shit like this happen and their true colors really come out. Because you think a motherfucker.
When they tell us that the assassin is left wing, we need to tell them about Andrew, who loves the trans and also has conservative rhetoric when it comes to white Christian nationalism, like what he's been talking about. But he agreed with the trans ideology. So you like look at how fucking confusing and all over the place Andrew is. You can't fucking tell me that just because somebody have conservative values that they can't support the LGBT community, because Andrew is one of them.
And there's a lot of conservative, quote unquote, right-wing people who are, and I said this a couple days ago, who are trans. No, they're not. I'm like, yo, have y'all not seen Julebi? They literally have a Julebi right now on YouTube called Conservative Trans versus Liberal Trans. Literally. Like, I think it's become more of a spectrum now versus like you either all the way over here or you all the way over there.
No,
and that's what I'm trying to tell
people don't realize that, like the loudest voices for both parties is the people that's far left and far right. So the normal ass liberals and the normal ass conservatives, our voices don't fucking get heard, right? Like
get hijacked.
Yeah, like everybody think that the conservative movement is the far alternative right that is into this white Christian nationalism and racism. Like those are the loudest conservative voices. So the regular fucking conservatives like myself, that's just for small government, a strong border, pro-life, like normal ass fucking Republicans like myself, our voices get drowned out by these people that like Charlie Kirk and King Solomon. You get what I'm saying? Like, because he's the loudest voice.
I asked the room, I said, what makes, I mean, outside of him getting assassinated, but what makes somebody like a Charlie Kirk different than someone like Al Sharpton? They both grifters.
Yep.
they both race hustlers. Candace is a race hustler. Al Sharpton, race hustler.
She's kind of cooled down on the race stuff. She more so talk about
now she's a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah,
right. But why is she like that now? Because they done fucking canceled her ass. They done kicked her off the Daily Wire, whatever the fuck that shit is called.
Yeah, that was
so now all of a sudden she's trying to get her revenge, and so now she's trying to. Same thing with Omarosa. When they kicked Omarosa out of the White House, now she want to go on tours. Now she want to talk about, she pro-black and write books about the White House. And do people talk about Omarosa now? No. So it's like, here's the thing: when you get on these platforms and these stages and you try to speak out and booty clap for these fucking alt-right people, they will chew you up and spit you the fuck out. And that's what we see. We see it happen all the time. And Candace, I mean, she's still relevant, right? But she's still trying to hustle and bustle. Now she want to come at feminists. Now she wants to write a book called Go Make Him a Sandwich. But her last book literally was called Blexit. The Black Exit. White Lives Matter t-shirts. Like, come on. She's a hustler too.
I feel like she goes to the extreme to she's more of a shock jock than a racist. She's a shock jock.
That should get played out after a while, because guess what? When someone else comes on the scene who's younger, smarter, has a up and coming audience, their record is pretty much clean and they support the right, and they still happen to be black, whether they're male or female. She's gonna, she's just gonna be another name that was considered to be a sellout. So I don't know, girl. I don't know. But yeah, they was in here acting a goddamn fool. And King Solomon, he's doing the lion thing.
I can't believe this man was up in here saying shit that was verbatim stuff from Charlie Kirk videos.
Because King Solomon crazy.
Shit for days that was verbatim Charlie Kirk.
You missed it, Miss Fifi. Miss Fifi packed King Solomon up, and so did ML. And Mel was like, "Oh, you want to go bank for bank?" Because King Solomon was like, "Yo, PTR 20,000 right now." He said, "I'll do you one better," and he literally back channel Knowledge his fucking bank account, and Knowledge confirmed how much money he had in his bank account.
Wow, you don't want to fuck with ML. That's a rich ass Caribbean nigga.
Yeah, him and his wife. But yeah, ML, I fucks with ML. ML's an intelligent brother. He makes a lot of good points that people like to overlook because he's long-winded. But ML been cooking. He been fucking cooking, and I've been learning a lot from him as well. But he just talked too much. But yeah, it's been an interesting few couple of days. I mean, Charlie Kirk is not gonna not be talked about after this. Like, I'm still getting fucking news articles on my algorithm about the damn shit, but I will say this. I am along the lines of conspiracy. I think that there's a lot not being said by the FBI that intentionally is not being put out there. But that's just my theory. I don't know.
See, and y'all all owe Ray Abbey an apology because when he was saying that it was a false.
I don't owe him shit. I ain't say nothing.
Not you. Not you. Everybody else. Because they was calling him stupid. And I know, like, he was saying shit like he probably believed he was alive and shit. But sometimes I wasn't too sure about that part. But I'll never like think that it's not possible that the government is on some bullshit. I'ma never rule that out. Like, you always gotta know that that's a possibility that these motherfuckers on some bullshit.
Girl, I know they was on bullshit when they revealed that fucking Charlie Kirk's goddamn partner was trans. You knew.
You mean the guy who shot him?
No. I'm sorry, not Charlie Kirk. My bad. The guy who shot him.
Tyler Robinson.
Partner was trans.
Tyler Robinson.
Yes, Tyler Robinson. They knew what that was going to do. They not to say that, oh, well, they're just reporting, but to report that right away when there's other pieces of evidence that needs to be, communicated to the public that I know that y'all holding on to. Like, come on now. And then them dumbass text messages that was released that really didn't say much.
I didn't see them. What did they say?
The guy basically just confirmed he's gonna, unalive him. Pretty much. And I think the text messages were towards his friend. He reached out to his friend, I think, the night before. But girl, it looks very similar to what's the guy, Tyler Perry's text messages with that gay man. It just looks very encrypted, very much, what the fuck is this? Nothing too crazy. It looked like it's been altered. It looked like it definitely been altered, but.
And you would think the government got enough money, whoever got enough money to actually make it look good. Like,
yeah, it looked absolutely altered, for sure. And then yesterday, they got into this dumbass 3-hour argument. I mean, I was at work, so I couldn't really engage. But they were having this 3-hour.
Yeah, I knew you was at work because you was not fucking moderating.
Girl, I was at work.
I know.
You listen. You know when I'm around, I moderate. But I was at work, and I'm not about to step out of my job to be like.
No. I don't blame you. I already know that's why.
Please. And then there were a whole bunch of other moderators on stage, and I've been able to mod the room when there's a bunch of people on stage by myself. Like, I don't got time for that. I will give a shout out to Louis for a set amount of time, because Louis was, holding it down yesterday afternoon by himself when it was like 6 other mods on stage. For whatever reason, they weren't helping him. I don't know. But he held it down during the afternoon. But they had a long, drawn-out conversation about whether or not slavery is immoral. That killed me. That was hard to listen to at work. And what else they talked about yesterday? Oh, yeah, they spent like 6 hours talking about the definition of grifting. That was annoying. So, yeah, girl.
Oh, you know if anything, they're going to drag something.
Like, literally spent 6 hours trying to come to an understanding of what the word grift means and grifting. And then this new character, Gold Poppy, he's another motherfucking main character, or think he got main character energy, and he be, oh my gosh, he just be talking so fucking much, and nobody, moderates him, because he won't shut the fuck up. But, so yeah.
I agree. And when we get too many of those in here at the same time together, like if you get Concrete, I said this before, if you get Concrete, Samoa, King Solomon in the room together, nobody's gonna be able to talk with them.
Andrew, listen, Andrew and King Solomon needs to drop their and I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna say this to Louis too. Louis sometimes do it too.
He does. When Louis,
you gotta drop the mind
is engaged in a fucking debate, a disagreement, a debate, or whatever, discourse with somebody, he cannot moderate his own conversation. He can't. Neither can Andrew. When I was trying to talk to Andrew, Andrew never went on mute. And actually, he was doing it before he was talking to me, and he was talking to somebody else, and I was like, "Can you go on mute while the person is talking?" Oh no, because they're lying. They're lying. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Go on mute while somebody else is fucking talking. You don't have, because what you'll do is you'll say, "I'm gonna drop you if you keep interrupting me." But then when the other person is talking, you're allowed to interrupt them the whole fucking time.
The whole time. The whole time. Andrew was modding the conversation for hours.
Conversations he was involved in, one-on-ones with everybody.
He was involved in, yup.
I felt bad because I wanted to hear Neek speak, and she was like, other people are trying to talk, and you want to have an ISO with everybody. He literally
was trying to run the room like how he run his rooms.
Exactly. And that's why I won't do it no more, Carolyn. Like, one thing I learned from, like, interactions with people, and if I learn that you don't interact in good faith, or, like, what he did yesterday with that fucking red hair, I'll never try to have a conversation with him one-on-one ever again. It's pointless. It's fucking pointless.
He might abuses the fuck out of Concrete. Like, it got to the point where I had to be like, yo, Andrew, whatever beef you got with Concrete, you doing too much, bro. Stop dropping Concrete to the goo. And for me to say that, because, me and Concrete, our dynamic child. But Andrew was abusing the fuck out of Concrete. Anytime Concrete said something, he overtalked them. Anytime Concrete had a position, he felt like he wanted to have an ISO. Like, he was just doing too much yesterday. And I said something a couple times, but again, I'm at work. My work is...
One time he told Concrete something like he gonna move him down and he gonna enjoy it or something. He was like, because you need discipline. And in my mind, I'm like, how is the one grown man gonna tell another grown man he gonna discipline him? Like,
yeah, he can't stand Concrete.
That shit weird, bro.
He cannot. Yeah, he's a very emotional mod. I think they mod him in this space because he has his own crew of people like Bob, Sasha, Timothy, A-Walk. So they bring a crowd of people when they come over. So I think that's why they tolerate him.
Which is fine, but like, let everybody talk though. Like, I get that's how you run your rooms, and Knowledge kind of let him do what he do when he's over here, but like, damn, I was trying to have an
Yo, y'all be fucking snitching.
He was asking me a question,
like,
Carolyn.
What's wrong with y'all?
He was asking me a question. I had
I'm not snitching. I'm talking to She-Wolf.
Did y'all floss?
Well, first of all, good morning. Did you brush your teeth?
Good morning. Yes, I did, ma'am.
Okay, you wash your face?
Hold on.
Okay, go wash your face.
He was asking me a question that I had already answered, but it didn't fit into his narrative. I didn't answer it the way he thought I was gonna answer it. So he took 5 more minutes to ask me the question again. I was trying to answer it, and now they sent me to the goo. Like,
what?
Oh, I was on a kicking spree. Basically, Andrew was like, move anybody who interrupts me. He was literally talking to me and asking me a question. I'm trying to answer it.
And you get dropped.
Yeah.
Girl,
So
I'm sorry.
That was the second thing. I'm like, okay, no, won't be talking to you no more, because I'm getting moved to the goo while I'm trying to answer the question that you already asked me and I answered, and you didn't like my answer, so you said I didn't respond to the question. Like, you think I'm done?
Right. See, I was not paying attention, girl. Because I definitely would have called Andrew the fuck out on that. For sure.
Nobody called him out until Tim said something. Tim finally fucking said something like, "Wait, why didn't you address what She-Wolf said?" He just kept asking him like, "Why didn't you address that? Why did you change the subject?" Until finally Andrew was like, "Because I wanted to." I was like, "Okay, that's the answer." I was like, "I fucking loved him."
Sassy, sassy, sassy.
Because I wanted to.
Yeah, he's a mess. And then you know what's crazy? Andrew is not good at flushing out his points or his ideologies. He just likes to regurgitate rhetoric that he's heard from previous people. Because I knew Andrew since season 1. I remember when Andrew used to get beat the fuck up in Hebrew Israelite rooms. I mean, they used to.
Wait, Carolyn, I'm sorry. I tried. Do you know who Joe is? Y'all were all one of like the biggest Hebrew Israelites on the app. Okay, he like the leader of Sons of Thunder of one of the camps, right?
Okay.
So I pinged Joe in here. Cause I know Joe will pack Andrew the fuck up, right? I know Andrew's scared of Joe. He don't even fucking go in their rooms like that no more. And if they go in his rooms, I can still kick them out like immediately. He's scared of Joe. So I pinged Joe in. I'm like, okay, this bitch ass nigga, he done brought up scripture. We talking about what he said about slavery. I got his motherfucking ass. I'm gonna ping Joe in here to pack him the fuck up. I thought for a split second, I wasn't looking at my screen. I thought I heard for a split second Joe's voice say, and he was talking about the law or something, and you know Hebrew Israelites is big on the law. I thought I heard, I'm almost sure I heard Joe's voice say, "And what law is that?" And by the time I looked at the screen to try to figure out who said it, I didn't see Joe. I didn't see Joel on the stage, but in my mind I said maybe that was gold. But I know Joel Yasharala's voice. I know Yahweh's voice. And it sounded just like him. And I'm like, I know he didn't kick out Joel that fucking quick. I know he didn't, but I didn't see it. So I had to tell myself that it must have been Gold who said it.
Yeah, he used to get, I used to see him, and I'm like, because he had the same PTR from season 1. Andrew has never changed his PTR. And I used to feel so bad for him. I'm like, yo, why they treating this white man like this? But then it got to a point where I'm like, he likes this shit because he keep coming in here every single day to get packed up. Every single day. To the point where he started creating his own little spaces. He used to hang out with the Calvinists on the app. You know that room, Ask a Christian? I don't know if you know about that room. But it's a bunch of Calvinists over there who are also white nationalists who pretend that they're the true Christians, but they're really just a bunch of racist white people. I used to fucking pack their dumb ass up too with the Calvinist rhetoric when I used to be a Christian. But anyway, yeah, Knowledge. Good morning, Knowledge. Good morning, Miss Fifi. Good morning, AK. Good morning, Ann. We're just recapping what happened yesterday and all of the crazy, chaotic shit that went on in the room. And how, what's his name, King Solomon be trying to preach. And
it's all shit from Charlie Kirk video.
Right. She was just discovered that none of his ideas came from him.
The funny part is, Andrew the one who put him on blast. Andrew he literally let him say his whole little shit. And then he said, "Oh, I'm going to play a clip from Charlie Kirk." And the clip from Charlie Kirk was everything Solomon just said. Everything he just said. And I was like, wow.
Good morning to the room. I'm sorry. I'm
Hey,
just getting ready. Good morning. I'm getting ready. I'll be back.
I'm getting ready to, Miss Fifi. I'm running a little late. So I'm going to have to go to Starbucks. I normally pack my breakfast and lunch. But I ain't got time. So I'm going to have to go to Starbucks.
What is this title?
I'll say this. I think just reflecting on some of the talking points that I've listened to the past few days, I think some of the worst arguments came from Ashley, came from Samoa, Andrew, King Solomon.
I'm full on Ashley right now. I'm really hurt. Like,
yeah, King Solomon. Who else had some of the worst arguments I've heard so far? And I want to be unbiased. So I'm trying to think of somebody that's actually who is conservative and on the right who actually made a good argument. So I don't seem like I'm being biased, even though I'm not a leftist or on the right. Who on the right made good arguments? I'm trying to think. Not even Monica. Monica, I don't know. Monica wasn't really that good either. Yeah, I can't think. I can't think of who made good arguments from the right. Nobody. But I tell you who made poor arguments on the left. Who made poor arguments on the left? Luca. I think Luca made poor arguments. Who else? That's all I can think of for now. Even Concrete has some good arguments. He did. Louis, never mind, because y'all gonna go back and tell Louis what I said, and I don't feel like arguing with him. So I'm gonna skip Louis.
I already Louis. What you talking about?
Who made strong arguments? ML. I think so far, ML has made the most strongest arguments so far that I've heard in the past couple of days. ML been cooking niggas. I think Matt does a great job at highlighting the irony.
I'm not gonna lie, Carolyn. Dr. Articulate been cooking niggas.
Yeah, I haven't been around to him talk. I think Matt does a good job at highlighting the irony between Charlie Kirk's death and his statements around the Second Amendment. I think when it comes to gun laws and gun rights and the Second Amendment and statistics, ML has been dominating that space with his talking points. White nationalism and debunking that, I think Concrete has been doing a great job with pointing out the hypocrisy from like people like Andrew. Who else? Yeah, it's because here's the thing: people just come on stage to noise troll and rage bait. I'm talking about people who've actually contributed to the conversation. Gold Poppy, I think Gold Poppy just wants his 10 seconds of fame. I don't think he even cares.
No, I think Gold Poppy is trying to find his position. I think he liked the room. He fit in, and he wanna be a part of the crew, and he's trying to see where he fit in. You know what I mean?
Right. You know who he is?
He's fine. He's straight. I don't have a problem with him.
He's who Pop was supposed to be. Like, what we thought Pops was going to be, that's who Gold Poppy is.
He's a better version of Pops.
Correct. Yes.
I do like Gold Poppy. He has good takes on stuff. When he come in, I don't know if the nigga be high off some good weed or whatever, but when he come in like hella, I don't know, just on 10. I just want him to bring it to like a 6 or a 7. But I like Gold Poppy.
AK do the same shit. AK will come into the room. Yo. What we talking about, y'all?
Yeah, but when I get in the room, you know AK should stick up.
Then he get mad when we like, yo, can you just read the room for a second? Man, so I can't get in the conversation? Why can't I get in the conversation? It's like, yo, bro, relax. This nigga was trying to turn up on fucking Sugar Belly yesterday over a conversation over dick. I'm like, AK, you do know we talking about dicks right now, right? You sure you want to swivel your way into this conversation? No, I want to debate. No, I want to debate her talking point, yo.
But the difference is that's really just AK. Go Poppy be doing too much. Like, he don't always act like that. But maybe we don't know him that well, yet. We don't know him yet, so.
I just think he's just trying to fit in.
And he does. He really
does.
The thing is that he does, and he don't have to try that hard.
Right.
Like, you fit in here, bro.
A little bit. Just be quiet for a little bit. Yeah, it's called, what we call it, let the mic breathe. Just let the mic breathe. Let's hear from other voices. Even if, and I know Nathan is anti this, but like, even if you think a nigga is retarded, stupid, or doesn't make good talking points, they shouldn't be exempt from being able to share their voice or their opinion. Even if you think it's stupid, even if you think what they're saying is cringy and off. I mean, we give niggas like Mark space in his room all the time. And I don't even think a lot of the shit that Mark says is coherent. But we give space for it. So it's like, let's not pick and choose who get to get to say something.
Wait, bad talking points. You know who's been making a lot of them, like back to back to back? Bro, my man CEO.
That was a good get back from yesterday, Knowledge. Good job.
No CEO.
You gotta get your get back from Louis. That's what you need.
CEO does a lot too. He'll make a point, you'll refute his point, and then he'll double back and say, well, that's not what I really mean. Well, I wasn't really saying it like that. I mean, I don't think you understood what I was actually trying to say. It's like, no, we did, and you were wrong.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right. You know what, Carol? If I do that, call me out the next time I do it. Catch me in it, all right? That's what I do.
And I will. You know I will.
Because it won't happen. Thanks for playing.
Did you tell her to text you?
No.
Catch me. Catch me.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
You just trying to make things go sideways.
Just say, Carolyn, I know you don't got CEO phone number.
Oh, hell no. That man is married. But yeah, I caught CEO doing that a couple times, for sure. But Knowledge, while you here, I was telling She-Wolf, man, it was a lot of moderators minding the conversation yesterday, bro.
Bro, it was bad.
It was bad, bro.
Oh man, it was bad.
I felt like I was
there in real time, and I was like, oh my god.
I was at work. I couldn't.
I know Knowledge not talking. He helped him do it. You moved me down for him. Yes.
Oh, you're talking about when Andrew was talking. No, Andrew asked for help. Andrew said, anybody who speaks, can you please give them?
So he asked you to help him not abuse people.
For that one portion, yes, because everybody was jumping him. The entire room was jumping him in that portion. That's not the one that I'm talking about.
But Andrew, not Andrew, but Knowledge, that's the problem. The problem is that this nigga was modding his own conversation.
Yeah, that's the point I'm talking about, yes.
For hours, it was bad. Like, every time I came back to my phone, it was Andrew arguing another person. And, like, I felt like a child who was trapped in the house and I couldn't go outside. I'm watching other people play. It's like, Dad, can I get a turn? Like, what the hell? I don't know. He is really, really bad at, like, just playing the background. Especially when it's, ideologies that he doesn't agree with. Like, he always got to get in there. And it was bad. Andrew
I think he just might be used to that style of modding from God Talks. That's what I was assuming.
Mm-hmm. He was the main
think you notice him more because you mod, or because I'm like whitewater, like we've been under Andrew as a mod for a minute.
No, he does this all the time. It's just gotten worse because the topic is around a white man getting assassinated.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah, like he's on 1,000 right now.
It was like this for the what was it, the Anthony joint, the
right, the Metcalf. He was on 1,000 with Metcalf.
Yeah, he was on that shit.
Yeah.
I mean, he be on it like Monica. Monica hell
No,
be
Monica.
hellblazing.
No, I'm no.
She be hellblazing when this shit go down like this. Ashley been on that shit.
But they not moderators though.
True.
They could be like that if they not modding. Another person who was been on 10, King Solomon. You missed it. King Solomon got right back into his preaching bag. He wasn't mod abusing though, but he was being Dr. Martin Luther King Solomon. Like,
What's wrong
with some inspiration? What's wrong with some inspiration? He was mod abusing when he was going at it with he was mod abusing when he was going at it with Sasha.
Oh
no, Sasha, hold on. Sasha was being senseless. That was completely senseless. That was not mod abuse. That was calling out senselessness.
He was minding his own conversation with Sasha though. He kept bulldozing her. She wasn't able to finish her point. Every time she said something that he didn't like, he jumped in it. Like he did. No. Yeah, he was doing the most.
But here was the problem with Sasha. What Sasha's claim was like, oh, this level of hypocrisy. That's like 90% of American politicians. It's like Sasha doesn't understand American politics. Sasha was making yesterday at 90% of Congress. So it was.
I just gotta say, knowledge has now paused, put a battery in my back, because now I can white
mod whatever I want. Thank you, Knowledge, for letting Andrew talk for 5 days straight while modding about fucking nonsense. Oh, knowledge.
Yeah, that don't have nothing to do, CEO, with Sasha being mod abused by King Solomon. Who cares if she doesn't understand U.S. politics? Who cares? Doesn't have nothing to do with King interrupting her and trying to corner her into a fucking position without her fully fleshing out her position.
The point was fully fleshed out at nausea. Like, I was getting sick, I heard the point so many times.
King held it down, and I was surprised. I went into the room and saw King moderate. I saw him put Tom Rabbit in his fucking place. Tom Rabbit came to the room talking that rah-rah shit. The room was jumping. Bro, King Solomon was on point. By the time I seen him moderations, the nigga been on point. And it's about that time, we've been in the dirty bath water for 2 days. Can we change it now that the room is small?
Yeah, we need to do that, but let me switch real quick. Yesterday, Nathan, they had relationship conversation up in here. It was like the dark side. They were talking about vaginas and penises and relationship, men and women. I am snitching. That's the kind of room they have, and knowledge let them do it.
Wait, I wasn't here for that. What?
Yes, you were. You went down in the audience.
There too, man.
And let them do it.
I didn't go in the audience.
I could have sworn you was right there too, man.
He went to go get a ruler out of his truck.
I was not here for that
conversation.
He went to get a ruler out of his truck.
Before y'all create a new room, I just want to say this.
Shut up. No, see,
don't do it. Don't do it. Just
you were doing it. Listen, Caroline was on point with the Q and everything. I was like, yo, real talk, man. That's some good shit.
Yeah, that's true. And I don't want to be no hater. Caroline did a really
was on point.
Caroline did a very good job. The 2 days she modded.
Yeah.
And you know what I realized?
That's a
See
fact.
these obnoxious people? Put them a mod badge, and they are different people.
Totally different people.
That's a fact.
Different people.
Man, the crazy thing about what Caroline did the past 2 days, it wasn't a regular 2 days. It was 2 days of like between 60 to 100.
Right.
Throughout the day, throughout the night.
Exactly.
Yeah, she held it down.
Top notch.
Thank y'all. I was going to say, before we go to a new room, thank y'all for allowing me to be a guest mod for these past few days.
And she still did it.
Well, I didn't.
That was because you got rid of that pink ticket.
I didn't witness it, so I don't believe.
Motherfuckers shouldn't say thank you for the places they belong. Like,
No. Here's the thing. I kind of like disengaging more into the conversation. And I also realized I forgot, right, in chillism, how hard it is to mod people because they feel like when you mod them, they think that you are isolating them out, and I get to see it from my perspective how bad people really are when it comes to certain things, like people over talking people jumping people taking up space in the room, not allowing people to talk. Like you get to see it from a different perspective, and when you have to like mod that and not interfere, you can't be neutral. You gotta be neutral. You can't be nobody's friend.
Put a name on it.
I fucks with Louis, but I had to like be like, yo, Louis, I'm about to calm down. Calm down.
Louis got
and I say that with love.
Yeah, no, Louis was hostile. He was unnecessary.
I know. Look, as soon as King left, I asked Louis to help me moderate the room. So he's like, yeah, sure. And yeah, as soon as he got modded, he started screaming. Because he had to do like 3 cues. And the third one, he got pissed off. Like, why the fuck do I have to keep putting cues? Why can't you fucking be normal? Why can't you don't speak with each other normally? I'm the youngest one here. You guys should be teaching me the way. I'm the kid here.
And here's the thing. I never yelled at nobody. I ain't cussed nobody out as when I was a mod. As a matter of fact, I gave thousands of chances. I'm like, please, y'all, I don't want to move nobody. I don't want to mute the room. I feel like I was being too nice. Because I didn't want people like, oh, Carolyn, she modded these and that because she got a mod match. Like, I ain't modding here before. But, no, I really appreciate it. It was fun. I enjoyed helping you guys mod the space. It was a big room these past 2 days. And when I...
What you about to die or something?
No.
No, I'm being
okay, so what the fuck?
I'm being genuine. I can't be genuine without it being taken out of context.
Do you see Beyonce walking out on the stage and being like, yo, thank y'all for making me thank y'all for making me pretty. Thank y'all for making me be able to sing. No, nigga.
She say thank y'all for buying my records, nigga.
Yeah, okay, so you could thank us, right? For sitting under you as a mod, right? Thank y'all for sticking around. That's it. Get out the way. Because now you're making me feel like I'm not supposed to be there.
Why you mansplaining her, Doc? Why you doing that?
Yo, you particularly, right, have been shining through, has been shining through as polished shit on this stage. And I want you to know that I've been noticing, right? You have some great ways. But when you wake up in the morning and you're feeling cruddy, you come on this fucking app and you fucking pick and you jab and you snitch. And I don't like it. Let Carol
I feel great, man. You tripping. I feel great. You tripping.
No, I'm proud. I'm happy for you, bro. I'm just troubled.
No, this is, I'm just being respectful. Because again, I don't like being bunquisha on y'all niggas. I don't. But I have to do it.
But you just said that you miss. Like you want.
There's a new room open right now, and that's you. Waiting for you. But we got a bunch of people in there already, and it's feedback Mondays.
I can't really hear them.
The feedback Fridays. There's a new room.
दर्द ही दर्द बाकी रहा है सीने में सांस लेना हर ही यहाँ जीना नहीं है अब तो आदत सी है मुझको ऐसे जीने में गिरता रहूं दर बदर मिलता नहीं तेरा निशान होके जुदा तब मैं जिया तू है कहाँ मैं तेरी यादों में खोया रहता हूँ मुझको डसती है तन्हाइयाँ तेरी आँखों में रहता हूँ तुझे पता ना चले तेरे हर पल में गुजरा हूँ तुझे पता ना चले करे तो फिर क्या करे फिर दिन कैसे जिए आँखों में प्याली है बोलो कहाँ कहाँ फिरे दर्द की महफिल सजा के फिर से तन्हा हो गया रात दिन बस हो रहा है नाम लेके तेरा तेरी नींद को सुन रहा हूँ तेरे ख्वाब में सो गया खफा तो हम भी हैं तुम भी हो हमें पता न चले जुदाई का मुझे गम भी है कोई ऐसी खता न करे करे तो फिर क्या करे फिर बिन कैसे जिए आँखों में प्याली है बोलो कहाँ कहाँ फिरे सांस लेना हर ही यहाँ जीना नहीं है अब तो आदत सी है मुझको ऐसे जीने में संभल जा जरा फिर मोहब्बत करने चला है तू दिल यही रुक जा जरा फिर मोहब्बत करने चला है वो लम्हे वो बातें कोई ना जाने थी कैसी रातें हो बरसातें भीगी भीगी यादें ऐसे ना जाओ पिया, ऐसे ना जाओ पिया, चूड़ी है राहें सारी तुझसे मेरी। ऐसे ना जाओ पिया, ऐसे ना जाओ पिया, चूड़ी है राहें सारी तुझसे मेरी। हंसता रहता हूँ तुझसे मिलकर क्यों आजकल बदले बदले हैं मेरे तेवर क्यों आजकल। आंखें मेरी हर जगह ढूंढे तुझे बेवजह। ये मैं हूँ या कोई और है मेरी तरह। कभी शाम ढले तो मेरे दिल में आ जाना, ओ लगे गम गले तो मेरे दिल में आ जाना। मेरा घर जलाने वाले सुन मेरी, ओ तेरा घर जले तो मेरे दिल में आ जाना। किसी और को तू चाहे, किसी और को तू सोचे, इस दिल को नहीं ये गवारा है। और कितना शरारा है, ऐसा अंगारा है, तेरी कृष्णगी ने मुझे मारा है। बैठी कितने बदला तो दूर होनी है, मेरे वांगू होनी मजबूर होनी है। सुन दी तां गल भी जरूर होनी है, सुन दी तां गल भी जरूर होनी है। आकसी खुलियां फिजावां विच जी, काश किते मिल जावे रावां विच जी। रब सी ओ मेरियां निगाहां विच जी, बनी किसे चन्न दी हूर होनी है। समझाऊं मैं तो दिल समझने पाता मांगे तेरी फेरियां। सोना था तेरा बेझूठा, रंग दो दिलों में छूटा, कैसे भुलाऊं मैं लिया। कहीं पे हो रातें, कहीं पे सवेरे, आवारगी रही साथ मेरे। ठहर जा ठहर जा, ये कहती है तेरी नजर। क्या रहे साथ अधूरापन, चाहे मैं जहाँ भी रहूं, कहीं सब्र मुझे ना आता है। मेरी बेरंग दुनिया में मेरे साथ तेरा होना, मुझे राहत क्यों दे जाता है। वो जब तेरे अपने भी तुझे छोड़ के जाएंगे, और पानी में मिला के तुझे जहर पिलाएंगे। कहीं हाथ काटेंगे तेरे जो हाथ मिलाएंगे, जिन्हें जान जान कहते हो वही। ऐसे ना जाओ पिया, ऐसे ना जाओ पिया, चूड़ी है राहें सारी तुझसे मेरी। ऐसे ना जाओ पिया, ऐसे ना जाओ पिया, चूड़ी है राहें सारी तुझसे मेरी। कैसे मैं कहूँ तुझसे, रहना है तेरे दिल में। दिल को तुमसे प्यार हुआ, पहली बार हुआ तुमसे प्यार हुआ। सुलझाए तू अपनी उंगलियों से मैं तो हूँ इसी ख्वाहिश में सच कहना है दीवाना दिल दिल ना किसी से लगाना झूठे हैं यार ये वादे सारे झूठी है प्यार की कसमें मैंने हर लम्हा जिसे चाहा जिसे पूछा उसे याद मेरा दिल तोड़ा तोड़ा तन्हा तन्हा छोड़ा तुझे भुला तुझे भुला तुझे भुला फिर क्यों तेरी राहों ने तुझे रुला दिया तुझे रुला दिया आरज़ू है मेरे सपनों की बैठा रहूं तेरी बाहों में सिर्फ तू मुझे चाहे इतना असर हो मेरी आँखों में तू कह दे हंस के तोड़ दूं मैं नस्लों को मर के भी ना भूलूं मैं तेरी कसमों को मैं तो आया हूँ यहाँ पे बस तेरे लिए मेरा तन मन सब है मेरे लिए क्या किसी ने ज़रा सा प्यारा प्यारा लगा लिया ज़रा ज़रा महकता है आज तो मेरा प्यास तुझे अपनी बाहों में कसम तुझको सब आना जाए ऐसे मैं कहूँ तुझसे रहना है तेरे में माना कि हम यार नहीं लौटे हैं कि प्यार नहीं जाना 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 तू भी क्या याद रखेगा जाहिर तेनू छोड़ दिया मानो कि हम यार नहीं लौटे हैं कि प्यार नहीं जाना 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 तू भी क्या याद रखेगा जाहिर तेनू छोड़ दिया कहानी की मेरी साकिया है जुबान तू ही है मेरी बंदगी मेरे कोई तो तू ही जाना 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 तू भी क्या याद रखेगा जाहिर तेनू छोड़ दिया जाना 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 तू भी क्या याद रखेगा जाहिर तेनू छोड़ दिया सुध बुध कोई मैंने हाँ जान गवाई गवाई मैंने हाँ तुझको बसाया है धड़कन में सांवरे तो सुध बुध कोई मैंने हाँ जान गवाई गवाई मैंने हाँ तुझको बसाया है धड़कन में सांवरे जो तू मेरा हमदर्द है जो तू मेरा हमदर्द है सुहाना हर दर्द है जो तू मेरा हमदर्द है तुम्हें ही अपना माना तुम्हें ही राज बनाए दुनिया की फिक्र नहीं जब से तुझसे मांगे रे चांद तारे दिल ना चाहे तुझको ही तो चाहे रे कुछ तो हो गया है तेरे इश्क में समा के खूबसूरत लगे ये जहां तुझसे जादू 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 लगे जिंदगी तुझसे जादू 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 लगे जिंदगी तेरी नजरें तुम मिलाना दिल का एतबार नहीं नजरों से ना करना तुम गया वो जिसे इनकार नहीं समझाऊं मैं तो दिल समझने पाता मांगे तेरी तेरियां सोनू था तेरा मैं झूठा रंग दो दिनों में झूठा कैसे भुलाऊं मेरिया मेरा मीत है जी तू ही मेरी प्रीत है जी जो लबों से हो सके ना जुदा ऐसा मेरा गीत है जी तू ही मेरा गीत है जी और क्या खुदा खुदा लिया लिया मेरा नाम हजारों बारी दिल मेरा हुआ तेरा तू नशा नशा नील जान तेरे तो वाली Starts dancing, I'm singing like girl, you know I want your love. Your love was handmade for somebody like me. Come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say, boy, let's not talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Somebody like me, come on now, follow my lead. I may be crazy, don't mind me. Say, boy, let's talk too much. Grab on my waist and put that body on me. Come on now, follow my lead. Come on now, follow my lead. तू बता दे मुझे सब सोनिए दिल पे कि तूने कब सोनिए दिल्ली कमर बेबी 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 मुझसे बेचारे तुझे कब सोनिए ये तो तेरे पिंक शेड मारे था ये तो सारी मारे था बोले मुझे ख्वाब में मिले मुझे तो लगा दिल गले तेनू दिल दा वास्ता लगाया धरती जाके सारा जहां छोड़ छाड़ के मेरे सपने संभाल ले तेनू दिल दा वास्ता तेरे नीले नीले नैनों से सब पीने का मौसम तेरे संग इश्क आई है तेरे संग एक खुमारी है तेरे संग चैन भी मुझको तेरे संग बेकरारी है बताना मुश्किल है करती है जो तुम आंख से इशारे आंखों आंखों में जो प्यार से पुकारे मुझे कहने दे साथ तेरे रहने दे तेरी सूरत देख के नजरें हटाना मुश्किल चल बैठ चल दरिया किनारे और दिखाऊं तुझे प्यार के नजारे मुझे कहने दे साथ तेरे रहने दे हर नजर में ढूंढी जो थी इसमें पाई वफा जान मेरी बन गया तू जान मैंने लिया ओ मैंने तेरे रंग तेरे रंग ली चुनरी सोनिया बस तेरे संग तेरे संग कटनी उम्र सोनिया मैं खोया तो ढूंढ रही हूँ छोटी सी एक ख्वाब जाना होठों के संग से मुझे बुलायो आँखों से फिर सब कह जायो चलो भी साफ कहता हूँ इतनी सी बात है मुझे तुमसे प्यार है क्यों नहीं मैं तुमके साथ कहता हूँ इतनी सी बात है मुझे तुमसे प्यार है बन जोगी तेरे प्यार में मिट जाने दे मुझे मेरा सांप लग जाने दे मुझे बन जोगी तेरे प्यार में मिट जाने दे मुझे वादियों में टकरा चुके हैं हमसे मुसाफिर यूं तो कई दूर होके भी पास मेरे हो सपनों से आगे अब तुम हकीकत बन चुके हो मिलना लगाया हमने किसी से किससे सुने हैं यूं तो कई दूर होके भी पास मेरे हो सपनों से आगे अब तुम हकीकत बन चुके हो तुमको गिराए हर पल हर दम हम तुमको जिया रंग चढ़ा है ऐसा छुड़ाना मुश्किल है तू क्या चीज है ये लफ्जों में बताना मुश्किल है तू ही मेरा मीत है तू ही मेरी प्रीत है जो लबों से हो सके ना जुदा ऐसा मेरा गीत है काफिराना सा है इश्क है यार क्या है ऐसे तुम मिले हो जैसे मिल रही हो इतने से हवा तेरे रंग तेरे रंग कटनी उम्र सोनिया चला एक ऐसी नज़रों जो लफ्ज़ कम हो जाए बस अश्कों तो एक आंसू तेरे गोरे गाल घुट हो जाए मैं लिखूं तू आ जाए मैं बैठ लिखूं तू आ बैठे मेरे शान पर सर रखे तू मैं नींद कहूं तू सो जाए बातें यहाँ की है सख्त पर है साथ ना भी क्यों इतनी आसान है देखो देखो जैसे मेरे इरादे वैसे कहाँ तेरे यहाँ थे हाँ कितनी नादान मैं तुझ में खुदा में कोई फर्क हमको दीवाने दीवाने तेरे दीवाने हैं दीवाने हमको दीवाने दीवाने तेरे दीवाने हैं दीवाने आसान नहीं है कहना तेरे बिना मैं रह पाऊंगा सच में मैं मर जाऊंगा सच में मैं मर जाऊंगा एक पल की दूरी तुझसे नहीं मैं सह पाऊंगा तेरे बिना रुक जाऊंगा तेरे बिना रुक जाऊंगा जो न कहा सुन जरा कोई नहीं तेरे बिन मेरा तुझसे है सांसें रवा तू है तो दिन बन गया तेरे बिना छिन गया तुझसे सलामत है जहां आकाश चंद्र चांदण्या तोडून मी कहाण्या मनाचा पाळणा करू बांधून घे जरा झोला डोळ्याचा तूच नाही सुखाचा स्पर्श तू नवा तुझ्या विना उभेला अर्थ जीवना तुझ्या हसूने अन चंद्र हे हातीचे काठ ले जावे जिंदगी से राते सफर ते उठिया पहाड़ों ते सफरे दा करवे हसदियां शामां खेलदी शहर में नाल नाल तेरा होवे बहां ते सर मेरी बात पे करूं तेरी हाईए संग तेरे होवे रूं मेरी हाईए मैं आगे नहीं फिरूं मेरी हाईए तो आगे आके चली तेरे पीछे पीछे आऊं मैं तेरी उंगलियों से जा मुझे कोई टोह ना लागे किस तरह गिरहाई समझे आसान नहीं है कहना तेरे बिना मैं रह पाऊंगा सच में मैं मर जाऊंगा सच में मैं मर जाऊंगा किसका है ये तुमको इंतजार में होना देख लो किधर तो एक बार मैं होना खामोश क्यों हो जो भी कहना है कहो दिल चाहे जितना प्यार उतना मांगे आए अब तो मेरा दिल जाके न सोता है क्या कतराए कुछ कुछ होता है क्या कतराए कुछ कुछ होता है लो जीत गए तुम हमसे हम हार गए इस दिल से लो जीत गए तुम हमसे हम हार गए इस दिल से आया है आज लबों पे ये प्यार बड़े मुश्किल से तुम पढ़ता मैं सच कहता मांग के देखो मुझसे सुनो ना सुनो ना सुन लो ना हम सफर मुझे तो चुन लो ना की हो दिल में कोई बात मुझसे कहो कोई पल हो दिन हो या हो रात मुझसे कहो कोई मुश्किल कोई परेशानी आए ना जाने कैसा एहसास है बुझती नहीं है क्या प्यास है क्या नशा इस प्यार का मुझ पे सनम छाने लगा पहला नशा पहला खुमार नया प्यार है नया इंतजार करेंगे क्या अपना ऐ दिल बेकरार मेरे दिल बेकरार तुम ही बता जो मंजिल दो दीवाने ले चले सुनो ना सुन लो ना हम सफर मुझे तो चुन लो ना किसका है ये तुमको इंतजार में होना देख लो इधर तो एक बार मैं होना खामोश क्यों हो जो भी कहना है कहो दिल चाहे जितना प्यार उतना मांग लो चार कदम पे तुम थे दो चार कदम पे हम थे दो चार कदम पे लेकिन सौ मिलो से क्या हम थे मेरे से कदम कदम पे लगा ढोलना हाय ढोलना ढोलना मुझको तेरे संग बेवफाई है तेरे संग इश्क़दारी है तेरे संग खुमारी है तेरे संग चैन भी मुझको तेरे संग बेवफाई है पंछी बोले है क्या पिया सुन ले चलो बस बढ़ती रहे प्यार होता रहे लुक छुप ना जाओ जी मुझे बरस दिखाओ जी आज क्यों तरसाते हो जरा शक्ल दिखाओ जी आज जैसे सनम आ रही है सुनो इश्क जगता रहे वक्त सदा रहे तेरी शरारत सब जानूं मैं चौधरी दिल का खेल है पंगा सीधा कह रही ओ साथी तेरे बिना राही दिखे ना तू ही मेरा नींद है तू ही मेरी प्रीत है जो लबों से हो सके ना जुदा ऐसा मेरा गीत है जी मेरे दिल में बस गए हो तुम्ही तुम चंदा और मैं चांदनी दामन में बांध के ये खुशी अर्ज़ी में झूम 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 मेरे दिल में बस गए हो तुम्ही तुम चंदा और मैं चांदनी दामन में बांध के ये खुशी गुजारी है रात है सच्ची दस दे बात में चल दिलो जरा महसूस ना कर मेरे नैना दी बरसात में तुम्हें ही अपना माना है तुम्हें ही आज़माए हैं दुनिया की फिक्र नहीं जब से मेरी बाहों में आए हैं तुम्हें ही अपना माना है तुम्हें ही आज़माए हैं दुनिया की फिक्र नहीं जब से तेरी बाहों में आए हैं कोरे से पन्ने जैसे ये दिल ने कोई गजल पाई हैरान हूँ कि कुछ भी न मांगू कभी मैं जो तुम मेरे हो दो पल की क्यों है जिंदगी जीने तो ज्यादा काले लगते ने उजाले तेरे बिन हुए बागियां जो तुम मेरे हो छोड़ियो टिकाया तो मंगना मैं की वे तेरे नाल मेरा लगना जी रात दा हनेरा में तू ही चल मेरा है देख कितना सोना रब ने साथ लिख दिया मेहरबानी नहीं तुम्हारा प्यार मांगा है तुम्हें मंजूर है तभी तो यार मांगा है पूछे तू कि तुझमें मैं क्या देखता हूँ जग चारों तरफ आज कितने सारे नजारे हैं जाने न तू खुद को यूं ना जाने क्यों नजरों से मेरे यहाँ देखो ना खुद को जरा देखो ना जाने आस पास है खुदा तू ना जाने आस पास है खुदा तू ना जाने आस पास है खुदा तू ना जाने आस पास है खुदा तेरी मुस्कुराहट है ताकत मेरी मुझको इन्हीं से उम्मीद मिली दर्द है जो तेरे तू कर दे उनको मेरे यही दुआ तू पर हकीकत में कहा चाहे करे कोई सितम ये चाहा इनमें ही है सदा हिफाजत मेरी लोगों से हो सके ना जुदा ऐसा मेरा गीत है जी छोड़ियो ना हाथ मेरा छोड़ियो ना हाथ मेरा छोड़ियो ना हाथ मेरा छोड़ियो ना हाथ मेरा और दिल का तेरे और दिल का तेरे अब मैं क्या ही कहूँ क्या बात है और हाँ देखो यहाँ कैसे आए दो दिलों की ये बारात है चाहे अखियां चुरा ले पर दिल से ओ बीबा मैनू दूर ना करी फलक से मैं सितारे तोड़ के जमीन पे लाऊंगा इजाजत दे जहां भी हो तेरी खुशी ले आऊंगा पास आया हूँ बड़ी मुश्किल से ओ बीबा मैनू दूर ना करी कोई जागे सोए मुझ में मेरी रातें और मेरे दिन सारे खोए उसमें तुमसे किरण धूप की तुमसे सिया रात है तुम हो तभी कुछ बात है तेरे नाम सलाम चढ़ा के तेरी राह में शाम सजा के रब तुझको मान लिया जो तेरे संग इश्क बार तू रूठे लख बार मनावा ओ मर के भी मैं ये प्यार निभाऊं तेरी आहटों में जी लूंगा तेरी चाहतों में जी लूंगा जो पाके भी ना पा सकूं तेरी धड़कनों में जी लूंगा साथिया साथिया पगले से दिल ने ये क्या किया चुन लिया चुन लिया तुझको दीवाने ने चुन लिया पागल पागल दिल में हलचल सी लेके मुश्किल यहाँ की हम क्यों नहीं हम नशे में हम नशे में हम नशे में तो नहीं हम नशे में हम नशे में हम नशे में तो नहीं जिंदगी तो तेरा नाम मुझे जपानी तो तेरा नाम मैं कह दूं सभी का कि तेरा ही है ये असर मुझे जपानी तो तेरा नाम मैंने चाहा तुझे मेरी खता नहीं मेरी खता है कि तुझे पता नहीं तू भी हो ਸੁਨੀਆਂ ਸੁਨੀਆਂ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਤੇ ਰਾਤਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਤੂੰ ਜਦ ਵੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਭਾਂ ਤੇ ਮਿਲ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤੂੰ ਤੇਰੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਸਾਂ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਸੀ ਐਵੇਂ ਨੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਬੇਵਜ੍ਹਾ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਦਿਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਹਿ ਕੇ ਦੱਸਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਤੂੰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਭੁੱਲੇ ਨਾ ਕਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਭੁੱਲੇ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਐਸਾ ਹੈ ਹਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਮਿਲਦੇ ਓ ਲੱਖੋਂ ਮਿਲੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਤੁਮਸਾ ਮਿਲਾ ਓ ਮੇਰਾ ਇਹ ਦਿਲ तेरी ओर चलता आया ना रुका मेरे सपनों में नाराज़ी झलकता है के बात दिल की होती लफ्ज़ों की धोखेबाज़ी दुनिया दुनिया रातां ते रातां दे विच तूं ਵੀ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਭਾਂ ਤੇ ਮਿਲ ਜੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਤੂੰ ਸਾਰੇ ਦਿਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਬਹਿ ਕੇ ਦੱਸਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਤੈਨੂੰ ਤੂੰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਭੁੱਲੇ ਨਾ ਕਰ ਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਨਾ ਭੁੱਲਾਂ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਛੇਤੀ ਛੇਤੀ ਮਿਲ ਢੋਲਣਾ ਮੈਂ ਤੇ ਠੀਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਤੇਰੇ ਬਿਨ ਉਹ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਛੇਤੀ ਛੇਤੀ ਮਿਲ ਢੋਲਣਾ ਮੈਂ ਤੇ ਠੀਕ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਤੇਰੇ ਬਿਨ तुझको देखे बिना जीता नहीं तुझको देखने से आंखें थकती ये मोह के भागे तेरी उंगलियों से जाऊंगी कोई टोह ना लागे इस तरह गिर है समझी खेला ना कदे भी तेरे दिल नाल मैं हर वेले रखा तेनू मेरे नाल मैं मर जावां उत्थे जिथे तू ना मिले झूठ ना मैं बोला कदे तेरे नाल मैं ये जो साडे नाल होया है खूबसूरत सपना लगा अजनबी सी कल तक जो हाँ हुण मैनू अपना लगदा साथ हो या ना हो क्या फर्क है जिंदगी में दर्द है सोचिया सी की हो गया है साडी वारी रब सो गया है किथे जाइए किदे कोलों मंगीए दुआ वाटा दे तू मैं ता चाहां मेरा परछावां बन जे तू नेड़े नेड़े रख ले हथ फड़ के मैनू तू मैनू भुल्ले ना करे मैं ना भुल्लां मैनू चाहे अखियां चुरा ले पर दिल से ओ बीबा मैनू दूर ना करी फलक से मैं सितारे तोड़ के जमीन पे ना इजाजत दे जहां भी हो तेरी खुशी ले आऊंगा पास आया हूँ बड़ी मुश्किल से ओ बीबा मैनू दूर ना करी कोई जागे सोए मुझ में मेरी रातें और मेरे दिन सारे खोए उसमें तुमसे किरण धूप की तुमसे सिया रात है तुम हो तभी कुछ बात है तेरे नाम से नाम चढ़ा के तेरी राह में शाम सजा के रब तुझको मान लिया जब तेरे संग इश्क हुआ वो तेरे नाम से नाम चढ़ा के तेरी राह में शाम सजा के रब तुझको मान लिया जब तेरे संग इश्क हुआ बादल बादल पे चलते पैदल पैदल है अब ये बढ़ते ज़मीन पे कदम क्यों नहीं हम नशे में हम नशे में हम नशे में तो नहीं हम नशे में हम नशे में हम नशे में तो नहीं इश्क धड़का है ओ इश्क धड़का है इश्क धड़का है तुझसे मिलके ओ बीबा मैनू दूर ना करी पास आया हूँ बड़ी मुश्किल से ओ बीबा मैनू दूर ना करी अखियों से हाय मेरी दूर न जाना दिल से हाय मेरे दूर न जाना के इतना अपना लगे मेरा नाना ये दिल जैसे धड़के उसमें तू ही तू हर जगह आजकल क्यों है तू ही तू हर जगह आजकल क्यों है रास्ते हर दफा सिर्फ तेरा पता मुझसे पूछे भला क्यों है तुमसे किरण धूप की तुमसे सिया रात है तुम दिल तुम हो तभी कुछ बात है इस राजे ने लिखवाई है रब से ऐसी तकदीर ये सांस चले तब ही जब मेरे साथ चले यही लख बार तू रूठे लख बार बना ओ मर के भी मैं ये प्यार निभाऊं तेरी आहटों में जी लूंगा तेरी चाहतों में जी लूंगा जो पाके भी ना पा सकूं तेरी धड़कनों में जी लूंगा साथिया साथिया पगली सी करे लेते प्रॉपर हम दिमाग बड़ा साउंड बड़ी सोच करें बड़े बड़े काम मेरे शोज पे ना के सो जाते सारे इंतजाम when we pull up तो फिर chaos the hype is mad तो रैप गेम पे इश्तेहार अब भी है जिसको शक है उसकी सोच ही होगी झाट के बराबर चार रैपर काटे बीट से वो आठ के बराबर लौंडे बातें तो करते हैं पर किस बात की बिना पर मैं सुलह नहीं करता मैं करूँ इस्लाह यहाँ पर जिस्म से जान तक पास आते गए इन निगाहों से दिल में समाते गए जिस हंसी ख्वाब की थी तमन्ना मुझे हाँ वही बन गए हो तुम जिंदगी बन गए हो तुम जिंदगी बन गए हो तुम जो मेरी रूह को चैन दे प्यार दे वो खुशी बन गए हो तुम जिंदगी बन गए हो तुम जिंदगी बन गए हो तुम याद नहीं कब कम की थी लेकिन आज सब कहे पीड़ी मैंने बहुत ज्यादा पूरी दुनिया मेरे हाथ में है लेकिन तेरा हाथ ना हो हाथ में तो सब आधा दिल को दिल से राह नहीं रही मेरी जान मुझे दिया तेरी जान नहीं रही मतलब के मौत से मिलो तो कुछ सुकून हो जीने में तो वो कोई बात ही नहीं रही पीने के लिए जहर है दस्तयाब पर मेरी मौत की वजह शराब ही रही थी आप वो लेती मेरा नाम नहीं गुफ्तगू बस आप जनाब तक ही रही मेरे साजना में डोला मेरे आँखों में देखो मेरी दिल की हवा मैंने कभी
30 seconds before you talk.
Guys.
2-0.
30% woke and 70% in the dreaming world.
Oh, okay. Well, we can subliminally tell you about Jesus while you continue to go back to sleeping. So go back to sleep. We will fill your mind with Jesus talk, and then when you fully wake up.
No, I have to have like coffee, and then I will be like,
oh, okay.
It will pull me out from the dreaming world.
Great. We will allow you to do that.
Let's see. See, we've killed all the other conversations, but they were conversations I didn't want to have.
Well, I know, yes.
Enforcement thing.
I know that you guys talking about bots, what make it bigger.
About what?
Bots.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are we?
We were.
Oh.
Yeah, you were.
I'm not sure we were.
Yeah, that's what I can recall.
No, we weren't necessarily talking about butts. We were talking about like surgery. That just happened to be the particular place that it was occurring.
What do you want to talk about, Nate? I honestly don't know. I can tell you what I don't
want to talk
want
about cosmetic surgery anymore. I'll tell you that.
Well, we've had the Four Horsemen. We've had, what was the other thing? We've had whatever Sebastian was saying. I don't remember. Yeah, I don't know. You're having discussions wrong, guys.
All right, here's a question for you guys. So, Isaiah 53 is one of the great chapters, really maybe the greatest chapter in the Bible about the substitutionary atonement. But if you're familiar with Psalm 53, one of the things that was kind of new to me is that passage really does begin at the end of chapter 52. And they call it one of the servant songs of Isaiah. And it has stanzas in this Hebrew poetry where the first stanza is actually the last three verses of chapter 52. And then you've got four more stanzas of three verses. Of course, the verses are added later, but the stanzas in the chapter 53. And so, surely he hath borne our griefs, carried our sorrows. He was wounded for our transgressions. So obviously a familiar chapter. What are some of your favorite points that maybe have hit home to you in the past from Isaiah 53? Anybody got
By his
anything on
stripes we are healed. There's no immediately on that one.
Yeah. See, now that's interesting because, some of the NAR people will take that to mean, you should be physically healed of everything. So
yeah, that's crazy.
You have to address that when you talk.
Well, it gets right back into like what Monty was talking about, like, oh, well, it's definitely like literal, and I'm like, okay, well, show me, dude can't, of course not. It's just, when it says like there's not going to be any more luminaries, that's not talking about physical, like the sun physically goes out. That's literally talking about like there will be no more kings on the earth because the only king left is Jesus. Like that's the point of that, is that luminaries are another part of like Hebrew language for kings. So like it's just, if you don't know the Old Testament and you don't know the actual like language of the Old Testament, then you get thoroughly confused about these things and how the figurative language is used in the New Testament. And so we use literal, historical, grammatical, but we have to know something about how the author would have been writing figurative language. It's the whole point of the grammatical part. And so that's where these guys get tripped up. And I think that's where, like, so relating it back to what you were saying, Pastor Mark, it's like that's where the NAR gets tripped up, is they're taking this as a physical, literal healing. And look, there is physical, literal healing in the atonement. That is part of it, but it is far more that we are spiritually healed. So
Right. And you have to look at context too. So he was wounded for our transgressions. And then it goes on and says, by his stripes we are healed. So it's healing us from our transgressions,
right.
Healing us from our sins is the idea there. And yes, there are other places in the Bible that we can pray for physical healing. But yeah, I mean, you look at context first, and then like you said, Chris, you look at other parts of Scripture and understand the progress of Revelation as it's being revealed to us. So yeah, that guy with the afro yesterday, I was listening, and he was, taking that Old Testament passage, but he wasn't understanding it in light of the rest of Scripture that was revealed after that.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's a lot of it comes back to, well, like you used to say, Chris, you have to learn how to read, but then also hermeneutics and just understanding how to understand literature that has been written over a span of time, and yet all under the inspiration of God the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, in being all things to all people to share the gospel, do you think you could just assign yourself a tribe of Israel?
Ooh.
And the next time an Israelite shows up, you could speak to them from that angle and then end up presenting why, you as an Israelite who can totally trace up your made up heritage back to one of the tribes, has seen the light, and Jesus, the way Christians understand it, is truly the way, and you have the right answers, as one of them, as like the tribe of Judah, because no one ever wants to be the tribe of Benjamin.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
Yeah, so my mother passed away, but she was Jewish, so I'm half Jewish, so I don't know what tribe she was in, though.
Doesn't matter, pick one.
I wonder if, like, the real Jewish people get mad and offended at the Hebrew Israelites are trying to co-opt the fact that say they're Israelites when they
Right? That's a
obviously are
good
not
question.
Jewish.
How do they say Christians are anti-Semitic by saying we're spiritual Israel, but they don't say the Hebrew Israelites are anti-Semitic by literally saying they are the real Jews? Like, how do
I mean, hold on, they do say that. That's not something that the Jewish community is not saying.
Oh, okay.
There was a hilarious room on here recently between actual Jewish Israelis and Hebrew Israelites, and it was the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life.
The dumbest thing?
Hebrew Israelites are trolling the Jews. That's it. Like flat earthers are trolling the scientists. Hebrew Israelites are trolling the Jews.
Probably not false. I don't know if they're trolling, though. I think they actually believe that crap.
I think they do a lot. I think they believe it for like they believe it as part of like their cultish clan. Like they believe that. I think spiritually they don't believe it. Like they would say they do, but I think they're like self-deceiving. I think they really believe the part that gets them in with their like clan and their cult. They believe that. But then the like spiritual stuff they say, I think they don't believe that as much as they think they do.
It's like identity, because like in the past they faced like discrimination and devaluing from like racism, especially the African Americans, that they faced like slavery and discrimination in a way that they want to reclaim dignity, and they pick the best civilizations to associate themselves with, just to, unfortunately, like what happened to them is that it was dehumanizing, and then they want now to like reclaim that kind of dignity, and then they will pick the best civilization. So they are the real ancient Egyptians, they are the real Hebrew Israelite, the real Christians, they're Rastafarian. Like, this is how it, like, unfortunately, it's just because of this.
Along those lines, Chris, would you say Jimmy Kimmel's up for being a Hebrew Israelite to try to reclaim some sort of dignity from being kicked out the door? Would you say there's a parallel there?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, I figured it.
I saw that on the news that he was kicked out, and I was like so surprised. I thought, I mean, not surprised in a bad way, but surprised that the media would go against the less conservative side like that. I was just shocked by that.
I think they're reading the tea leaves. I think they're, because the other media is going after ABC and Disney now for doing it because they're not in the spotlight. Wait till they're in the spotlight, and like that guy was threatening with like FCC like investigations and stuff like that. So I mean, Disney didn't do this because they're like noble and moral. They could, I believe, care less about that. Couldn't care less about that. They did it because they're like, spotlight's on us, and public opinion seems to be shifting really quick. So right thing, wrong reasons. Yes, Lou, I get this. I started the politics. All right, Tribe of Gad. Who wants that one?
Don't know anything about it.
Tribe of Dan? Going once.
Oh, Tribe of
Chris,
Dan. I thought you said Tribe of Gad.
I did. Is that not a tribe? What am I thinking of? Is it Gad something? Something starts, a tribe that starts with a G? Am I thinking of Gab? Did you ever sign up for that, Chris?
No.
I signed up for Gab, but then I never really got into it.
Yeah, I'm just going to stay away from the grippers.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's a weird thing.
So, anyway, Tribe of Dan is an analog for the most evil of the idolatrous tribes of Israel.
Yep, they were in the north, and that's where Jeroboam put one of his golden calves and said, we're going to worship the Lord, but we're going to do it with the golden calf. we're going to worship the Lord, but we're going to worship him in the way that the world worships.
I mean, we need a little more information about the question. I mean, like, Tribe of Dan was evil.
Yeah, Gad, Chris, that was right. Like, how did that confuse you? Like, yeah, Tribe of Gad, right? GAD, that is a thing. I'm not crazy.
No,
right?
I knew you were right. That's one of the 12 tribes. It's just one
But
of
how
the
was
ones.
But how was Chris confused?
He was thinking of Egad.
I just don't. Yeah, there's confusion as to what the actual different tribes are. To be honest.
Okay, so I'm not crazy, at least for this reason. Okay, great. So yeah, I know my 12 tribes, or at least 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, that is an interesting study of the tribes because you have the 12 sons of Jacob. One of those is Joseph, but then Joseph has 2 kids, and both of those are tribes, Ephraim and Manasseh. So when you think about all that, it gets kind of interesting.
I have a question. Does anyone know this? Why do they translate some names, like I guess Yeshua to Jesus? Why do they translate some names in the Bible to things that I guess make it easier or correlate to different languages like English or Spanish, Jesus or whatever? But then other names, they're like, nah. And then some people will say, well, because it's easier so you can pronounce it. But then they'll leave some of the most complicated names seemingly untranslated. And it's like, well, why are you translating some to kind of make it blend in the language of the people reading it more? But then other names, it's like, nah, we're not translating that. Be confused. Or after they translate it, it's still very long and confusing, like Zerubbabel or something.
Yeah, Nate, what? Yeah, so it is a question. Maybe it will derail it all. I don't know. But it's like what the Bible said about the soul.
You're very hard to hear.
What the Bible say about the soul.
Specifically, or I mean, it talks about quite a bit.
Yeah, the nature of the soul, what the soul is.
It's eternal. It's going to live on.
Okay, this is like the time of it, the nature of it. And so what can be said that this is the soul and this is not the soul?
Oh, I don't know, Chris, you want to answer that? Like the soul is not, the soul is this, like that type of thing?
I mean, I don't really understand the question. I mean, like, what do you want to know about the soul? Like, is there something specific you want to know about the soul? Like, soul and body cannot be separated. Like, we are separated in the interim state, but when we're brought to new life in the eternal state, then, we are a soul-body composite. So we know very little about, like, the, interim state, but we do know that when we croak, we'll be with Jesus. If we croak without Jesus, we will not be with Jesus. That's pretty much what we know. I don't know what else I don't know what else we're trying to figure out.
And are you using soul as like interchangeably with spirit? That will be another angle.
Is it like essence or the irreducible you? So, like, if you lose the body, if you lose the mind, then you get rid of a lot of things, and the remaining thing of you is going to be the soul, right? Or is it like the essence, which is like not your attributes, but your essence? So that's in Islamic paradigm, but what in Christianity, what is the soul? Where does it came from and where it's going? And what the nature of it?
Yeah, I guess I could give you a more general answer based on that. Like, look, when God created Adam, right, he breathed into him a living nefesh, or a living soul. All right, this is what it means to be made in the image of God, is that we have been given an eternal part or an eternal capacity, i.e. the soul. Now, Christians believe in what's called dualism, right? So we are a body-soul composite, okay? And this is what enables us to know the immanent God, okay? So immanent is just a big theological word that means like us. And so God gave us the ability to know him through giving us that soul. And just by nature of what a soul is and the ability to know God, it is by nature eternal. Does that make sense? Let's start there.
That makes sense. Well, the part is that it is the combination of the body and the soul, but if you lose part of your body, may God forbid, may God protect you, but if you lose like your hand, does that mean that you are losing part of yourself?
Right, no, because again, the soul is non-local, right? So the soul is going to be, just who we are, and our body we are a soul who has taken on a body, not the other way around. We are not a body who takes on a soul. Does that make sense? So I think what you're asking is like the old philosophical problem, right? The ship of Theseus. Have you heard of this?
No.
Okay, so really quick, before Nate wants to stab himself in the eye, the ship of Theseus is an old Greek philosophical problem with a ship that is owned by this guy Theseus, right? And over time, the ship gets really old and it's well used, and they replace every single plank in the ship, right? So like a piece of wood rots out, they replace it with a new one. And over time, all of the boards of the ship have been replaced by new boards. The question that is posed to the student is the ship of Theseus still the ship of Theseus because none of the original materials are there? Okay? So when you posit a question, do you understand that?
Man. That's really interesting.
Yeah, it's an ancient philosophical problem, right? And so
yes,
when
right.
we look at, say what?
The answer is yes, right?
From a Christian's perspective, yes. From a Greek perspective, no.
Well,
yeah,
they're just
no.
wrong. The answer is probably yes.
But again, okay, so
I challenge all
you're
the Greeks.
You're assuming the Christian perspective, whereas like if you're a Greek that is taking something like automatist, or a Greek who's taking something like being a nomatist, you're gonna have different answers to that question depending on your philosophical bent. But like the Christian answer to that question is yes. The pagan answer to that question is it depends.
The obvious answer is yes.
Yeah, so
I die on this hill. Everyone else is
you
wrong.
can,
That is
because
so
that
obvious.
is the Christian perspective. But yes, so like, so Ocean, just think about that a little bit and look up the ship of Theseus and the discussion surrounding it, because I think that you'll find.
Can you give me the spelling of it?
Sorry?
The spelling.
Oh, spell it.
THESEUS.
There you go.
But isn't this solved by, okay, so we know in the human body, right? The longest life that a cell has, I think, like the longest living cells in our body are 7 years. So every 7 years, we have completely new cells than we did the year prior, everywhere. Brain, hair, eyelashes, eyeballs, hands, tendons, bones, like all of it. So don't we also have a ship of Theseus problem? Like, clearly we're still us, right?
Yeah. So now, Steph, here's where we're going to pivot, and now you're going to want to stab your eyeball out with an ice pick. Are you ready?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you anyway. So the way that Christians solve this problem, right, with the ship of Theseus, is an extended problem of the one and the many. So the problem of the one and the many in philosophy is a pre-Socratic problem. How do we get universals from particulars? Okay, and when I say universal, Ocean, what I mean is, what a duck is, right? So like when you look at a duck, just by the nature of it being a duck, you have a category in your head of duckness, right? Like what makes up a duck. And so the ancients were kind of puzzled as to, well, how can we have these universal categories from just individual particulars without there being a universal category? So Plato solved this problem, right? So Plato solved this problem with his Platonic ideals. Like there's an ideal form somewhere floating out there of a duck, and all other ducks are going to be some version of this form of duckness. Okay, now that ultimately fails, and Socrates showed where Plato was off of his rocker, right? Or sorry, Aristotle did. So Aristotle would take a different view, and so this is just the evolution of Greek philosophy. Okay, these are just questions that human beings had. Now, the way that a Christian solves this is that the nature of reality itself is founded and grounded in the triune nature of God. So God is both a universal in his essence, right? So he is one God, but he is three particular persons. And so the grounding of reality for the Christian comes from the nature of the Trinity. I don't know. So ultimately it all goes back to that.
That's
very
interesting. It's gonna die. It comes
You're breaking
from
up.
the one and the many.
We can't hear you. You broke up. What was your question?
Sorry. The Trinity then becomes like the Trinity is the perfect illustration of the one and the many, and that's how you get there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've never heard that. That's
Yeah. Well, this is so. We've been talking about precept for a while, so this is the grounding of all precept is that the only worldview that solves the philosophical problem of the one and the many, which is a real problem as to where you can get abstract universals from particulars, is only solved in the model of the Trinity and the triune God, because it has to be an ultimate. So like the Trinity is an ultimate, and so you have to be able to get ultimate unity and ultimate diversity. And this is what I've been going after the oneness with, and they don't have any answers because they don't have the grounding.
That's interesting. I didn't know where you were getting that from, and now I understand. It's kind of
This is like, it can be, we can't say the same thing about the DNA, because even if we change a little bit in the future, it is the DNA that going from one place to another place, it's still the same data.
Explain your question a little more. I'm sorry. I'm genuinely trying to interact with you, Ocean. I just don't understand your question.
You did really well. So the DNA part is that it is what determining our, if like for example in the future, like they say that every 10 years your body is going to be completely new. But the thing is that your DNA is still like, the one cell is going to pass the DNA from one cell to the new cell. So the DNA is going to still be there, or the data of the DNA is going to still be there.
I suppose you could set that as an illustration, yeah.
So you're saying then that the human body is not a real ship of Theseus?
Yeah, I mean, apparently for the Greek people, they would say no, that's not a real Steph after 7 years, or Ocean after 10 years. But it's like no, that's why it's such an obvious. Like anyone that has a problem with that should be. As a Christian, I wouldn't recommend this, but as a Greek civilization, you know, the democracy should rule. They be thrown off the cliff because that's dumb. Like that's not a problem at all. It's like, well, every 7 years your DNA is replaced, so it's a new Steph. No, it's not. Off the cliff you go. Like it's such an obvious non-problem. The answer is it's the same ship, it's the same Steph.
Okay, but humans have a soul and ships don't have a soul. So there's one data point.
Off the cliff.
I'm not saying which stance I'm taking here. I'm saying that, you know.
Hold on, I think for some reason this app wants to delay me getting on here, or we're going to start talking. But yeah, I think that's part of the problem with any materialist too. How do you maintain identity through changeover? And you have many molecules making up a single individual, but it's, I always think that's a materialist problem too. Because you have the multiple, but how do you unify? Did I come through, or did everybody not respond?
I'm sorry, man. I was doing something else. Can you repeat that, Rex?
I said basically that's the materialist problem. You talk about Unitarian problem, but the materialist has a problem too, because you got, if you start the DNA, what maintains the identity of the creature if all molecules are changed over every 7 years? So how do you maintain identity? You can't. I mean, you just kind of by fiat say, oh, that's the same person, even though technically it's not.
Right.
Yeah, how do you maintain identity? Yeah, so like what I would ask our friend Michael is like, so show me what the chemical process is for identity. But they're not going to be able to do it, right? So the answer he's going to give, and I'll just speak for him, is, well, we just haven't discovered that yet, but we will. That's the answer he's going to give.
How would we discover that? Like what?
There's because in his world,
there's like an intangible. Yeah, how would we discover?
Right. So in his worldview, there is no such thing as the intangible. There's only the material. There's only bare material. And so there must be, in his faith position, a way in which science will discover at some point, the chemical process of identity. Like he's just gonna die on that hill as a faith point and then call it science.
But that's like demanding that we find the chemical process of logic.
Yeah, like chemical process of love. He genuinely, faithfully believes as a religion that eventually science will show that all of the things that we think of as love or logic or identity or any of these other abstract universal entities, they're all going to be found in some type of chemical composition. That is the faith of materialism.
Well, they'll already say that love is measured by dopamine. So you hug your dog and you get a dopamine hit, and there's your measurement of loveness or whatever. But it's sort of missing that. Yeah.
Well, but they're missing the abstract quality of love, right? You can have a certain feeling, but is love a feeling? Like, no, they can't even define what love is. They can't define what anger is. The other thing too is like this whole nonsense about the functional MRIs. They hook you up to a functional MRI. Well, they're still asking you subjectively what you're feeling or thinking. It's totally subjective.
This is the reductionist approach, because there is I think in the Eastern philosophy there is these two, the reductionist and the phenomenological way of understanding things. So there is a phenomena, then there is the reductionist approach. Like, for example, the phenomena of you having a first-person experience of love, and the reductionist approach is going to reduce it to parts, like there are neurons that are going together, that it's basically explaining the processes of how it happened, but it doesn't explain the first person point of view. So if you, for example, watch, like if I made a movie and I asked Steph and Chris, like, what do you think about this movie? And I show it. Then Steph is going to say, oh, it's nice. Like, it is a romantic movie. It's about love. There's deep, it's a really fun movie. And then Chris is going to say, okay, the movie is something that you shot, like, using, and you hired actors, and then the cameras, they took the, reflection of them and then sent it to the, memory, and then the memory sent it to the satellite, and the satellite sent it to your TV, and your TV started doing these pixel things in the screen. Like, two of them are correct, but Steph explained phenomena, which is the poetic like having an experience of watching the movie, but Chris explained the reduction, like he reduced it to the like, materialistic phenomena.
Under time. So essentially, we're hoping to like live as nomads for about 12
When
months.
you get to Toronto, you get to chill with the Chinese out here. It's
Yo, that's a fuck, fam. That ass. You could catch the duck house and go to Timmy. Yo, listen, fam. She can
go down to Brampton, down to the West End.
You're gonna say peas and food. This is not yo, these mans are waste mans. Don't even listen to them.
The mans down Brampton's is waste man.
Waste man. We should take her to Timmy's. We should take her to Timmy's to get a burger, fam.
Take her to Timmy's, get a burger and a chopped cheese, fam.
You're gonna let man them. She could only get a chopped cheese in New York, but she wanna go to Spain, fam.
Toronto is like the mall version of New York. It's like
Oh, okay. I was thinking about going next week.
Wait,
just to
I
kinda,
was
like,
gonna say, have you visited?
I mean,
I've
Toronto's
visited
alright. Obviously,
Barcelona
might go
a
depending
bunch
on
of
how the
times.
country
You not
goes.
hear her talking? Damn.
He does it all the time.
nigga.
He does it all the time.
Is that his way of flirting? Damn.
No, it just is impulse. But I've been to Barcelona. I loved it. I've been to Madrid. I've been all over the coast of Spain, and I really enjoyed it. I haven't been to Toronto though. Thinking about going next weekend just to kind of like see, see if this gives me the same feeling.
So you don't need to even go to Toronto to live alone in
when you come up here.
You know, my only vote for Europe is the ability to go to all those countries for the low, and also to go to Africa. Like, why would you? In Toronto, like the cost of living in Toronto is ridiculous. I hate to say this, but them Indians is running those prices up, Jigs. Because my cousin lives in Toronto. My cousin is an engineer, and the other one's a doctor, and they have to drive an hour into the city because they can't. I mean, and these girls make money, and they still can't. No.
Yo, are y'all canceling?
No, but yo, stay safe out there, cause they sound silly. But them Somalian niggas be hitting shit out there.
Not too much on Somalia.
Yeah, but with the heads, they can't miss. So if they have small heads, the body count would be like down to like a quarter of a.
Not with the heads, they can't.
Yeah, it's impossible to miss. That's why they're killing each other out there. They just very easy targets. Are you guys?
Shut up.
Are you guys canceling Disney, Hulu, and all that? Because I am.
We all know that.
Yeah, I canceled it immediately.
Yeah, I gotta cancel.
What were you watching on Disney?
Oh, for me, Andor, the greatest series that's come out in the past 5 to 10 years.
I think it took too long to answer that.
Is that Andor?
What is that
Andor
other
is incredible.
Yeah, Andor.
Wait, Articulate, what was that other show that's on Disney too? The
Shogun.
Oh yeah, Shogun. Wait, Shogun is on there too?
Yeah, they own FX, they own Hulu, they own ESPN.
Why do niggas support Disney?
Okay, nobody
Y'all
snitch
are
on me. You know what I did? Articulate. I bought a NVIDIA Shield, and then I just downloaded like all of the illegal apps.
Yeah, I did
so I watched Shogun on there.
Wow, and I'm gonna tell on you, and I'm telling you.
And you niggas.
Why
are you supporting pedophilia town?
Louis, I got Red Zone for free, okay?
You got what?
Yeah, I would put Shogun at number 1 and Andor at number 2.
Shogun literally means military.
If y'all a NVIDIA Shield, so and then I can tell you what to download.
You can get like crack software.
Or y'all could just go get a $50 flyer stick from Walmart.
No, get an NVIDIA Shield. It's only $200.
Or y'all could just admit Samurai is better than Shogun.
What is that?
A fire stick is $50. A fire stick is $50. I would send you the codes, and you will get everything to where you can watch all the
scam.
Nobody wants to do fire sticks.
He scammed me last time.
What is that?
IPTV.
I'll put it in the chat for you.
Yeah, like every streaming.
What do you guys think is better, Blue Samurai or Shogun?
Shogun is not even close.
Y'all niggas didn't even watch Blue Samurai.
I watched Blue Samurai. Blue Samurai.
What about Afro Samurai?
Blue Samurai.
Nah, we don't want to see no black
child. Hold on, bro.
Afro Samurai.
It's a Republican
Hold on, bro. Blue Samurai, just because they're samurai doesn't mean it's the same type of show. Blue Samurai is like an action anime. If you like action anime,
the storyline is better.
The storyline is good on Blue.
Okay, no. First of all, they both take place in the Edo period.
Yeah, but it's not better because one is actually not telling an accurate story about how the Edo period worked because it includes far too many European influences and it has a mixed race girl being a samurai. And the other is actually a story about how colonizers weren't able to colonize Japan because Japan has very distinct practices and cultures that make it very hard to subjugate them.
Actually, that's not true because that's actually also not true because during the Edo period, there were actually real racial issues at that time.
I didn't say there weren't racial issues. Is Japan?
Well, you were talking about some blue-eyed chick.
Yo, are you just trying to troll? Or are you trying to have a real conversation about movies? Just let me know.
Hey, doctor,
I'm trying to do both. I'm trying to have a real conversation first.
It's just done with that. Like, what was the problem with Disney? Why are you guys canceling? Is it the
because they canceled Jimmy Kimmel? They bent to the state, to the government. They're firing.
No, that's
they're firing. I'm giving the answer. They're firing people based on pressure from the state. For no reason. Jimmy Kimmel. You know what? You can use Disney Plus.
And you finish the statement, and then you can respond.
I'm an American citizen, and I care about my rights. You don't have to care about your rights.
I'll go right.
The fact that you niggas even support Walt Disney is crazy.
Can I ask you guys a question? Can I ask you guys a question?
He hated niggas, first of all.
Pardon me.
Wait, I'm not
Real quick.
Can you let Articulate and Samoa's back and forth carry?
I mean, I would have liked to answer.
And then I can
wasn't everybody. That's fine. I interrupted some people too, but to be very quick, bro, Donald Trump and the president and his minions, his DAR at the FCC, are literally pressuring companies to fire people based on what they find to be offensive, and they're using their own power to determine whether or not these companies can have mergers that they want. So Disney and ABC want to do a merger with Nexstar, and Donald Trump leveraged his FCC chair to get them to fire Jimmy Kimmel for making a very harmless joke. And so if you're an American citizen that cares about cancel culture, which is mainly just people saying, I don't like that, but you don't care about this telling you that you can't say things you want without them censoring you and inching your life, then you're not an American citizen. So I'm getting rid of my Disney Plus. I'm getting rid of my Hulu. I'm getting rid of my ESPN because what comes next is knocking on your fucking door. You don't know anything about fascism if you don't know what's happening right now with this situation.
Let's also get to the fact that Disney is very racist.
Hold on, wait.
No, bro, that's a pseudo-intellectual argument. You just shut up.
I heard what you said.
No, that's a fact. They almost own everything. They own Marvel, they own Star Wars, they own Pixar.
That's my point. You don't know how to deal with the actual combos.
I will then release them damn Marvel characters.
No.
Wasn't Samoa?
Hold on a second. Let's give Samoa a chance to reply because I have a feeling Dr. Articulate is going to body Samoa and there will be a flavorous sight to watch. Well, let's go.
All right, so then it's kind of fun. I just want to point out a couple of things. During the George Floyd thing, a lot of libs love the fact that the NFL and all these private companies were being pressured to basically virtual signaling, but nobody said anything about that. Even though
We're not talking about that right
now. Just let him go. Let me know when you finish.
The narrative is that Donald Trump.
Come on.
I'm sorry, Samoa. Go
ahead. Hold on. Come on, guys. Let's let Samoa defend fascism.
All right, so I just want to make sure this is clear.
Go ahead, Samoa.
So every private corporation, right? Every private corporation has the right to hire or fire. This is the whole argument with the whole. What was the football player's name again? Colin Kaepernick, right? Kaepernick.
Put some respect on his name.
Yeah, he doesn't need any respect. He's a grifter. So if you guys think about it, it's pretty clear. Somebody said, Articulate said Donald Trump and his FCC put pressure on said whatever company, right? If you look at the actual backdrop, actual stations that, I think it was 12 in a certain district in Ohio or whatever, but because of the comments that he made, they chose to take him off air because of the consumer. And the consumer has the ability to change the actual the trajectory of a company's mission, because if they're not paying, companies go out of business. The consumer's always right. You guys understand how that goes. Once that caught wind, right, this is a cultural thing, Disney and then requested that Jimmy Kimmel offer an apology because they don't want to upset the customer. He doubled down on his monologue
and was gonna double down on it. And when they seen it, they said, "Oh hell no, bro! You gotta get the fuck out of here." And they fired him because he was being insubordinate.
You're lying. You're lying. This did not come.
Jimmy Kimmel.
Hold on.
You're so dumb. Sorry,
You're
go
dumb.
ahead.
This did not come from the customer. Which customer did it come from?
Yeah. Hold on.
He literally said he's pulling licenses. The president literally said he's pulling
We're still
licenses.
betting on Dr. Articulate, Matt. Yeah, you guys gotta calm down. Calm down.
No, you gotta hurry up because you've made your point, and I would like to respond.
Panicking. Look at him panicking, Matt.
No.
I'm gonna put my money on Dr. Articulate.
Hold on. I want to make sure this is clear so that you heard me clearly, Mr. Articulate.
I heard you.
Was there smaller, I guess you would call them stations or people on the waves? Was there a smaller cancellation process, or did Disney just cut